My name is Sumo. I was standing on the rooftop of a hospital, feeling empty and hopeless. My body was weak and sickly. I thought to myself, this is the end. If I could, I'd take everyone down with me. With that, I jumped off the edge. As I fell, memories of my past flashed through my mind. Happy times with my parents, my achievements, and the pain I went through. Then everything went dark. I hit the ground hard, and I could hear people screaming. The doctors tried to save me, but it was too late. I was dead. My body was taken to the morgue, left in the cold storage with no family to claim me. Suddenly, I heard a robotic voice in my head. It told me that I had been chosen because of my strong resentment. The system had bound itself to me, injected something into my body, and brought me back as a zombie. I couldn't move at first, my body was frozen stiff, but my mind was clear. The system wanted me to start an apocalypse by infecting humans. It said that most people on Mercury had already become rotten and useless. I didn't care much. Life had been cruel to me anyway. I lay there, thinking about how to survive in this high-tech world without getting caught. Later, the security guard found me. He thought my body had accidentally fallen out of the freezer. But when he tried to put me back, I grabbed his hand and infected him. Surprisingly, I could control him, even see through his eyes. I tested my new power and realized each person I infected gave me points to grow stronger. I ordered the guard to hide me in a trash bin and push me out of the hospital without drawing attention. I had to be careful. If anyone found out, they would hunt me down. Eventually, he left me in the underground parking lot, and I was ready to start my new existence as the first zombie of the apocalypse. I put on a hat and mask to hide my face and used the old man's phone to call a ride. My phone had been destroyed before I jumped, so I had nothing on me. Thankfully, it was nighttime and my damaged body had been fixed by the system. Otherwise, the driver might have noticed something strange. When I got in the car, the driver asked where I wanted to go. I didn't answer, just kept my head down. He asked again, but instead of speaking, I placed my pale hand on his leg. He thought I was being flirtatious, but before he could react, I dug my nails into his skin. Within seconds, he turned into one of my zombies. I told him to drive me to the shopping mall. He obeyed, driving in a clumsy, zombie-like way, but got us there. I went straight to the women's restroom and waited. Soon, a girl came in alone. Before she could react, I grabbed her and turned her into a zombie too, leaving her sitting on the toilet. Now, with 3 zombies under my control, I shared their vision and checked on them. The old man was still at the hospital, and the girl sat motionless in the restroom. I needed more people infected, so I had the driver take me to a park. At the park, I found a couple kissing, completely unaware of me approaching. I scratched them both and watched from a distance. At first, they were angry, but soon, their bodies convulsed, and they became zombies too. Checking my status panel, I saw my infection count increase to 5. Each infected person gave me 1 point, and I now had enough zombies to start chaos. I sent the girl to a shopping mall, the driver to a busy street, and the old man to his hospital post. I knew the infection would spread fast once it started. To avoid getting caught, I decided to leave the city. I flagged down another car and convinced the driver to take me out of town. He didn't notice anything strange about me because I covered my pale face well. As I traveled, I kept an eye on my zombies. At the hospital, the old man finally acted. He tore off his mask and attacked a nurse, biting her neck and causing panic. In minutes, he infected several people and chaos erupted. At the mall and school, the same thing happened. The infection spread quickly. In the club, my zombie blended in with the crowd. People were too drunk to realize the danger until it was too late. Soon, the music was turned off, and screams filled the air. Watching it all from the back seat of the car, I whispered my command, "Now, let the hunt begin." Everything happened at once. In 5 different places across El City, chaos broke out as my zombies started attacking people. Screams filled the air and people ran in every direction, trying to escape. Calls for help flooded emergency services, and soon, the entire city was in panic. I sat in the car, watching it all unfold through my zombie's eyes. The police were overwhelmed with calls from terrified citizens. People reported random attacks at the park, the school, the shopping mall, and more. The authorities quickly realized something bigger was happening. They sent officers to each location, but they had no idea what they were dealing with. Videos of the attacks spread online like wildfire. Some people thought it was a prank or a horror movie shoot, while others started to believe that a real zombie outbreak had begun. Panic took over social media, with people sharing their fears and rushing to stockpile supplies. When the first officers arrived at the scenes, they were horrified. Blood was everywhere, and body parts were scattered around. They tried to control the situation, but it was too late. My zombies didn't stop. They kept biting and infecting more people. Even when the police shot them, the bullets did nothing. Some officers thought it was rabies, but others suspected something far worse, an unknown virus spreading rapidly. In just 20 minutes, hundreds were infected. The police couldn't handle the growing numbers. People tried to run, but the infected kept coming. Some were pushed down and trampled in the chaos. I smiled to myself as I watched through my zombie's eyes. The infection was spreading even faster than I expected. Soon, the whole city would fall. The police captain, realizing how serious the situation was, called for reinforcements and even considered locking down the entire city. As I watched from the back of my getaway car, I felt a sense of satisfaction. The city was falling apart, and I was the one who started it all. But I knew I had to keep moving. El City would be locked down soon, and I had bigger plans waiting beyond its borders. Just as I expected, the woman who had just died stood up again. Her eyes were white and empty, and she growled before attacking people nearby. The same thing was happening in the other locations I had infected. Chaos spread through the city, and people were panicking everywhere. Some tried to escape in their cars, while others rushed to stores to buy food, water, and medical supplies. Nobody knew how long this disaster would last. Videos of the outbreak quickly spread online. People were posting and live streaming everything, and soon the whole country was watching. One streamer, living across from the shopping mall, captured the terrifying scenes with his drone. He thought it was a riot at first, but when he saw the zombies up close, he realized it was something much worse. His live stream exploded in popularity, and comments flooded in with people debating if it was real or just a prank. While the city descended into madness, I was sitting in a car, heading to another city. Through my zombies' shared vision, I saw everything happening in real time. In just 40 minutes, my infection count had skyrocketed to over 2,400. The infection was spreading faster than I had imagined, and it wasn't slowing down. The driver broke the silence, reminding me to pay him for the trip. I reached forward, pretending to grab money, but instead, I grabbed his neck. My sharp nails pierced his skin, and the virus rushed into his bloodstream. He barely had time to react before his body went limp, his eyes turning gray.
Now he was mine too.
I opened my status panel and saw something new, an upgrade option. Without hesitation, I clicked it. In just a minute, the system upgraded me to the next level, giving me a new ability: range infection. Now, I didn't need to touch people to infect them. Anyone within a meter of me would turn into a zombie in just 1 minute. This power would make spreading the virus even easier. Looking at my stats, I knew I was just getting started. With my new ability, taking down entire crowds at once would be no problem. The city was already lost, and soon, the world would follow. I was very satisfied with my new ability. Now, I didn't have to infect people one by touching them. With range infection, I could spread the virus just by walking through a crowd. However, upgrading further required 100,000 points, way too many. But with a city like El, filled with millions of people, it wouldn't take long. Still, El City wasn't enough. I knew the government would react quickly and might seal off the city before morning. I needed to act fast and spread the infection to the nearby D-City. Checking a stolen phone, I found the busiest place in D-City, the night market. I told the driver to take me there. Once I arrived, I sent the infected driver to the bar street while I blended into the crowd at the night market. The place was lively, filled with people enjoying food and drinks. The delicious smells meant nothing to me anymore. I activated my new skill and strolled through the entire street, touching nothing, just waiting. After 10 minutes, the infection took effect. A man eating skewers suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth. People panicked, thinking it was food poisoning. More people started convulsing and falling to the ground, and soon they stood up again as zombies. Screams filled the air as the infected began biting others. Chaos erupted, and people ran in every direction. Some thought it was just like the videos they had seen from El City earlier, but now it was happening to them. Panic spread like wildfire. Leaving the scene quietly, I used the stolen phone to book a hotel. It was getting too dangerous outside. I needed a safe place to stay. Arriving at the hotel, I removed my blood-stained hospital gown and examined myself. My body looked pale, almost like I had been dead for days. No heartbeat, no breath, just an eerie, unnatural existence. After cleaning up, I lay on the soft bed and checked in with my first-generation zombies through their shared vision. Everything was going perfectly. The streets were soaked in blood, bodies piled up, and the military was struggling to fight back. The infection was spreading faster than they could control. I smiled, knowing that this was only the beginning. Things are developing in a good direction. Suemo opened her blood-red eyes and showed a satisfied smile. The current situation is very favorable for her. As time goes by, the number of infected people will increase, which means that her power will become stronger and stronger. Suemo sat up, took out her mobile phone, and opened the short video platform. As soon as she opened it, the popular and local videos were all about the outbreak of the virus in El City. Click on a few of them at random, and most of the content is the tragic outbreak of the virus in El City. Some people hid at home in fear, shooting the scene outside through the window. Some were on the street, running and shooting the horror scenes around them. In the video, you can see that many people are running and screaming on the street, and behind them are a group of hideous monsters with blood all over their bodies. These monsters are infected humans. They have lost their minds and only know how to chase and attack other humans. The popularity of the video came too quickly, and the official couldn't suppress it even if they wanted to. The video and live broadcast content have already spread all over the country, and major marketing accounts have swarmed in, editing frantically to join in the fun. In the comment area, netizens left messages. "It's terrible. I hope that El City can control the epidemic as soon as possible. What kind of virus is this? How can it be so powerful?" My friend in El City said that the whole city is now in chaos and no one dares to go out. The government should take more powerful measures to protect the safety of citizens. Take up arms and fight them. What are they doing just running? That man's pants are running away. Hasn't the top leaders taken action for so long? The end of the world is coming soon. The flying stick is coming. Looking at these messy comments, Suemo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. These online heroes, they will never know pain unless the knife cuts themselves. They are submissive in reality, but they hit the internet and add fuel to the fire everywhere. Little do they know that they are grasshoppers in autumn and they can't jump for a few days. Suemo opened the light screen again and took a look. The line of stars has become 5023/100000. Very good, the number of zombies is increasing. In El City, the place where the zombie crisis first occurred was already a mess. The streets were full of blood and corpses, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The survivors hid in the buildings, looking at the scene outside the window in horror. They didn't know how to deal with this sudden disaster and could only wait for rescue. However, what awaited them would be more fear and despair. Because this disaster has just begun. There are no living people left in these places now, only scattered zombies wandering around. The zombie army has already chased the living people to a far place. As for the supervisors who came to support at the beginning, they have long disappeared. It is estimated that they have been eaten by zombies or have become a member of the zombie army. Faced with such a rapid development of the sudden virus, the top leaders decided to send a 10,000-man armed force as a pioneer after a brief discussion. Enter El City to suppress and rescue. isolate the infected people, and let the scientific researchers extract the virus to ensure that a suitable vaccine is developed for injection as quickly as possible. As for L City, they decided to take a city lockdown to directly isolate the people inside to prevent the virus from spreading, causing panic across the country and even the world. The plan had just been finalized when a panicked figure rushed in from outside the door. He was pale, his eyes full of fear and despair. Not good. He reported in a trembling voice, "The situation in L City is much more serious than we thought." Everyone was shocked and looked at him. He continued with a heavy breath. "According to the latest intelligence, most areas of L City have fallen, and the number of zombies has increased dramatically." The news caused silence in the conference room. The plan that was originally thought to be able to easily control the situation was disrupted in an instant. The top leaders began to realize that this virus crisis may be far beyond their expectations. At this time, a calm and decisive voice broke the silence. "We must reassess the situation and develop a more effective response strategy." The speaker was a senior official with a serious and firm expression. Everyone nodded in agreement. So the meeting resumed the discussion and adjusted the plan based on the new intelligence. Some people proposed to increase the size of the armed forces and equip them with more advanced weapons and equipment. Others suggested setting up temporary isolation areas to better manage the infected. In the tense and heated discussion, a new set of emergency plans was finally determined. This time, they decided to send 50,000 armed forces, carrying more supplies and medical equipment, and go all out to rescue work in L City. At the same time, more scientific research teams were urgently dispatched to the scene to speed up the research on the virus and the development of vaccines. At this critical moment, every decision is a matter of life and death. Everyone understands that time is tight and the task is arduous, but they must face the challenge bravely and do their best to protect the lives and safety of the people. As the order was issued, a race against time officially began. In the conference room, all the senior executives looked serious and watched the pictures sent back from the live video. This is the live broadcast room of an anchor named L City Finyen. He is using drone equipment to shoot live broadcasts, and there are some tragic scenes below. The drone occasionally trembles, showing the extreme unrest in the owner's heart. Just 10 minutes ago, L City Finyen wanted to close the live broadcast room directly. But in the face of waves of rewards from netizens, he held back. As long as he survives this disaster, these gifts will be enough to make him rich. The picture is too bloody. As a citizen of L City, the virus outbreak appeared in his city. He was panicking now, fearing that zombies would break in and bite him to death. He didn't want to be eaten, nor did he want to become one of those terrible monsters below. Fortunately, the floor he lived on was high enough, and at present, there shouldn't be any zombies coming up to bite him. As long as he continued to hold on, he would definitely be able to survive until rescue, and the food in the house was enough for him to eat for a week. If he saved a little, it would be no problem to eat for 2 weeks. With the strength of Longhua, this virus came relatively suddenly, and it must have stabilized in 2 weeks. Come on, Anchor. I'll give you a big rocket. It's terrible. I'm going to stock up on supplies for sure. In a dim house, smoke was everywhere at this time, and several men who had just escaped danger were squatting in the corner smoking. They reacted quickly, and when the zombie virus broke out in the shopping mall, they immediately hid in this small storage room and did not suffer any harm. 2 hours had passed, and the roar of the monsters outside had become much quieter. After smoking a cigarette, one of the men stood up. "The scene is so chaotic now, why don't we take the opportunity to go out and grab some things?" The floor they were hiding in happened to be selling gold and jewelry. "Will we be caught when the chaos is over?" A slightly timid man spoke up. Although he was tempted, he was still afraid of being caught. He was taking advantage of the situation and was busy now. Who would care who took it? Another man threw his cigarette ace away fiercely. There were so many gold and jewelry. If he took any of them, it would be enough for him to make a lot of money. The opportunity to get rich was right in front of him, and he couldn't bear to miss it. "Let's go out and see the situation first, and act according to the circumstances." The first man who proposed took out a mask and put it on, carefully opening a gap.
Roar.
From time to time, the roar of monsters came from the distance. He calmed down and stuck his head out to check the situation. The formerly magnificent jewelry stores were now mostly in a mess and blood-stained. There was no trace of living people outside, only the occasional wandering monster. No one. The man was the first to crouch down and quietly walked out of the storage room, trying not to alarm the zombies in the distance. There was a jewelry store on the left side of the next door. The man went inside the counter and quietly opened the door. He reached out and grabbed the gold necklace inside. At this moment, his heart was about to jump out of his throat. There was the excitement of getting gold, and there was also the fear of committing a crime for the first time. The other two also opened a cabinet separately and put the jewelry into their pockets tremblingly. With these things, they can pay off their debts. If the creditor is bitten to death by those monsters, it would be perfect. In this way, not only can they get rid of the debt problem, but they can also get a windfall. The first gold shop was looted by the three people one after another, and everyone had a lot of heavy wealth in their hands. They smiled at each other, and their hearts were full of satisfaction. However, greed is like an insatiable beast. Once awakened, it is difficult to suppress. "Are you still going on, brother?" One of them asked in a low voice, with greed in his eyes. This kind of thing is familiar, and after looting a gold shop, they have tasted the sweetness. At this moment, the city fell into chaos, people fled everywhere, and order collapsed. Anyway, they have already taken one. So, what's the harm in taking a few more? In this case, the choice between millionaires and multimillionaires seems to become obvious. Who doesn't want to be the one with more wealth? So they decided to move on and look for the next target. The three carefully shuttled through the jewelry stores, avoiding those terrible monsters. Their heartbeats accelerated, and excitement and fear were intertwined. Every time they entered a new gold shop, they nervously looked forward to more wealth waiting for them to discover. As time went on, they robbed more and more gold shops, and the wealth in their hands became larger and larger. But they did not stop, but became more and more crazy. They believed that as long as they continued, they could become real billionaires. "It's almost done, brother." One of them said that the jewelry in his hand was already dozens of kilograms heavy, and it would be inconvenient to carry more. "Go out and exchange these jewelry for money, enough for him to squander for a lifetime. Let's take the opportunity to escape, and when the rescue team comes, we can't take it out." Another person agreed that the rescue team would definitely come sooner or later. When they come, they will definitely not sit idly by and see them taking advantage of the chaos to rob. The man called brother also felt that what the other party said made sense. He packed up the last pile of gold jewelry and planned to leave this floor.
Roar.
At this moment, a female zombie suddenly appeared at the counter. Judging from her clothes, she should be the salesgirl in the store. She had been lying on the ground eating the corpse of her companion, so the three men didn't notice her existence. At this time, she smelled the smell of a living person and immediately climbed up. Nothing can be more attractive than a fresh living person. "I'm scared to death." The three were frightened by the sudden appearance of the female zombie. They had been very careful all the way here and had never encountered a zombie. They hurriedly picked up their weapons and prepared to deal with this unexpected situation. "Be careful, don't let her catch you," one of the men reminded. They have seen people who were scratched turn into such monsters with their own eyes. "If they are infected, it will be more trouble than gain." "What should I do?" She came out. Seeing the zombies running towards him with their fangs and claws bared, the man panicked.
Run.
The leading man was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He quickly turned around and wanted to run back to the original storage room to hide. However, the moment they turned around, the zombies had already pounced in front of them. Roar, roar, roar. The movement here has attracted the attention of the nearby zombies, and they all roared and gathered here. Living people, fresh living people, so fragrant. "It's too late, brother." Another man shouted desperately, tears almost flowing out.
He didn't want to die here.
The gold he robbed hadn't been sold yet. Him. With a roar, The man raised the stool in his hand without hesitation and smashed at the head of the female zombie. His eyes were full of anger and determination, as if he wanted to vent all his fear and anxiety. The female zombie's skull made a crisp shattering sound under the huge impact, and blood splattered. Her body twitched a few times, then slowly fell to the ground, and there was no movement anymore. "You killed her brother." The other two men looked at the scene in front of them in horror, trembling all over. They couldn't believe that they had just witnessed such a brutal killing. Although the target was a zombie, it was once a human. They were worried that such behavior would attract the attention of the regulatory agency and might even cause trouble for themselves. "What are you afraid of?"
We are just defending ourselves.
The leading man spat and tried to make his voice sound firmer. However, his slightly trembling hands revealed his inner fear and tension, and there was also a hint of excitement. He quickly decided to escape from here as planned. When he turned around, he found that more and more zombies had gathered around him. These monsters began to slowly approach them, threatening their lives. At this moment, a strong impulse surged in the man's heart. He realized that if this was really a global zombie outbreak, then he might be able to use this opportunity to reshape his life. Perhaps he could find a new goal and pursue a higher status and power. However, the pressure of reality forced him to put these ideas aside for the time being. Now, escaping is the most important thing. Go back to the storage room just now. The man made a prompt decision and turned around to run back. The roar of the female zombie just now had alarmed the zombies nearby. The best option now was to hide in the storage room again and wait until the zombies lost their target, and then they would look for a chance to escape. The storage room was locked. The first person to arrive at the storage room found that the door could not be opened at all. When they left just now, they deliberately opened the door, just to prevent accidents and be able to turn back in time to avoid danger. "Open the door," the people inside. "Open the door quickly." The man knocked on the door in a low voice. His tone was very anxious. However, he did not dare to make too loud a noise, for fear of attracting the attention of the zombies in the distance. Although he was anxious, he still carefully controlled his volume. However, the door was still closed, with no sign of opening. Obviously, the people in the room did not intend to let them in. This situation made the man more and more angry, and his anger gradually rose. Looking for shoot. The man cursed in a low voice, and his mood became extremely irritable. He could no longer suppress his anger, and kicked the door hard. The sound of the kick echoed in the silent corridor. The zombies were attracted by the sound. The man showed an evil smile on his face. Since the other party refused to open the door for them to enter, let the zombies solve the problem. He believed that the people in the room would soon regret their decision. Seeing the zombies approaching, the man turned around and fled the scene without hesitation. The zombies did not move very fast, and there were many counters and other obstacles in the corridor. It was not difficult to avoid these zombies when running fast. The people in the storage room obviously realized the man's intention. They knew clearly that this place was no longer safe. If they did not leave as soon as possible, they would be surrounded by the group of terrible monsters. Although the door was still strong, it might not last long in the face of the crazy scratching of a group of zombies. The door of the storage room was opened, and two women in counter uniforms ran out from inside and ran quickly behind the three men. There is more than one storage room on this floor. There is also a grocery room at the end of the corridor. The door should not be locked. They planned to go and have a look. The three men who kicked the door just now, each of them looks ugly and has shifty eyes. You can tell at a glance that they are not good people. Who would have thought that they would dare to take advantage of this chaos to rob the gold shop? The two women had just experienced a thrilling escape. They took advantage of the gap when the men left and quietly hid in the storage room where they had stayed before. Compared with the dangerous and chaotic environment outside, it seems much safer here. However, they never expected that the men who left would come back again. When they found that they could not open the door of the storage room, they were so angry that they kicked the door directly without hesitation, even attracting zombies. It was those two. The man who was running forward turned around, and his eyes revealed a sinister and vicious look. He glared at the two women fiercely and then quickly disappeared around the corner. Just as they were about to reach the corner, two strong arms suddenly stretched out from the side, grabbed them tightly, and quickly dragged them into the clothing store next door. The store was empty and the ground was in a mess, but fortunately, there were no zombies. The door was quickly closed with a. Then, the two women were slapped twice in the face, making them dizzy. "If you don't want to die, shut up." The man who had just slapped them twice stared fiercely at the two women on the ground, his eyes full of threats and warnings. The two women on the ground looked at each other in horror, with expressions of fear on their faces. Although their cheeks were still burning, they didn't dare to make a sound in the face of this ferocious man. Not far away were wandering zombies, and their presence filled the whole scene with tension. If they dared to scream or make any noise at this time, these hungry zombies might rush here immediately. In comparison, being slapped twice seemed to be a trivial matter. After all, saving lives is the most important thing. After temporarily resolving the zombie crisis, several men sat tiredly on the stools, breathing heavily. Their faces were pale, and it was obvious that the fight and escape just now had consumed a lot of their physical strength. One of the men took out a cigarette from his pocket and took 2 deep puffs, as if to release all the pressure. After such a thrilling event, they urgently needed time to calm down. "Let's see what the situation is outside now," another man said, while taking out the mobile phone in his trouser pocket, ready to check the information about the current situation in El City. There must be the latest news about the current situation of the city on the internet. They hoped to learn more about the situation so as to make a more informed decision. It was because they saw that the first support team of 100 supervisors in El City was all infected by zombies that they dared to have such evil thoughts as robbing the gold shop. They felt that by the time the external rescue arrived, they would have already fled to other places with the gold. Brother June, the official website said that 50,000 armed personnel have been dispatched to our El City. The man looked at the screen of his mobile phone and said excitedly, "Let me see." Upon hearing this news, the man called Brother June immediately snatched the phone and watched the video released by the official website. At present, El City has been infected by an unknown virus, and the outbreak continues. Citizens try to find a safe place to hide, stay at home, and reduce going out, waiting for rescue. The country has dispatched 50,000 armed forces, and I believe that the chaos will be quelled soon. For follow-up situations and notices, please continue to pay attention to the official website. 50,000 armed forces? Wang Jun's thoughts turned quickly. It was the armed forces stationed near El City recently. It will take a certain amount of time to clean up El City. Before that, they have a chance to hide these jewels. When the chaos is settled, they will take them away quietly and sell them directly in other places. Then should we go out? Also, what about these 2 women? The jewels were in hand, but they were caught by these 2 women. After going out, if they report them, they will be finished. Isn't it a virus crisis now? It's normal for a few people to die. Wang Jun grinned and simply did it. No, we didn't see anything, please let us go." Seeing that the man in the lead had a wrong face, the 2 women were frightened and begged for mercy. After finally escaping from the monster, they fell into the hands of the evil again. They really don't want to die. "Brother June, please let us go. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything." The woman cried like a pear blossom in the rain. In order to survive, she was willing to do anything. Living is the most important thing. Willing to do anything? The 3 men heard this and looked at the 2 of them up and down, revealing some ambiguous smiles. "Brother June, these 2 girls have good figures." One of them raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Jun, his eyes full of, and the meaning was self-evident. Once the evil of human nature is aroused, it is like a Pandora's box that has been opened, becoming endless. "Then roll over to the brothers and vent your anger," Wang Jun said with a ferocious face, and then rushed to the more beautiful women among them with a grim smile. If it were normal, with his financial strength and status, women of this appearance, he couldn't even afford to spend money to light it up, but now, not only can he play for free, but he can also play several times.
Woo.
"No, please. Let me go." The targeted woman retreated in fear, her eyes full of despair and helplessness. She didn't want to lose her virginity to such a man. Don't be so shameless. Facing the woman's resistance, Wang Jun raised his hand and slapped her twice, making the woman's eyes see stars and blood flow from the corners of her mouth. He is not a man who sympathizes with women. If you want to resist him, he has plenty of ways to deal with you. Come on, girl, play with me. Another woman was pulled over by the other two, and on the coffee table of this clothing store, she began a primitive venting of 10,000 words. Similar vicious incidents are happening quietly in every corner of El City. Customers who were originally just rushing to buy goods gradually turned into robbing. Shopping is no longer a normal consumption behavior, but a carnival of zero-yuan shopping. People took the opportunity to vent their emotions, and insults and beatings of others can be seen everywhere. Although the authorities have sent troops to deal with it, the situation has not improved much. The high-level meeting room of Longhua. The atmosphere is extremely solemn. The armed forces have set off. The situation in El City is getting worse and worse. Oh no! An anxious cry came from outside the door. When several senior executives heard these three words, their scalps tingled. They secretly complained in their hearts, "What's wrong? Could anything be worse?" According to the latest news, signs of virus infection have also been found in D-City. At present, the snack street and the bar street have been completely in chaos. This sudden news made the atmosphere in the conference room tense in an instant. The senior executives looked at each other, their hearts full of worries. Has the source of the virus in El City been found out? The senior leaders looked at the busy subordinates below and pinched their eyebrows with some headaches. The senior executives looked at the picture on the big screen with a serious face, their hearts full of worries and uneasiness. This wave has not settled down, and another wave has risen. Whether other states have also been infected has become a worrying problem. What is more worrying is whether this virus infection is global or limited to the territory of Longhua. It's found out. A technician spoke up, and he quickly adjusted the angle of the computer screen in his hand and transmitted the situation on the computer to the big screen. The big screen showed images of 5 people who were the original source of the virus. They came from different places: hospitals, squares, shopping malls, bars, and schools. These 5 places became the birthplace of the virus and the places where the first infected people appeared. According to our investigation, these 5 people did not have any symptoms at first, but then suddenly went crazy and attacked people around them, causing the virus to spread. A technician explained. The senior executives carefully observed the 5 virus sources, and there seemed to be no obvious connection between them. Among them, there were 3 men and 2 women, with a large age span and different professional backgrounds. They really didn't seem to have any connection. Another senior executive frowned and said, "Is this just a coincidence? Or are there other hidden factors that we haven't discovered yet?" The conference room fell into silence, and everyone was thinking about this question. The origin and transmission of the virus are still a mystery, and finding the reasons behind these virus sources is crucial to controlling the epidemic. We retrieved the surveillance around these 5 people, the technician said, and sent several more videos to the big screen. In the surveillance, the morgue gatekeeper, who was sitting with his head down, suddenly pulled off the mask on his face, quickly ran to the hospital lobby, and started hurting people. The first person he bit to death stood up again and joined his team within just 1 minute. The virus spread rapidly from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100. The old man was already infected at this time. Before taking off his mask, the old man who had been sitting did not seem to be abnormal. Has he been in the morgue? He entered the morgue once around 6 o'clock and pushed a trash can out for about half an hour, and then did not move until 9 o'clock, when he took off his mask and attacked people in the hospital lobby. The surveillance was repeatedly observed by the technicians, and the old man's movements were fully grasped. There is no surveillance in the morgue? They wondered if there was something wrong with the body in the morgue. No. After entering the morgue, the old man kept wearing a mask, and we could not be sure whether he was infected during this period. He did not attack pedestrians on the road when he went out, and I guess he was not infected at this time. The technicians gave their own guesses. What about the other people? Was there anything abnormal before? The senior management frowned. From the information currently available, it can be speculated that the old man's mutation is likely related to the corpse in the morgue. But for the rest of the people, they have not directly contacted the corpse like the old man, so why did they also get infected with this virus? No, before the outbreak, these people were quite normal. Before the outbreak, young lovers hid in the dead corner of the park, salesmen hid in the bathroom to play with their mobile phones, DD drivers were still busy running around. If we want to talk about the common characteristics of these people, it is that before the outbreak, they all avoided the monitoring range for a period of time. From this, it can be confirmed that something must have happened to them before this, but the specific situation is not yet known. Notify the armed forces and try to find these 5 people. They are likely to be the source of the virus. The person who spoke had a serious face and a heavy tone. Finding them may solve this incident. Even if not, we can find a solution to the problem from these 5 sources. This is also one of the most important tasks at the moment.
Yes.
The person next to him immediately nodded in response, with a visual. Then he turned and left the room to carry out this urgent task. Time is running out, and every minute and every second is extremely precious. They must race against time to protect as many people as possible. How is D-City now? The voice of the senior long tongue was a little worried. The virus in D-City infected people almost 2 hours after the outbreak of the virus in L-City. Now it has been about an hour since the virus was infected in D-City, and the situation should not be as serious as that in L-City. The Supervision Bureau of D-City has been fully mobilized to deal with this matter. The person who reported the news answered quickly. Could the virus in D-City be infected by the citizens of L-City? Someone put forward a worrying hypothesis. The virus in L-City has been raging for more than 3 hours. If you drive to D-City, the time is very sufficient. Among these fugitives, there may be infected people, which led to the current situation in D-City. This speculation makes people feel scared. If this is true, perhaps several other surrounding cities near L-City will soon have similar situations. This is very possible. The citizens of L-City can no longer run away. We must find a way to control the virus. Before that, let them all stay in L-City. Seal D-City too. Although the current virus infection in D-City is not as serious as that in L-City, its population is 3 times that of L-City. Once the virus breaks out, more citizens will be harmed or even die. Faced with the outbreak of the virus in L-City, the top leaders held urgent discussions and came up with one solution after another. As Su Mo expected, they immediately took the action of closing the city. To prevent zombies or people carrying the zombie virus from continuing to run out and further expand the scope of infection. Doing so can temporarily curb the spread of the virus and buy more time for rescue and prevention and control work. At the same time, it is also a necessary measure to protect the lives and safety of residents in other cities. However, closing the city is only the first step, and a lot of resources will need to be invested to deal with this crisis. Medical supplies, food supply, security, and other aspects are facing huge challenges. In a hotel in D-City, Su Mo sat silently by the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand, his eyes fixed on the screen, watching the latest official announcement. The announcement showed that 50,000 armed forces had begun to enter L-City to launch a rescue operation. Immediately afterwards, another 50,000 armed forces arrived quickly and blocked all intersections, leaving L-City. No matter if it is a living person, a zombie, or an animal, no creature is allowed to leave L-City. Su Mo sighed softly and opened her attribute panel. It was already 12 o'clock, and she needed to understand the current situation. Name, Su Mo. Race, Zombie Source. 2 Skills, General Infection. Range Infection. The most important number of star points has reached 81,280, getting closer and closer to the 100,000 mark. It will soon break through the 100,000 mark. Sumo's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. At the current speed, it won't be long before she can level up again, and by then she may be able to unlock other skills. Although 50,000 armed forces are working hard to clean up, their speed is definitely not as fast as the infection speed of tens of thousands of zombies. We have to increase the infection as soon as possible. Suemo secretly calculated the next plan in her heart. Only by continuously infecting more people can the zombie group become stronger. Thinking of this, Suemo stood up and looked out the window with a firm gaze. She wanted to get the zombie virus out of the country as soon as possible and go to the whole Mercury. There are more than 20 billion residents in the entire Mercury. Such a huge number, converted into star points, will definitely make her level rise. Suemo immediately gave orders to the 5 first-generation zombies in L City. You immediately go to the nearby crowd-gathering place and infect as many humans as possible. After that, she began to share vision with the first-generation zombies in D City. At this time, the snack street not far away had already fallen into chaos. Just now, Suemo successfully infected about 200 first-generation zombies in the snack street. This range infection skill is really useful. If the skill lasts longer, Suemo is confident that he can infect more zombies and make them his subordinates. The number of people infected in D City is increasing, and panic is gradually spreading. However, for Suemo, all this is part of her plan. She decided to divide these first-generation zombies into 2 parts. 50 zombies who can drive will drive away from D City and go to nearby cities to continue to infect others. The rest will stay in D City and go all out to expand the scope of infection. After Suemo gave the order, the first generation of zombies that were still frantically eating living people immediately took action. They quickly found a vehicle and drove away. Although these zombies were not very smart, they could still understand simple instructions. Soon, 50 private cars drove out of City D. Since the virus in City D had just begun to spread, the Regulatory Bureau and the top leaders of the country had not yet taken measures to close the city. This allowed the zombies to leave the city smoothly and continue to expand outward. The snack street was not too far from the hotel. Soon, the panicked crowd and crazy zombies rushed here. Hurry, close the door. A figure ran into the hotel in a panic and immediately closed the glass door of the lobby. Behind him was a large group of extremely excited zombies. What's going on? The night watchman was a little confused. Was this man being hunted down? There were so many people chasing him behind him. Could it be that he was a gangster being chased and beaten? Zombies, zombies. The man had successfully closed the glass door, and the zombies that followed him slapped the glass door. The shaky look of the door meant that it would be smashed sooner or later. Zombies. Zombies. The girl at the front desk who was on night watch was stunned. She was just bored and watching videos, and she saw the virus outbreak in L City. Didn't the internet say that it happened in L City? Why did it suddenly appear in their D City? Call the police. The man shouted to the front desk while panting. He had come out to buy a midnight snack, but he encountered such a thing. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise he would have been bitten by these monsters.
Okay.
The girl at the front desk picked up the phone with trembling hands and dialed the emergency number, but the line was always busy. What's going on? I can't get through, she said anxiously. Try another phone, the man said anxiously. However, neither the emergency center nor the fire department could get through. It's over. What should I do now? The girl at the front desk cried anxiously. At this time, there were more and more zombies outside the glass door, and they were hitting the glass door frantically, as if they would rush in at any time. It's too late, the man shouted anxiously. He grabbed the little girl and ran upstairs. The fragile glass door might not be able to withstand the fierce beating of 50 or 60 zombies. It's too late, the man shouted anxiously. He grabbed the little girl and ran upstairs. The fragile glass door might not be able to withstand the fierce beating of 50 or 60 zombies. Sure enough, as soon as they ran to the second floor, they heard a crisp sound from the glass door, and it was instantly smashed into pieces. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies outside the door rushed into the hall excitedly. These newly infected primary zombies acted completely on instinctive desires. They frantically bit all living creatures, eager to devour human flesh and blood. For them, the flesh and blood of living people can not only fill their hungry stomachs, but also make them smarter and stronger. What's the noise? Late at night, The whole hotel was quiet, and suddenly there was a noisy sound from downstairs. Ping pong. Other guests staying in the hotel were awakened one after another. Many people opened their doors and curiously poked their heads out to find out what happened. Some guests chose to close the doors and windows, hoping to stay away from the commotion and continue to immerse themselves in sweet dreams. Little girl, what's going on downstairs? Why are you running so fast? A middle-aged woman grabbed the front desk girl who was running hurriedly. She didn't want to leave the room at first, but the noise from downstairs was so loud that she couldn't sleep peacefully. So she decided to go out to see the situation and asked the hotel to deal with the matter. It's 12 o'clock now, and she needs to have a good rest. Zombies. Zombies are coming. The girl at the front desk panted, tried to calm her breath, and said again, "Hide back in the room quickly. It's dangerous outside." Hearing this news, some guests were frightened pale, closed the door without hesitation, and hid in their rooms. They were filled with fear, worrying that these terrible monsters would break into their rooms and endanger their lives. Zombies? No way. Is it true? However, some guests were skeptical, thinking it was just a prank or a misunderstanding. They stood in the corridor, talking about it, trying to learn more about the truth of the incident. "I don't think what the girl said is a lie, let's hide first." In the end, most of the guests chose to believe the words of the girl at the front desk, quickly returned to their rooms, locked the doors, and dared not make any more noises. They hoped to protect themselves and their families from potential threats in this way. The atmosphere of the entire hotel became tense and solemn, and everyone fell into a state of waiting and fear. The zombie outbreak in L City has become a hot topic among people. Everyone has more or less scene-related videos on the internet. The scene is really terrible. No one wants to become a terrifying monster that chases humans everywhere and eats crazily. After hearing the news that there were zombies in the lobby, some guests rushed out of the room in panic and tried to escape from here. They think the second floor is not a safe place. If the zombies rush to the second floor, they will be the first to be threatened. So, several guests followed the front desk girl and the man and ran to higher floors. The footsteps echoed in the corridor, making the zombies downstairs more excited. They let out a low roar and rushed upwards desperately, eager to taste more fresh flesh and blood. The guests on the third and fourth floors also heard the movement below. When they learned that zombies appeared downstairs, some people immediately hid in their rooms. Others chose to follow the escape team and continue upwards. As more and more people joined, the crowd running upstairs gradually grew. Suemo lived on the fifth floor and naturally heard the commotion. After roughly guessing that zombies had entered the hotel, she immediately switched her perspective. After searching for a while, she quickly found two first-generation zombie brothers mixed in with the ordinary zombie group. "You really know how to find a place," Suemo teased, silently observing the actions of a group of zombies through perspective sharing. Because the door blocked some sounds and smells, the brainless zombies only knew to chase in the direction of the movement from upstairs. As for the guests hiding in the room, they were completely ignored by them. It must be said that those who chose to stay in the room were actually very wise. Zombies have poor vision and basically act through smell and hearing. Without making any sound and at a distance, it is completely possible to avoid the zombies' attacks. How stupid! The buffet is just behind the door, but you didn't know it. These brainless little brothers made Suemo couldn't help but complain. But it was precisely because of this that she discovered an important problem. The zombies in the early stage were too weak to withstand a single, and they were clumsy and slow in movement. If these zombies have any advantages, it is probably that the zombie virus they carry spreads very quickly. Faced with such a group of zombies with weak combat effectiveness who only know how to chase living people, it seems that she has to think carefully about the infection strategy. Suemo no longer pays attention to the zombies in the hotel, but lets them move on their own. At this moment, the most critical thing for her is the situation in L City. L City has more than 2 million permanent residents. 3 hours have passed, and the number of infected people is less than 100,000. The armed forces have arrived in L City. With their full efforts to clean up, the number of infected people will decrease. The 50,000 vanguard troops of L City have arrived in this chaotic city. They are fully armed and equipped. They have orders from above. This monster has lost normal human thinking. After capturing 1 or 2 experimental subjects for vaccine research, the rest will be killed. They also have an important task, which is to find the 5 virus sources that caused the outbreak of the zombie virus. They may have important clues to resolve the virus crisis. All team members are divided into 10 groups and enter L City from different directions to conduct carpet search and rescue and extermination. Zhang Wenhong, the captain of the vanguard, quickly issued a combat plan.
Yes.
50,000 teams, each with 2,000, led by team leaders, entered various areas of L City one after another. The periphery has been surrounded to death. Their task is to carefully clean up the infected in the city. Roar, roar, roar. The first team of forward teams soon encountered the monster seen in the video. Their grayish-white skin was covered with scary black blood vessels, and the teeth in their mouths became unusually sharp, which helped them to tear their prey apart. There was no emotion in their grayish-white eyes. This monster can no longer be called a human. The team member sighed and quickly aimed at the monster's head. If it was really the kind of zombies played in the movies, would they be killed by just shooting them in the head? The bullet accurately hit the head of one of the zombies, and the huge power directly made a big hole in his head. The zombie fell down just as they guessed. Another team member aimed at the heart of the zombie. They needed to confirm whether only by shooting through the head could it be completely killed. After a few gunshots, the zombie's whole body, except for the head, had been shot by them. This kind of injury did not seem to have any effect on the zombies. They still roared and rushed forward. Some zombies whose legs were directly broken were still twisting wildly on the ground, crawling towards the living. Sure enough, only hitting the head was useful, and they didn't feel the pain. If it were a normal person, his mobility would definitely be affected if he was injured. Perhaps this monster infected by humans can no longer be called a human. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of gunfire attracted more zombies to gather here. Their remaining brains made them only know to follow the smell and sound of living people to find prey. Shoot them all, and pay attention to each team. Don't be scratched by zombies. Captain Zhang Wenhong, who was in charge of the rear, ordered again that there is no vaccine that can resist this virus. Once infected, there is only one way to die. The troops are here, and we are saved. I'm here, save me. The gunfire also attracted the attention of nearby survivors. They all stuck their heads out and cried with joy. No matter how big the difficulties are, as long as the country takes action, they will be able to overcome the difficulties. Fortunately, the troops came, and I was not infected. Many surviving citizens finally saw the hope of life. They knew that the country did not give up on them. The situation is not good. Su Mo is sharing the vision of the first-generation zombie Li Hongmei. She is standing on the roof of a tall building and looking down. Downstairs is the armed forces that clean up the infected. Their efficiency is worthy of this name. With every gunshot, almost a zombie is shot in the head and falls down. There are less than 100,000 zombies in L City, and 50,000 armed forces are not enough for each of them to fire 2 shots. This task seems very simple for these 50,000 armed forces. However, Zhang Wenhong felt a chill in his heart. He realized that this battle was far from being as easy as it seemed. Although these armed forces are powerful and fast, the infection speed of the virus is too fast. To completely calm the city, they must find and shoot all the zombies, that is, the source of the virus. This is obviously a bit difficult. Who knows if these zombies are hiding in any corners? As long as there is still a living zombie in L City, it will only take a few minutes to infect the city again. This time, the virus infected only 5 people, but within 2 hours, nearly 100,000 people in L City died. How many times can L City, with a population of 2 million, withstand such an infection? If things go wrong, even they will be killed in the end. We have to find a way to infect them as well. Su Mo observed the situation downstairs and secretly pondered a countermeasure in her heart. She knew that in order to achieve her goal, she must take some special measures. And infecting these armed forces is undoubtedly one of the most effective methods. However, how to do it, Su Mo fell into deep thought. She needed to find a way to spread the virus quickly and infect these armed forces. But this is by no means easy, because these troops are equipped with protective equipment and disinfection measures, and it is difficult to contact them directly. There are only 5 first-generation zombies left in L City. If she was not forced to do so, how could she be willing to sacrifice those zombies who could understand orders? These zombies play an important role in her subsequent layout. What should I do? The opponent's firepower is too strong, and it is obviously not a good idea to confront them directly. After some thought, she issued a new order: stay away from the armed forces and try to infect humans in other areas of the city. Let's put the armed forces aside for now. Since we are not sure we can move them, let's create more trouble for them. Even if L City is successfully controlled in the end, it doesn't matter. The number of infected people in D City is still increasing. Not only that, she has also sent 50 first-generation zombies to other cities for infection. As soon as tomorrow, the good news that other cities are infected will spread everywhere. When more and more areas are infected, the people of the country, and even the entire Mercury, will fall into panic. The spacious and solemn conference room was filled with a tense atmosphere. The senior executives sat together with solemn expressions, their eyes focused on the leader on the main seat. What is the situation in L City now? The senior executive's voice was filled with heavy worries, and his face was full of sorrow. At this moment, not only L City was in trouble, but even D City was also attacked by the virus. A subordinate quickly stood up and reported with a serious expression: the armed forces had rushed to L City 20 minutes ago and are currently clearing the infected in an orderly manner. At the same time, we also sent 20,000 armed forces to City D to carry out the cleanup work. In addition, we also arranged 30,000 armed forces to block all roads from City D and City L to other cities to prevent the spread of the virus. Finally, the scientific researchers and related equipment are on their way to City L. The subordinates reported 4 important information in one breath, each of which brought a glimmer of hope, which made Wang Guiyun, who was in the main seat, slightly relieved. With the efficient action capabilities of the armed forces, they are expected to control the situation in the 2 cities before dawn. However, facing this sudden virus crisis, Wang Guiyun couldn't help but have a little doubt in his heart, and he asked, "This situation came so suddenly. Have other abnormalities been found?" He suspected that this might not be just an accidental virus outbreak, but a premeditated riot. Not yet. Several people shook their heads at the same time, their eyes full of confusion. Tonight's virus came with great force, as if it appeared out of thin air and broke out without warning. Pay close attention to the movements of other countries. The man sitting in the first seat had a serious expression and a low tone. He couldn't help but have a doubt in his heart. If these were sent by other countries to deliberately cause trouble, then they must not be let off easily.
Yes.
The reporter responded respectfully and then slowly withdrew. Only a few senior leaders and technicians were left in the conference room. They stared at the screen and observed every move of L City through real-time surveillance video. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Su Mo, the mastermind behind the virus, had just withdrawn from the visual sharing of the first generation of zombies in L City. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a sneer. From time to time, the roar of zombies came from the corridor outside the hotel, which was creepy. The girl at the hotel front desk and a group of survivors had fled to the top floor of the hotel. Although it was 10 floors above the ground, it still couldn't stop the zombies' desire for blood. Although they were slow in action, they climbed upstairs fearlessly, trying to break through the last line of defense. What should I do? They are coming up. Everyone looked at the stairs leading to the rooftop in panic, and fear filled the air. The roar of the zombies surged like a tide, getting closer and closer, as if they could smell the stench. The rooftop of the 10th floor was an open-air platform, with no shelter around it and no other hiding places. "Close the door quickly," someone shouted. The man quickly took action, closing the door between the corridor and the rooftop with force, and holding it tightly, trying to block the hungry zombies downstairs. Among this group of people, there were about 20 people who followed the 2 men here after hearing the noise. Now, the rooftop has become their only refuge, and the corridor is already crowded with terrible zombies. They are completely trapped. I don't want to die. I don't want to be bitten.
Wow.
Desperate cries rang out in the crowd, and people's emotions gradually collapsed. Some people even began to scream and cry. It's all because of you. Why did you hide in the hotel? Someone angrily questioned the man who entered the hotel first. If you hadn't entered the hotel, those zombies might not have followed in. More people echoed, and the accusations came one after another. Shut up. The man roared, his face pale, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and fatigue. Now is not the time to argue. We must think of a way to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the zombies climb to the roof, they will have no way out. Why are you so fierce? This is obviously your fault. As compensation, you must ensure our safety. The person who was scolded was not only not afraid, but became more arrogant. In this moment of extreme fear, people often need to find an outlet to release the tension in their hearts. Yes, it's your fault. More and more accusations came from the crowd. The little girl whose hand was held by the man looked at him timidly, but never spoke. Suddenly, the door was pulled open by the man, and he pulled the girl downstairs again without hesitation. Staying with these stupid guys, he firmly believed that he would be bitten to death by the zombies. Where are you going? Take us with you. Seeing that the man was about to escape, the others also panicked and wanted to catch up. Roar, roar, roar. Downstairs, the zombies were roaring closer. A group of people trembled when they heard it and immediately closed the door. They thought it was safer to stay here. Those two people were going to die, so let them go. Maybe those monsters would not come to eat them again after eating them. Many people held such a fluke mentality and quietly found a place they thought was safe in the corner to squat. No, the zombies are coming up. The man shouted anxiously. They had just left the rooftop and returned to the corridor, but the roar of the zombies was getting closer and closer. Listening to the sound, it seemed that they had climbed to the 8th or 9th floor. Which room can we enter? The man was very anxious. He knew in his heart that if there were only 1 or 2 zombies, he could barely deal with it, but if there were 10 or 8, rushing up would be a waste of death. When he was on the rooftop before, he secretly asked the girl at the front desk and learned that there were rooms that could be entered on this floor. That's why he dared to pull her back. After all, there were too many zombies gathered on the rooftop, and the target was too obvious. The fragile door could not withstand several blows from the zombies. Instead of sitting there and waiting to die, it would be better to go downstairs and try your luck. Maybe the door in the room would be stronger. Follow me. The girl also knew that the situation was urgent. She did not dare to delay at all. She immediately pulled the man to the last room at the end of the corridor. As soon as the man came in, he inexplicably pulled her to run away. Although she was confused, she had no time to care about it at this time. She understood that the most important thing now was to find a safe place to avoid the pursuit of zombies. A dull sound sounded, and the door was opened. The man and the girl looked at each other and immediately rushed into the room, quickly and quietly closed the door and locked the door. The man's hand had been holding the girl's hand tightly, but at this moment he finally let her go, ran to the window, carefully leaned out, and observed the situation downstairs. Screams and zombies' roars came from downstairs from time to time, which made people shudder. The man looked beyond the window and could see the snack street in the distance, which was once bustling, but now it was in chaos. He had just escaped from the snack street and originally just wanted to go out to buy a midnight snack and enjoy the taste of food. However, who could have expected that this simple wish would turn out to be a nightmare? The snack street, which was originally bustling and bustling, suddenly became crazy and began to bite each other. This scene made the man immediately realize that City D might have suffered the same disaster as City L. Not long ago, he saw a news report about the outbreak of the virus in City L on the road. At that time, he was secretly glad in his heart that such a thing was far away from him. But unexpectedly, just a moment later, he witnessed this horrible scene with his own eyes. He had planned to buy some other daily necessities and stockpile them at home after buying the midnight snack. In this way, if the city was really closed or a similar situation occurred in City D, he could at least hide at home and avoid danger, without worrying about starving to death. However, reality is always so cruel, and his beautiful plan was instantly shattered. Who could have thought that the virus in City D would come so quickly? He didn't even have time to have a midnight snack, let alone stock up on supplies. What happened? The girl sat on the bed, panting, her heart beating fast. She was frightened by the zombies, and her blood was flowing faster after running fast. It was estimated that everyone around her had been infected. The man carefully closed the curtains and sat down on a chair beside him. My name is Shi Xiaoxue. Thank you for what I did just now. If it weren't for the man in front of her, Shi Xiaoxue was sure that she would have been eaten by the zombies downstairs. There is no way. When humans encounter fear, they often can't make the right choice. Lin Jishuang. The man nodded slightly, as a response to the other party, and then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and clicked on the video account. Nowadays, the internet is well developed, and it is easiest to get news and find solutions online. Shocked, a virus infection has also broken out in D City. Strange viruses have broken out in 2 cities in succession. Will other regions be infected? The hot videos are all about the virus outbreaks in L City and D City. At present, the authorities have dispatched 20,000 armed forces to D City. All citizens of D City should try to hide at home to avoid being infected by the virus. The official website has issued another latest notice. Lin Jishuang was relieved when he saw the news. The infection situation in D City is far less serious than that in L City. Now the armed forces have arrived. I believe that this problem can be solved in a short time. Lin Jishuang kept scrolling down the video, and many videos of armed forces clearing zombies were also uploaded one after another. These videos are to calm the hearts of the people across the country. Except for the snack street below and the nearby bars, other places in City D have not been infected yet. Don't be afraid, the authorities have sent people. After getting the news he wanted, Lin Jishuang put down his phone and comforted Shi Xiaoxue. She was timid and had been holding her breath just now. Now that she was temporarily safe, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Fortunately, she was very conscious and was just sobbing quietly, otherwise the sound would definitely attract the zombies in the corridor to knock on the door. Shi Xiaoxue showed a smile that was uglier than crying. A little girl who had never suffered much suddenly encountered such a thing. Her performance was already good. On the 5th floor, Su Mo was still lying peacefully on the bed, without moving. In front of her was a blue light curtain that only she could see. The line of stars on the light curtain was jumping all the time. 99,008, 99,909, 100,000. Ha ha ha, it's finally enough. After instructing the zombies to do things, Su Mo kept staring at the star point numbers on the light screen. She was too weak now, and she urgently needed to upgrade her level and unlock more advanced source viruses to see if there would be any useful skills. Upgrade. As soon as the number of star points was filled, Su Mo could not wait to click the upgrade button on the light screen. As she operated, a mechanical sound rang in her mind. Upgrading. Estimated upgrade time, 10 minutes. After the mechanical sound ended, the light screen turned into a large countdown panel. 9:55. Looking at the number constantly jumping, Su Mo couldn't help but frown. No way. Why does it take so long to upgrade this time? Didn't it take very long last time? She was a little anxious, because these 10 minutes might mean losing a precious opportunity for her. The waiting time always passes the slowest, especially at such a critical moment. Su Mo felt that her mood became more and more irritable, as if countless ants were crawling in her heart. She was worried that once the upgrade was completed, the zombie brothers who stayed in L City would face the danger of being eliminated by the armed forces. However, during the upgrade, she could not use any system functions and could only wait helplessly. Every second seemed as long as a year, which made her feel extremely tormented. 1:40 midnight. Finally, the countdown ended, and the panel popped up again. Name, Su Mo. Race, Zombie Source, 3, Skills, Ordinary Infection, Range Infection, King's Command. As a 3rd-level zombie source, you have already initially acquired the majesty of a king. Now, all zombies will become your eyes and understand your orders. Star points. 1253/100000. The personal information on the panel refreshed, and Su Imo had another skill. Every time a new skill appeared, there would be an explanation similar to an instruction manual behind it, making it easy for her to understand the function of the skill. King's command, is it what I thought?
Zum Montag war 6 kittet.
If all zombies could understand her orders, then the armed forces of L City would not be a problem. Su Imo immediately calmed down and tried to sense the ordinary zombies in L City. Sure enough, the visual sharing of ordinary zombies soon appeared in her mind. Jump twice. Su Imo tried to issue orders in his mind. All the zombies that were still going crazy suddenly paused at this moment, and then jumped twice in a daze. There was an order in their minds that had to be executed, and this order had exceeded their love for flesh and blood. You cannot eat meat, but you must complete the order in your mind first. It really works. Su Imo was also happy. Just now, she almost shared the vision of 100 ordinary zombies. Ask them to jump twice, and they really jumped, although it looked a bit strange. Captain, what's going on? The armed forces were also very strange about the scene in front of them. Just now, several zombies seemed to be stuck. Then they jumped twice in place and then continued to besiege. They didn't understand what this action meant. Don't understand. Wang Wenheng shook his head in confusion. He was very confused by the sudden behavior of the zombies. Avoid the attack range of the armed forces and go to the roof. Su Imo calmly commanded the 1,000 zombies behind him and quietly climbed to the roof of a nearby building. These controlled zombies understood her orders, stopped biting or chasing, and walked upstairs obediently. Su Imo planned to let them ambush on the roof, waiting for the armed forces cleaning up downstairs to pass by, and then suddenly jump down from above. In this way, with the potential energy of rapid fall, they can fall directly into the armed forces. Whether it is scratched or bitten, it will cause infection with the zombie virus. Why do I feel that there are fewer zombies in front? On the street, the cleanup work of the armed forces is proceeding in an orderly manner. This was originally the most prosperous commercial street in the city, and it was a time when people were surging at 9 o'clock every night. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, most people were unfortunately infected and became zombies, and only a few lucky ones escaped temporarily. L City Fenyan's live broadcast room was very lively at this time, and the number of viewers had already exceeded 100 million. As the gunshots in the distance gradually approached, through the pictures sent back by the drone, people could clearly see that the armed forces on the street were waiting in full battle array. Great, I'm saved. L City Fenyan was ecstatic. The chaos below will soon be controlled and cleaned up, and he, after this sudden disaster, will suddenly become a multimillionaire. The rewards in the live broadcast room poured in like a tide. In just a few hours, he gained wealth that ordinary people could not achieve in several lifetimes. At the same time, on the screen of the live broadcast room, many comments rolled quickly like snowflakes. Wow, this is the real disaster scene. It's really creepy. The savior has finally arrived. I hope everything can return to normal as soon as possible. Woohoo, my boyfriend is still in L City, and now the phone can't be dialed at all. Upstairs, don't worry, your boyfriend may have become a zombie. Wadashi, I strongly recommend a complete blockade of Dragon Country. This terrible virus must not be allowed to spread to the entire Mercury. Support the blockade of Dragon Country +1. Wadashi upstairs, don't be too happy too soon.
Da.
Intensive gunfire came from downstairs, as if a fierce war was breaking out. In order to capture the shocking scene of the fierce confrontation between the armed forces and the zombies at close range, L City Fenyan decided to control the drone to get closer to get a better perspective and picture. As the drone gradually approached, the camera captured a black shadow flashing on the roof. People in the live broadcast room began to discuss. Are those on the roof of the building survivors? Someone asked curiously. It is estimated that they are survivors who heard the gunshots and want to seek help. Another person guessed. However, L City Fenyan did not pay much attention to these comments. He focused on controlling the drone and trying to find the best shooting angle. As the drone flew over the floors, more black shadows appeared in the picture, but it was difficult to see the details because of the fast speed. I don't think it looks like wow. A questioning comment flashed on the screen, but it was soon drowned out by numerous discussions. Most netizens believed that these black shadows were survivors. After all, in such a doomsday environment, survivors tend to gather together to find a safe place. For El City Fenyan, he was more concerned about the exciting battle scene downstairs. The armed forces downstairs were fighting a desperate battle with the zombies. They were well-equipped and agile, and every shot hit the target accurately. The zombies rushed towards the soldiers frantically, trying to break through the defense line. The whole scene was full of tension and excitement, which excited the people watching the live broadcast. El City Fenyan focused the drone on this fierce battle, hoping to capture more exciting moments. Suddenly, with a black shadow fell from the building above and hit the middle of the armed forces heavily. Someone jumped off the building. The audience in the live broadcast room quickly noticed this abnormal situation and launched a heated discussion. Even the armed forces were dispatched. What else could be wrong? Yes, the hope of survival is at hand. Why choose such an extreme way? Isn't it better to be alive than to die? However, within a few seconds, netizens realized that things were not so simple because black shadows kept falling like raindrops from the upstairs. Anchor, fly up quickly to see what happened. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned by the scene in front of them, and they urged the anchor to check the details. At this moment, the drone controlled by Fenyan of El City happened to fly over the armed forces. Because the figures falling from the building were too dense, like dumplings, his drone had no time to dodge and was instantly hit by the figures and crashed to the ground. After a burst of noise, the live broadcast room was completely black, the drone was scrapped, and the live broadcast was forced to be interrupted. It was the zombie captain. The troops below soon discovered that something was wrong. The people jumping down from the building were not humans at all. They were real zombies. The zombies fell into the troops, and except for a small number of unlucky ones, they fell to death on the spot. The other zombies began to reach out and attack the living people around them before they stood up. There were also unlucky members of the armed forces who were directly knocked down by the zombies that jumped down, and they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Quickly disperse and pay attention to avoid. Because they were surrounded by members of the army, they had no way to shoot and kill zombies. They could only use the ace of the gun or fight the zombies with their bare hands. But these zombies are numerous and extremely powerful, making them difficult to deal with. Some soldiers were caught, bitten, and even infected by zombies and turned into new zombies. 1,000 zombies against a team of 2,000 people still have a high chance of winning. Although the team members were wearing special combat uniforms, this protective equipment could not completely resist the claws and fangs of zombies. Wang Wenhong, who was commanding from the rear, could not help but feel a sense of panic. He really couldn't understand why these zombies suddenly jumped from the roof. What surprised him even more was that these zombies seemed to have suddenly gained wisdom and actually learned ambush tactics. Get out of the zombies' attack range and retreat, Wang Wenhong ordered anxiously. As he shouted, the team members turned around and retreated. The zombies in front lost their firepower suppression. Like crazy beasts, they rushed forward desperately, eager to taste fresh flesh and blood. Captain, the second team was disturbed by the zombies jumping down from the upstairs. Captain, the third team was ambushed. Captain. Bad news from 5 teams came in a row from the intercom, which was frightening. Fortunately, the remaining 20 teams had not received any abnormal news yet, which made Wang Wenhong feel a little relieved. They failed at the critical moment. In the tall building in the distance, El City Fenyan angrily pounded the sofa, feeling extremely depressed. The live broadcast was in full swing, but it was suddenly interrupted unexpectedly, which made him feel extremely annoyed. He lay at the window and looked down nervously. However, the distance between the troops and him was quite far, and he could only hear the occasional gunshots and the excited roars of the zombies and could not know the specific situation. Outside the network, netizens who were watching the live broadcast also expressed regret. After all, El City Fenyan was the one with the longest live broadcast time and the most attention among many anchors. This unexpected interruption undoubtedly disappointed everyone. Other anchors who started broadcasting were either scared to run away or became a member of the zombies. There were even many official people watching and analyzing in his live broadcast room. The last scene of the live broadcast made everyone sweat for the armed forces. The armed forces on the street are now in chaos. The sudden fall of zombies caught them off guard. Even though the captain has issued an order to retreat, many team members are still scratched and bitten to death by zombies. The former teammates have become monsters that pounce on them in a minute, which makes the other team members feel heavy. They thought it was just a simple cleanup task. With good equipment, they never thought that they would become a member of the zombie army. The effect is good. In City D, Su-Emo was lying on the soft big bed with great satisfaction, with a smug smile on her lips. She just successfully used 500 zombies to create chaos and disrupt 5 armed forces. As long as the second-generation zombies can also obey her command, there is no need to worry that they will be easily eliminated by the armed forces due to instinct. At the critical moment, she can use mental control to make the zombies temporarily avoid danger and launch a more effective attack. This first attack from the sky is not only to test the obedience of the zombies, but also to understand the reaction ability of the armed forces. After success, the opponent will definitely be more vigilant, and the same method may not work next time. But this did not affect her plan. After all, she had other strategies waiting to be implemented. Although these zombies had no ability to think, they could execute simple instructions. This allowed her to better control the situation and ensure that every step was carried out according to her idea. Next, she would continue to use these zombies to gradually achieve her goals. For difficult instructions such as dancing a ballet on the spot, the zombies looked confused and had no idea what it meant. They tried to execute it, but their movements were strange, crooked, and funny. Some zombies jumped randomly, which made people laugh. Su-Emo quietly observed the reactions of these zombies, constantly thinking about the next strategy in her mind. Her infection speed must be accelerated. Once the speed of human cleanup exceeds her infection speed, she will face a huge crisis. The team led by Wang Wenhong in L City was retreating from the zombies' attack range in a panic. In just 5 minutes, they were attacked by zombies falling from the sky, resulting in more than 500 team members being infected. In addition, more than 100 team members were slightly scratched, but had not yet been transformed into zombies. Wang Wenhong was furious and couldn't help but swear. All this happened so suddenly, and the operation was going smoothly. Why did so many zombies suddenly appear on the roof? Is someone secretly controlling all this? Captain, please help me give this to my girlfriend. A trembling and weak voice came to Wang Wenhong's ears. He turned his head and saw a team member struggling to reach out his hand, holding a small box tightly in his hand. The box contained an engagement ring, which was the gift he was going to propose to his girlfriend on his day off the day after tomorrow. He knew that he would never have the chance to hand it to her in person. In the chaos just now, his trouser legs were scratched by zombies, leaving a shallow wound on his ankle. Although the wound was small, the deadly virus had spread throughout his body through the blood. His body gradually lost control, his face became as pale as paper, and his eyes revealed endless pain and despair. "I'm sorry for you." Wang Wenhong's voice was full of pain. He looked at his teammates in front of him, his heart full of guilt. These teammates who once fought side by side and carried out tasks together may not be able to return to the army because of this sudden change. Their lives are about to end in this strange city, and he, as the captain, is powerless to save them. Captain, in the face of national crisis, sacrifice is inevitable. You must live well. Cough, cough, cough. The team member said with difficulty, accompanied by a violent cough, as if every bone in the body was trembling. He tried to support, but in the end he could not resist the erosion of the virus and lowered his head all of a sudden. Roar, roar. When he raised his head again, the team member had been completely infected by the virus, and the familiar face became distorted and hideous, roaring and rushing towards them. Wang Wenhong's fingers trembled, but he still decisively pressed the switch in his hand. A dull gunshot completely ended the life of the team member. This was a painful decision, but it was also to protect the survival of more people.
Da.
The remaining 1,300 people acted quickly. They cooperated closely and quickly adjusted the battle formation again, continuing to launch a fierce attack on the zombies. Although their hearts were filled with fear and sadness, now was not the time to retreat. If they failed, the entire L City would fall into endless darkness, and countless innocent lives would be threatened. Each team, pay attention to the nearby rooftops to prevent zombies from attacking from the rooftops. Wang Wenhong took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. The enemy may attack from all directions, and we must always be vigilant. His voice was firm and powerful, hoping to bring confidence and courage to the team members. Received. The team members in the headset responded in unison. They understood the difficulty of the task and were willing to pay any price to defend their homes. In this city full of death and despair, they are the hope of all citizens and the first line of defense to protect the civilization of L City. In the high-level office, everyone looked at the big screen in front of them with a solemn expression, which showed the latest intelligence from L City. The atmosphere was once extremely low. Just now, the armed forces heading to L City sent back a shocking bad news. 5 cleaning teams were suddenly attacked by zombies, who jumped from the roof and smashed into the middle of the team like a cannonball. This round of fierce attacks caused the armed forces to lose nearly 4,000 members in an instant. And the most terrifying thing is that these infected team members quickly turned into new zombies. Since they were originally well-trained soldiers with excellent physical fitness, their attack power and speed after being transformed into zombies were far superior to ordinary zombies. Suemo, who was watching the zombies' perspective, naturally noticed this situation. She was surprised to find that the originally powerful humans would become stronger after becoming zombies. Almost at the moment when they just turned into zombies, Suemo gave orders without hesitation, asking them to escape from the range of the armed forces as soon as possible. Even though they were teammates who had fought together, now that they had become zombies, neither side would show any mercy. Captain, why did they suddenly run away? A team member was puzzled. From the situation he had mastered in the previous few hours, although zombies were highly contagious and had extremely sharp teeth and nails, they were not invincible. In fact, they had very obvious weaknesses. These zombies would only charge forward blindly based on the sound and the breath of living people, and they had no idea of fear or avoidance. Moreover, as long as they were hit in the head, they would die immediately. For the troops, such zombies were simply living targets. However, at this moment, these seemingly stupid targets seemed to become smart. The teammates who had just been infected and turned into zombies actually chose to run away directly instead of attacking them like other zombies. Is there a zombie king commanding or controlling them behind the scenes? Another teammate raised a question. He likes to read novels during his rest time, and such settings appear in many novel plots. It is very likely. Wang Wenhong's face became extremely solemn, and his eyes were fixed on the front, revealing a trace of worry and uneasiness in his eyes, worrying about some unknown danger. Each team continued to advance and pay attention to the surroundings. After a brief contemplation, Wang Wenhong gave an order. Faced with the current situation, they must remain vigilant and not relax at all. After receiving the order, each team took action. They moved forward cautiously, always paying attention to the movements around them. Holding their weapons tightly in their hands, they were ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. As the team went deeper, more and more zombies appeared in sight. These zombies have different forms. Some are incomplete, some have hideous and terrifying faces, but they all have a common goal of attacking humans. Wang Wenhong looked at the scene in front of him, and a strong sense of responsibility surged in his heart. Every time a zombie is eliminated, it means reducing a source of infection. Only by completely eliminating all zombies can the spread of the virus be effectively curbed. Wang Wenhong is still full of doubts about whether there is a zombie king. Although there is no evidence of the existence of a zombie king, all signs indicate that this zombie crisis is by no means as simple as an ordinary infection incident. We can only fight and see. The other party has not shown its head so far. We don't know how strong it is. Wang Wenhong whispered to himself. facing unknown enemies, they must be fully prepared. In any case, they must protect the lives and safety of the people. This is their unshirkable responsibility. Seeing the team reunited, Suemo did not hesitate to give the second-generation zombies another order to stay away from the armed forces. For a time, the zombies who had desperately pounced on the armed forces and wanted to bite them, as if being chased by ghosts from behind, they ran back desperately. "Captain, there must be something behind these zombies directing them." Facing this strange phenomenon, the team members' guesses became more certain. The IQ of these zombies themselves does not seem to be high, but they can suddenly act in unison. There must be some unknown secrets behind this. Let's follow them and see what they want to do. Wang Wenheng frowned. It was obviously more important to make the zombies abandon such a large group of living people. What on earth is more important than their nature of loving flesh and blood? Wang Wenheng was full of doubts and confusion, and at the same time felt a little fear. This unknown made him feel uneasy, but as a soldier, he had to face it bravely. "Shaoli, report the situation to the higher-ups immediately and tell them that there may be some kind of force controlling the zombies." Before setting off, Wang Wenheng gave orders to the team stationed on the spot through the headset. He realized that the situation was serious and needed to report to his superiors as soon as possible. Just now, other teams also received similar news. The zombies stopped attacking them and were running for their lives. He did not think that the zombies would be afraid. He knew that the emotion of running for their lives must be directed by something to leave. Wang Wenheng knew that he had to follow these zombies closely, looking for clues and stopping them from hurting innocent people. This might be a rare breakthrough that could reveal the truth behind it. "Captain, zombies are spreading in all directions of the city." The voice of the team member, who was responsible for using drones to investigate the situation, came from the headset. Hearing this news, Wang Wenheng frowned and became more and more worried. They attack humans when they see them, and they specifically rush to crowded places. A moment later, the voice came from the headset again. This news made Wang Wenheng's face become solemn. "Do they want to infect as many humans as possible?" Lin Zai, the deputy captain beside Wang Wenheng, asked heavily. Both of them knew that if these zombies were allowed to spread the virus, the consequences would be disastrous. Their team made very good progress at the beginning and had successfully eliminated nearly 10,000 zombies. However, the current situation has changed dramatically, putting them in an unprecedented predicament. Seeing that the number of zombies is getting smaller and smaller and victory is just around the corner, they suddenly learn to run away and avoid, instead of just rushing forward. The zombies with wisdom are not good news for the armed forces that are cleaning up the zombies. Maybe. Wang Wenheng scratched his hair helplessly. The more infected groups there are, the more difficult their cleaning task will be. He really doesn't want to see any teammates get hurt. He doesn't want the masses to become monsters that only bite humans. Keep cleaning up, kill one, and it's one. Lin Zai loaded the bullet with a click and fired at the zombies in the distance. Keep moving forward. There are still many zombies on the street, and Wang Wenheng can only choose to clean up the target in front of him first. It was already dark in the high-rise building, and the sudden change made the residents dare not even turn on the lights. People hid in their homes, tightly closed the doors and windows, for fear of being discovered by zombies. They shivered in the dark, listening to the gunshots and shouts from outside, and their hearts were filled with fear and uneasiness. Some people tried to contact the outside world through their mobile phones, but the signals seemed to be interfered with, and they could not talk or surf the internet normally. In this dark environment, people felt helpless and desperate. They didn't know how long this disaster would last, or whether they could survive. Some people began to pray, hoping that God would bless them through this difficult time. Some people cried silently, missing their relatives and friends. Others fell into deep thought, thinking about how to deal with this crisis. However, in this darkness, some people also stood up. They are those brave warriors who fight to protect the people. They use their lives and courage to fight the zombies to death, bringing a ray of light to the city. Although they face tremendous pressure and difficulties, they always stick to their posts and never give up. This night, El City is destined to be a sleepless night. There are also some people in the city. Their eyes are flashing with excitement. Most of these people are people who live in poverty and are tired of the world. The outbreak of this zombie virus undoubtedly gave them a chance to reshuffle. They firmly believe that if they can seize the opportunity, they may be able to create a new world of their own, and even try something that they didn't dare or had the opportunity to do before. The spread of the zombie virus is alarmingly fast. Although the armed forces are doing their best to clean it up, the zombies that are spreading everywhere are still difficult to control. They flooded into every corner of the city like a tide, and every place with living people would become their target. Many people were unfortunately infected, and only a very few lucky ones escaped with their own abilities or the favor of fate. The number of infected people is still rising, and the situation is becoming more and more serious. Sumo realized that no matter how hard the armed forces tried, they could not eliminate all the zombies before dawn. She decided to temporarily withdraw from visual sharing and let the zombies multiply and develop on their own. She also needs to pay attention to the situation in D-City at any time. After all, she is in D-City. If she is not on guard, she may be taken advantage of by the enemy. Only by letting L-City fall into chaos can the official attention be diverted there, thereby increasing her own safety. The situation in D-City is not as bad as that in L-City, but the first batch of infected zombies is large in number, which is a favorable condition for Sumo. Before the armed forces arrived in D-City, a generation of zombies had quietly spread to every corner of D-City, like a demon hidden in the dark waiting to be released. At this moment, with just one order from Sumo, the entire D-City will immediately fall into a terrible virus infection storm. However, at 2 o'clock in the morning, there are almost no pedestrians outside, which is not the best time to infect. To make the greatest impact, you must choose the most appropriate time. The first generation of zombies who escaped from City D are still on the road at this moment. They are heading towards the predetermined target city with deadly viruses. Once they reach their destination, Sumo will launch the infection at the same time, which will inevitably cause extreme panic and confusion among the top leaders. Thinking of this, Sumo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. This carefully planned operation will bring endless troubles to the top leaders, and this is exactly what she expected. In the office of the top leaders, the lights are dim and depressing. The clock has pointed to 3 o'clock in the morning, but these top leaders still stick to their posts, sitting around the conference table with solemn expressions. The virus epidemic in City L is still spreading, and the situation is becoming more and more serious. Although the situation is not optimistic, it is gratifying that after that ambush, the armed forces did not suffer too much loss in the battle with the infected. This undoubtedly brings a glimmer of hope and courage to people. A professional stood in front of the screen, reporting the latest situation of the two cities in detail. At present, the situation in City D is relatively stable, while City L has fallen into complete chaos. His voice was low and serious, as if every word weighed heavily on everyone's heart. So far, we estimate that we have successfully eliminated about 150,000 infected people. This sentence made the senior executives feel nervous, and their faces showed unspeakable pain. 150,000, this is not just a number, but countless lives that were once alive. In just the middle of the night, the virus was so rampant that so many people lost their lives. What a heavy! They don't know whether these infected humans can return to normal after the vaccine is developed in the future. Regardless of whether they can recover or not, in the current situation, they must directly eliminate these infected people to prevent more and more sources of infection. It is unimaginable how many innocent lives will be taken if the virus continues to spread. What kind of disaster will the entire dragon country face? The mood of the senior executives is getting heavier. They know that they must take action as soon as possible to curb the spread of the virus, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. After sending 100,000 soldiers, they must defend D-City and L-City, and they must not spread out. The senior officials gave orders in a serious tone, full of worries. The speed of infection of this virus is too fast. If it is not controlled, the consequences will be disastrous. Everyone knows that once the virus spreads, it is estimated that the end of the world will come. They must take decisive action and do their best to stop the spread of the epidemic. Yes, the living body has been successfully captured and is on the way to the Supreme Research Institute. The subordinates reported another good news. Hearing this news, the senior officials finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the living body can be caught and the virus can be extracted from him, perhaps a vaccine can be developed. With a vaccine, there is no need to worry about this terrible virus. The situation in D-City is relatively optimistic. The 20,000 armed forces have already cleared the zombies on the snack street, and their actions are very smooth. There was no sudden attack by the zombies. The zombies in D-City seemed to have no wisdom and would only attack blindly. This brought great convenience to the cleanup work of the armed forces, but it also made people feel puzzled. Why are the zombies in D-City so stupid, while the zombies in L-City are highly organized and aggressive? The senior officials began to speculate that there might be a guy in L-City who can control the zombies. This idea made them feel uneasy, because if there really was such a person or a zombie king, then the crisis would become more complicated and dangerous. However, the most important task now is to develop a vaccine as soon as possible to protect humans from the virus. There seemed to be no zombies on the streets. When it was dawn, the armed forces in D-City had cleared all the zombies they could see. They planned to wait until dawn and search the floors one by one carefully. A more detailed cleanup was carried out, and the zombie corpses on the streets would also be dragged to the designated location for incineration. The main task during the day was estimated to be to clean up the bodies that were beaten to death. As for the living zombies, there should not be too many. When they were cleaning up the streets, the zombies all followed the sound and surrounded them. Even some zombies in the corridors or rooms jumped directly from the upstairs after hearing the continuous noises, trying to bite them to death. Captain, the situation on our side seems to be much better. There are no zombies for the time being, and they finally have time to rest a little. Shooting for a long time is also a rather tiring thing. It is probably because the zombies on our side are not under control. Captain Zhang Wang gulped down a bottle of water and recovered. He has been thinking since he finished talking to Wang Wenhong on the phone. The news from Wang Wenhong said that the zombies have become smarter and asked them to be careful. But he has basically finished the cleanup since the beginning, and he has not encountered any smart zombies. They are just monsters that only know how to chase and attack flesh and blood. They are such a large group of living people, plus the sound of bullets constantly fired. It is like a bunch of live targets. There is no need to move. The zombies come by themselves. I don't know what's going on in L-City. They exchanged messages 2 hours ago, and there has been no contact since then. It is estimated that it is about the same. Zhang Wang threw the bottle of water far away. These zombies are simply too scary. When cleaning up last night, a member of the team was accidentally scratched, although the wound was treated in time. But in less than a minute, he was still infected and turned into a zombie, and finally had to get rid of his teammates by himself. This situation made everyone feel very heavy. Thinking of this, Zhang Wang remembered the little girl he saw last night. She was so young, but she had to face such a world, which was really sad. He hoped that the world could return to normal as soon as possible, so that children would no longer be hurt. When the first ray of sunlight at dawn shone on the earth, L-City had already turned into a hellish scene. The streets were filled with a pungent smell of blood, and the ground was full of incomplete corpses, some with broken bodies and some with heads rolling down. Black and red blood gathered into small rivers on the ground, forming a series of horrifying pictures. The once bustling morning market has now become extremely deserted, with all the shops closed, and many shops have even been directly destroyed beyond recognition. The armed forces in the ruins still stick to their posts. They are already covered with various stains and blood, but they still hold their weapons tightly and are ready to fight at any time. However, due to the large population of L-City and the rapid infection rate, 50,000 armed forces seem to be a drop in the bucket. Faced with such a large number of infected people, they found it difficult to cope. Fortunately, the top leaders promptly sent 100,000 troops to L-City and D-City to provide support. It is expected that this batch of reinforcements will arrive in L City soon and join the cleanup and blockade work. In addition to the citizens of D City and L City, the citizens of other cities also fell into deep panic at this time. They didn't know whether the disaster would affect their city, and they were filled with anxiety and fear. After a night of fermentation, the zombie virus in L City had already spread throughout the Dragon Country. People learned about the news through various channels, including television, the internet, and social media. Not only that, many netizens on the internet also saw the intuitive zombie outbreak scenes, which attracted widespread attention from the international community. When the morning sun just rose, the citizens who had been hiding at home for a night, after confirming that there was no such terrible virus in their city for the time being, went out of their homes. They went straight to supermarkets, vegetable markets, pharmacies, and other places, hoping to stock up on daily necessities and medicines in advance. They knew that if the virus really broke out, they needed to have enough supplies to survive, and they could also stay at home and wait for rescue without worrying about hunger. The shelves in the supermarket were emptied in an instant, and the regular medicines in the pharmacy were quickly sold out. After only 2 hours of opening, all the shops made a lot of money. People rushed to buy frantically, as if the end of the world was coming. However, such panic-buying behavior led some unscrupulous merchants to take the opportunity to raise prices, which brought greater pressure to consumers. But in the face of unknown threats, people can only choose to continue buying. Money can be earned if it is gone, but life is gone if it is gone. Sue Mo in City D lay peacefully on the bed. She did not enter the hotel when the troops cleaned up last night. Those zombies that were not controlled by her ran out of the hotel after hearing the noise on the street. At this moment, except for the group of people who fled to the rooftop and were bitten to death, the other people hiding in the room should have escaped this disaster safely. Including the 2 men and women who escaped into the room at the last minute, they were lucky to escape this disaster. Sue Mo carefully observed herself and found that except for her slightly pale skin, sharp nails, and red pupils, her body had no other zombie characteristics. However, her strength far exceeded that of all zombies. Time passed, and the armed forces were about to launch a sweeping operation. She had to launch the zombie crisis again before they swept the building. This is the only way to effectively prevent those people from finding her. As for the sweeping of the building, it was heard and seen from the perspective of the zombies hiding in the sewer. Closing his eyes again, Sumo's sight switched to the surviving zombies in City D. There are currently about 1,000 zombies left in City D, and they are scattered and hidden in the dark corners and cracks of the city. Once Sumo's order is received, these hungry zombies will surge out like a tide and pounce on the defenseless humans frantically. The streets of City D are unusually deserted, and there are almost no pedestrians. The zombie virus that broke out last night has caused people to panic. Although there are armed forces stationed, most residents dare not leave their homes easily before the official safety notice is issued. For them, home has become the last safe haven and the only place that can bring them a sense of security. Only when the food at home is exhausted and facing the threat of hunger will someone venture out to stockpile supplies. Sue Mo doesn't care about the empty streets. In addition to the streets, there are many places where infections can be concentrated. For example, densely populated places such as schools and hospitals have not been breached by zombies so far. In hidden places such as the school's stinking ditch and the hospital's toilet, a group of zombies are lurking, ready to attack at any time. After a night of galloping, nearly half of the 51st generation zombies have arrived at the edge of the city close to their destination. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining, but Suemo issued a creepy order that frightened all the citizens. Now, all zombies, do your best to infect all the living people you can see. As this order was issued, all the zombies that received the order surged out from the dark corners at this moment, making low roars, and rushed madly into the unsuspecting crowd not far away. The crowd screamed immediately. They knew the terribleness of these monsters. They didn't have to bite them to death. As long as they were scratched or bitten by them, they would immediately become their kind. Many times, they didn't even have the chance to become zombies and were directly cut into pieces by the zombies and stuffed into their mouths. At the same time, in the sewer where the armed forces were stationed, 10 zombies quietly pushed open the manhole cover, and their sharp claws quietly stretched out to the team members standing nearby, ready to launch a fatal attack. These team members were completely unaware of the impending danger and remained vigilant to everything around them, but ignored the threat under their feet. Lin Wang stood at the front, holding a loudspeaker in his hand, and was carefully assigning tasks. Today we are divided into 2 groups. The first group is responsible for carefully searching for zombies that may be missed on the floor to ensure that none of them are missed. The second group is responsible for transporting these corpses to the designated location for incineration. The weather has been extremely hot recently. If these many corpses are not handled in time, they are expected to start to rot within 2 days. Worse, new viruses may breed by then, posing a greater threat to everyone. Lin Wang was speaking when a team member suddenly screamed.
Ouch.
Lin Wang's face suddenly became gloomy. What's going on? Do you have any discipline at all? In this kind of collective action, the most intolerable thing is that there are team members who disobey orders. Report to the captain. I felt something tickle my foot. The scolded team member immediately stood up and answered seriously. He didn't want to scream, but at that moment, the strong pain and discomfort made him unable to control himself, and he shouted out involuntarily, "Captain, there are zombies." The team member standing in the back said that the one in front was tickled, and immediately squinted his eyes to see what was going on. This look almost scared him to death, and he saw a hideous and terrifying zombie had suddenly popped out of the sewer outlet at his feet. The turbid eyes and bloody mouth made people shudder. At this moment, another team member suddenly screamed. Everyone turned their heads and saw a zombie lying on his back, with sharp claws deeply piercing his back. Lin Wang widened his eyes. This sudden scene made him unable to react for a while. There is also a captain here. Another team member shouted in horror. Why are you biting my ankle? Another team member screamed in pain. Screams and curses were heard from many places in the team, and Lin Wang was also stunned. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation, that zombies would actually come out of the sewer. Quick, get out of the way. Lin Wang shouted and tried to organize everyone. A thought flashed through his mind. Why are there zombies in the sewer? Normally, there would only be creatures such as rats and cockroaches in the sewer, so how could there be zombies? Moreover, these zombies did not seem to appear randomly, but poured out from all directions in an organized manner. Could it be that these zombies have been hiding in the sewer, waiting for the right time to attack? This idea gave Lin Wang a chill. If this was true, then the cleanup work in City D would be more difficult than they imagined. After a brief panic, the team members began to calm down gradually. They picked up their weapons and fought fiercely with the zombies. Although they were a little flustered, they were well-trained fighters after all, and they quickly adapted to this emergency.
Roar.
The heavy combat uniforms are like a piece of thin paper to the zombies with sharp nails, and they have no blocking power. In just 1 minute, several team members have been scratched by zombies.
Ah.
It hurts.
Roar.
The speed of the virus spreading is beyond imagination. The team members who were just scratched have been transformed into new zombies in less than a minute. Since this situation happened in the middle of the troops, they dare not shoot easily to avoid accidentally injuring their teammates. Stay alert. Don't let these zombies get close to us. If there are more zombies coming out, kill them immediately. Seeing the zombies that suddenly came out, everyone was shocked. How many zombies are there in this D city that have not been discovered? 10 zombies are under the control of Su Mo and are attacking the team with all their strength. These zombies are extremely ferocious. Once they reach their target, they scratch the target as quickly as possible and then move on to the next one. In this case, even experienced team members find it difficult to cope with it for a while, not to mention that these zombies are directly controlled by Su Mo, and their actions are more orderly and more aggressive. The zombies are extremely fast and powerful. Once they come into contact with the team members, they can easily scratch them. It is not easy for the team members to kill these zombies because they are worried about accidentally hurting their teammates. In the fierce battle with the zombies, the team members gradually lost control of the situation. After finally killing the zombies that came out of the sewer, more than 100 people in the team were infected with the zombie virus. These infected people immediately began to attack the healthy teammates next to them, causing the team to fall into chaos. As time went on, the chaos escalated further. In panic, the team members could not distinguish between friends and enemies, and some even killed their teammates by mistake. The whole team fell into extreme chaos and panic, and the situation became more and more serious. Su-emo was very satisfied with the current situation. After issuing the order to continue the infection, she no longer paid attention to the zombie situation on the armed forces side. She was going to check on the 51st generation zombies that left D City to find out how their infection preparations were going. In several cities close to D City, zombies have successfully infiltrated and are heading towards the most densely populated areas. Another part of the zombies are also on their way to other more distant cities. Since the zombie outbreak had only been over for one night, many cities had not yet had time to set up checkpoints for investigation. This gave the 50 zombies great convenience. With just a little disguise, they could easily enter and exit various cities. These zombies, like ordinary vehicles, slowly drove on the road with heavy traffic and finally arrived at the nearby shopping mall with the largest traffic. Affected by the zombie outbreak in the two cities, the customer flow of major supermarkets today has increased abnormally than usual. A man wearing a black coat, a hat, and a mask mixed into the crowd. His steps were a little staggering, but he still followed the crowd and moved forward slowly. Suddenly, a woman pushing a shopping cart in front ran straight into this strangely dressed person. The woman immediately rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart, wrapping herself so tightly in broad daylight. You can tell at a glance that she is not a good person. Are you blind? Don't you know you bumped into me? Apologize to me quickly. The woman's voice was sharp and piercing, full of anger and dissatisfaction. She didn't grab what she liked today, and she was already in a bad mood. She was looking for a place to vent her emotions. It just happened that she bumped into someone. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for her to vent her anger? However, the person opposite stood straight and said nothing, as if he didn't hear the woman's roar at all. This silent attitude made the woman even more angry. Are you deaf? I told you to apologize. The woman shouted again, and the expression on her face became more and more ferocious. Su-emo was sharing the perspective of this generation of zombies. Now that she has become a zombie, she certainly won't suffer this cowardice. Bite her to death. Su-emo gave an order, and the zombie immediately took action and grabbed the hair of the woman opposite. You want to die? Do you want to kill me, huh? Suddenly being grabbed by the hair by the opposite side, the woman became even more angry. She put down the card in her hand and reached out to grab the other person's mask. Today, she must expose this social and let netizens criticize it. Ah, what the Hades are you? With a terrified scream, the man's mask was suddenly pulled off. She widened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her with horror. I saw sharp teeth in his mouth, and his grayish-blue skin exuded a strange smell.
Roar.
The woman responded with a low and hoarse roar, as if it came from the depths of Hades. The man grabbed the woman's hair tightly and pulled her to him. Let me go, help. The woman struggled desperately, making sharp and piercing cries. However, her strength was insignificant compared to the man, and she could only watch the sharp teeth getting closer and closer to her neck. The woman's cry for help quickly attracted the attention of the people around her. People who were originally rushing on the road stopped and looked over here curiously. Everyone was curious about what happened. A man and a woman were actually going to fight in public. Looking at the fierce look, there might be some emotional entanglement. Hey, you can't hit a woman. Some enthusiastic spectators couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out to stop it. They believed that men should not hit women, and this behavior was too ungentlemanly. However, these people did not understand the situation. This man was not an ordinary human being. He would not only beat women, but also bite them to death. The distance between the man and the woman was very close, and only the woman could clearly see the hideous and terrifying face of the man under the mask. Others could only see the man's back and the woman's terrified expression, but had no idea why she was so afraid.
Tear.
With a creepy sound, the man bit the woman's neck viciously. Then he tore it hard, and a large piece of flesh and blood was swallowed into his mouth. The woman's blood vessels were bitten and torn apart, and the bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, forming beautiful and terrifying blood flowers, splashing around. The innocent people who were eating melons nearby unfortunately became victims of this bloody storm. Their clothes, faces, and even hair were splashed with bright red blood. The whole scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the bloody and terrifying scene in front of them, and they were unable to react for a while. Time seemed to freeze, with only the woman's screams of terror and the blood gushing out, which made people shudder. After a long time, someone finally came back to his senses from the extreme panic and let out a terrified scream. "Murder! Call the police! Call an ambulance!" His voice was sharp and piercing, breaking the silence and waking others up from their dreams. People around took out their mobile phones. Some secretly took videos to record this moment. Others enthusiastically called the police and emergency numbers, hoping to get rescue as soon as possible.
Stop it.
What kind of deep hatred can you have to bite someone so badly right away? A bystander couldn't help shouting, his voice full of anger and confusion. "This man is so crazy." Another person echoed. His face was pale, and fear flashed in his eyes. The crowd was talking, and everyone's face showed fear and shock, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. After all, in this realistic society, most people are too busy to take care of themselves and are not willing to help others easily. Sometimes, people help others out of good intentions, but often bring themselves endless troubles.
Ho ho.
Help. Help.
Me.
The woman had never experienced such a horrible scene. Fear made her lose control, and she became incontinent, with flowing down her trouser legs. She waved her arms desperately, trying to ask for help from the people around her, but everyone else was watching this scene in horror, and no one dared to step forward to stop her.
He.
The woman's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally she lowered her head, as if she was bitten to death directly. Although this sounds incredible, it is the truth. Bitten to death. Otherwise, let's step back a little. Will he attack us? Some timid people began to move quietly, trying to stay away from this terrible murder scene. They were worried that they would become the next victim. Roar. The woman completely lost her life signs, and the man slowly loosened his hands and threw her heavily to the ground like a rag. Then, he slowly raised his head, his eyes fierce and ferocious, like a beast, staring at the people around him. Without the woman's obstruction, the people around finally saw the man's horrifying face clearly.
Ah.
It's a zombie. Someone in the crowd screamed in fear, causing chaos in an instant. Fear and panic spread like a tide, quickly sweeping the entire scene. They had just seen reports about this terrible monster on the internet last night, and they never expected to see it with their own eyes today. Didn't they say that there was no such thing in their city? How could it suddenly appear? What on earth is going on?
Run.
The crowd began to flee in panic, their faces full of despair and fear. Everyone knows that once they're scratched by a zombie, they will also become this terrible monster. The people around who originally liked to watch the excitement now deeply disgusted their nature of eating melons for the first time. Eating melons every day, they didn't expect that they might lose their lives today. They regretted it and tried desperately to escape from this nightmare place. Driven by fear, the panicked crowd ran desperately, which did not stop the zombies from wreaking havoc. He was like a hungry wolf rushing into a flock of sheep, grabbing and catching them left and right, madly hurting the people around him. Every scratch was a new source of infection, causing more people to become zombies. The woman who was thrown to the ground also stood up shakily at this moment. After a few low roars, she began to attack and bite the living people around her like a mad dog. Her eyes were all white, without any rationality, only a strong desire for fresh flesh and blood. Such horror scenes were staged in more than a dozen cities at the same time. People were terrified and fled everywhere, trying to find a safe place. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not escape this sudden disaster. The shadow of doomsday loomed in everyone's heart, bringing endless despair and fear. It's not good. It's not good. With a cry of surprise, the door of the senior office was pushed open, and a tense atmosphere suddenly filled the originally quiet room. Hearing this urgent shout, all the senior executives in the office felt nervous and looked at the door. The situation must be very serious to make the reporter so panicked. What happened? The senior executive sitting in the main seat stood up suddenly. His heart seemed to jump out of his throat, and sweat broke out on his forehead. This incident is probably worse than the previous one. With El City as the center, the zombie virus broke out in the surrounding 13 cities. The reporter gasped heavily. His face was as pale as a piece of white paper, and his tone was a bit panic and despair. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said tremblingly, "In less than a day, the virus has spread to such an extent. Now, it is not just a problem in one city." When the senior officials heard the news, their faces turned pale instantly, as if they were frozen by frost. They widened their eyes and looked at the reporter in disbelief, with countless thoughts flashing through their minds. The scale of this disaster is beyond imagination, and the entire region will face unprecedented challenges. What is going on? The senior officials seemed to have been drained of all their strength and collapsed in their seats. This time, the virus infection may really mean that the end of the world is coming. Not only Longwa, but other countries on Mercury are also estimated to be unable to escape. If it is just a disaster in Longwa, then things will be even more troublesome. Longwa has finally reached the prosperous stage today. If there is any big problem, other countries will definitely want to share the cake of Longwa. Especially this time, such a serious infectious virus appeared in Long Country. Several other countries will definitely unite to target them. Mr. Long, we have some clues about the source of the virus in El City. A young man holding a computer walked in from the outside. They were a team of 8 people, all top technicians. After a whole night of surveillance and satellite investigation, they found a suspicious person. Tell me quickly. Mr. Long stood up excitedly again, supporting the table with both hands, leaning forward, his face full of expectation and eagerness. As long as the root of the problem is found, perhaps this matter can be solved quickly.
Please see.
The young man clicked the mouse with his finger and connected the surveillance on the computer to the big screen. The surveillance location was the hospital where the zombies first broke out. On the surveillance screen, an old man guarding the gate pushed a trash can and walked slowly towards the elevator of the hospital. In the next surveillance content, the old man appeared in the underground parking lot with a trash can. The trash can disappeared at the corner, and then a taxi appeared in the underground parking lot. This is it. The young man paused the screen at the scene of the taxi driving out of the parking lot. Although it was a little blurry, it could be seen that there seemed to be a guest sitting in the passenger seat. Judging from the figure, it should be a woman. Is there something wrong? Elder Long looked up at the young man opposite. Could it be that there was something wrong with the driver or the guest he was carrying? We suspect that the guest he was carrying was the original source of the virus. The young man clicked the screen, and the surveillance continued to play. The taxi in the picture continued to drive and finally stopped in front of the shopping mall. A thin person dressed tightly came out of the car. The person was wearing a hat and a mask, which almost completely covered his face and could not be identified. She went into a toilet on the first floor of the shopping mall. About 10 minutes later, the figure came out of the toilet, then quickly left the shopping mall and got back into the taxi, which then drove to the park. This time, after the figure got off the car, he disappeared from the surveillance like a ghost. The taxi left the park alone and finally stopped near the school and never moved again. At about 9 o'clock, the owner of the taxi suddenly rushed out from inside and attacked the students of the nearby school. When did the driver get infected? Everyone was puzzled. Before he ran to the school, everything looked normal. Could it be that he was alone in the taxi? But when did he get the virus? Several surveillance videos showed it. During this period, the only person he had contact with was the thin figure. In addition, the first person infected with the virus in the shopping mall did not appear for a long time after entering the toilet. When she entered the toilet, the figure happened to be in the toilet. Do you mean that this thin woman is responsible? Long Lao's eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen, trying to find the answer from the blurred figure. All the evidence in the surveillance pointed to this figure, and they had reasonable doubts. The thin figure that the gatekeeper brought out of the trash can was most likely this thin figure. Yes, it can be confirmed that there are 2 infected people who have had contact with her. The person who spoke was firm in tone, and there was a hint of confidence in his eyes. After careful analysis, they concluded that there was a connection between this woman and the 2 infected people. Some places in the park are blind spots, so it is not certain whether she has had contact with other people. Another technician added, his expression serious and focused. Although the monitoring system covers most areas, there are still some blind spots, which bring certain difficulties to the investigation. You mean, the bodies in the morgue have become the source of the virus? Long Lao frowned and raised his own question. The morgue is full of frozen bodies, and the bodies are locked in the cabinet. How did they get out in this case? It's a pity that there is no surveillance in the morgue, otherwise they will know whether this figure is a body that ran out of the morgue. If there is surveillance, not only can it be determined whether this figure comes from the morgue, but also the specific information of the body can be found through the surveillance screen, so it won't be as eye-catching as it is now. It has to be said that Long Lao's guess is infinitely close to the truth of the matter. Suemo is really a corpse running around. After being injected with the source virus, she even changed her race. It is possible. The technician nodded honestly. The virus came quickly and strangely. Aren't those who are infected with the virus also zombies, running around everywhere? These infected people have lost their self-awareness, their behavior has become abnormal, and they are extremely aggressive. Keep looking to see where she has gone. Long Lao's expression was very serious. If this woman was really spreading the virus, then the orderly zombies in L City were probably controlled by her. If she is not found and controlled in time, the consequences will be disastrous. We are already trying our best to find the surrounding surveillance, and I believe there will be results soon. The technicians also knew that this matter could not be delayed. After reporting the situation, they immediately left the room and continued to work. Suemo, who was in D City, did not know that her actions in L City had been captured by the authorities. She is now sharing the perspective of the 5 first-generation zombies in L City. After such a long period of infection, she found that these 5 first-generation zombies seem to have changed a little. They are faster, and their nails are sharper. If they're thrown into a pile of zombies, you can tell at a glance that they are different. Is this an upgrade?
Sumontak was kurios.
Although she could command and share all the zombie brothers, she did not introduce them in detail like her. These zombie brothers are still very powerful. 5 first-generation zombies were still safe and sound under the cleanup of 50,000 armed forces. They flexibly shuttled through the rain of bullets, as if they had a special perception ability to predict danger in advance and avoid attacks. This gave people a new understanding of their abilities and also realized that these mutant humans have great potential. If they are not controlled and killed in time, it won't be long before Mercury is estimated to be finished. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and L City was still in chaos. The streets were filled with the breath of death, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood dyed the earth red. The number of dead zombies and living people was conservatively estimated to have exceeded 500,000. Despite such a huge sacrifice, this terrible virus infection has not been quelled. Not only in L City, but also in the surrounding 13 cities, the situation is equally serious. The virus spread rapidly, and epidemics broke out in various places and fell into chaos. The 100,000 armed forces originally sent to support L City had to disperse and go to other cities because of this emergency. Every city needs their assistance to fight this terrible crisis. This is not a solution. Wang Wenheng punched the front of the car in annoyance, his eyes full of worry and helplessness. From last night to now, in just one day, his team has lost more than 10,000 members. Even with excellent equipment, they still cannot effectively curb the spread of the virus, which makes him extremely frustrated. They are no match for those zombies at all. The high-quality combat uniforms and protective clothing will become as fragile as rags as long as they come into contact with the claws of zombies. The claws of these zombies are extremely sharp and can even easily scratch the metal shell of the car, leaving deep claw marks. Faced with such a powerful enemy, These flesh and blood living people seem extremely small. The hot weapons in their hands have become the last hope. As long as there is a slight negligence, the zombies will take the opportunity to launch a crazy attack. Although each attack will cost hundreds or even thousands of zombies, there will always be one or two successful breakthroughs. As time goes by, the number of team members is decreasing, while the number of zombies is increasing. If there is no timely support, Wang Wenhong can't help but start to doubt whether he can really hold on, or whether he will eventually fail, become one of these zombie armies, and eventually turn to the people they once protected. Captain, if this continues, I'm afraid that more than 90% of the residents in L City will become zombies. A team leader was as pale as paper, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his voice revealed deep worry. A day and a night of fierce fighting has exhausted more than 30,000 team members. At first, they adopted the strategy of cleaning up by detachments, but now they have to change to centralized cleaning to ensure that the team members have time to rest. Even so, they are still under tremendous pressure. Are there any new orders from above? Wang Wenhong shook his sore arms and looked at the team members who were speaking, with a flash of anxiety in his eyes. The long-term continuous shooting made his shoulders and arms numb. Not only the team members, but even he himself was eager to get a moment of respite. But reality does not allow them to relax at all. There are still countless zombies pouring in around the streets. Looking at the surging tide of zombies, Wang Wenhong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. These zombies who seem to be blindly chasing flesh and blood actually know how to use will tactics to constantly consume their physical strength and energy. What is more worrying is that they don't know how long this battle will last, nor do they know whether they can get out alive. The teammates around them have become one of the zombies. Faced with such a severe situation, they can only grit their teeth and persist, looking forward to the instructions and support from their superiors. It is said that people are being sent over, so let us persist. The team member wiped his sweat and shot a few more shots to the side. They didn't have much ammunition. If support does not arrive before this, their situation will become more difficult. Rest assured, the superiors will definitely not give up the people and us. Wang Wenhong comforted his teammates, but he also knew that time was running out. If they can't get support as soon as possible, they may not be able to withstand more and more zombies. There are too many zombies, and the firepower seems to be a little insufficient. At this time, if there are weapons such as rocket launchers that can strike in a range, everyone will be much more relaxed. However, using this kind of range attack, they are afraid of hurting innocent people, so the team did not carry this weapon in this operation. At this moment, the roar of helicopters sounded above the armed forces. Here they come, it must be support. The team members shouted excitedly, their eyes full of hope. The sound of helicopters flying in the distance made them all excited, as if they saw the dawn of victory. As the roar became louder and louder, airdrops landed from above. The airdrops were filled with weapons and ammunition. As for food, in such a chaotic time, you can find enough food in any supermarket, so there is no need to send it specially. Captain, there is a call from above. At this time, the communicator who was responsible for external contact hurried over and handed the phone to Wang Wenhong.
Hello.
Wang Wenhong took the phone. He was not sure who the senior executive on the other end of the phone was, but he knew that this call might change the direction of their next action. It's me, Xiao Wang. The familiar voice made Wang Wenhong recognize the other party at once. It was his immediate superior, Lu Boyu. Do you have any specific instructions, General? Wang Wenhong took a deep breath and asked in a calm mood. He experienced too much that night, especially after the repeated massacres. He felt really uncomfortable. You don't have to continue cleaning up the infected. Try to search for healthy humans who are still alive and send them out of L City. Lu Boya's voice was a little heavy. L City is currently the city with the most serious virus outbreak. It seems unrealistic for more than 30,000 troops to clean up the zombies that are constantly infected. Moreover, as time goes by, the number of infected people will only increase, which may eventually lead to the fall of the entire city. Therefore, the most important task now is to protect healthy humans as much as possible and transfer them to a safe place. Without living people, The objects of infection can be effectively reduced, and the number of infected people will naturally decrease. L City is a huge city with a population of more than 2 million, and many of them are constantly turning into zombies, and the number is continuing to increase. Even if all these zombies can be cleared, it is conceivable that after the cleanup is completed, there will probably be very few living people left in L City. After discussion among the top leaders, they finally decided to directly transfer out those humans who have not been infected. If there are only zombies left in the entire L City by then directly disposing of the entire L City is also a feasible solution.
Yes.
Wang Wenhong answered without hesitation that his duty was to carry out the tasks assigned by his superiors, and he never questioned the orders. Don't worry, we have sent 50,000 armed forces to support you, and they have arrived at the edge of L City. Only 1 day later, they had no idea that the virus would develop so rapidly. Now, several countries in the world have called to ask for details. These countries have their own thoughts. Some want to find out the specific situation, while some countries are interested in the super strong attack power of zombies and even want to catch a few zombies to do military research. I will definitely go all out to complete the task. Faced with this virus full of uncertainty, Wang Wenhong really can't guarantee that he can complete the task 100%. Just like the cleanup task last night, he came with full confidence, but the result was a slap in the face by reality. Today's L City is simply a doomsday scene. Wherever you look, there are either corpses lying all over the ground or zombies with twisted faces and hideous horrors. This scene is probably no more than the most terrifying Hades. Xiao Wang, I sincerely hope you can return safely. Lu Boya's tone was extremely solemn, not only for Wang Wenhong, but also for all the soldiers who are on duty. I will do my best. After Wang Wenhong hung up the phone, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was eager to return home alive because his wife and daughter were waiting for him. His daughter Nan Nan and his wife must be anxious at this moment, worried about his safety. Fortunately, the city where his family lives has not been attacked by the virus for the time being, but he is still very worried about their safety. Wang Wenhong even had an idea that if there was really some kind of power behind these zombies, he was willing to go and negotiate with the other party in person to reduce casualties and property losses. However, this was just his wishful thinking. The situation in reality was far more complicated and severe than imagined. On the internet, there was chaos and panic. The spread of the virus this time was like a blockbuster bomb, which caused a huge response in every corner of society. Opening various software, whether it is social media or news platforms, reports about the virus are overwhelming and occupy most of the pages. People are paying attention to the development of the epidemic, and their mood is getting heavier. The people of the whole country were in deep fear at this moment. They began to rush to buy daily necessities and medical supplies, fearing that they would be infected. The streets are filled with a tense atmosphere, people keep their distance from each other, and dare not contact each other easily. A new notice was issued under the official Weibo. Government departments have taken active actions to call on urban citizens to take self-protection measures as much as possible. At the same time, if possible, it is best to stay at home, reduce going out, and wait for rescue. People all over the country hope that this epidemic will pass quickly and restore normal life order. However, this virus is so terrible that it is more fierce than any previous virus epidemic. It is not only highly contagious, but also has no incubation period and no chance of treatment. Infection means death. In this chaos, some people have a different mentality. Some of them, due to various unsatisfactory things in life or dissatisfaction with the status quo, hope that the end of the world will come soon. They believe that this virus outbreak may be an opportunity for them to change their destiny. They look forward to awakening various superpowers, becoming a big boss, and controlling their own destiny as written in the novel. Although these people's ideas are absurd, they also reflect the complexity of human nature. In the face of disasters, some people choose to escape, some choose to face it bravely, and some try to find benefits from it. Are you going to transfer the living directly?
So Emma murmured herself.
She has been paying close attention to the situation in L City. She naturally saw and heard the order that Wang Wenhong reissued through the perspective of the zombie brother. Today, the number of infected people in L City has exceeded 800,000, and this number is still increasing. It is expected that after tonight, half of the living people in L City will be infected and become zombies. The armed forces are doing their best to rescue the living and race against time. However, Sumo's zombie team is doing the exact opposite and trying to infect more living people. When there are no more traces of living people on the streets, Sumo decisively issued new instructions. Let the zombie brothers enter the community and find and infect survivors door to door. Although the zombies have limited intelligence, they are numerous and powerful. Even the thickest anti-theft doors cannot withstand the continuous attack of the zombies' sharp nails. Every door is shaky under their attack and is eventually broken. They can rescue them first and then ambush them on the road. After careful consideration, Sumo changed her original battle plan. After all, the IQ of these zombies is relatively low. Once humans learn to hide and fight back, the infection rate will drop significantly. Therefore, she decided to adjust her strategy and wait for the right time to launch an ambush. All team members listen to the order and now start to search and rescue the living. After answering the phone, Wang Wenhong quickly climbed onto the roof of a military vehicle, holding a large loudspeaker in his hand, and shouted to the surroundings. Yes. The team members around responded one after another. Their voices were loud and neat, full of determination and strength. Although the task was extremely difficult, they knew that they had the responsibility to save lives and would try their best to complete it anyway. At the same time, the authorities also released important news through various channels, calling on the citizens of L City to actively cooperate with the search and rescue team and escape from the city ravaged by the virus as soon as possible. This is not only the will of the government, but also the greatest guarantee for the safety of citizens' lives. In the face of the country's call, the citizens showed a very high degree of cooperation. After all, no one wants to stay in this city full of terrifying viruses and may become a zombie at any time. Everyone packed up and prepared to follow the search and rescue team. With the cooperation of several parties, the rescue operation went very smoothly. Normally, the armed forces only need to clean up the zombies nearby, and the surviving citizens will take the initiative to come to the shelter set up by the armed forces to seek protection and assistance. In just one night, more than 30,000 armed forces have successfully found more than 100,000 surviving citizens. The entire search and rescue operation went surprisingly smoothly, and even the number of zombies around was significantly reduced, and there was almost no resistance. In contrast, searching and rescuing survivors is simply too easy, much easier than cleaning up zombies. At dawn, everything seemed to be moving in a good direction, which made the team members who fought all night couldn't help but sigh. However, Wang Wenhong always had an ominous premonition in his heart about this abnormal situation. Why did those organized and intelligent zombie armies suddenly become so weak and scarce? He couldn't help but secretly wonder if these zombies were brewing some kind of huge conspiracy. Suspend the search and rescue operation and wait for the arrival of the support troops to send these survivors out safely first. After thinking about it, Wang Wenhong decisively issued an order to stop the search and rescue. They only have more than 30,000 soldiers. If an accident occurs, they will not be able to protect the more than 100,000 survivors. In the hotel in City D, Sumo stared at the light screen in front of her eyes. The star point numbers on it kept jumping, representing the infected humans. At this time, the number of star points is about to reach the critical point, which means that she is about to usher in an upgrade and unlock new skills. Time flies. 1 day and 2 nights have passed since the beginning of the apocalypse, and the number of infected people has reached 1 million. Although this number looks huge, compared with a total population of more than 20 billion on Mercury, 1 million people is just a tiny part, even less than the population of a small city. Sumo knows that she must speed up the infection. If the country really pays attention to it, then these 1 million zombies may not be able to support even 1 day, and they will soon be wiped out. As the initiator of this doomsday, she will once again face the scorn and accusations of the entire network. She is unwilling to repeat the same mistakes. Within 2 months, she will let the entire dragon country fall and spread the virus to other countries. Suemo was filled with resentment towards those who had hurt her. First, she would defeat these keyboard warriors in Dragon Country and carry the virus out of Dragon Country. Next, which country should she attack? It would be better to go with Sakura Country. Anyway, the little cherry blossoms in Sakura Country are not good things. Star points 1000053/1000000 upgradable finally. Behind the data column of star points, a button for upgrading appeared. Suemo did not hesitate and immediately clicked the upgrade button. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Ding.
Upgrading. Estimated upgrade time, 1 hour. 1%. A familiar mechanical sound rang in Sumo's mind. 1 hour. The upgrade time is getting longer and longer, but she can wait. 1 hour later, ding. Upgrade successful. Unlocked new source virus. Injection successful. Skills updated. Check the panel. As soon as the mechanical sound rang, Suemo could not wait to open her character panel. Name, Suemo. Race, Zombie. Source 4 skills. Normal infection, range infection, King's Command, resurrection armor 99+. Host can be resurrected and randomly teleported every time it dies. Star points 103/Sumo's mouth corners rose. His eyes were full of excitement, and he began to gather the zombies in L City and prepare to launch a siege on the survivor base. There are more than 500,000 zombies in L City. It is absolutely no problem to gather them all and attack the base guarded by only 30,000 troops. There don't seem to be so many zombies in L City. A team leader following Sun Chenhui was a little surprised. The situation in L City did not seem as severe as they had imagined. Along the way, they encountered less than 1,000 zombies, and the rescue mission went very smoothly. It is estimated that they were almost wiped out by Lao Wang and his men. If the number is small, it should be this reason. They can't be hiding. At this time, the streets have become unrecognizable, with blood and debris everywhere. The once prosperous commercial street is now only a ruin, with collapsed walls, destroyed shops, broken windows, and glass fragments scattered all over the ground. Many vehicles can be seen destroyed or abandoned on the street, and some even overturned on the road, blocking traffic. In addition, there are some corpses lying on the ground, some of which have rotted and exuded a bad smell. Some have just died, and their blood has not dried up yet. They fell to the ground in all directions, forming a horrible picture. Sun Chenhui looked at the scene in front of him, his heart filled with grief and anger. Among these people, some are old people, some are children, and some are young people. They all have their own families and lives, but now they have lost their lives because of this disaster. It's too tragic. Sun Chenhui sighed. Longwa had been prosperous for so many years, but this was the first time that it encountered such a strong virus outbreak. Fortunately, everything seemed to be moving in a good direction, and this difficult time was slowly overcome. At the same time, the troops stationed at the base also breathed a sigh of relief. After a fierce battle, they successfully eliminated most of the zombies. There were not too many zombies near the base, only a few zombies were wandering around. Another 100,000 rescue troops joined, which meant that they did not need to fight as intensely as before and could take a break. Let's clean up the surroundings first and see if there are any survivors. Wang Wenhong gave new orders to the soldiers stationed at the base. His voice was low and firm, revealing a sense of mission. Others nodded in agreement. They knew that in this world full of dangers and unknowns, every life seemed so precious. Wang Wenhong and other soldiers moved together, carefully checking every corner. They held weapons, looked around vigilantly, and their footsteps were as light as cats. Try to avoid making noises to avoid attracting more zombies. In the process, they found some survivors, including some injured people. They immediately took these people back to the base for treatment and protection. In the next few hours, Sun Chenhui and other soldiers were also busy looking for survivors. They walked through pieces of ruins and crossed streets, leaving no place where there might be signs of life. Every time they found a survivor, they felt a little relieved because it meant that they had saved another life. However, facing the endless ruins and corpses under the ruins, they couldn't help but feel sad. They all understood that they had a great responsibility and must do their best to protect those who survived, while also contributing to the reconstruction of the city. In the dark corners of El City, groups of zombies with distorted faces and rotting bodies are quietly gathering. They received an order from Su-Emo to hide as much as possible and not expose their whereabouts. Although these zombies have no thinking ability, they have an instinctive obedience, and they silently execute this order. The sewer outlet near the survivors' base had long been sealed with thick iron plates by the team led by Wang Wenhong. Since the last attack by sewer zombies, Wang Wenhong has become extremely sensitive to sewers. He is afraid that these sewers hide countless dangers and a large number of zombies may pour out of them at any time. Therefore, he dare not relax at all and stays vigilant at all times. "Captain, what is going on? Why are there fewer zombies all of a sudden?" A team member stationed at the base asked with confusion. Just yesterday, they were still fighting fiercely with hundreds of thousands of zombies to clean up the zombies in the city. However, just overnight, the number of zombies on the street decreased sharply, leaving only a few thousand wandering. What's even more strange is that these remaining zombies did not rush towards them frantically as before, but seemed unusually calm. Facing the situation in front of him, Wang Wenhong frowned and frowned. This is not a good situation. Is there someone behind the scenes manipulating all this? But who is this person, and what is his purpose? All kinds of questions came to mind, making Wang Wenhong feel very uneasy. Strengthen defense, don't take it lightly, and send 1,000 teams out to look around and see where the zombies have gone. Wang Wenhong looked solemn, and his heart was full of worry and uneasiness because he was worried that these zombies would suddenly attack. Moreover, he was very afraid that the commanders behind these zombies were planning a huge conspiracy. Yes, the soldiers answered in unison. The zombies seemed to be getting smarter and more cunning. They no longer blindly attacked humans like before, but learned to hide their whereabouts. Therefore, they must always be vigilant and not take it lightly. In a corner that the team could not see, 300,000 zombies gathered quietly. These zombies were originally scattered in various corners, but now they were cleverly gathered into a huge legion by Su-Emo near the gathering place of the survivors. There is a wide river, which has become a secret passage for the zombies. In order to avoid the pursuit of the armed forces, Su-Emo decided to adopt a risky strategy. She ordered the zombies to jump into the river and let them drift along the river to the vicinity of the survivors' base. Although this plan is dangerous, it is the only way to avoid the sight of the armed forces. Since the virus did not infect animals, the survivors relaxed their vigilance in a seemingly ordinary place like the river. They thought that the calm river would not pose any threat, and it was even more impossible for few zombies to jump out and attack them. However, they did not know that the bottom of the river was already crowded with zombies. As time went by, the zombies gradually approached the survivors' base. They quietly lurked underwater, waiting for the best time to attack. The survivors were still immersed in the illusion of safety and were completely unaware of the impending crisis. Launch the attack. The zombie team has almost gathered, and it just so happens that the 100,000 support troops are all out on other missions. It is a perfect opportunity to capture. Su-Emo gave an order, and most of the zombies began to crawl towards the shore. There are still a small number of zombies, who were carried farther away by the water flow, which does not affect the battle situation. Zombies. They are climbing out of the river. The densely packed zombies in the river kept climbing up the shore, and the survivors in the base watched this scene in horror. They were so scared that they collapsed on the ground. Some people ran around in panic, and some cried desperately, "We are going to die here. Who will save us? How did they come out of the river? Isn't this the survivor base? Why are there zombies?" The survivor base should be a safe haven. People come here to avoid the threat of zombies, not to become their food. However, the scene before them shattered their last hope. The soldiers patrolling the river discovered the zombies pouring out of the river at the first time. They raised their guns without hesitation, aimed at the zombies, and fired. Bullets rained down on the zombies, but there were too many zombies, and they surged onto the shore like a tide. Although the soldiers shot quickly, facing such a huge tide of zombies, it had almost no substantial effect. There was still a steady stream of zombies climbing up the river. The dense and endless army of zombies made people feel numb and desperate. "Go and inform the captain." The captain shouted hoarsely and sent a soldier to find Wang Wenhong. If this riverbank defense line is lost, the more than 200,000 survivors will face a catastrophe. These cunning zombies are so hateful. Inside the base, the crowd had already panicked and fled everywhere. Faced with so many zombies, if they didn't escape at this moment, they would probably have no chance of survival. At the gate of the base, Wang Wenhong stood straight, staring at the front with a serious look. He knew that he had the important responsibility of protecting the base and the residents, and he needed to be vigilant at all times. However, at this moment, he noticed the chaotic crowd in the distance, and a trace of worry surged in his heart. Could it be that someone in the base was infected? "Captain, Captain." A large number of zombies appeared in the river. A soldier hurried over, panting and reporting the situation, his face full of anxiety. Hearing this news, Wang Wenhong's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, "In the river? What's going on?" The soldier panted and said, "I don't know, Captain. A lot of zombies suddenly appeared in the river, floating down from upstream." "What? There are zombies in the river?" Wang Wenhong widened his eyes and repeated in disbelief. As he spoke, he stood up and prepared to check the situation. The soldier nodded hurriedly, his tone flustered. "Yes, Captain, the river is densely packed with zombies. It is estimated that with the number of our soldiers, we can't hold the line at all." "How is this possible?" Wang Wenhong frowned, full of doubts. "Zombies usually appear on land. How could they suddenly appear in the river? Could it be that the river water was polluted, causing the fish to mutate into zombies?" Thinking of this, Wang Wenhong couldn't help but shudder. "Go and inform Captain Sun that they are back, and everyone else, follow me to the river to have a look." Wang Wenhong's face was gloomy, and he immediately took his gun and led the other soldiers to the river. Along the way, Wang Wenhong prayed in his heart, hoping that those zombies were just individual phenomena, not a large-scale outbreak. However, when they arrived at the river, the scene in front of them stunned them. There were countless zombie corpses floating on the river, some of which were already incomplete, and some were still struggling to swim. The river water was dyed red with blood, exuding a strong stench. "What is going on?" Wang Wenhong cursed, but fortunately Sun Chenhui was not far from the base, and he rushed over with a group of soldiers. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was also shocked. "This is too weird. How could these zombies be in the river?" "I don't know. Will it be the zombie king behind them who is directing them?" Wang Wenhong frowned. He was always worried whether the zombie army would hold back some big moves. Now it seems that, as expected, the zombie king behind them has been calculating them all along. No matter what the reason is, we must eliminate these zombies as soon as possible. Sun Chenhui was also very uneasy. It was the first time he saw so many zombies with his own eyes. They were densely packed and hideous, which made people feel nervous. "Well, everyone be careful and don't let the zombies get close." Wang Wenhong nodded, raised his gun, and swept across. There were too many zombies and there was no need to aim. Every bullet could hit them. With the sound of gunfire, the zombies in the river fell one after another. But more zombies kept pouring in from upstream, as if endless. "This won't work. We have to find a way to stop them." Wang Wenhong and Sun Chenhui were both extremely anxious. The continuous influx of more than 200,000 zombies formed a powerful impact force, which was not easily blocked by tens of thousands of soldiers. Although the soldiers tried their best to fire, the firepower seemed a bit stretched in the face of such a large number of zombies. More than 200,000 zombies surged like a tide, quickly breaking through the defense line of 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers.
I don't want to die."
The 200,000 survivors in the survivor base were besieged by 200,000 zombies and instantly fell into extreme panic. The entire base seemed to have turned into a purgatory on Earth, filled with the breath of death. People screamed and cried in fear, and fear enveloped everyone. The blood dyed the ground red, and the corpses piled up like a mountain, which was horrible to look at. The zombies attacked humans frantically, their eyes flashing with greed, as if they wanted to devour everyone. The survivors fled everywhere, but there was nowhere to escape, and they could only watch their companions being bitten to death by zombies. A dull gunshot rang out, and a bullet accurately shot into the head of a zombie, instantly blowing up its head, and black blood and brains splattered all over the ground. Wang Wenhong held a weapon, his eyes full of anger and despair. He clearly realized that this battle with the zombies had no chance of winning, but he could not give up easily, because he was responsible for protecting these survivors. "Don't be afraid. Resist with me," Wang Wenhong roared, trying to boost the morale of the survivors. However, fear had already spread like a plague in people's hearts, and no one was willing to obey his orders. They fled around like frightened sheep, looking for a safe corner to hide. "It's over, it's all over," someone murmured to himself, his eyes full of despair. They seemed to have seen the shadow of death looming over their heads and could not escape. Wang Wenhong shook his head helplessly, knowing that this moment might be the last moment of mankind. But he would never give in easily. He would fight tenaciously to the last moment. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope left, he must hold on tightly. No, there are too many zombies and they can't defend at all. Sun Chenhui's face was pale, and he shook his head helplessly. Just half an hour. Not to mention the survivors. Even the armed forces equipped with weapons were crumbling under the impact of the zombie tide. They have already sacrificed half of their soldiers, but still cannot stop the zombies' attack. Looking into the distance, there are still dense zombies popping up under the river.
Whoosh.
Just when everyone was in despair, the sound of fighter planes rang out overhead. The zombies and everyone were attracted by the sound, and they all looked up at the sky.
Whoosh.
Something seemed to fall from the sky, and when they saw clearly what was falling, Wang Wenhong and Sun Chenhui both widened their eyes in shock. "It's a bomb, get out of the way." What else could it be if it wasn't a bomb? Air-dropped bombs have a wide attack range, and it is a good choice to use them to attack the zombies. However, there are still many living people in this base, and this will affect all the living people. Don't the top leaders care about the lives of these living people?
Boom.
There were roars in the river in the distance, and the zombies in the river were blown up into the sky.
Ah.
The survivors screamed in shock, thinking that it was the hope of life, but unexpectedly, it was to send them to the west. Is the country really going to give up on them? In the deafening roar, the zombies were blown to pieces and instantly lost their previous surging offensive. Su Mo witnessed this tragic scene through the perspective of the zombies and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The top leaders actually used artillery to bombard directly, regardless of the lives of those living people. Although the means were a bit cruel, it was effective in eliminating zombies. In just 5 minutes, she lost more than 100,000 zombies. After a round of bombing, more than 200,000 zombies that were originally crowded in the river were blown up by 70%. The remaining 30% of zombies had already rushed into the base and started a fierce battle with the living. Fortunately, the bomber did not drop bombs inside the base, but the aftermath of the bombs still affected the base. Many survivors and soldiers were directly thrown into the air by the powerful impact and then fell heavily to the ground, and their life and death were unknown. Some people were even torn into pieces by the power of the bomb together with the zombies, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, which was horrible to see. Especially the living people near the riverbank, they suffered more serious injuries. The already fragile fortifications collapsed instantly under the bombing, and countless people were buried under the ruins. Those who tried to escape were also caught up by the ruthless bombs and turned into a cloud of blood mist. "Captain, are the leaders planning to sacrifice us?" A soldier climbed up from the ruins with difficulty, looking at the fighter planes circling in the sky with horror. His eyes were bloodshot, and tears and sweat mixed together and slid down his cheeks. One of his arms was still dripping with blood. The building that was blown up just now hit his hand and cut off half of his arm. At this moment, He could only use his other hand to cover the wound tightly to avoid excessive bleeding and death. However, facing such a cruel reality, he could not accept such a result. He stared at the fighter planes in the sky in disbelief, his heart full of anger and despair. These fighter planes should have protected them, but now they have become their nightmare. They are still fighting bravely on the front line to defend their country. Why? Why let them die in such an unclear way? This is the fastest way to eliminate the zombies. Wang Wenhong's face was frighteningly gloomy, and his voice was so cold that it made people tremble. This move can indeed quickly eliminate the zombies, but it is difficult to avoid harming innocent living people with a range attack. The top leaders must have their reasons for doing this. They will not sacrifice these living people for no reason. Under the bombardment of bombs, both living people and zombies are as fragile as crispy watermelons and have no resistance. Are our lives not important? The soldier was filled with grief and anger, and roared in anger. He had long put life and death aside and was ready to sacrifice his life for the country at any time. However, he could never accept that he and his comrades were killed in such an inexplicable way. As long as there is war, there will inevitably be sacrifices. Wang Wenhong tried to stay calm. He knew that at this critical moment, only by eliminating the zombies as soon as possible could more lives be saved. Although this means that there will be accidental injuries, as long as the zombie tide is eliminated, the chances of survival of more than 200,000 citizens in the base will be greatly improved. I understand. The soldier's face turned pale, and he moved his lips slightly, but in the end he did not say anything, but asked his companions beside him to help deal with the wound. Everyone keep shooting. Wang Wenhong's voice rang out again, his eyes firm and decisive. There are still many zombies in the base frantically eating and infecting the living. At this critical moment, he had no time to take care of other things. There was only one thought in his mind. These zombies must be eliminated. Otherwise, all the survivors will face a catastrophe. At the same time, an exciting news came from the high-level office of the imperial capital. Mr. Long, the identity of this woman has been found. A technician walked into the high-level office with a computer and displayed a photo of a woman on the big screen. Her face was clearly visible, cute and lovely. Who else could it be? But Su Imo was it her who caused the virus outbreak? Long Chunwei frowned. The girl in the photo looked well-behaved and cute, and it was hard to imagine that she would do such a thing. He was a little suspicious. Did the technician make a mistake? Yes. The technician answered affirmatively and clicked the mouse to project Su Mo's detailed information clearly on the big screen. 20 years old. Died 3 days ago? Long Chunwei stared at the photo on the screen. It was hard to imagine that the other party was dead. Although Su Imo tried her best to avoid it, advanced technical means still successfully found her. Not only that, the technicians also obtained important clues such as her identity information, family background, and social relationships through big data analysis and tracking. Su Imo committed suicide by jumping off a building in the L City Hospital 3 days ago, and her body was frozen in the hospital morgue. The technician said in a heavy tone. He paused and continued. We contacted the troops to go to the hospital to check, but Sumo's body was not found in the frozen body cabinet. After the technician personally investigated and verified this matter with the troops, he had the courage to report it to his superiors. You mean this girl named Su Imo was infected with the virus after her death and spread the virus to the citizens of the entire L City? Long Chunwei frowned more tightly. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, he has never heard of a corpse that can move on its own and spread the virus. Not only that, according to our speculation, she seems to have self-awareness and can even control other zombies. The technician said seriously. This is the conclusion reached by the entire research team after careful consideration and calculation. Although there is no conclusive evidence yet, the possibility is extremely high. Judging from her life experience, if she was resentful and wanted to take revenge on society after her death, this situation is not completely impossible. This little girl, who is only 20 years old, has experienced things and endured pressures that even men like them may not be able to bear. If we can communicate with her, I suggest that we try to communicate with her first to avoid more infected people. Once she can really control the zombies, it depends entirely on her thoughts to let how many people be infected. As long as she is alive, the zombie virus can never be completely eliminated. Therefore, the only way is to eliminate her first, and then deal with the living people who have been infected. It is better to her to death directly with a cannonball. In this way, the zombie group without a leader will fall into chaos, and it will be easier and more convenient to clean up.
One of them suggested.
This is also a way. We have locked Sumo's hiding place, which is in the Yunshan Hotel in City D. Another person echoed. Through various monitoring and superb intrusion methods, they not only found the hotel where Sumo lived, but also learned more about her. Before the outbreak of the Snack Street virus, Sumo had passed by there. Surprisingly, not long after she left, the Snack Street was attacked by the zombie virus. Although on the surface, Sumo did not seem to have done anything and just happened to pass by. In fact, this matter was inextricably linked to her. Send a team to test her first. If she is not happy, find a way to kill her. Never let this news leak out. The man who spoke had a gloomy face and a cold tone. He knew that Sumo's ability to control zombies was like a time bomb. If it was not handled properly, it would explode at any time.
Got it.
Another person replied, his voice low and firm. The person who received the order immediately withdrew and contacted the garrison troops in City D. The situation on their side is temporarily easier than the epidemic in City L. If they can successfully persuade Sumo to join them, it will be a great help for them. This will not only help them better control the epidemic, but also bring them more resources and support. Therefore, they must seize this opportunity and strive for Sumo's cooperation as much as possible. Of course, if Sumo is unwilling to cooperate, they will also take decisive measures to ensure that the secret will not be leaked. Sumo knew nothing about these things, and she did not realize that her position had been discovered by the top leaders. At this moment, she was concentrating on checking the virus infection status of the other 13 cities. The speed of the virus spread was shocking and exceeded everyone's expectations. What's worse, the high-level officials failed to take effective measures to control the situation in time, which caused the virus infection situation in these 13 cities to deteriorate rapidly. Each city is facing tremendous pressure, and the number of infected people is rising. There are at least 100,000 infected people in each city, which is a shocking number. Among them, the situation in D City is more serious, with more than 400,000 infected people. As the earliest outbreak in L City, the situation is even more serious. 60% of the living people have been infected and turned into terrible zombies. According to Sumo's preliminary estimate, the number of infected people in these cities has exceeded 3 million. The whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness and fear, and people did not know how to deal with this sudden disaster. In just 2 days, even with the soldiers' tight defense, so many people were infected. It must be said that this result is brilliant. And this is only because the population of the city, where Sumo is located, is relatively small. If she had stayed in those metropolises with tens of millions of people from the beginning, the number of infected people would probably double. Should I change places? After checking the general situation, Sumo stood up from the bed. She had been staying in this hotel for 2 days. If she stayed in the same place for a long time, she was worried that the upper management might notice her presence. Although she now has the 99+ skill of the resurrection armor, she does not want to risk exposing herself. If she can choose to keep a low profile, she prefers to remain hidden. It is more interesting to be a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Thinking of this, Sumo made a decisive decision to leave Yunshan Hotel. She stood up, opened the door, and prepared to leave the place where she had been for 2 days. However, when she walked downstairs, she was surprised to find that the entire Yunshan Hotel was surrounded by 3,000 armed forces. The soldiers looked nervous, holding their weapons tightly in their hands and watching their surroundings vigilantly, as if ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. The top leaders called and told them that the Zombie King was in the Yunshan Hotel. This news shocked everyone. They didn't expect that the Zombie King actually existed. According to the analysis of the intelligence department, the zombie king has wisdom, so the top leaders believe that the zombie king should be able to communicate. So they hope that the soldiers will try to communicate with her first to see if they can convince her to stop spreading the virus. If she is willing to stop and no longer endanger human society, the country is willing to recruit and protect her. Seeing Su Imo coming downstairs, the team leader Zhao Kai downstairs immediately took out his mobile phone nervously to check. A clear photo was displayed on the screen of the mobile phone, which was Sumo's face. But at this moment, Su Imo was wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hoodie on his head, wrapping himself tightly, making it difficult to recognize his true identity. "Are you Su Imo?" Team leader Zhao Kai shouted loudly, revealing a hint of fear and uneasiness in his voice. He didn't dare to get too close to the other party, for fear of angering the zombie king who could spread the virus. Su Imo stood there quietly, motionless, like a sculpture. Her deep eyes stared coldly at the group of soldiers in front of her through her sunglasses. "If you don't speak, I'll shoot." Zhao Kai's voice became a little trembling. He tried to stay calm, but he couldn't hide the fear in his heart. He held the gun tightly in his hand, his finger pulled the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. At this moment, he was still not sure whether the person in front of him was a human or the terrifying zombie king. But it was definitely not a zombie, because zombies couldn't walk leisurely like her, and they wouldn't be unresponsive when they saw living people. Roar, roar, roar. Zhao Kai got a response from excited zombies. As soon as she saw the troops, Su Imo summoned the nearby zombie brothers. She was a zombie king after all, and she couldn't let this 3,000-man team control her. In less than 10 minutes, 3,000 team members surrounded Su Imo, and 30,000 zombies surrounded the entire team. "You summoned the zombies." Zhao Kai was secretly shocked, realizing that the situation seemed to be getting worse. Originally, he was just sent to test the waters, but he didn't expect that he might become the enemy's food now.
"No."
Sumo's voice was a little hoarse, and she was very curious. When was her whereabouts exposed? She has always been cautious, but in just 2 days, they were able to find her so accurately. "I have to admit that these people are really capable. You are really Su Imo." Now, Zhao Kai is very sure that the other party is the initiator of the zombie virus. "I really don't know where she got such a terrible virus that can cause the entire city to fall." When Zhao Kai thought that millions of living people died at the hands of this woman, he was very angry. "I am not." Su Imo shook her head to deny it. It was already her fault, and she was still asking her if she was. She was definitely not. Who would admit that they had done something bad? "Let them leave quickly, or I will really shoot." Zhao Kai aimed the gun at Sumo's head. No matter how powerful she was, her head was probably not as hard as a bullet.
"Good,"
Su Imo said, taking 2 steps forward. Zhao Kai immediately stepped back in fear. Who knows what this vicious woman is up to? Maybe she wants to bite him to death. Now, the gun in his hand and the distance are his most reassuring shields. "I'll count to 3. If you don't let them leave, I'll shoot." Zhao Kai shouted at the top of his lungs, veins popping out on his forehead, eyes red. 1. Su Imo was indifferent, looking at Zhao Kai with cold eyes.
2.
Zhao Kai's hands trembled slightly, his fingers tightly gripping the trigger, as if he was going to pull the trigger in the next second. 3. Just when Zhao Kai was about to shoot, Su Imo suddenly spoke. "Talk?" Zhao Kai was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you cooperate obediently, we won't hurt you." "Am I not cooperating enough?" Su Imo looked at Zhao Kai with a puzzled look on her face. She was mainly curious about how the other party found her. After all, she had tried her best to hide her whereabouts. Moreover, the 3,000 teams were a little far away from her. The range of her area infection skill was a little small, and she needed to get closer to infect them. "Let those zombies leave." Zhao Kai asked again, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in his voice. However, Su Imo did not respond to him immediately, but looked at him quietly, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Zhao Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The temper of this zombie king seemed to be better than expected, which made him a little bolder. However, he didn't know that the reason why Suemo was so calm was because she had absolute confidence in her own strength. They came here by smelling human scent. What does it have to do with me? There was a hint of disdain in Sumo's tone, and a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes. If all these people were to die here in a while, would the top leaders be mad to death? Why did you spread the virus maliciously? Zhao Kai's face became serious, and the soldiers behind him also became nervous, pointing their guns at Suemo. However, Suemo didn't care at all. She just glanced at the soldiers calmly and then laughed. This laughter puzzled the soldiers. They were about to die, so why could they still laugh? His eyes were fixed on her. As long as she moved a little, the gun in his hand would shoot without hesitation and shoot her into a sieve.
Da.
The zombies outside had gradually surrounded them, and Zhao Kai had to withdraw some of his troops to resist these terrible monsters. I really didn't. Suemo looked at Zhao Kai innocently, as if she was puzzled and confused by his behavior. Zhao Kai couldn't help but feel a little doubtful when he heard her say that. Did they really find the wrong person? But how could this be possible? They clearly had solid evidence pointing to this woman, but now she acted so innocently that Zhao Kai began to doubt whether his judgment was correct. At this time, the zombies outside seemed to be increasing. At the stairs in the hall, the petite woman still stood there obediently, as if she was indifferent to everything around her. Zhao Kai took a deep breath and waved his hand to signal the 1,000 soldiers in front to point their guns at Suemo. He thought to himself, this woman obviously doesn't want to communicate with us, and judging from her appearance, she is likely to be the zombie king. If such a scourge is left, it will inevitably bring more threats and disasters to mankind. Rather than letting her live, it is better to eliminate her now. Even if she is not the real zombie king, it is worthwhile to eliminate a potential danger. Are you really going to kill me like this? Suemo stared at Zhao Kai closely, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect this person to be so decisive and put himself to death right away. Seeing that the other party was ready but silent, Suemo spoke again. Okay, since you insist so much, I am willing to cooperate with you. After speaking, she waved her hand casually. Suddenly, the zombies outside, like crazy wild dogs, seemed to have received some kind of instructions and stopped attacking at the same time and turned away. Although some slow-moving zombies were shot directly, they had no intention of resisting, as if they were just a group of machines obeying orders. Really? Zhao Kai narrowed his eyes flashing with vigilance, staring closely at the figure opposite. He was secretly surprised that the other party could actually control those terrifying corpses. Although he couldn't see the other party's face clearly, he was sure that this mysterious person was the target that the high level ordered him to find. Of course. Sumo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a playful smile, and easily spread his hands, showing a cooperative gesture. Take off your mask and glasses. Zhao Kai's tone was firm. Although he was full of anger in his heart, the high-level command in the headset prohibited him from taking action easily. They were eager for Suemo to take off her disguise to confirm whether she was the girl who jumped off the building in El City Hospital.
Okay.
Suemo nodded gently, obediently pulled down the mask, and took off the sunglasses at the same time. Behind the sunglasses was a pair of scarlet blood-red eyes. The weird color made people feel cold, as if it could the soul of a person. It's really you. Zhao Kai widened his eyes and muttered to himself in disbelief. The girl in front of him was exactly the same as the photo he received on his phone, except that in reality, her pupils were scarlet, and her face was as pale as a ghost. Do you know me? Sumo's eyes were filled with a hint of surprise and confusion, but she soon regained her composure, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seemed that the top management had investigated thoroughly, and they probably dug up all the information of her ancestors. But what if it was dug up? She could always be resurrected now, so it didn't matter if she died a few times. Even if she was shot now, what if she was resurrected at a random place? She was not afraid of being squatted. At the same time, in the top management's office, everyone stared at the big screen in shock. The pinhole camera on Zhao Kai was broadcasting live, and they could also see Suemo directly. The technical department had made a great contribution this time. Long Chunwei showed a relieved smile on his face. The technical department staff had made an indelible contribution to finding the culprit in such a short time and locking the other party. You are Su Mo, the girl who jumped off the building and committed suicide. Zhao Kai pursed his lips tightly and looked serious. The top management now asked him to bring the girl back to the base. The investigation was really accurate. She was the one who committed suicide by jumping off the building. There was nothing wrong with that. You can go back with us. As long as you stop spreading the virus, everything can be dealt with leniently. Zhao Kai looked at the girl in front of him, trying to keep his tone gentle, but secretly thinking in his heart, as long as she can be brought back to the base, with their strength, it is not difficult to control a little girl. Okay, I will go back with you. Su Mo smiled slightly, revealing 2 small canine teeth. She looked very well behaved and cute, even a little silly and cute, which even surprised Zhao Kai. He muttered to himself, is this girl pretending to be well behaved and cute? How can a person who can spread the virus everywhere be so docile and obedient? Or is her personality really that good? Go to the car by yourself. Zhao Kai pointed to a car parked outside the door. Although he also suspected whether Su Mo was acting, the most important thing at the moment was to bring people back to the base.
Okay.
Su Mo nodded gently, still with that innocent smile on her face, and slowly walked towards the designated vehicle. As she got closer and closer, Su Mo silently said in her heart, "Start the range infection." She was waiting for this moment. Only when these people were close enough to her, the range infection could exert its greatest power. 2 meters. 1.5 meters. 1 meter. As the distance between them continued to shorten, Sumo's mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly, outlining a faint smile. When passing by Zhao Kai, Su Mo stopped and stared at him. Zhao Kai was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had a gun in his hand. As long as the other party dared to make any unusual movements, he was fully confident that he could the other party's head off in an instant. Are you escorting me personally? Su Mo did not make any other moves, just asking this question. Zhao Kai nodded cautiously, indicating that he would definitely this person to the base personally. Seeing this, Su Mo did not say anything more and walked out obediently. On both sides were rows of soldiers holding guns. They were ready, with their guns pointed at her. However, Su Mo did not panic at all, slowly passed through the soldiers, and finally stood steadily beside the car. She turned her head and stared at Zhao Kai, with a strange smile on her lips. Zhao Kai looked at Su Mo's smile and couldn't help feeling cold. An inexplicable fear surged in his heart, making him unable to help but say, "You go up." After saying this, Zhao Kai immediately turned around and left, not looking at Su Mo again. Su Mo did not care about Zhao Kai's departure, but continued to watch the soldiers and vehicles around him. Why don't you go up? For this kind of person who can spread the virus at any time, he is very worried about what other situations will occur. One Su Mo stared at Zhao Kai with a smile, opened his lips slightly, and said a word.
Ah?
Zhao Kai didn't quite understand what the other party meant. 2 Su Mo still counted the numbers calmly. Captain, she is not going to summon zombies, is she? The team members around were a little panicked.
What did she mean by this?
San Su Mo counted to 3 and raised 3 fingers in her hand. Zhao Kai suddenly felt pain all over his body, and beads of sweat flowed from his forehead. What did you do? Zhao Kai realized that something was wrong. When did she spread the virus?
I didn't do anything.
Su Mo still smiled innocently, but Zhao Kai no longer believed her and raised his gun to shoot her. Su Mo also reacted very quickly. When the bullet was fired, she immediately used the vehicle to dodge.
Ah!
Many team members around were trembling with pain all over their bodies. Hiss!
Roar!
In this short period of less than a minute, all the team members who had just come into contact with Su Mo within 1 meter suddenly changed at an alarming speed. Their bodies were quickly covered with black blood vessels, their eyes turned completely white, and their nails became extremely sharp. What was even more terrifying was that sharp fangs grew out of their mouths, making creepy roars, and then frantically pounced on the teammates who had fought side by side.
Ah.
Terrified screams came one after another, and the team members were completely in a panic. They looked at these former comrades in arms who suddenly turned into terrible monsters, and their hearts were filled with fear and despair. Some people tried to call Zhao Kai for instructions, but when they turned around, they found that the captain they once trusted had also turned into a hideous zombie, rushing towards them with fangs and claws. In the blink of an eye, the team member was bitten by the zombie and died tragically on the spot. Retreat, retreat quickly. Someone shouted, with endless fear and panic in his voice. However, everything was too late. The zombies surged in like a tide, and in a blink of an eye, several more team members were thrown to the ground and became their victims. The zombies that had been far away seemed to have noticed the abnormality here, and at this time they also let out a deafening roar and rushed over here again with great momentum. As for Sumo, she had already disappeared without a trace at the moment when the chaos began, as if she had never appeared.
Shoot.
In the office of the senior management, a technician couldn't help but burst out a curse word. He stared at the chaotic scene on the screen with wide eyes, his heart filled with shock and confusion. Originally thought that everything would go according to plan, but suddenly, the soldiers turned into zombies without any warning. The pictures sent back were extremely clear, and every detail was presented in front of him. As the zombie king, Sumo always kept a certain distance from the soldiers and did not have any close contact. What exactly caused the soldiers to become zombies? A terrible guess came to his mind. Could this zombie virus be directly transmitted through the air? If so, the consequences would be disastrous. Everyone's face became heavy. Once the virus can be transmitted through the air, the situation will become more serious. The anger of the senior management is irrelevant to Sumo. At this moment, she has passed through the zombie group and is away from the siege of 3,000 soldiers. As for the fate of those soldiers, the answer is self-evident. They are attacked from both inside and outside, and their chances of survival are probably very small. Despite having strong firepower support, it is almost impossible to break through the siege when the number of people is small and they are surrounded by zombies. Elder Long, what should I do? The live broadcast was full of bloody and cruel scenes, and Sumo was nowhere to be seen. Quick, mobilize satellite monitoring. Long Lao shouted anxiously. Sumo must not have gone far. At this time, if you want to quickly lock her, satellite monitoring is the fastest. Yes. The staff acted quickly. The surveillance belonging to City D was quickly called out. Through special means, they could clearly see every figure on the ground, including the miserable state of the 3,000 soldiers at this time, surrounded by zombies. The technicians searched around and did not find Sumo probably hiding. The technician frowned, although the satellite monitoring can clearly see the human figure. But without X-ray vision, if someone hides in a building, the surveillance camera can't see it. Old Long clenched his fists tightly, his face extremely gloomy. He really couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if Sumo ran away. We must find her as soon as possible. At this moment, a technician suddenly shouted, "Found her." Everyone gathered around immediately and saw a vague figure on the screen running towards the edge of the city. "Quick, lock her position." Old Long gave an order. The surveillance camera followed the figure all the way, but after a long time, they found that it was not Sumo, but an ordinary zombie. Old Long pounded the table angrily. As time passed, Sumo seemed to have disappeared, and no trace could be found. Did she really escape? Someone couldn't help asking.
Impossible.
Keep looking. Old Long was extremely shocked. If the source of the virus was not dealt with, Longwo would never get better. Sumo, who was being searched for by them, was resting in an abandoned building at this time. The zombie figure that looked like her was the one she asked her to put on her coat when the chaos just started. She deliberately ran away to attract the attention of the higher-ups. She didn't miss the cameras on Zhao Kai and the others. Although she successfully got rid of the pursuit, she knew she couldn't stay too long. She needed to find a way to leave the city and find a safer place. On the other side, Long Lao and his team were still trying to find Sumo's whereabouts. Let the other teams also look for him, and this time kill him directly. Long Chunwei had a serious face, and his eyes flashed with determination and determination. He felt guilty for his initial decision. If he had killed the other party directly when he locked onto him at the beginning, perhaps the result would be different. But now it's all too late. The lives of 3,000 soldiers have disappeared, and the zombie king is still at large. What's worse, their actions have alarmed the enemy, alerting the enemy and making the situation more complicated. Yes. The officer who received the order stood up straight, saluted, and turned to leave the higher-ups' office. He knew that time was running out, and he had to convey the news to other teams as soon as possible and organize effective actions. This time, they can't fail again. The officer personally contacted the garrison troops in City D to discuss the next action plan with them. They must unite to fight against this powerful corpse king and avenge their dead comrades. They have lost too many soldiers in this rescue operation. These soldiers are the pillars of the country, and their sacrifice is heartbreaking. And all this is because of this terrible virus infection. When they learned that the virus infection was actually spread artificially, the hearts of the senior officials were full of anger and helplessness. They couldn't understand why someone would be so cruel and destroy the whole world in this way. Doesn't this person see the beauty of the world? Why choose to destroy? If Su Mo heard these words, she would probably laugh. She doesn't care about any beautiful world. She only cares about her own interests and goals. What beauty can there be in this world? It's full of malice everywhere. The only person who once gave her beauty is no longer in the world. She has no worries now, and just wants to complete the system's tasks wholeheartedly. For fear of causing social panic, the government's top leaders did not reveal the real cause of the virus infection to the public. They kept calling on people to do a good job of home isolation and personal protection. As a big country with a huge population of 2 billion, if the whole country falls into the virus, then the end of the world may not be far away. Most other countries are indifferent to the virus infection incidents in Longwa. After all, it is not their own country that is affected, so they naturally will not pay too much attention. The virus is far away from them, and for them, continuing to do what they should do is the most important thing. This selfish and indifferent attitude makes people feel chilling. What's more, some people think this is an opportunity to let the virus consume part of Longwa's population and slow down its development. This idea is undoubtedly cruel and immoral, but it reflects the dark side of some people's hearts. At the same time, some senior officials of some countries have taken a fancy to the combat effectiveness of the zombies in Longwa. They began to quietly plan how to obtain several zombie specimens from Longwa for in-depth research and apply them to military warfare. The thoughts of these people are chilling. They seem to have forgotten the bottom line of human nature and only pursue the so-called interests and power. In this world, there are always some people who are blinded by greed and ambition and forget the basic humanitarian spirit. There are more and more zombies downstairs. In Yunshan Hotel, a man quietly looked down through the window. The downstairs was full of zombies, and the battle was very fierce. There are actually a few survivors here. Su Mo did not infect them in the 2 days she was here. She has been paying attention to the infection situation in other cities. She is too lazy to worry about the little things in the hotel. When the troops arrived, the survivors in Yunshan Hotel were very happy. But in a blink of an eye, the troops downstairs were directly surrounded by zombies. The survival rate of the originally aggressive troops is now only 1 in 10. In this situation, they have no courage to leave Yunshan Hotel and seek shelter from the troops. After all, they can't protect themselves now, and going down is probably just to deliver food. What to do? Shi Xiaoxue sat on the bed decadently. She and Lin Jishuang have been hiding in Yunshan Hotel for 2 days. Although no zombies broke into the room during this period, they were also trapped here and couldn't get out at all. Before the troops arrived, there were dozens of zombies wandering here. Now the troops have arrived, and the zombies are surrounding the Yunshan Hotel. The hope of escaping is even slimmer. Wait a little longer. Persistence is victory. Lin Jishuang was also very anxious, but as a man, at this time, he needed to comfort and protect the woman around him. In 2 days, they successfully developed into a boyfriend and girlfriend. In this extremely tense and fearful situation, people often need to vent. The atmosphere of a single man and a single woman in the same room is naturally self-evident. Due to the traces of virus spreaders in D-City, the top leaders immediately dispatched a full 200,000 fully armed elite troops to this place. There is no doubt that such a large and well-trained armed force will surely be able to wipe out the scourge named Su-Mo in one fell swoop. At this moment, over D-City, various helicopters, reconnaissance planes, and drones shuttle back and forth like a swarm of bees, densely interlaced. These advanced aircraft performed strict reconnaissance and monitoring tasks in the air, not letting go of any corner. Su-Mo, who was in D-City, was completely unaware that as many as 200,000 armed forces had quietly approached. However, with her keen intuition, she could roughly guess that it would be difficult for her to leave the city easily. Dragon Country not only has strong military resources, but also its military technology level is at the forefront of the world. How could the other party give up if she dared to openly provoke such a powerful country? Looking up at the various tools in the sky that were roaring and flying rapidly, Su-Mo could deeply feel their firm determination to get rid of them as soon as possible. Faced with such an urgent situation, Su-Mo did not seem to be panicked. She quietly sneaked into an empty room, then leaned leisurely on the soft sofa, calmly observing the movements outside. Although she held a mysterious resurrection armor in her hand, its teleportation location was completely random. So before that, Su-Mo must infect as many humans as possible to increase her bargaining chips in this life and death contest. Otherwise, once she enters the resurrection state, if during this period of time, the zombie army she has worked hard to manage is completely annihilated, then the next game will not be able to continue playing. In addition to L City and D City, there are 13 other cities that are deeply trapped in the terrible zombie crisis. The disaster is getting worse, like a ferocious beast, ruthlessly devouring people's lives and hopes. Although the armed forces have been working tirelessly to clean up the zombies and do their best to save those who survived, the virus spreads too fast, so fast that people can't resist. For a time, the entire Longwa people fell into extreme panic. Everyone's heart is shrouded in a thick haze, and everyone is worried that this terrible virus will quietly spread to their city like a ghost. There are even some Longwa people who have reached the extreme of their inner fear of the virus. They rushed to buy plane tickets without hesitation and fled to other countries to seek refuge. In their view, even if Longwa unfortunately fell, the raging virus would not be able to cross the vast ocean and run to a foreign country to harm them. Just as the situation became increasingly critical, a powerful armed force of up to 200,000 people arrived in D-City. The arrival of this new force was like a dazzling dawn, instantly illuminating the dark city of D. Countless zombies that were originally rampant on the streets fell down in front of well-trained and well-equipped soldiers. It only took a short time for the virus situation in City D to be effectively controlled. The figures of 200,000 soldiers have become the most reassuring existence in this city. For the people of City D who are in desperate situations, they are tantamount to a powerful reassurance. Su-Mo, who has been paying attention to the development of the situation, naturally learned about the arrival of these 200,000 soldiers at the first time. Oh, it really cost a lot. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su-Mo couldn't help but sigh. The pictures seen through the shared zombie perspective are getting fewer and fewer for no other reason, only because these soldiers are too efficient in cleaning up zombies. If this situation continues, I am afraid that most of her zombie brothers will die. Thinking of this, Sumo's delicate pale face involuntarily showed a deep worry, and her two curved eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together. Her mood instantly fell to the bottom, and her full of resentment and unwillingness made her whole person shrouded in a layer of clouds. You know, these zombies are all cultivated by her with countless efforts and energy. At this moment, an old saying suddenly flashed through Sumo's mind. Sure enough, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Have you found it? On the other side, Long Chingwei's voice came through the communicator with unconcealed anxiety and tension. At this time, he was sitting in the command center, paying close attention to the virus situation in the other 14 cities. As time went on, the epidemic became more and more serious, and he couldn't help but wonder if all this was deliberately controlled by Sumo. Not yet. The captain of the team responsible for searching for Sumo's traces replied, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Their team has an important mission and is equipped with advanced tools that can directly contact the top. But even so, no trace of Sumo has been found so far. Starting from the vicinity of Yunshan Hotel, a carpet search. Long Chingwei decisively issued an order. After hanging up the communication, the 200,000 team members immediately took action and rushed to the area around Yunshan Hotel like a tide. The satellite monitoring screen never showed Sumo leaving D-City. Unless she knows how to drill the ground, she should still be in D-City. Someone muttered in a low voice. The team downstairs came and went, carefully searching every corner, not letting go of any suspicious points. At this time, Sumo was standing quietly in a room upstairs, staring coldly at the busy scene downstairs through the window. The distance is getting closer and closer. Sumo narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the looming target in front of him, and a faint and mysterious smile rose at the corner of his mouth. It seems that he'll soon be able to leave this familiar land and go to a new map to start a completely different adventure. At this moment, there was a loud, and the tightly closed door was kicked open without any warning. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the dark, cold muzzle of the gun, which was like the gaze of the god of death, making people shudder. "Found it, Captain." This short and powerful sentence sounded in the earphones of 200,000 soldiers at the same time, with excitement that could not be concealed. Long before setting off, these soldiers had already looked at Sumo's photo over and over countless times. Her appearance had long been deeply imprinted in their minds. When they really saw her in person, they could accurately recognize that the person in front of them was Sumo, the target they had been pursuing for a long time, without any thought. Kill directly. The captain's roar came from the earphone, which contained endless anger and determination. He had waited for this moment for too long. This woman was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing, causing them too much trouble and loss. Now that we have finally forced him into a desperate situation, this time, we must completely eradicate this major threat and prevent future troubles. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The deafening sound of gunfire came one after another, resounding throughout the space like a raging storm. Sumo was instantly completely enveloped by the bullets, as dense as a swarm of locusts. Fortunately, since Sumo became a zombie source, her body could no longer feel any pain. Even though countless bullets were ruthlessly piercing her body at this moment, she remained expressionless, as if these attacks had no effect on her. With this round of fierce gunfire, not only did the originally tidy living room where Sumo was located suffer a devastating. The surrounding walls became riddled with holes and were crumbling. The furniture was also blown into pieces and scattered all over the floor. Even the floor and ceiling had huge cracks, and dust was flying. Sumo, who was at the center of the storm, was even more miserable. She had multiple gunshot wounds on her body. Her head was smashed to pieces, her brain mixed with blood splattered everywhere, leaving only an incomplete body lying in a pool of blood. Did she really die like this? The members of the team who discovered Sumo's trace and launched the attack couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in their hearts. After all, as a terrifying corpse king, how could he be eliminated so easily by them? Is there any unknown conspiracy or trap hidden in it? Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to act rashly. Don't panic. Go up and check the situation first. At this time, the captain of the team spoke. He was holding a heavy gun and carefully approached Sumo's broken body. With every step, his heart was hanging in his throat, fearing that something unexpected would happen suddenly. When he finally walked to Sumo's side, He carefully observed the unrecognizable and lifeless corpse in front of him. From the outside, the person in front of him did seem to have lost signs of life. However, experience told the team leader that in such a situation full of unknowns and dangers, he must not take it lightly. He carefully raised the gun in his hand and gently poked the body named Su-emo on the ground. Every touch was carried out with 12 points of caution, as if he was afraid that this seemingly quiet body would suddenly jump up and hurt people. After a careful test, the team leader finally came to the conclusion: it is completely dead and completely non-infectious. This sentence made everyone present relax a little, but the heavy losses suffered by the 3,000 teams were still vivid. Because of this, everyone finally touched a key feature of the Zombie King through this painful experience. As long as you get close to her within a certain range, you will most likely be infected instantly and become one of those walking dead. In order to ensure the safety of other team members and avoid unnecessary casualties, without hesitation, the team leader decided to go forward alone and conduct a further inspection of the body. He approached the cold body step by step. Although he was afraid, he was more responsible. In this way, the team leader stayed quietly beside the body for a full 10 minutes. This period of time seemed extremely long to him, and every second was a torment. But he always stayed at his post, concentrating on observing the movements around him, not missing any possible danger signals. After finally confirming that there was no danger in the surrounding environment, the team leader breathed a sigh of relief and reported the situation to the higher-ups. The majestic and steady voice of the officer came from the other end of the headset. Take her body back to the institute. Although the Corpse King is dead, her body still has extremely high research value for scientific researchers. Perhaps they can find a way to fight this terrible disaster from it. What unknown secrets are hidden in her body? Why does she carry such a terrible virus and have such a creepy infectious ability? All of this is like a mystery shrouded in fog, making it difficult to understand. Perhaps only through meticulous dissection and a series of complex and diverse experiments can we find the slightest clue. Thinking of this, everyone's heart tightened, as if they were about to uncover a great secret that would shake the world. Received. The team leader responded concisely and then turned around and gave orders to other soldiers in protective clothing to come and clean up the chaotic scene. Not long after, Sumo's body was quickly transported away. The team's next task is to concentrate on cleaning up the zombies wandering around the city. They must be careful and step by step and eliminate those hideous monsters bit by bit. As long as they can eradicate them one by one, this tricky thing may be accomplished. At the same time, inside the mysterious system space, a noisy mechanical sound came one after another, ringing non-stop. The resurrection armor was used successfully. Resurrection is in progress. Estimated resurrection time is 1 day. Resurrection transfer location.
Random.
At this moment, Suemo had completely lost consciousness. At that moment, she only felt that her eyes suddenly went dark, and then she fell into an endless dark abyss. She could no longer perceive anything around her. When Suemo slowly opened her eyes again, she was shocked to find that she was in a completely unfamiliar world. Countless pink cherry blossom petals were flying all over the sky, like a grand and dreamy flower rain. However, what was even more surprising was that the pedestrians coming and going seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization, and at this moment they all stood still. System, where did you teleport me to? Suemo was a little confused and carefully observed the surrounding environment, and felt that the architectural style here had an indescribable sense of strangeness. Cherry Blossom Country, this is the country you said you wanted to destroy first. The cold mechanical sound of the system sounded, and it seemed to contain a hint of imperceptible thoughtfulness. Cherry Blossom Country. Suemo slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. But then he muttered to himself, "This teleportation is too far. But it really suits my heart. I originally thought that I would be teleported to another city at most. That's right, dear host. Are you ready to start a new journey? Wait a minute." Suemo waved his hand quickly. I have to find out what the situation is in Longwa first. If it takes a long time for me to revive, my zombie brothers in Longwa will be wiped out by them. Thinking of this, she activated the perspective sharing function without hesitation. In an instant, the real-time situation of the 15 cities in Longwa slowly unfolded in Sumo's mind like a picture scroll. The first city that came into view was D City, where the zombie army that was originally surging like a tide has now become sparse and few left. More than 200,000 well-equipped armed forces are like a sharp giant sword, sweeping across the remaining zombies with a thunderous force. They act quickly and cooperate tacitly, and the speed of eliminating zombies is astonishing. However, there are still a small number of cunning zombies hiding in the hidden corners of the city, which have not been discovered and surrounded by the troops. Turning our attention to L City, the situation is completely different. The city seems to have suffered a doomsday catastrophe, and more than 80% of the area has fallen. It has become a territory where zombies are rampant. The streets are full of zombie-like figures, and there are piles of corpses, which makes people shudder. Except for D City and L City, the situation in the other 13 cities is also not optimistic. The number of zombies has continued to rise, and the scatter distribution has gradually gathered into a huge group, and the total number has reached more than 5 million. From the perspective, it can be clearly seen that every city has fallen into chaos and panic, and people are running around, looking for hope of survival. The country did not sit idly by, but took a series of positive and effective measures to deal with this terrible disaster. The army, police, and various rescue forces have been dispatched to fight a thrilling life and death battle with the zombies. After completing the inspection of the zombie situation in various parts of Longwa, Sumo finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to ask the system, "How long did it take me to revive this time?" The system quickly gave an answer. "Not much, just 1 day." Hearing this answer, Sumo's pale lips curled up with a satisfied arc. She thought to herself, "Fortunately, it didn't take too much time." Then, she took a deep breath and said with a firm look, "I'm ready." Looking into the distance, there was the main street of Sakura country. They didn't know that a storm was coming because Sumo brought a special gift package. As the state of time stopped, the Sakura country people who were originally motionless around began to move one after another. Perhaps because it was the season when the cherry blossoms were blooming, there were an unusually large number of pedestrians on this street. I saw young female students in school uniforms walking hand in hand, talking and laughing by Sumo's side. There were also many handsome men and beautiful women who came here specifically to take pictures. They either held cameras or fiddled with their mobile phones, trying to freeze the beautiful scenery in front of them forever in the lens. Sumo's sudden appearance did not attract the attention of anyone else. She wore a pair of sunglasses and casual clothes and looked like an ordinary tourist. She strolled leisurely on this street covered with cherry blossoms, blending in with the people around her. In fact, as early as when she set foot on this land, the area infection had quietly started. Even if they were only 1 meter away, this powerful infection was enough to affect many Sakura people. A short minute passed in a flash, and suddenly a creepy roar and scream came from behind Sumo. The area infection time was only 10 minutes, but it was such a short moment. The threat it brought was like the arrival of a demon, enough to turn many people into zombies. As the source of infection, Sumo turned around and looked back hurriedly. His figure was like an arrow from a string, and like a violent gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at an astonishing speed at the end of this street that was about to be swallowed by endless chaos. Hiding his own merits and fame. What the Hades is this? The terrified shouts resounded throughout the entire block, one after another, deafening.
Ah.
Accompanied by creepy screams of fear, many normal people around were bitten by the infected zombies. Help! The desperate cries were endless, and the voice was full of fear of death and extreme desire for survival. Sumo didn't understand a word of the noisy clamor and screams from these people from Sakura country. However, even without thinking carefully, she could guess. Those panicked shouts must be mixed with countless vicious curses and desperate pleas for survival. Although the land area of Sakura country is not large, it has a population of more than 200 million. If this infection can affect everyone, then she will have 200 million star points. In this way, for Sumo, it is definitely a rare opportunity to upgrade, and perhaps she can upgrade more than 1 or 2 levels. Is this the kind of virus that Dragon Country is infected with? I don't know who trembled and guessed in horror. In an instant, the crowd was like a group of frightened wild horses, screaming and running away like a tide. People's faces were full of fear and despair, trying desperately to escape from this horrible place. However, fate did not seem to favor them, and most people were destined to become food in the mouths of the first batch of zombies. The zombies with hideous faces and exposed fangs pounced on the crowd with their teeth and claws. They moved swiftly and with great strength, easily knocking those who tried to resist to the ground. The poor victims screamed miserably, and blood splattered, staining the ground under their feet red. In less than 5 minutes, the originally prosperous and lively Sakura Street instantly turned into a Hades on Earth. The streets were full of horrifying bloody scenes, broken limbs and arms could be seen everywhere, and blood gathered into a river, flowing on the road. The crowd screamed and shouted in panic, fleeing everywhere, but they could not escape this nightmare scene. At the same time, the news about this sudden disaster was spreading rapidly at a lightning speed. Soon, the news reached the ears of the emperor. He slammed the table in anger and stood up suddenly. His eyes were wide open, and his heart was filled with rage and confusion. How could such a deadly virus suddenly appear in the Sakura country? What exactly caused it? Was it the work of those extremely hateful dragon people? Could it be that some crazy dragon people secretly carried the virus and sneaked into the proud and noble Sakura Empire? If so, these people deserve to die. Thinking of this, his face became more gloomy and ugly, and he roared with gritted teeth. Block the Sakura Street as quickly as possible, no matter whether there are people or monsters that have turned into zombies, shoot them all, and don't leave any alive. After issuing this cold and ruthless order, there was no mercy or hesitation in the eyes of the emperor, because he knew very well that once the terrifying virus of Dragon Country spread, the consequences would be disastrous. He had witnessed the power of that virus in the video before. Its speed of spread and lethality were horrifying. If he did not take decisive measures at this moment, it would not be just a single Sakura Street that would soon be destroyed, but the entire Sakura Empire would be in danger.
Hi.
The Sakura army, which received the order, immediately took action without hesitation. They were fully armed, holding various heavy weapons, and approached Sakura Street aggressively. After arriving at their destination, they did not care that there were still many innocent people in the street who had not been infected with the virus, and they directly bombarded the area crazily. For a time, the sound of gunfire was deafening, the flames were soaring, and the smoke was filled. The originally beautiful and peaceful Sakura Street instantly became a Hades on Earth. The cherry blossoms falling in the sky were not spared, and they were dyed red and black by blood. The delicate petals were flying in the air, as if telling the story of this tragic tragedy. The red one is the warm blood of normal humans. The black one is, of course, the dirty blood of the monsters that have mutated into zombies. The whole scene looks extremely weird and chilling. There are a huge crowd of people on Sakura Street. Tens of thousands of people come here to see the cherry blossoms. However, a violent firepower poured down like a storm. The originally bustling streets became devastated and in a mess. In the smoke, only corpses can be seen lying all over the ground. Blood dyed the ground red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and death. TSK, 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 this monarch is really cruel. Sumo's slightly sarcastic voice sounded. She ran as fast as the wind. At the same time, she also closely watched the changes in the situation of the entire Sakura Street from the perspective of the zombies. On this street, tens of thousands of zombies who had just been infected by the virus and turned into zombies have now all died under the fierce attack of the other side. Suemo couldn't help but secretly marvel at the monarch's decisiveness, but she also knew that doing so was actually not very useful. Because as early as the beginning of this chaos, the clever Sue-mo had already issued instructions to 1,000 zombies in advance, asking them to quickly go to other areas of Sakura country to take action. The territory of Sakura country is not large, and the population is very dense. Faced with such a situation, Sue-mo was looking forward to seeing how many places like Sakura Street this monarch could destroy. Perhaps when he has exhausted all his firepower, even the people of his own country will be few and far between. Thinking of this, Sue-mo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile. Soon, Sue-mo disappeared in the depths of the dense forest. At this moment, for her in a foreign country, this sparsely populated deep forest has become a relatively safe shelter. Compared with the bustling and noisy city, there are no bustling crowds here, nor a strict monitoring system, and it is not easy to attract the attention of others. Although Sue-mo knows very little about the topography, customs of Sakura country. But this cannot stop her firm belief from infecting the citizens of this country. In her eyes, these Sakura people are simply a world apart from herself, and it can even be said that they do not belong to the same race at all. In this case, why should she be soft-hearted? Now that she is on the land of Sakura country, if she does not take the initiative to attack and take action to infect them, then there is only one way to die waiting for her. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to give it a try. At the same time, in the magnificent room of the Emperor, a soldier who had just successfully completed the task was respectfully reporting to him the latest battle situation. Dear Emperor, all the living people on the main street of Sakura have been completely wiped out by us. Hearing this news, the Emperor nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction. At this moment, Sakura Street has become a dead place, let alone living humans. Even a small animal that jumps might be hard to find. Well done. However, we still have to be careful. Next, you must thoroughly check whether there are any abnormalities to ensure that there are no mistakes. In addition, it is imperative to strengthen border control and strictly prohibit any dragon people from stepping into our territory. The Emperor gave the order majestically. As you command. After receiving the order, the officer turned around and left without hesitation, taking firm and powerful steps to carry out the order issued by the great Emperor. Sue-mo stepped into this mysterious and deep forest. The dense branches and leaves intertwined together, as if forming a natural barrier. She walked along the winding path, and the dead branches and leaves under her feet made a crisp sound. More than an hour later, Sue-mo climbed to the top of a mountain that towered into the clouds. Standing here, the view became extremely wide. Looking down, you can clearly see the streets that were peaceful just now, but now in chaos. I saw thick smoke billowing below, covering the sky and the sun, and the raging fire burning the surrounding buildings wantonly, illuminating the entire block red. The once beautiful and picturesque scene no longer exists, replaced by devastation and endless fear. Sue-mo gently closed her eyes, concentrated her mind, and instantly established a spiritual connection with 1,000 zombie brothers. In this unique way, she was able to share the perspective of these zombie brothers and feel everything they experienced as if she were there. At this moment, the 1,000 zombie brothers were spreading out from Sakura Street at an alarming speed. In just 1 hour, their footprints were all over every corner of Sakura country. Whether it was a bustling city or a quiet countryside, you could find these zombie brothers rushing on the road. Very good, now start to infect as much as you can. The corners of Sumo's mouth rose slightly, outlining a cold and evil smile. As Sumo's order was issued, a deafening roar echoed across most of the Sakura country. Roar, roar, roar. This sound seemed to come from the abyss of Hades, full of the breath of death and despair. The zombies who were originally hiding in the dark showed their hideous faces and pounced madly on every living person they met, launching a bloody and brutal infection feast. As the system said, most of the humans on Mercury seemed to have become corrupt and degenerate. And Sumo was determined to become the cleaner who saved the world and use his own power to purify this land shrouded in darkness. Watashi, why did you bite me? With a terrified cry, people fell into extreme panic. There were 1,000 zombies scattered everywhere. They were like demons, making people shudder. Whether it was a quiet and peaceful village, a bus stop with people coming and going, or a warm and comfortable home, these originally safe places have now become a terrifying Hades. Sumo's order was like a call from the abyss of Hades. All the zombies who received this order began to frantically bite the living people around them. In an instant, blood splattered, screams came one after another, and the whole scene was bloody and terrifying. Not long after, this terrible disaster spread rapidly. In a short period of time, the area within 100 kilometers was filled with those hideous, biting zombies. This sudden change caught the people of Sakura country off guard. Even the emperor, after hearing the news, was shocked and jumped up from his seat. He had just ordered the bombing of a prosperous and lively Sakura street, thinking that this would be able to control the situation. But who would have thought that there would be so many places where the virus broke out now? Do we really have to destroy all these places? The losses caused by that are simply incalculable. In a panic and despair, the emperor suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of the old Lighthouse country that had always been his backer.
Quick.
Hurry up and ask for help from the Lighthouse Nation. They will definitely not sit idly by and will definitely help us through this difficult time. The emperor shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, he placed all his hopes on that powerful ally. The Lighthouse Nation possessed an extremely powerful military force, the size of which was astonishing. Not only that, the various weapons they are equipped with are at the world's leading level, with excellent performance and great power. In the face of such strength, those small viruses seem to become insignificant. As long as we can get the assistance and support of the Lighthouse country, what is there to fear about the virus? Yes. After receiving clear instructions, the diplomat acted quickly. He went to the department dedicated to contacting the diplomats of the Lighthouse country as quickly as possible and clearly explained the intentions and needs of his country. Inside the presidential palace of the distant Lighthouse country, a group of high-ranking officials also gathered. At this moment, they are having an in-depth and heated discussion about the current situation facing the Dragon Country. Everyone knows that the Dragon Country is a veritable powerful country with a large population and prosperity. As for the bottom line of military strength and weapons, they have always been difficult to figure out. Without the explicit permission of the Dragon Country, they cannot rashly send troops directly into the territory of the Dragon Country. In fact, these people do not really want to help the Dragon Country successfully overcome this crisis. What they are really interested in is to obtain a few zombie samples, so that it can be used in the field of military research, thereby further improving its own military strength. At this moment, a diplomat hurriedly walked in from the door, came straight to the president, and reported respectfully. "President, I just received a call for help from Sakura country. It is reported that the same type of virus as Dragon Country has appeared in the country." Hearing this news, the president's brows instantly relaxed, and a subtle joy appeared on his face. "Oh, that's great. Quick, Officer SFU. Immediately send 10,000 soldiers to Sakura country to provide support," the president said excitedly. His tone seemed particularly brisk. He was worried about not being able to find this mysterious and strange virus, but he didn't expect that at this moment, Sakura country actually called for help. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. "Yes, Mr. President." SFU quickly stood up and saluted the president with a standard military salute, but then a trace of worry appeared on his face, and he spoke hesitantly. "However, Mr. President, are there any potential risks in doing this? After all, this virus is very serious. Although it has extremely high research value, its danger and infectiousness are also beyond doubt. If we are not careful, I am afraid we will fall into an irreversible situation." The president frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and answered confidently. "Don't worry, Sifu. We just need to ensure strict isolation measures. Although those zombies are extremely cruel and will bite and attack living people madly and tirelessly when they see them, they will only have the opportunity to spread the virus to the other party after they successfully hurt humans. Therefore, as long as our soldiers remain highly vigilant and do not let themselves be hurt, there will be no big problems. Catch 1 or 2 zombies that are exhausted or injured, and then capture them and lock them up in a special research room. They will never be able to escape and cause greater harm. Hearing the president's firm reply, Sifu felt a little relieved. He saluted respectfully again, then turned around and began to mobilize troops in an orderly manner, preparing to lead the army to rush to Sakura country to carry out the rescue mission. Ha! This is simply wonderful. The president could not suppress his inner joy and laughed wantonly, his laughter echoing in the spacious and luxurious office. After a long while, he gradually stopped laughing, turned his head to look at the assistant standing respectfully beside him, and asked, "What is the current situation in Longwa? Tell me quickly." Not only is the Lighthouse country curious and concerned about the situation in Longwa, but many other countries in the world are also closely watching Longwa's every move. At this time, in a confidential research room in Longwa, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. A group of researchers wearing white coats, masks, and gloves were busy. They gathered in front of a large laboratory table with a headless body on it. Yes, this body belongs to Suemo. As soon as the troops shot Suemo dead, her body was quickly transferred to this fully enclosed and heavily guarded research room. In order to explore the mystery in depth, the relevant departments specially dispatched a full 100 top research experts to participate in this secret research work. As soon as the troops shot Suemo to death, the body was quickly transferred to this fully enclosed and heavily guarded research room. In order to explore the mystery in depth, the relevant departments specially dispatched a full 100 top research experts to participate in this secret research work. In the past 2 days, these experts have hardly stopped for a moment and worked against the clock. They first carefully dissected Sumo's body and then meticulously completed various tests and analyses. Then they broke it down in detail, not missing any details. Each step has been repeatedly verified and discussed, striving to obtain the most accurate and comprehensive research results. However, it is regrettable that no matter how many repeated tests have been conducted, the final data always shows that the female body in front of us is just an ordinary corpse. Mr. Zhang, do you think it is possible that we are wrong? At this time, a young man who looked quite young finally couldn't hold back his inner confusion and spoke first. You know, everyone present is a top researcher in the industry, and they are equipped with the most advanced and top-level scientific research equipment. In order to explore the secrets behind the headless female corpse, they have even cut it into thin slices for in-depth research, but even so, they still haven't found anything surprising. There is no trace of the virus on the body of this female corpse. When the body was first delivered, it was still warm, and even the blood was flowing from the wound. The color presented was also a normal bright red, not black like zombies. This shouldn't be. Faced with such an unexpected result, even the experienced Zhang Lao couldn't help but feel puzzled at this moment. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the shelf on the side, where 2 other zombies were tied tightly. Their hideous and twisted faces seemed to be laughing at everyone's futility. The 2 zombies arrived here earlier than Suemo. On the first day, when the virus began to spread, the 2 zombies were sent to this research institute at the fastest speed. They have long been the subject of repeated manipulation by researchers and have undergone countless in-depth and detailed studies. The researchers tried to mix the blood from Sumo's body with the blood of zombies, and surprisingly, there were signs of infection. Before this, everyone believed that Suemo was the legendary zombie king, but the facts before them made them begin to doubt. You know, the army launched the pursuit operation based on Sumo's photo, and there should not be any mistakes. If it is really as we see now, then perhaps the top leader's estimation of the situation is completely wrong. This woman named Suemo is most likely just an ordinary human being, not the zombie king imagined by everyone. What is even more puzzling is that when the researchers examined Sumo's body, they did not find any traces left by jumping from a building. According to the information they received, this Suemo died by jumping from a building. A person who jumps from a height of 10 floors will always leave some clues on his body. At this moment, Sumo's body is as clean as if he had never experienced that thrilling fall, with only a gunshot wound left. After repeated in-depth research day and night, the laboratory finally reported the results to the senior leaders. The corpse sent over was just an ordinary female corpse, and there was no great research value. When the senior leaders received the report, they also showed confusion and bewilderment on their faces. Sue and Mo confessed in person at the beginning, and they had also witnessed the relevant video with their own eyes. Sue and Mo not only has an extraordinary appeal, but also has the terrible ability to control the actions of zombies. Originally, everyone believed that as long as the zombie king was successfully killed, the remaining ordinary zombies would inevitably fall into a state of chaos and disorder due to the loss of the unified command and dispatch of the zombie king, making the work of eliminating them easier and simpler. But the cruel reality was completely contrary to expectations. Even though Sue and Mo had already died, the zombies' every move was still orderly, as if there was an invisible big hand behind them controlling everything. Long Chunwei tightly grasped the heavy report in his hand, and a bone-chilling chill suddenly surged in his heart. This chill was like a surging cold current, rushing straight to his head. Could it be that the real zombie king, the root cause of this disaster, was not Sue Mo at all? She might just be a scapegoat pushed to the front. Fortunately, under the unremitting efforts of the army, the virus infection situation in various cities has been relatively well controlled. If there are no more unexpected changes in the future, I believe they will eventually be able to completely defeat this menacing virus infection crisis. In fact, the corpse brought by the army was really fake. After using the resurrection armor, Sumo's corpse was directly recovered by the system. What they killed and took away was just a fake corpse forged by the system. An ordinary female corpse. Even if the researchers have the ability to reach the sky, they can't research anything. After reporting the situation of Sumo's body, the researchers conducted in-depth analysis of the virus samples extracted from the zombies day and night, and have started the research and development of vaccines. Once the vaccine is successfully developed and put into use, people will no longer have to fear the creepy and highly contagious characteristics of zombies as they do now. The door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and a nervous assistant hurried in and reported to Long Lao, who was sitting at his desk with a frown on his face. Long Lao, I just got the news that the same zombie virus as in our country has also broken out in Sakura country. Hearing this news, Long Lao's face became more and more solemn. During this period, Long Lao has been paying close attention to the dynamics of various countries around the world. Because the origin of the virus is still a mystery and countries are suspicious of each other and on high alert, several countries have even issued bans, strictly prohibiting Longwa people from entering. Faced with such a complex and severe situation, Long Lao is eager to figure it out. Is this sudden epidemic just a malicious virus release carefully planned against Longwa, or a huge disaster that the entire Mercury cannot escape? Let me see. Long Chunwei frowned and said seriously. The assistant was known for his efficiency. He quickly clicked on the folder in the computer. Then he walked quickly to Long Chunwei and handed it to him respectfully. Long Chunwei took the video and fixed his eyes on the screen. The screen showed the horrifying scene of Sakura Street. Groups of zombies were rampant on the streets, and the army was mercilessly slaughtering these irrational monsters and innocent people. Looking closely at the appearance of the zombies, Long Chunwei suddenly found that they were exactly the same as those he had seen in Dragon Country before. Has the virus appeared in Sakura Country too? Long Chunwei stared at the video and whispered unconsciously. As we all know, the relationship between Sakura Country and Dragon Country has long been tense, and there are many contradictions and differences between them. Therefore, Long Chunwei chose to remain silent in a polite and restrained way about the disaster that this neighboring country is now experiencing. At this time, the assistant on the side added, "Yes, Mr. Long, according to the latest intelligence we have, in addition to this Sakura Street, at least half of the land in Sakura Country is already in deep crisis of virus infection." After saying this, the assistant lowered his voice slightly, and a gloating expression was revealed on his face that was difficult to conceal. He himself has always been dissatisfied with Sakura Country, and now he sees that the other country has also suffered such a serious epidemic. He secretly applauded in his heart. thinking that this time he would see how they could provoke trouble as arrogantly and unscrupulously as before. I know, and I will pay more attention to the situation in other countries. Long Chunwei waved his hand, indicating that the assistant could leave. The current situation in Long Country is not optimistic, and we must find a way to control the virus quickly. In the territory of Sakura Country, the aid troops sent by the Lighthouse Country finally landed successfully on this land after a long flight. At this moment, Su Mo was sitting quietly on the huge and smooth stone on the top of the mountain, overlooking the city below the mountain with deep eyes. The once bustling city has now become devastated, with thick smoke rising from many places, as if shrouded by a thick haze. Those places filled with smoke are the tragic traces left after the fierce battle between zombies and the army. Suddenly, Sumo's sight was attracted to the direction of the largest airport in Sakura Country in the distance. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "Hey, are those soldiers from Lighthouse Country?" Through the unique perspective of the zombies near the airport, she accidentally captured a group of unique figures. These people are tall and strong, and their appearance is obviously very different from the native people of Sakura Country. Not only that, they also wear the iconic badges and logos of Lighthouse Country, which makes people recognize their identities at a glance. So many people came, could they come to support? Su Mo thought to herself, because her zombies have not yet successfully infiltrated the core of the royal family of Sakura Country. Therefore, Su Mo did not know the details of the situation that Sakura Country sent a message for help to the outside world. However, when she saw a large number of soldiers from the Lighthouse Country appearing here, she roughly guessed the whole story with her keen intuition. But she didn't care even if the Lighthouse Country sent more reinforcements to support her. These reinforcements would eventually become one of her ferocious zombie minions, or they would only become delicious food in the mouths of the zombie minions. The area around the Emperor's residence was already full of the most elite soldiers. Since learning that a large-scale outbreak of the zombie virus had occurred in his country, the Emperor Banji Kacha has been living in seclusion and has never stepped out of his residence. In order to ensure his own safety, he urgently summoned the strongest group of ninjas in the country and asked them to guard him at all times. When he heard that the rescue team from the Lighthouse Country had finally arrived, Banji Kacha was as excited as a child, jumping up from the ground excitedly, and even didn't bother to tidy up his slightly messy clothes. He couldn't wait to go out in person to greet the commander of the Lighthouse Country, who came from afar. However, the commander did not seem to show much enthusiasm for the Emperor's grand welcome. After a few casual polite words, he immediately began to command his subordinates to launch a zombie eradication operation. After all, he was entrusted with an important mission assigned by the president this time, and he had to complete the task as quickly as possible. As long as he could successfully achieve the goal, he would definitely receive many rewards and commendations from the president after returning home. As for the future fate of Sakura Country and whether it could completely get rid of this terrible disaster, these were not within his consideration. Supporting Sakura Country was just a cover. For the commander's cold and utilitarian attitude, Half-Cool Fork was not only not dissatisfied, but also seemed particularly satisfied. He immediately ordered the diplomats around him to call the diplomats of Lighthouse Country and convey his heartfelt gratitude to them. Officer Sifu, look. This zombie is exactly the same as the one we saw in the video before. The person who spoke revealed a hint of fear and curiosity in his voice. At this time, they were on a street in the Sakura Country, and the surroundings were filled with a disgusting stench. Sifu looked at the zombies that kept coming in front of him with a serious face, holding the cold gun tightly in his hand. Behind him followed a team of well-trained soldiers, each of whom looked excited but with a firm look in their eyes. This operation was ordered by the president, who asked them to capture a group of zombies alive and bring them back to the country for in-depth research at the military base. However, Sifu resolutely chose to stay in this dangerous land, just to continuously supply his country with zombie experimental subjects for research. If only these guys could become stronger. Sifu muttered to himself, and before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised the gun in his hand, aimed at a zombie that was rushing towards him without hesitation, and pulled the trigger accurately. With a crisp gunshot, the bullet instantly penetrated the zombie's head, and black blood splashed everywhere. The terrifying infectiousness and powerful fighting power of zombies are really impossible to ignore, and there is no doubt about it. However, these zombie-like existences are not without flaws, and their weaknesses are also obvious. Their movements are somewhat slow, and they seem to have no vision and can only rely on hearing to find living people. Not only that, once the head is hit hard, they will fall to the ground and die immediately, which makes them easy to become live targets and be accurately shot when facing opponents with sophisticated weapons. But even so, zombies still have value that cannot be underestimated. If they can be used skillfully and put into battle, the effect will be beyond imagination and will definitely be amazing. Haha, look at these guys. They are as slow as snails. I can easily get rid of them with one hand. The deputy general smiled contemptuously, holding the gun tightly in one hand, and fired at the distance wantonly. Only a burst of dense gunfire was heard, and the zombies with bared fangs and claws in the distance fell down instantly, one after another in a pool of blood. Okay, it's almost done. Send these back to the Lighthouse country first. Sifu, who was standing aside, nodded with satisfaction, and then clapped his hands to signal. Behind him was an extremely solid iron cage, in which were imprisoned 3 zombies struggling and screaming frantically. There was no doubt that these 3 zombies were captured alive by the team led by Sifu. Zombies are too contagious, so they must be careful when catching them to prevent infection.
Got it.
The deputy general quickly saluted in a standard military salute, then turned around and commanded his soldiers in an orderly manner. Soon, several strong soldiers pushed the iron cage full of zombies together and slowly walked towards a plane parked not far away. Finally, with everyone working together, the heavy iron cage was successfully sent to the plane. With the roar of the engine, the plane rushed into the sky like an arrow from a string, rushing towards the distant Lighthouse country. Oh my! I was still worrying about how to get this terrible virus out of the country, but I didn't expect that they would be so smart and stupid to come to the door on their own initiative. Suemo was stunned as she watched the shocking scene unfolding in front of her through the unique perspective of the zombies. This was the first time she had seen someone rushing to bring the source of infection back to China so eagerly. Judging from the situation, these people must be planning to take it back for research. After all, even a powerful country like Dragon Country has several tightly tied zombies in its mysterious underground laboratory. They have been studying the deadly viruses carried by these zombies, and they want to develop a vaccine that can effectively fight this virus. When she thought of this, Suemo couldn't help but feel a little worried. So, she couldn't help but ask the mysterious system in her heart, "System, can they really successfully develop the kind of magical vaccine that can completely control the zombie virus? If they really develop it and then widely promote and inject this immune vaccine to the world, then how can she infect others?" The cold mechanical voice of the system answered decisively, "Don't worry, host, it is absolutely impossible to be immune to this virus." Suemo was relieved after getting the affirmative answer from the system. The main reason is that Longgua's research spirit is too strong and the current zombie level is too low, and the infectiousness is also a bit low. She can't let the trapped zombies break free and infect the researchers. See what's going on in Longgua. Sakura's current virus situation is developing steadily, and she can ignore it for the time being. Longgua City is where the virus first broke out. In 10 days, this originally prosperous city has now changed beyond recognition. Hey, why are there 2 fewer zombies in the first generation? As soon as Suemo contacted the zombies in L City, she found something wrong. Among the 5 zombie brothers who originally stayed in L City, 2 of them disappeared, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. You know, with her unique perception ability with these zombie brothers, she can usually clearly perceive their existence. At this moment, there is only one possibility that these 2 zombies have been killed by humans. Because Suemo has a very clear and strict rule, that is, zombies are not allowed to kill each other. Looking back, The first generation of zombies infected by the virus had undergone completely different changes in just a few days after the outbreak. Through meticulous observation and analysis, Suemo speculated that they were likely to have completed a certain degree of evolution and upgrade. However, at this moment, two of them suddenly disappeared without a trace, which really made her feel a little sorry. After all, these zombie brothers are all capable people who accompanied her on the journey of the end of the world. If it weren't for special circumstances, they would be much more useful than ordinary zombies. Let me see which two brothers were killed. Suemo quickly found out the two zombies that disappeared through sensing. It turned out to be the gatekeeper and the yellow-haired man. The two zombie brothers were the gatekeeper of the hospital and the yellow-haired young man who tried to kill her in the park. Speaking of the gatekeeper, he was a key helper for her at the end of the world. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on her and he died, but what's the harm? In the days to come, there will surely be many zombies like him, or even stronger following her. Looking at the current situation in L City, it is more critical than a few days ago. In just 10 days, the well-equipped and well-trained armed forces sent by the government. Not only did they fail to successfully eliminate the zombies in the city and rescue the trapped people, but they were wiped out one after another. In the end, these warriors who charged into the battle unfortunately became part of the zombie army. What's even more terrifying is that the zombies in L City seem to have human-like wisdom. They have learned to use all kinds of clever strategies to set up ambushes and launch deadly attacks on the armed forces that came to rescue. Today's L City has changed beyond recognition. The once prosperous and bustling city has almost become a dead place. According to rough estimates, the number of people who survived may be less than 1/10, and the total number may not even reach 400,000. The city has basically become a horror paradise where zombies are rampant. Even after a period of resistance and cleanup, there are still millions of zombies here. Like maggots attached to bones, they are firmly entrenched within the boundaries of L City. These zombies roam around and run rampant, making the whole city fall into a dead silence and terror. Those who survived in L City by chance live in fear and trepidation. Every day is a test of life and death for them, and every moment they may face the deadly threat from zombies. The fear that goes deep into their bones is eroding their hearts all the time, making them unable to enjoy even the most basic peace. However, in this world full of despair and darkness, there is a small number of people whose lives have not become miserable because of this disaster, but are instead living a happy and enjoyable life. The most typical example is the three men Zhao Tian, Wang Fugui, and Lu San who robbed the gold shop. After they robbed the gold shop and forced two women, they occupied this floor as their base. In this chaotic and disorderly background, they had a pile of gold and two obedient women to drive. They were naturally happy and reluctant to leave this comfortable nest. At the beginning, they were afraid that the rescue team might arrive at any time and bring them to justice, so they were worried and nervous every day. They were even ready to kill the two poor women immediately if the situation was not good. But as time went by, L City was always shrouded in chaos, and the rescue team was not seen for a long time. Gradually, they became more and more courageous, and the only remaining fear in their hearts disappeared without a trace. At the same time, some more bold and evil ideas began to grow and spread in their minds. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. Zhao Tian was an ambitious man who was unwilling to be ordinary. Now that he was in such a turbulent and chaotic world, he couldn't help but think that this was the perfect opportunity given by God for him to turn over a new leaf and stand out. So, a sinister plan was quietly brewing in the depths of his twisted heart. After learning that the zombie's fatal weakness was in the head in the following days, he took on the responsibility of a leader without hesitation, and with two loyal brothers, he resolutely embarked on the journey of clearing the zombies on this floor. The official news about the zombies' weaknesses was indeed very reliable. When one of the brothers chopped off a zombie's head with a knife, the zombie, which was originally fierce and ferocious, instantly fell to the ground like a deflated ball, unable to move at all. This successful attempt greatly encouraged the three of them, and the fear and anxiety in their hearts disappeared. It turns out that these terrifying and creepy zombies are not as invincible as imagined. As time goes by, they have accumulated more and more experience, and their skills in killing zombies have become more and more sophisticated. The initial feeling of nervous shaking hands and accelerated heartbeat gradually disappeared, replaced by a kind of confidence and calmness. Gradually, they found that cleaning up zombies was no longer as difficult and laborious as it was at the beginning. Every attack could accurately hit the vital parts of the zombies, thus quickly resolving the battle. Hard work pays off. After a lot of arduous efforts, they finally succeeded in clearing all the zombies on the entire floor. In the process, they also unexpectedly found 3 men and 2 beautiful women. Seeing this, Zhao Tian took these lucky guys back to his carefully built temporary base, without saying a word. If you want to become a hegemon and sit in the position of the boss, how can you show your prestige with only a few people under your command? Zhao Tian's eyes were fixed on the 3 men he had just found, and a great idea suddenly came to his mind: take them as his younger brothers to enrich his sphere of influence. Perhaps it was the endless fear and despair brought by this doomsday world that made the dark side of everyone's heart gradually surface, and human nature began to become distorted. Especially after tasting the sweetness of being able to play with women at will, 2 of the men chose to join Zhao Tian without hesitation. However, there was another person who was relatively stubborn and resisted this evil behavior. But in the face of the punches and kicks and violent threats from Zhao Tian and his younger brothers, he finally had to give in and obey orders obediently. As for the 2 women, Zhao Tian would never let them go easily. After a thorough inspection, he selected the one with the more outstanding appearance and asked her to serve him exclusively. As for the other woman, she was casually discarded to the other 4 younger brothers like an object. These poor women knew that in such a chaotic and disorderly environment, as long as they slightly obeyed the wishes of the men, they could get the food they depended on for survival. If they dare to resist or escape, once they are outside, they will inevitably become the delicious food of those brutal zombies. Therefore, even if they are full of grievances and unwillingness, they can only endure silently and dare not make any complaints. In this moment full of crisis and fear, the remaining ordinary people have gradually acquired some self-protection ability. At this time, L City has been occupied by terrifying zombies, and Su Mo, with his special ability, can clearly see the current situation of the entire L City through the vision of the zombie brothers. When people are in desperate situations, the instinct of survival often drives them to rack their brains and try every possible way to save themselves. Some people found hidden shelters and hid themselves tightly. Some people united together to form a temporary self-defense team, holding various simple but useful weapons, and fought desperately with the surging zombies. After careful observation, Su Mo has a comprehensive understanding of the zombie situation in L City. She thought to herself, maybe we should let these zombies slow down the speed of infecting other people. She decisively issued orders to her zombie brothers, asking them to reduce the frequency of infection and to tightly besiege the remaining living people within the scope of L City. If L City is allowed to completely fall into the territory of zombies, the country is likely to take extreme measures and directly use weapons of mass destruction to raze the entire L City to the ground to completely eliminate this group of terrible zombies. After all, after the home is destroyed, it can be rebuilt, but if such a large number of zombies flow into other provinces, it will undoubtedly cause an unimaginable disaster. Among the 15 infected cities, the current situation in D City is relatively optimistic and stable. Although it has also been attacked by zombies, the overall situation is still under control, and the people's living order has not been completely destroyed. At that time, in order to eliminate her, the top leaders of the country sent a full 200,000 troops into D City. After killing her, a large number of troops did not withdraw from City D, but chose to stay and shoulder the more arduous task of clearing the rampant zombies in the city and assisting local citizens in the difficult reconstruction of their homes. At the same time, several other cities have also received support and assistance from all parties. Despite this, the situation remains grim. It is almost an unattainable luxury to completely eradicate the zombie crisis. In the continuous bloody fight, something unexpected happened. Some zombies have gradually evolved higher intelligence. Now, Sumo only needs to issue a simple and clear order, and they can perform and complete the tasks assigned to them excellently. Not only that, these cunning zombies also spare no effort to spread and expand to the outside world through various channels and methods. Longwa is vast and boundless, and a mere 15 cities are just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire country. With the quiet passage of time, terrible virus epidemics have begun to break out in the surrounding small villages and many other cities that were originally quiet and peaceful. How can we completely eliminate all these zombies? In City D, the team leader who was struggling to fight the zombies finally couldn't hold back his inner irritability and cursed fiercely. He saw the dense and endless zombies in front of him, surging like a tide, as if there would never be an end. Every time a zombie was killed, 10 or 100 new zombies would quickly fill the vacancy, making people feel deeply desperate and powerless. Moreover, if you are not careful, even if it is just a small mistake, you may become one of them and become a walking corpse. Alas, there is really no way. The infectious power of this virus is too strong, and people are unfortunately infected every moment. Another companion who fought side by side with the team leader sighed helplessly. Looking back on these days, they have been tirelessly cleaning up wave after wave of zombies, but the number of zombies has not decreased at all, but has increased. What is even more distressing is that these hideous monsters who have lost their minds were once living lives. Sometimes, when he personally swung his weapon at those familiar faces, he could not help but feel that he was cruelly killing his compatriots. I also want to end this nightmare quickly and return to my warm home. At this time, a young soldier next to him couldn't help but interrupt and complain. His voice trembled slightly, revealing his extreme fear and exhaustion. In the past battles, he had been almost bitten by the sharp fangs of zombies several times, and each time was dangerous. Now, he is eager to get rid of this land full of death as soon as possible and return to the home where he can rest in peace. However, the cruel reality is that the mission has not been completed. As an excellent and responsible soldier, he knows that he must not leave his post without permission. No matter how great the difficulties and dangers are, he must stick to his post until he finally defeats these terrible enemies. Everything will be fine. The captain comforted everyone loudly, while his hands did not stop moving at all. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, his hands tightly holding the weapon, shooting the zombies that rushed in madly with amazing speed and accuracy. Each bullet carries hope and determination, as if to tear a ray of light from the endless darkness. It will be fine. Hearing the captain's firm and powerful words, the soldiers nodded heavily, with a firm light flashing in their eyes. They firmly believe that as long as they unite and move forward courageously, the dawn of victory will be firmly in their hands. At this time, Sumo, who was far away in the Sakura country, had just shared the perspective of the Dragon Country zombies, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he was in a good mood. Even though she was not in Dragon Country at the moment, these loyal and brave zombie brothers still meticulously carried out every order she gave. I wonder when I can level up again. Sumo thought to herself, but soon put this idea aside and focused her attention on the situation in Sakura country. Sumo instantly switched her perspective to the zombie brothers in Sakura country. At this time, in the territory of Sakura country, 1,000 zombies spread like a plague, and the power of infection they brought was simply staggering. In just 2 days, the terrible virus spread quickly to most parts of Sakura country like wildfire. The city became a ruin, the streets were filled with the breath of death, and people fell into extreme panic. Wow, the zombie brothers here are so awesome! Sumo looked at the people of Sakura country through the zombie perspective, screaming in fear. Sumo stood at the highest point. Although she could not understand what these Sakura people were yelling, it did not affect her command of the zombies. It was strange that even though she used the pure dragon language to issue orders, These zombies seemed to be able to understand her intentions in an instant and execute them without hesitation. At the same time, in the quiet courtyard of the Emperor, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. An official who went out to inquire about the news ran to the Emperor in a panic and staggering manner. This usually majestic official was now in a state of embarrassment, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Compared with the calm response of the Dragon Country's senior officials, the Sakura Country's senior officials were extremely decisive in the face of this sudden disaster. Just when the virus was just beginning to show signs, they immediately issued an order to directly eliminate all the zombies and innocent people on the entire street. Although their actions were already swift, Sumo's reaction was even faster than theirs. There were 1,000 zombies running around like wild horses. The impact and destructive power they brought were simply a disaster for the Sakura Country. At such a critical moment, it seemed that the only thing that Banji Kacha could rely on was the extremely powerful boss, the Lighthouse Country, behind him. The virus spread too fast, and General Sifu said he had no choice. The official who came to report wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was too scary outside. If possible, he just wanted to hide here and not go out. Bakayala, they are just a bunch of useless trash. Let the diplomats get in touch with the Lighthouse Country and ask them to send more troops. The Emperor roared in anger, and his originally hideous and twisted face became even more terrifying because of anger. He raised his right hand and mercilessly slapped the official in front of him. The official staggered and nearly fell to the ground. He lowered his head quickly, not daring to make a sound. 5 clearly visible bright red palm prints appeared on his face instantly, and the burning pain spread from his cheeks to his whole body. But he didn't dare to complain at all, and his heart was full of fear, fearing that if he said one more word, he would be beaten again. What are you still doing here? Go and do this for me, useless thing. Seeing that the official was still standing there stupidly after being beaten, the Emperor became even more angry and raised his chubby palm as if to hit him again. Seeing this, the official was so scared that his soul flew away and hurriedly covered his half of his cheek that had just been beaten with both hands and quickly crawled out of the room. In the territory of Sakura Country, soldiers from the Lighthouse Country have been stationed here for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, they have transported 10 zombies to the Lighthouse Country one after another for relevant experts to conduct in-depth research. Through close contact and observation, these soldiers truly realized the horror of this virus. The visual impact and psychological shock brought by witnessing the zombies attacking and biting living people far exceeded the degree that could be felt by just watching on the screen. The scene was filled with a strong bloody smell, which was creepy, and the high risk factor is self-evident. In just 3 days, they have lost more than 1,000 brave soldiers. Inside the heavily guarded Lighthouse Country military base, there is a special area with a huge special iron cage. In the iron cage, 8 hideous and creepy zombies were trapped. Since they were locked up, they have always behaved unusually quiet, which is very different from the crazy and bloodthirsty image known to the outside world. This is not because these zombies have lost interest in the fresh flesh and blood walking around, but because their mothers have long issued instructions to keep quiet and wait patiently. In another corner of this room, 2 more zombies were tied tightly to the cold and solid iron bed. These 2 zombies became the experimental subjects for researchers to explore the mysteries of the zombie body. One of the zombies was treated extremely cruelly. Its head had been cut open mercilessly for craniotomy research. According to previous signs and experience, the head seems to be the fatal weakness of zombies. The researchers were full of curiosity and expectation, wanting to find out what unique and mysterious things were hidden in the zombie's head. However, when the zombie's head was completely cut open, the scene in front of them disappointed everyone. Inside the head that should have been full of secrets, there was only a shrunken and lifeless brain tissue, and there was no other eye-catching discovery. As soon as the zombie's brain was taken out, the whole body instantly lost all movement and turned into a lifeless shell. It seems that the brain is indeed very important to zombies. A researcher in a white coat said to himself. At the same time, he skillfully extracted a tube of thick, black blood like ink from the zombie's body. Then, he carefully picked up the sample in his hand and walked towards another room where live experiments were held. In this closed room, there were 7 or 8 people, both men and women, all of whom looked listless and haggard. These poor people were not ordinary people but special beings who were specially selected from the prison and secretly transported here. They were about to become live samples of a terrible experiment to study the creepy zombie virus. The researchers in white protective suits were busy with blank expressions, as if they were accustomed to all this. "Give her an injection." The researcher came into the room with a tube of black blood and raised his hand to point at a woman in an iron cage. His voice was cold and emotionless. After hearing the order, the assistant next to him took the syringe filled with black liquid without hesitation and walked quickly towards the woman.
No, I don't want it.
Go away. Don't touch me. The woman screamed in horror. Although she had never heard of zombies, the strange black blood made her instinctively feel deep fear and uneasiness. However, in this small iron cage, any struggle seemed so powerless. Several strong assistants quickly surrounded her and grabbed her waving arms tightly. They forcibly injected a whole tube of zombie blood that exuded the breath of death into her body. The woman who was injected with blood seemed to lose all her strength in an instant, as if her soul was taken away, and she sat limply on the cold ground. She widened her eyes, full of fear and confusion, and had no idea what terrible fate would be waiting for her next. But she knew very well in her heart that this would definitely not be a good thing. After witnessing the scene, several other people who were imprisoned here with her were even more terrified. They involuntarily stepped back several steps, fearing that the unknown bad luck would also befall them. Everyone's face was full of panic, and the atmosphere on the scene was extremely tense. There was a person in the crowd who was a little calmer. He was familiar with this woman. He mustered up the courage to step forward, held out his hand to support her who was about to collapse, and asked with concern, "Are you okay, Lisa?" Lisa raised her head with difficulty to look at the person who came, shook her head weakly, and replied, "Not very well." At this time, she could clearly feel a strange and unfamiliar feeling spreading rapidly in her body like a tide. It felt like countless tiny insects were wandering around in her limbs, which was creepy. Before long, this strange feeling turned into unbearable pain. The pain came one after another like surging waves, ruthlessly impacting her fragile nerves. She groaned in pain, her body twitched uncontrollably, and she kept making miserable cries. Ah. The companions on the side watched helplessly as the blood vessels in the place on Lisa's arm where the strange liquid had just been injected began to turn black at a speed visible to the eye. And like a hideous black snake, it spread all the way up along the blood vessels and soon covered her entire body. As the blood vessels gradually turned black, Lisa let out a low and strange hoarse sound. Her face was distorted by extreme pain, and she looked extremely terrifying. Finally, after a violent twitch, Lisa's body suddenly stiffened and then fell straight to the ground, without any movement.
Lisa.
The man who was holding her trembled all over, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart, and he hurriedly reached out to test her breath. However, just when the man's finger just approached Lisa, he heard a low roar. Lisa suddenly opened her mouth and bit the man's outstretched finger with lightning speed. The man didn't even have time to react before he felt a sharp pain. He looked closely and found that his finger had been bitten off and blood gushed out like a fountain. At this time, Lisa had grown a row of extremely sharp teeth in her mouth, flashing with cold light, which made people shudder. What was even more terrifying was that her bite force was so amazing that it was beyond imagination. She bit the man's finger into pieces in an instant.
What
are you doing, Lisa? The man let out a shrill scream and quickly retreated with a horrified face. He used his other hand to cover the injured part tightly, but blood continued to flow out of the wound, staining the ground red. Lisa, on the ground, did not mean to give up. Her originally beautiful eyes were all white, staring at the man in front of her. She quickly jumped up from the ground and pounced on the man like an arrow from a string. After being infected by the virus, her strength became extremely huge, as if she had endless power. The burly adult man had no power to fight back in front of her and was thrown to the ground in an instant. The others were stunned when they saw this scene. They came to their senses and tried to step forward to separate the two. However, Lisa had completely lost her mind at this time, like a mad dog, biting anyone she saw. Anyone who got close to her was attacked by her. In less than a minute, 3 people in the cage were bitten by her. Their bodies were covered with deep and shallow teeth marks, and blood was dripping, which was horrible. Seeing Lisa's ferocious appearance, everyone couldn't help but curse in unison. Crazy woman. Outside the iron cage, a group of researchers in white coats were watching everything happening in front of them with indifference. They had no expression on their faces, as if they were already accustomed to this horrible scene. One of them held a notebook with a black leather cover and lowered his head to write quickly from time to time. The tip of the pen made a rustling sound as it scratched on the paper, recording various data of this experiment. Let me out quickly." Sharp and piercing shouts came from the iron cage, which were the desperate roars of the remaining people. They would definitely not have a good end if they were locked up with such a terrible monster. Like frightened rabbits, they slapped the iron cage with all their strength, trying to escape from this hellish cage. Although they knew that those ruthless people outside would never let them go easily, their instinct for survival still drove them to keep shouting for help.
Roar.
Suddenly, a low roar came from behind them. The others were horrified and turned their heads back in horror. They saw that the man whose finger had just been bitten off by Lisa and who was then dragged to the edge of the cage by them had undergone a strange change. His skin became as pale as snow, his eyes were full of white, sharp fangs grew in his mouth, and his whole body was twisted and deformed, turning into a monster exactly like Lisa. Before everyone could react, the monster pounced on a person next to him with lightning speed, opened its bloody mouth and bit his neck fiercely, and blood gushed out instantly, splashing everywhere. This thing is contagious. Witnessing this bloody and cruel scene, the rest of the people fell into extreme panic, and screams rose and fell, resounding throughout the laboratory. However, no matter how they struggled and resisted, they could not change the trajectory of their fate. After just a few minutes, none of the 8 people in the cage were spared, and all turned into monsters like Lisa. They paced back and forth in the small space, and from time to time they let out a chilling roar, and occasionally slapped the iron cage hard, trying to break free and bite the living people outside the cage to death. Oh my God! The speed of transmission of this virus is simply jaw-dropping. After a tense and careful observation, a group of researchers concluded in unison. Lisa, as the first experimental subject injected with zombie blood, had a drastic change in her physical condition in just 40 seconds. And those who were unfortunately scratched by her were not much better. The person who reacted the fastest showed similar symptoms after only 30 seconds. As for the last one, after struggling for 1 minute and 9 seconds, he still failed to escape the fate of being infected. From the current situation, zombie blood is obviously highly contagious and can directly infect healthy humans and cause mutations. Not only that, even if you are just scratched or bitten by these infected people, you will also be infected. In other words, in addition to blood, they are likely to carry this deadly virus. Once a wound appears on the human body and comes into contact with them, infection is almost certain. Get rid of it quickly. One of the researchers waved his hand solemnly and gave an order. The assistant behind him did not dare to be negligent when he heard this. He immediately picked up the heavy machine gun placed aside and fired wildly at the mutated people and corpses. For a time, the whole room was filled with gunfire and flames. After confirming that all targets had been eliminated, the staff quickly stepped forward to transport the bodies away and carried out a thorough cremation. At the same time, others began to carry out a comprehensive disinfection of the room, leaving no corner untouched and making sure that there was no trace of the virus left here. The group of researchers had already left in a hurry. They drew another tube of zombie blood and walked quickly to the next room, ready to start the next round of tense and dangerous research. This room held countless small animals, each of which looked so innocent and pitiful. And they were also one of the victims of the live experiment. Go and catch a few mice and rabbits and inject them with some blood. After the order was issued, the assistant acted quickly and soon caught 3 mice and 3 rabbits. He skillfully picked up the syringe and carefully injected the blood into the bodies of these small animals. Then he mercilessly threw them into a separate closed glass box so that he could observe the subsequent situation more clearly.
Squeak.
Accompanied by a sharp and piercing cry, the small animals that were injected with blood began to show abnormal reactions. They struggled and rolled desperately in the small space, their bodies twisted and deformed, as if they were suffering from great pain. Not long after, this pain took their lives, and several animals fell to the ground one after another, motionless. The researchers waited quietly for 10 minutes, but the dead animals showed no signs of getting up again. One of them frowned. It seems that this virus has no effect on animals. It can kill them, but it can't turn them into the kind of terrible monsters that madly bite living things and crave flesh and blood. Let's leave them here for a while and continue to observe for a while. As soon as the voice fell, 2 assistants volunteered to take on this task. After leaving the 2 young and capable assistants, the rest of the people turned around and hurriedly left their current location. They all returned to the spacious and well-equipped main research room. Various advanced scientific research instruments and computer terminals were placed here, and the walls were covered with dense data charts and experimental records. They looked serious, knowing the importance and urgency of this mission. The first task before them was to find ways to successfully extract this mysterious virus from the sample and apply it to the human body, trying to change the human physique and genetic structure. They had a beautiful vision: to give humans an unprecedented powerful force without losing their minds, and to achieve a leap-forward improvement in physical functions. However, it is not easy to achieve such a goal, and there are countless unknown risks and challenges in the process. At the same time, detoxification serum is also indispensable. After all, once such a terrible virus gets out of control, the consequences will be disastrous. Without effective detoxification methods, even if you are infected by accident, it may mean the end of your life. Thousands of miles away, Suemo, who was in the land of another country called Sakura, was closely watching every move in the laboratory of the Lighthouse country through the perspective of zombies. When she saw these scenes, she couldn't help but smacked her lips and exclaimed, "These people are really cruel." It is really outrageous that these researchers from the Lighthouse country are so crazy that they directly use living people for experiments. But then again, the more selfish and vicious the other party is, the more interesting she finds it. Only in chaos and crisis can she take advantage of the situation and seek more benefits for herself. Just do the research. She will always find an opportunity to let the zombies start from this military base. Infect the humans of the Lighthouse country and let them taste what it feels like to become zombies. Compared with the outrageous cruelty of the Lighthouse country, the humanitarian spirit shown by the Dragon country in the relevant research field is really remarkable. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the research on zombies, the Dragon country started this work much earlier than the Lighthouse country. However, even with such ample time and resources, the Dragon country researchers always adhere to the moral bottom line and never use living humans as experimental subjects. At most, they use animals such as mice for scientific exploration. The original intention of the Dragon country to carry out this research is extremely pure, aiming to develop an effective vaccine that can resist the virus and save the people from dire straits. They only want to use the power of science and technology to protect the health of the people, rather than trying to extract useful components from the virus and apply them to military wars, which is against human nature, like some forces with ulterior motives. It has to be said that from many aspects, most people in Longwa have a fairly high comprehensive quality. However, there will be a small group of less harmonious notes in any group. For example, in the sensational online violence incident, some so-called keyboard warriors who had no reason at all and would only blindly follow the trend and spray people, randomly exposed the privacy of others, and made personal attacks through the internet, and finally forced innocent people to a dead end. The behavior of these people undoubtedly cast a shadow on the entire society, but it cannot be generalized and deny the high-quality image of the entire population of Longbois. After all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest, but what does this have to do with Suemo today? Now she has become a zombie mother, which can be regarded as a brand new race existing on this Mercury. Even if there are a small group of people who uphold justice, they will never stop her from moving forward. Because from the moment she set foot on this road, she knew that this would be a dead end with no chance of turning back. If we can change our perspective and way of thinking about the problem, then this can be regarded as a great genetic change and evolution that belongs exclusively to humans. Just as Suemo was uncontrollably thinking about all kinds of things in her mind, a crisp ding sound rang out in the depths of her mind without any warning. A mechanical sound without any emotion suddenly popped up and interrupted her thoughts directly. The number of star points is sufficient. Would you like to choose to upgrade immediately? Hearing this sudden voice, Suemo was slightly stunned at first, and a little surprise appeared on his face. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Have I saved enough star points so quickly?" Suemo immediately opened his character panel. Name: Suemo. Race: Zombie. Origin: 4 skills: Common Infection, Range Infection, King's Command, Resurrection, Armor 99 plus star points 10000023/. Estimated upgrade time: 2 hours. With the crisp mechanical sound, the entire screen changed instantly, presenting a clear time display. 1 hour 59 minutes and 48 seconds. Suemo has become accustomed to such a scene. Every time she upgrades, the time will become longer. She reached out without hesitation and lightly clicked to close the panel in front of her. It's a full 2 hours. She can't just wait there. That's a waste of time. Although the system is upgrading, it does not affect her ability to use the perspective sharing skill at all. Sumo's mind sank, and she began to share the perspective of the zombies in Sakura. She was full of doubts. What exactly caused the zombie infection to suddenly speed up? Through the eyes of the zombies, Suemo carefully observed the surrounding environment. Soon, she made a new discovery. In addition to the Lighthouse country, soldiers from several other countries appeared in the Sakura country. These soldiers were dressed in distinctive and completely different costumes, and they all wore distinctive national symbols, which made it easy to distinguish them at a glance. Why did Sakura country suddenly have so many reinforcements? Suemo couldn't help but feel very surprised. Could it be that the administrator of Sakura country asked for help again? According to common sense, with so many reinforcements, the number of zombies should have decreased. But now the situation is not decreasing but increasing, which is incredible. With a full heart of doubts, Suemo carefully observed these new reinforcements. Unfortunately, due to the language barrier, she couldn't understand the conversation between the reinforcements at all, but from their expressions and movements, she could see some clues. These reinforcements seem to be busy, but in fact they are just perfunctory. They are in the territory of Sakura country. Not only did they not wholeheartedly eliminate the zombies and solve the problems for Sakura country, but they also secretly transported some zombies to their own country. You know, the military strength of Sakura country itself is not strong. If these foreign aids cannot help sincerely, then this terrible virus may be really difficult to control. Thinking of this, Suemo became more and more suspicious of the real purpose of these reinforcements coming to Sakura country. Perhaps they did not really want to help Sakura country fight the zombie crisis, but just came for those zombies with extremely high research value. For many scientific research institutions, such zombies are undoubtedly extremely precious research objects. If they can get them and explore the mysteries contained in them in depth, they may be able to find a way to restrain this virus, and it may even be possible to develop a series of new scientific and technological achievements. However, such behavior is undoubtedly worse for the people of Sakura country, who are in dire straits. When the Dragon country was unfortunately hit by the virus, some other countries tried to obtain a few zombies from the Dragon country for research or use. However, the powerful Dragon country, with its strong military force and efficient prevention and control measures, resolutely rejected any interference and assistance requests from external forces. The Dragon Country has demonstrated a high degree of independent response capabilities and can stabilize the situation without the help of other countries. In contrast, the Sakura Country is in a completely different predicament. This country is small in area and lacks military force. Once faced with a crisis, it is simply unable to resist alone. Therefore, when the disaster came, the Sakura Country had to desperately beg for help from the outside world, hoping to protect its fragile homeland security in this way. After understanding the general situation, Suemo couldn't help but sigh. Hey, there are still people who take the initiative to bring the virus home. They are really kind people. Now her own strength is still weak, and she is not yet able to spread the virus widely throughout Mercury. Seeing those countries that took the initiative to introduce the virus into their own country, she secretly calculated in her heart. The seeds have spread themselves. As long as she finds the right opportunity, she will be able to make her zombie army bloom everywhere in foreign lands. The reason why Suemo appeared in Sakura Country was entirely due to the random teleportation caused by the magical resurrection armor. Since the destination was full of uncertainty, Suemo had no intention of using the extremely precious resurrection armor unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, this was her last means of saving her life and could not be used easily. There was no rush to infect other countries for the time being. As long as they could not figure out the reason, they could only continue to transport the experimental subjects back to China from Sakura Country. The people of Sakura Country naively thought that they were seeking strong foreign aid. Little did they know that these so-called foreign aids might have already regarded them as an excellent virus breeding ground. If Banbian Kacha knew the wishful thinking of each country, he would probably faint on the spot. Since you are already here, how can I let you have nothing to do? After analyzing the current situation, Suemo quickly came up with a corresponding infection strategy. She began to convey instructions to the zombie subordinates in Sakura Country in her mind. Ever since she told the first 1,000 zombies to infect the living people in Sakura Country with all their strength, Suemo had not taken care of them. The rest of the infected zombies were also in a free-range state. Since you are already here, how can I let you have nothing to do? After analyzing the current situation, Sumo's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining a sly smile. She began to convey instructions to the zombie subordinates in Sakura Country in her mind. Not long ago, she had just given the order to infect Sakura Country with all her strength. As for the other infected zombies, Suemo had always let them be in a free-range state without any supervision. Now, these zombies that were running around aimlessly in the streets and alleys and biting randomly have finally come into play. The distinguished guests have come to visit, and if Suemo does not entertain them well, she will feel that she owes something in her heart. In various parts of the Sakura Country, reinforcements from different countries occupied streets one by one. From time to time, zombies would appear on the streets following the sound of gunfire, but without exception, they were all easily solved. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, they had arrived in the Sakura Country for a full 5 days. During this period of time, their mentality has undergone a huge change, from the excitement and fear when they first stepped into this land, to the current laziness and laxity. It is really helpless. Because after many days of observation and contact, they found that these zombies are simply stupid, with no ability to think at all, and only know how to rush forward blindly. In addition to being highly contagious, the soldiers of a Lighthouse country could not find any other advantages in these zombies. In terms of strength, these zombies are indeed slightly stronger than normal humans. But so what? In this era of hot weapons, even fortifications as strong as copper walls and iron walls can be reduced to ruins in an instant under the bombardment of artillery fire, not to mention a few zombies. As soon as the zombies appeared, they were shot in the head before they could get close to them. Their heads were blown apart, and they didn't even show the slightest resistance. Sometimes, they couldn't figure out what the people in the research institute were thinking, and they were so enthusiastic about researching such useless things. Do they really think they can dig out some earth-shattering secrets from these zombies? The soldiers of the Lighthouse country were sloppy, and they had no vigilance and discipline that soldiers should have. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2, talking and laughing, with cigarettes in their mouths, and they were very comfortable while puffing. Occasionally, when they saw a few zombies wandering in the distance, they lazily raised their guns and fired a few shots casually, just to kill time. These stupid guys didn't realize that the number of zombies coming here was gradually decreasing. Perhaps it was because the comfort of the past few days made them lose their most basic judgment, or perhaps they had never taken this problem seriously. In short, they were still immersed in the false security created by Sumo for them and did not realize that danger was approaching quietly. As night fell, a large group of zombies had already quietly lurked near all military bases, including in the dark and humid sewers. They held strong steel plates that could withstand ordinary bullets and quietly waited for Sumo to give the order to attack. Once they received the signal, they would surge up like a tide and instantly drown the enemy. There were also many zombies surrounding the palace of Banji Kacha, and they made low and hoarse roars from time to time. As a manager, Banji Kacha was not only timid, but also always in the way. Sumo planned to take advantage of the dark night and take him down. Now, the number of zombies in the territory of Sakura has reached 5 million, and it is no problem to launch several waves of zombies. Under the cover of night, everything was silent, with only gusts of cold wind whistling past. At this moment, many soldiers who were guarding their posts had already been invaded by fatigue and sleepiness and began to become drowsy one by one. Fortunately, a temporary solid fence was built around their station, and even if a few scattered zombies occasionally came over, they could not pose much threat. However, they were unaware that a huge crisis was quietly approaching. At midnight, the whole world seemed to be immersed in silence. For most people, this time is exactly when they are most likely to feel sleepy and tired. But for Sumo, a special existence, it is not affected at all, and the night has become the best time for her to start. Since her body mutated into a zombie mother, she no longer needs to rely on rest to restore her energy like ordinary people. She can stay awake for 24 hours without feeling sleepy or tired at all. This ability allows her to always remain highly alert and awake in the dark. At this time, Sumo stood on the top of a tall building, overlooking the city below. Her snow-white skin glowed strangely in the moonlight, and her red eyes were like burning flames, revealing endless coldness and cruelty. Attack. Tear apart all the living people you can see. This command instantly spread to the minds of every zombie in the Sakura country. In an instant, waves of excited roars rang out in the originally silent streets and alleys. Countless zombies poured out like a tide and launched a crazy attack on their respective garrisons. At the garrison of the Lighthouse country, a night watchman was patrolling around board. He yawned and complained about this boring job. At this moment, he seemed to hear some strange noises and subconsciously turned around to check. At the end of the street, a group of black shadows were running towards this side at a very fast speed. What is that densely packed thing? The soldier rubbed his eyes, trying to see what those black shadows were. What the Hades? Another soldier heard his companions shout, responded casually, and then turned his head carelessly. However, when he saw the scene clearly, he was so scared that his face turned pale, his legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Oh my God! That's a group of zombies. The soldier screamed in fear. With a weak light, they finally saw that the densely packed figures running towards them like wolves and tigers were actually a large group of hideous zombies. These zombies were baring their teeth and claws, and their mouths were constantly oozing with fishy saliva. Their eyes were flashing with greed and bloodthirstiness, as if they wanted to eat all the living things in front of them alive.
Da-da-da.
A short and fierce gunshot suddenly rang out, breaking the originally silent night. At the critical moment, only the loud gunshots can the darkness as quickly as lightning and reach the ears of every soldier. Only in this way can they detect the danger as quickly as possible and rush to reinforce. Oh no!
Why are there so many zombies tonight?
The continuous gunshots were like thunder, waking up the soldiers who were sleeping in the garrison from their sweet dreams. They turned over reluctantly with a little irritation and dissatisfaction. These guys are here to make trouble again, making it difficult for me to sleep well. Several soldiers muttered and cursed. They have lived here for several days, and they are already accustomed to the night watch soldiers shooting and repelling nearby zombies. Even though the gunshots tonight were a little more frequent than before, they didn't take it too seriously. They just wanted to turn over and continue to sleep with their heads covered. However, the gunshots outside the house showed no signs of stopping. As an officer, Sifu keenly felt that something was wrong. He got up without hesitation and prepared to go out to see what was going on. What's going on? As soon as Sifu went out, he met a soldier who was running to find him in a panic. General Sifu, there are many zombies outside the garrison. The soldier who came to report was sweating and his voice was trembling. I don't know if he ran too fast or was scared by the zombies outside. How many are there? Sifu was also a little anxious. In the past nights, there had been no collective attacks by zombies on the garrison. What happened tonight? There are so many that I can't see clearly. The soldier shook his head, and he couldn't tell an exact number. Quick, assemble the soldiers. There were too many zombies to count, which scared Sifu, and he immediately blew the assembly whistle. At the simple fence of the garrison, countless zombies were frantically pushing the crumbling fence. They were baring their fangs and claws, with hideous faces, trying to break through this fragile line of defense like hungry wolves and break into the camp to feast. Where did all these zombies come from? The soldiers who were on duty at night suddenly woke up from their drowsiness. They were almost scared to death by the horrific scene in front of them and couldn't help cursing. Fear did not make them forget their duties. Amidst the curses, the guns in their hands kept spurting out flames, and bullets rained down at the surging zombies. The soldiers shot very quickly, but there were too many zombies, and they kept coming like a tide. The fence of the garrison was built in a hurry, and its strength was far from enough to withstand the impact of such a large number of zombies. Not long after, there was a crisp sound of clicking, and the fence that didn't look very strong finally couldn't withstand the violent impact of tens of thousands of zombies and broke apart. They're coming in. A soldier screamed in fear. Another soldier cursed fiercely, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The zombies rushed into the fence like a flood, and the poor soldiers on night watch were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Faced with the overwhelming zombies, they had no time to react and could only turn around and run away desperately.
Run.
If you don't run, you will die. At this moment, life is at stake, and the Night Watch soldiers have long ignored military discipline and rules. The only thought in their minds is to quickly escape from this terrible place and save their own lives. However, things did not go as they wished. The group of zombies seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and they were completely different from what they saw on weekdays. Roar, roar, roar. The creepy roars came one after another, deafening. Some of the zombies were extremely fast, like agile cheetahs, and they quickly closed the distance between them and the fleeing soldiers with a few light jumps. A soldier just opened his mouth to say a word, and the voice stopped abruptly. A sharp tearing sound came, and the poor soldier was instantly torn into several pieces by the zombies who caught up from behind. Scarlet blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing everywhere. Broken pieces of flesh were also scattered everywhere, and the scene was bloody and terrifying. The bloody scene made the already excited zombies even more crazy. They scrambled for the blood and meat on the ground, and the scene was in chaos. At this moment, Sifu led a team of soldiers and rushed over, just witnessing this horrible scene. Before he could react, a broken palm flew out from the chaotic zombies and hit Sifu's feet. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, Sifu's face turned pale, and he quickly came to his senses and shouted hoarsely, "Shoot! Shoot quickly! Don't hesitate! It's too late to escape now." Following his order, the soldiers behind him raised their weapons and pulled the trigger at the swarming zombies. For a while, gunshots rang out and flames shot up into the sky. Looking around, there were still endless zombies pouring in like a tide around the garrison, and there was no end in sight. Obviously, if they want to save their lives tonight, they have to completely eliminate these zombies to have a chance of survival. General, what is going on? Why are there so many zombies? The deputy general next to Sifu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief and confusion. They stayed in the garrison all day, carrying out their task step by step, and did not do anything out of the ordinary. They really didn't understand why they attracted such a large number of terrifying zombies. Sifu frowned, waving his weapon without stopping for a moment, and beads of sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks, but he had no time to care. The densely packed zombies in front of him, baring their teeth and claws, made him feel terrified. After coming to Sakura country for so long, this is the first time he has seen so many zombies. I don't know either. The most urgent thing is to eliminate these zombies as soon as possible. Sifu gritted his teeth, and his voice revealed a hint of anxiety and determination. There must be something wrong in some link, otherwise it would be impossible for so many terrible zombies to appear in a good garrison for no reason. At the same time, all the foreign aid stations in various places encountered the same situation without exception. The night was like a huge black curtain covering the earth, hiding everything. By the time the soldiers noticed the abnormality, the surging zombies were already close at hand. With creepy roars and rotten smells, they rushed towards them without any defense. At this time, it was obviously a pipe dream to ask for help from outside, and everyone knew it. At this time, only relying on their own tenacious resistance could they survive this sudden disaster. The atmosphere in the luxurious palace of Banji Kacha suddenly became tense. When hearing that a large number of zombies were surging towards this side, Banji Kacha, who was originally lying lazily on the bed, suddenly sat up in shock and jumped off the bed like a frightened rabbit. Fortunately, Banji Kacha's residence was built with great effort, not only with high-quality materials and an extremely solid structure. Moreover, he usually attaches great importance to security work and has always strictly ordered his soldiers to remain highly vigilant at all times and perform patrol tasks conscientiously. At present, the situation is relatively stable despite the fierce and aggressive zombies. But the tall and thick walls around the palace are still as solid as a rock, temporarily successfully blocking their crazy attacks. Is the helicopter ready? Banji Kacha was anxious. If the palace was unfortunately breached by these terrible zombies in the end, he would not hesitate to board the helicopter at the first time and quickly escape from this dangerous place. On a tall building in the distance, Su Mo was looking through the zombies' perspective and saw the panicked and ugly appearance of Banji Kacha ready to flee. She couldn't help but curl her lips and sneered with contempt. Tieste, look at this Banji Kacha. He is simply a coward. Under the walls of the palace, fierce fighting is continuing. Batches of zombies fearlessly rushed towards the wall, but were mercilessly shot by the soldiers guarding there. The zombies that came up later didn't care about the lives of their companions at all. They stepped on the piles of corpses of their own kind and continued to climb up regardless of everything. As time passed, more and more corpses were standing on the wall. Finally, the zombies successfully climbed over the wall and poured into the palace like a tide, engaging in a bloody and cruel close combat with the soldiers inside.
No.
Zombies are rushing in. With this terrified cry, densely packed and hideous zombies on the wall climbed in like a tide. They bared their teeth and claws and made a low and terrifying roar from their mouths, which was creepy. The official in charge of paying attention to the situation turned pale and immediately rushed to the half-broken fork and reported the critical situation truthfully. It's not good. More and more zombies have broken through our defenses and are pouring into the yard. When Banji Kacha heard this, he was shocked, but then he quickly calmed down. He had already prepared to evacuate at any time, and he did not hesitate at this moment. He was wearing a black suit, with an extremely sharp sword hanging around his waist and a bulging package on his back, which was filled with various precious items and emergency supplies.
Quick.
I must leave here immediately. Banji Kacha shouted loudly, and his feet were flying towards the brand new helicopter in the center of the yard. This place is no longer safe, and staying here will only lead to death. He did not want to become food for these terrible zombies, and he did not want to let the wealth and power he had accumulated over the years go to waste. However, Banji Kacha, who was only concerned with escaping, did not notice that there was a mysterious figure quietly hiding in the shadow of one side of the helicopter. This figure was like a ghost, quietly watching the every move of Banji Kacha and his confidants who hurriedly boarded the helicopter. Not long after, Banji Kacha and several of his confidants successfully boarded the helicopter. After the cabin door was closed, the pilot immediately started the engine, and the huge propeller began to rotate rapidly, making a deafening roar. Seeing that they were about to successfully escape from this dangerous land, everyone felt a little relieved. However, just as the helicopter rose to mid-air, an accident suddenly happened. The helicopter, which was originally flying steadily, suddenly lost control and began to shake violently. Banji Kacha and others were immediately panicked. They looked at each other, their faces full of fear and despair. The helicopter was like a wild horse that had run away, rushing straight towards a tall building not far away.
Boom.
With this deafening roar, it seemed as if the whole world was shaking. The helicopter carrying Banji Kacha was like a burning meteor, crashing straight into the towering building at an astonishing speed. In an instant, sparks from the collision between metal and concrete flew everywhere, like a gorgeous fireworks display. However, this display was so tragic and tragic. How miserable. If this guy had run a little slower, he might have had a chance to become a zombie and continue to survive. Now, even the corpse was blown to ashes. In the dark night, a slender figure gradually emerged. This person was Suemo. The figure standing next to the helicopter just now was her. When she found that the half-cool fork was trying to escape, Suemo left the roof without hesitation, cleverly mixed in with the surging zombies, and sneaked into this place. In an extremely chaotic environment, it is not a difficult task to quietly approach the aircraft. She carefully hid on the side of the aircraft fuselage, her eyes fixed on the half-cool fork that was running toward her. Just when he was only a few feet away from her, Suemo decisively took action and instantly activated the range infection skill. In an instant, an invisible virus force spread rapidly, covering all the people inside the helicopter. There is no doubt that the plane suddenly lost control just now, most likely because the pilot was infected by this terrible virus so that he could not operate the body normally in a short time, which led to the tragic crash. Banji Kacha thought he could escape successfully this time, but even he himself probably did not expect that fate would be so cruel and ruthless that he received a box lunch in a flash and said goodbye to this world. If he knew in advance that there were many ambushes near the plane, even if there was only a trace of wind in his ears, he would definitely choose to hide in the dark and damp basement without hesitation and live like a frightened mouse. The soldiers who were responsible for protecting the emperor watched the helicopter that was supposed to take off with hope fall straight down like a bird with broken wings and instantly turned into a burning fireball. For a while, they were all dumbfounded and at a loss. Didn't you say you were going to escape? Why did it crash suddenly? Someone murmured to himself, his voice full of disbelief and despair. At this moment, the leader has died, so who should they obey next? The situation of being leaderless made everyone fall into deep confusion and panic. However, the ruthless zombies will not pity these sad people, let alone give them the slightest time to mourn. The surging tide of corpses continued to surge like a tide, one wave after another, as if they would never tire, and did not give these frightened people any chance to breathe. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in Sumo's mind. Ding! The upgrade was successful. Until this moment, she just woke up from a dream and was surprised to find that 2 full hours had passed without her realizing it. During the period of system upgrade, she assembled the zombies to attack various garrisons, and by the way, she killed the half-cool fork. Hearing the news that the system upgrade was completed, Suemo did not delay for a moment and immediately found a quiet and safe room. As soon as she entered the room, she couldn't wait to shout, "Open the panel!" She was looking forward to the new skills that would come with the upgrade. Only by making herself strong enough could she achieve the seemingly unattainable goal of overthrowing Mercury. As the virtual screen in front of her slowly lit up, the first thing that came into view was the personal information section. It clearly displayed name, Sue Mo race, zombie source, 5, skills, normal infection, range infection, king's command, resurrection armor 99 plus, animal infection, level 5 source virus, can infect any animal on Mercury. Star points, 15867/100 million. Seeing the last new skill, Sue Mo couldn't help but widen her eyes and muttered to herself, "Wow, there is actually such a heaven-defying skill as animal infection." The animal infection skill is also quite practical. The original virus could only infect living people. If it could infect animals, Sue Mo estimated that the speed of virus transmission would be much faster. She was a little curious whether there would be a plant infection or something like that after the upgrade. After reading the new skills, Sue Mo's eyes slowly moved to the last column of star points. When she saw the jaw-dropping number, she couldn't help but gasp.
Wow.
The star points required for this upgrade are as high as 100 million. She knew very well that the demand for star points would increase tenfold with each upgrade. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but worry. It was really hard to imagine where she would go to find creatures worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions when she continued to upgrade in the later stage. But now was not the time to sigh. Sue Mo quickly focused on the new skills. Let's try animal infection first. After she said to herself, she turned her head and looked outside the house. There were several bird cages hanging there. The birds locked inside should be good test subjects at this time. The few birds under the eaves seemed to have sensed the impending danger and began to jump up and down in panic in the cages, chirping non-stop. It seemed that they were expressing their inner fear and anxiety in this way. However, Sue Mo had no mercy on these poor little guys. She stretched out her right hand, revealing her extremely sharp nails, and then gently poked a bird's belly. In an instant, the virus, along with the piercing of the nail, poured into the bird's body like a surging tide. The fist-sized bird had no time to react. After struggling to roll over twice, its entire body was completely eroded by the virus. The infected bird's appearance changed drastically. Its eyes no longer had the original agile brilliance, but were replaced by empty whites like those of zombies. The originally short and round beak of the bird now became slender and unusually sharp, flashing a chilling cold light. Especially the claws, the length has more than doubled, and it looks full of powerful aggressiveness. The size has also doubled. Obviously, the effect of the virus on the bird is very obvious. The bird stood on Sue Mo's palm, looking very well behaved. Sue Mo caught it and put it in another cage. She was curious about how much attack power a bird infected with the virus could have. Chirp! With a creepy cry, the huge, hideous zombie bird rushed into the cage like a black lightning. In an instant, the cage, which was originally quite peaceful, suddenly fell into chaos and blood. As soon as the ferocious zombie bird entered the cage, it pounced on its two peers without hesitation, and its sharp beak was like a sharp dagger, attacking them frantically. In a moment, one of the poor birds died under the fierce peck of the zombie bird. The other bird was frightened by the horrific scene in front of it and flew around in the cage desperately, trying to avoid this terrible pursuit. At this time, the zombie bird was completely immersed in the pleasure of pecking at the corpse of its companion and had no time to care about the overly frightened survivor. Every time it pecked hard, it would tear off a large piece of tender flesh from the bird's body and then swallow it whole without hesitation. For a moment, blood splattered in the cage, pieces of meat flew everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Not long after, the bird that was pecked to death miraculously stood up. Obviously, after a painful struggle, it also completed the transformation from an ordinary bird to a zombie bird. At this moment, it has completely lost its mind, and its eyes are filled with endless desire for other lives. When the zombie bird stopped pecking at the corpses of its own kind, its eyes emitting a strange white light immediately aimed at the last bird that was shivering in the corner. After becoming a zombie bird, their flesh and blood will no longer be sweet and have no appeal to their kind. Chirp! A few desperate wails sounded, and a few more blood-stained feathers fell from the cracks in the cage. In the end, the only remaining bird could not escape the bad luck and was pecked to death by the other two vicious zombie birds. When the bird transformed into a zombie bird, its body had become broken, and even several feathers on its body fell off, revealing the horrible wounds underneath. In some parts, the hideous wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen, and even the internal organs could be clearly seen trembling slightly. Such a tragic scene was really unbearable to watch. And the culprits who caused such serious injuries were the other two extremely ferocious zombie birds. Suemo couldn't help but wonder, if the infection was a little slower, I'm afraid that this poor zombie bird would be left with only an empty skeleton. After losing the temptation of fresh flesh and blood, the three zombie birds suddenly became restless again. They pecked at the iron cage that trapped them like crazy, and their sharp claws kept pulling hard. The cage that once seemed extremely solid now seemed fragile in front of these three irrational zombie birds. With a tooth-grinding sound of metal twisting, the cage finally couldn't withstand such a fierce attack and was instantly deformed and scrapped. Chirp! As the cage broke, the three zombie birds rushed out impatiently. Strangely, they didn't spread their wings and fly away. Instead, it landed steadily on Sumo's shoulders and arms. At this moment, they looked a bit cute and well-behaved. If you hadn't witnessed their cruel and bloody side just now, you might have mistaken them for ordinary birds. Whether it is a ferocious beast, a docile livestock, or a wise human. Once infected by the terrible virus, they will have an irresistible and absolute obedience to Suemo. Suemo likes this behavior of absolute obedience very much. She gently raised her arms, as gracefully and calmly as a conductor waving his baton. The next moment, the three zombie birds resting on her flew out like an arrow from a string. After rolling rapidly in the air for 2 circles, they quickly adjusted their posture and then rushed towards the high and vast sky without looking back and disappeared at the end of the sky in a blink of an eye. Go, release your power to your heart's content, infect more of your kind, and devour those fresh flesh and blood. Sumo's eyes were fixed on the 3 shadows that gradually disappeared from her vision, and she whispered softly. She was looking forward to the performance of these 3 zombie birds, as they were about to open a new chapter of infection for her. She stood quietly, the breeze brushing her hair, but it could not disturb her focused expression. After the 3 zombie birds completely left, Suemo slowly retracted her gaze. System, are animals that have been mutated through infection also counted as star points? Having just completed the test of her new skills, Suemo finally had the leisure to seek answers from the system. Soon, a cold and emotionless voice sounded in her mind. All individuals with life characteristics, as long as they can be successfully infected and mutated, will be counted as a star point. After receiving such a definite answer, Sumo's face instantly bloomed with a bright smile, and her joy was beyond words. You know, the number of animals on Mercury is countless. If all these animals are included in the infection range and converted into star points for upgrading, then her strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Suemo couldn't help but feel excited. She was a little worried about the huge number of star points required for upgrading, but now her confidence has doubled. With this advantage, her upgrade speed will be greatly improved, and she will no longer be trapped by the plight of scarce resources. Even if she needs to accumulate tens of billions or hundreds of billions of star points, she has enough courage and determination to achieve her goal. Not far away, the fierce sound of gunfire and shouting continued. The hideous zombies were fighting a desperate battle with the well-equipped army. Although the half-cut cool fork had died, the others still did not give up the instinct to survive. They attacked the zombies frantically, trying to break through the obstacles and find a ray of hope. If you want to survive tonight, you can't escape, you can only fight to the end with the zombies outside. Sue Emo directly locked herself in a relatively comfortable room. At this time, it is highly likely that no one will disturb her. She was worried about how the situation in the other several garrisons would develop. The safety of these garrisons is crucial to the whole situation. Tonight, she mainly wanted to kill the half-cool fork, so after giving the zombies the order to attack, she didn't care about the situation over there. Now, the half-cool fork has died, and there are many zombie brothers here, even twice as many as in other places. With such a huge difference in strength, the outcome is already a foregone conclusion, so she naturally doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Looking at the situation inside each garrison, it is also not optimistic. When the Sakura country asked for help, they only sent 10,000 to 20,000 soldiers to support, and they were all slacking off, which is also the reason why the number of zombies in the Sakura country has been growing continuously. When they really encounter danger, this amount of troops is really a bit stretched. As for the other countries, they are just watching the excitement and sending very few reinforcements. With such a good opportunity, Sue Emo will not let these garrisons escape the fate of being captured. She carefully planned and arranged at least 200,000 zombie brothers for each garrison. This not only formed an absolute advantage in numbers, but also chose to launch a surprise attack in the middle of the night, catching the opponent off guard. Under such circumstances, it was almost a pipe dream for those garrisons to turn the tide and turn defeat into victory. There was no possibility of achieving it at all. Even the garrison of the Lighthouse country, which was known as a military power, had powerful heavy weapons, but at this moment, they did not even have the opportunity to use these weapons. The zombies that surged like a tide instantly submerged their heavy weapons storage area with a thunderous force. Those heavy weapons that were originally terrifying and powerful were now like sleeping beasts, with no place to use. The soldiers were horrified to find that except for the firearms they carried with them, they could no longer find any weapons that could effectively resist the attack of the zombies. Faced with such a large number of zombies, they had no time to think and could only rely on instinct and well-trained shooting skills to fire wildly. There were too many zombies. The densely packed figures almost filled the entire field of vision. The soldiers didn't even need to aim deliberately. Every bullet fired would hit the body or head of a zombie accurately. What was despairing was that although the bullets continued to the bodies of the zombies, it didn't seem to have much of a deterrent effect on the endless stream of zombies. As time passed, the precious bullets were gradually consumed, and the zombies continued to advance without flinching. After struggling for 3 hours, the last line of defense of the Lighthouse country soldiers was finally ruthlessly broken by the zombies. These soldiers fell one after another under the claws of the zombies, and eventually none of them were spared from being infected and killed. In the magnificent palace of the Lighthouse country, the atmosphere was so solemn that it seemed to drip water. 2 hours ago, they received an emergency call for help from their own soldiers. The voice from the other end of the phone was full of fear and despair, claiming that a large number of zombies had launched a fierce attack on their base. The situation had reached an extremely critical point, and more troops were urgently needed to support them. After learning the news, the president made a prompt decision and ordered the diplomat to call the senior officials of several other countries immediately. He intended to ask them to send soldiers stationed there to help. However, what everyone did not expect was that the replies that came one after another were surprisingly consistent. The senior officials of these countries all said that their respective bases were also under crazy siege by zombies at this time, and they were unable to take care of themselves and had no ability to withdraw troops to support other countries. After hearing this, the diplomat's face instantly became solemn. He picked up the phone on the desk without hesitation and quickly dialed the number of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sakura country. There was a beeping sound from the other end of the phone, but no one answered. The diplomat frowned and had an ominous premonition in his heart. Time passed by, but the other party still did not respond. The diplomat became more and more anxious, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At the same time, shocking news came that the contact with his own army was suddenly interrupted. After learning about this situation, the president was also very confused. He crossed his arms, paced back and forth in the office, and said to himself, "This is not the first day that Sifu and his team have been to Sakura country. They should have some understanding of the situation there. According to common sense, this situation should not happen. How could they be attacked by zombies all of a sudden? The diplomat on the side leaned forward slightly and reported to the president respectfully. Mr. President, we still cannot get in touch with Sifu. My subordinates have been trying to communicate with him, but since the last call when Sifu told us that our base might not be able to be defended, there has been no news. I am worried. He may have met with an accident. After speaking, the diplomat couldn't help but sigh. Has the rescue army set out? The president frowned and cast an anxious glance at the assistant beside him. Since learning that other countries could not provide support, the president made a prompt decision and sent a full 100,000 troops to Sakura country without hesitation. For him, the dignity of the Lighthouse country is sacred and inviolable. Even if the enemy is those terrifying zombies, he will never tolerate them being presumptuous. Anyone who dared to attack the soldiers of the Lighthouse country would undoubtedly be a slap in his face. Not only that, he also dispatched 10 advanced fighter planes to follow closely. As soon as the trapped soldiers of his country were successfully rescued, he would immediately order the army to use fierce artillery fire to completely destroy those hateful zombies. He wanted to let these zombies experience the pain of being blown to pieces and turned into piles of minced meat. The army has set off, but it may take some time to reach the destination. The assistant bowed slightly and answered carefully. Although he had many concerns in his heart, he tried his best to remain calm and respectful in front of the strong president. The Lighthouse country and the Cherry Blossom country are far apart, even if the army is sent to support at the fastest speed. It will take at least 8 hours for this support force to actually set foot on the territory of the Cherry Blossom country. And in these long 8 hours, no one knows what terrible fate General Sifu and his soldiers will encounter. Perhaps, when the reinforcements arrived, they had already been eaten by the ferocious zombies. Of course, the assistant dared not say these words in front of the president and could only think about it silently in his heart. The assistant's idea was undoubtedly correct. At this moment, in the distant Sakura country, the last line of defense of the station soldiers had been disintegrated by the zombies. There were only more than 10,000 soldiers stationed, which was not enough for the 200,000 zombies. They didn't even have the chance to become zombies and were directly torn apart and eaten by the zombie army. These few living people could not satisfy their greedy appetite at all. After cruelly tearing and swallowing Sifu and his soldiers, the zombie army did not stop their steps. Instead, it spread rapidly around like a surging tide, madly infecting the living people around who had not yet been killed. Sakura country has as many as 200 million living lives, but so far, the number of infected people has not reached 1/3 of the total. Such an infection rate is indeed too slow. I wonder if other countries will send more troops to support after suffering heavy losses in the first batch of soldiers. If they really send reinforcements again, Sumo will treat them as fat sheep and fleece them without hesitation. The current Sakura country has fallen into a chaotic situation without a leader, which is undoubtedly a great opportunity to speed up the infection process. Sumo personally commanded the zombies to destroy all the external aid bases. After doing all this, she walked out of the room slowly with satisfaction. The sky had already brightened up, and the bright sunshine fell on this devastated land. Sumo was thinking about what actions to take next to further improve the efficiency and speed of infection. Looking around, there was a horrible scene everywhere outside the room, with broken rubble and broken limbs scattered everywhere, and no living person could be seen. The ground was covered with shocking traces of fighting, and all kinds of weapons were scattered all over the ground, some of which were already broken. The blood seemed to have dyed the land into a strange picture, and the coagulated blood stains were dark red and exuded a pungent smell. Incomplete body parts were everywhere, broken arms, broken legs, and broken heads, etc., which made people unbearable to look at. Just looking at the scene in front of her, she could imagine how tragic and thrilling the battle last night was. Fortunately, after a life-and-death battle, she finally became the winner. The streets were unrecognizable, with ruins and ruins everywhere. Looking around, there was no living person, but many zombies were wandering around aimlessly, looking for fresh life. They moved slowly, their faces were distorted, and they made low roars from time to time, adding a lively atmosphere to the originally dead streets. Sue-emo walked straight ahead expressionlessly. The destination of her trip this time was the zoo not far away. There were many kinds of animals there, and they were relatively concentrated. For her, it was undoubtedly an excellent place to perform range infection skills. Back then, this zoo was crowded with tourists. It was so lively. Now, it is deserted, and not even a staff member can be found. Since the terrible virus broke out, everyone has fled here in panic, only caring about their own lives, and how can they care about the animals trapped in the garden? The extremely strong iron cages and fences that were once used to protect the safety of the animals have now become their life-threatening shackles. If they are not fed by humans for a long time, these poor animals will probably die of hunger sooner or later. Seeing the living people walking around, the animals that were originally lying lazily on the ground or hiding in the corners instantly became energetic and subconsciously gathered towards the edge of the fence. Pairs of eager eyes stared at the newcomers, and they whimpered and cried eagerly from time to time, hoping to get some food to fill their stomachs. These poor animals had not eaten for several days in a row. Hunger made their bodies extremely thin, and their spirits seemed sluggish. The originally bright and beautiful fur had lost its luster and became dull. The once agile and flexible body had now become sluggish and weak, and it was staggering when walking. However, Sue-emo did not make any feeding movements as they wished. She walked quickly past the group of hungry animals with an expressionless face, without even a trace of pity. She took big steps and strolled around this slightly desolate zoo at the fastest speed. Finally, Sue-emo stopped and stood in front of a solid iron fence. There were 5 huge black bears imprisoned in the fence. Their strong limbs, broad shoulders, and sharp claws all showed their majesty as powerful predators. Even though they were imprisoned here, the fierce aura they exuded was still chilling. Sue-emo stared at these black bears curiously, wondering what kind of amazing mutations they would undergo after being infected with the zombie virus. Would they have stronger power and a more terrifying appearance? Or would they have some special abilities beyond imagination? All kinds of questions kept circling in her mind, making her full of expectations for what might happen next. The effect of the range infection was like an invisible storm, sweeping over quickly. The black bears that had been aggressively surrounding her suddenly fell to the ground, as if they were hit by a mysterious and powerful force. They fell inside the fence, their bodies twitching constantly, as if they were experiencing some kind of extremely painful torture. The virus was like a group of crazy demons, corroding the bodies of the black bears at an alarming rate. Sue-emo stood quietly outside the fence, his eyes fixed on the black bears, not missing any subtle changes. Wherever the virus went, the black bears' bodies began to undergo a series of jaw-dropping changes. Their nails, which were originally sharp enough to tear their prey, grew again, becoming longer, sharper, and more terrifying. Each nail flashed with cold light, as if it could easily cut through steel. And the sharp fangs, which were already terrifying, now stretched out of their mouths, almost longer than their chins, which made people shudder. Not only that, the huge bodies of these black bears swelled rapidly under the effect of the virus, like blowing up balloons. The originally huge bodies doubled in size in the blink of an eye. They now looked like moving hills, exuding an endless sense of oppression and terror.
Roar.
A deafening roar resounded throughout the zoo. One of the black bears was the first to complete the transformation and completely transformed into a creepy zombie bear. Its once bright eyes were now only pale white, and it looked around lifelessly. Disgusting drool flowed from the corners of its mouth, dripping onto the ground to form wet puddles. From its hideous and twisted face, it can be seen that at this moment, it was extremely eager for fresh flesh and blood in its heart.
Roar.
As the zombie bear roared, terrifying roars rang out one after another. The other animals in the zoo were not spared, and they were infected by the virus one after another and transformed into irrational and ferocious zombie animals one after another. For a time, The whole zoo fell into a chaotic roar. Snap! There was a deafening loud noise, and Sumo's eyes were instantly covered with dust. Looking closely, the huge and hideous zombie bear actually waved its strong and powerful bare paws and slammed them the fence that trapped them. The originally indestructible reinforced iron net, under this horrible, instantly became fragmented and fragile, as if it was just a piece of thin paper and was easily torn apart.
Roar.
After successfully breaking through the shackles of the fence, several black bears who regained their freedom excitedly roared to the sky. The roars full of wildness and violence echoed throughout the space, making people shudder. Sumo turned his head to look at the other animals around him. Those animals that had been infected by the virus were now more than twice as big as before. The originally small and flexible monkeys have now become a group of zombie monkeys with bulging muscles and exposed fangs. The once docile and cute rabbits have become huge monsters with fierce eyes. After becoming zombie monkeys, the group of monkeys in the rockery actually jumped out of the deep pit that was 7 or 8 meters high and as smooth as a mirror without any effort. What was even more surprising was that these zombie animals that had just escaped from their cages did not flee in all directions, but all obediently surrounded Sumo. Although their eyes flashed with an extreme desire for flesh and blood, they never dared to leave this place without permission. Perhaps it was because Sumo exuded a mysterious aura that made them instinctively feel afraid. Or perhaps it was because they really understood Sumo's instructions, so they stayed here so obediently. However, Sumo herself was actually unsure about this. She tried to give the monkeys an order to go out for food in her mind. The largest monkey looked at her, growled, and led the monkeys to rush out of the zoo at the fastest speed, disappearing from Sumo's sight. Sure enough, they could understand it. Sumo muttered to herself, with a look of surprise on her face. Although she couldn't understand what the animals were saying, these animals could accurately understand the instructions she issued, which was not a bad thing. Leave one black bear behind, and the rest will go out to find prey. Sumo concentrated and once again issued a clear order in his mind. The animals started to move and left the place in an orderly manner. In the end, only the black bear with the largest body remained. The hair of this black bear was still thick and shiny, which was completely different from the depiction in some film and television works. In those films, animals attacked by viruses often lost all their hair, became extremely ugly, and even had terrible situations such as body decay. However, the black bear in front of him was almost the same as a normal creature except that it was much larger than ordinary ones and had a pair of unique eyes.
Get down.
Sumo shouted softly at the black bear. She deliberately left this black bear because she wanted to experience the wonderful taste of riding a black bear. After all, whether in her life or in her current state, she had never had close contact with such beasts. Now that she has such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could she let it go easily? The huge, hideous zombie bear now lay obediently on the ground like a docile big cat. Sumo climbed onto its broad and thick back nimbly, and after she sat firmly, the zombie bear slowly stood up, then took steady steps and began to walk out slowly. Sumo sat on the fluffy back, feeling the soft and elastic touch under her body, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged in her heart. With every step the zombie bear took, Sumo could feel a slight bump, but this bump did not cause her discomfort, but added a different kind of excitement and fun. When the zombie bear ran, the experience was even more direct, and it was simply majestic. Sumo was as excited as a child, touching the zombie bear's iron-hard fur for a while, and patting its thick and powerful neck for a while, having a lot of fun. It feels pretty good, so I'll let you stay with me for a while and serve as my exclusive mount. From today on, Sumo is also a human corpse with a cool mount. After riding the zombie bear for a long time, Sumo returned to the palace of the half-broken Ku-cha with satisfaction. Then, she let the zombie bear out and signaled it to go for food. Whether it is a zombie human or an animal, if you want to continue to evolve and upgrade and fill your hungry stomach, you must devour fresh flesh and blood. In the afternoon, 100,000 reinforcements from the Lighthouse country arrived in the Sakura country in a mighty manner. They went straight to the station set up by General Sifu without stopping, wanting to understand the specific situation of the current situation as soon as possible. To their great disappointment, when they arrived there, they found that the place was already in a mess. Looking around, there were messy items, damaged weapons and equipment, and zombie bodies lying in a pool of blood everywhere. There were several pieces of clothing of Lighthouse country soldiers that were brutally torn into pieces scattered on the ground. The brightly colored cloth had now become dirty, as if telling of the fierce battle that had taken place. There were no zombies around, not to mention the zombies that were alive and snarling. Not even a single zombie that would move its body slightly could be found. It was obvious that these terrible creatures had long since left this place, leaving only this dead silence and eerie silence. General Thomas, who had hurried over to support, looked at the strange scene in front of him and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Why can't I see a single soldier?" He frowned, his heart full of doubts and uneasiness. According to common sense, even if this garrison was unfortunately breached by the surging zombie army, at least a few soldiers who were infected by the virus and turned into zombies should be seen. But now, he looked around, but there was nothing was found. The deputy general standing aside heard the general's complaint, hesitated for a moment, and then said with a hint of luck, "General, do you think it is possible that not all the soldiers died? Maybe they successfully retreated to other places. In the current situation, there is nothing which may be a better situation." "Well, there is indeed such a possibility." Thomas nodded slightly and approved the guess made by the deputy general. "Then," he said with a serious look, "immediately launch a comprehensive search and rescue operation in all directions, and try every means to get in touch with General SFU." With his order, the 90,000 soldiers behind him quickly began to carry out the mission. Thomas himself led 10,000 of them and rushed straight to the palace where Banji Kacha lived. "We must find Banji Kacha in person to ask clearly and find out what the current situation is." The soldiers who came to support from the Lighthouse country were injured this time. As an ally, the Sakura country cannot shirk its responsibility anyway. In a neat and clean room, Suemo was closely watching the movements around each garrison through the unique perspective of zombies. After successfully capturing these garrisons, she arranged for most of the zombies to evacuate first, leaving only a small number of zombies hiding in those dark and obscure corners. The reason for this arrangement is to closely monitor whether there will be reinforcements sent from other countries. At this moment, she certainly noticed the soldiers of the Lighthouse country who were rushing towards this side in a mighty and murderous manner. Judging from the momentum shown by this team, they must have come here specifically to punish the half-cool fork, and they should not have noticed her whereabouts. What a coincidence! There are a large number of zombies nearby, just right to entertain these uninvited guests.
Squeak.
A series of creepy screams came from the sewers in the distance. Looking closely, I saw that the small and dark space was densely packed with countless zombie rats. They all had hideous faces, their sharp claws and sharp teeth flashing with cold light, staring at the outside world with a fierce look, patiently waiting for the approach of fresh life. There were also a large number of rats in every corner of the city. When Suemo activated the range infection, he would naturally not let go of these seemingly insignificant little cuties. The virus spread among the rats at an alarming speed. In less than half a day, countless rats were infected and turned into terrifying zombie rats.
Squeak.
Not long after, the army led by Thomas quickly arrived at this street filled with a strange atmosphere. There were many rats wandering on the street, either shuttling between the garbage dumps on the roadside or brazenly rampaging in the middle of the road. However, Thomas did not care too much about this, because according to the intelligence he obtained, this virus did not seem to infect animals. Therefore, wasting precious bullets for just a few street rats was obviously a loss. He chose to step forward without hesitation. At this moment, he had a more important and urgent task in mind, and had no time to care about these insignificant rats.
Ah!
A scream suddenly came from the team, and the originally quiet and orderly team instantly exploded. This scream was like a powerful stone that suddenly smashed into the calm lake, instantly stirring up countless layers of surging ripples. What the Hades is screaming? Thomas, who was trembling with fear, turned his face ashen, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He turned his head with wide eyes and shouted in the direction of the scream. "General, these rats will bite people." A thin soldier stood up timidly, holding his injured ankle tightly with one hand, his face full of pain and grievance. He didn't want to scream, but this rat suddenly jumped out and bit him hard. Not only did he scare him to death, but the wound was also painful, so he screamed subconsciously. "It's just a rat. Why not just stomp it to death? Look at your lack of ability." Thomas cursed impatiently, his anger growing stronger. The huge team of 90,000 elite soldiers had been searching this area for 2 hours. However, they still did not find even the slightest trace of Sifu or other missing soldiers. This strange situation made Thomas feel extremely irritated, as if a nameless fire was burning in his chest.
Squeak.
A noisy sound of rats came from all directions, as if the entire area was occupied by this group of uninvited guests. Thomas's heart tightened, and he looked around vigilantly. At this moment, he felt something crawling under his feet. He looked down and saw that a fat rat had emerged. Seeing this, Thomas's heart suddenly surged with an unknown fire. Without thinking, he raised his right foot and kicked the mouse hard, intending to kick it away like a ball. However, the opposite happened. The mouse actually lay on Thomas's shoe with amazing speed and strength. The mouse didn't care about Thomas's anger at all. Instead, it squeaked more arrogantly. The sound was sharp and piercing, as if it was mercilessly mocking Thomas's incompetence. Thomas was completely enraged. His eyes were wide open. His right hand quickly pulled out a sharp dagger from his waist and was about to stab the mouse on the shoe. The mouse seemed to sense the danger and reacted very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it climbed up Thomas's trouser leg. "This mouse!" Thomas cursed while shaking his body in a panic, trying to shake the mouse off himself. At the same time, the soldiers behind Thomas also exclaimed, "General, there seems to be something wrong with this mouse." They watched this bizarre scene with their eyes wide open, each of them dumbfounded. Thomas was extremely anxious, but fortunately, he was a veteran and extremely agile. After a fierce struggle, he finally found the right time, swung the dagger in his hand fiercely, and stabbed it into the rat's head accurately. With a shrill scream, the rat loosened its claws, and Thomas took the opportunity to throw it far away. After finally getting rid of the disgusting rat on his body, Thomas finally had some time to turn his head and look at the soldiers behind him who had already been in a mess. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A series of noisy and piercing cries suddenly sounded, and countless rats rushed out like a tide in the corners and the dark sewers. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers were more or less covered with a few hideous rats. "General, these rats are too abnormal." The deputy general was trying to shake off the rat stuck on his shoes while shouting at Thomas. Looking closely, these rats showed no fear of humans. Instead, they were extremely ferocious. What was even more terrifying was that their eyeballs were like zombies, with a strange and creepy white color. "Hurry up! Get the rats off your body, and don't let them bite you." Thomas was anxious and shouted at the soldiers, waving his hand to signal them to get out of the rats as soon as possible.
Shoot.
"Shoot these guys." Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Thomas immediately issued a shooting order, trying to scare away the fearless rats in front of him with dense gunfire. However, the opposite happened. The rats seemed to be stimulated by something and became more and more excited. Facing the whistling bullets, they were not only fearless, but even charged forward in the face of the gunfire, with a posture of fighting to the death. Several agile and extremely fast rats flew to the soldiers like lightning. Their originally small bodies were twice as large as ordinary rats. Their sharp teeth pierced the soldiers' tough combat uniforms effortlessly, as easy as cutting tofu. For a while, the soldiers' painful shouts and angry curses kept coming from the team, one after another, intertwined together, forming a chaotic scene. The first soldier, who was unfortunately infected, had been overwhelmed by the surging rats. Countless zombie rats pounced on him frantically and bit his body. Before long, the poor soldier was left with only a pale skeleton, lying alone on the ground, bloody and horrible.
Roar.
A low and strange roar came from the team. The sound was full of violence and cruelty, and it was not something a human could make. Upon hearing the sound, the soldier beside him turned around to check. When he saw the scene clearly, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and his hands and feet went limp. He saw that his teammate had turned into a hideous zombie without knowing when and was rushing toward him with his teeth bared, trying to launch a fatal attack. The terrified soldier had no time to think about it and instinctively raised his gun and fired wildly at his former comrade. The bullets whizzed out and hit the zombie's body, splashing blood, but this did not stop its pace at all.
No.
This is really a zombie virus. Run, General Thomas. Seeing the situation deteriorate rapidly, the deputy general knew that it was not good. He reached out and grabbed Thomas without hesitation, trying to take him away from this terrible Hades.
Retreat.
Everyone retreat quickly. General Thomas was anxious and shouted orders. They were surrounded by dense rats. If they were not careful, they would be scratched or bitten by the rats. Once infected, the consequences would be disastrous. If they did not evacuate here as soon as possible, he could not imagine how many soldiers would be left in this ghost place forever. All this was too weird and creepy. The intelligence obtained before claimed that animals would not be attacked by this deadly virus, but how to explain these extremely terrifying zombie rats that appeared before them? After an hour of thrilling escape and fierce fighting, Thomas led his team to retreat from the street, filled with the breath of death and a mess. Finally, they succeeded in getting rid of the relentless rats. After they ran away from the street for quite a distance, they found that the ferocious rats had stopped chasing them. Thomas took off his hat in anger and cursed fiercely. At this age, this was the first time he encountered such a cowardly and suffocating situation. This group of zombie rats that suddenly appeared caught them off guard. The original mighty army of 10,000 people was now reduced to only 3,000 people. Such a huge number of casualties made Thomas heartbroken. It seemed that a raging fire was burning in his heart, and he urgently needed to find an outlet to vent. He turned his head suddenly and shouted to a soldier beside him, "Immediately notify the soldiers in the garrison to transport all the heavy weapons to me. Today, he must raze this street to the ground." After losing a full 7,000 people inexplicably, Thomas felt that he had to vent his anger in order to calm his anger and unwillingness. Yes. The soldier looked at the general's face, which was red with anger, and his heart trembled. He must not disobey the general's intention at this time. He nodded in response, and then led a team to rush towards the station, ready to carry those powerful heavy weapons. TSK, the defense is broken. In the room, Sumo, who was secretly observing Thomas and others' every move from the perspective of a zombie, saw that the other party was so angry and frustrated and couldn't help but sneer at them. Her pale face was now full of gloating smiles, as if everything happening in front of her was a wonderful farce. Once, Sumo was also a kind-hearted and sunny girl, but after experiencing countless cruelty and darkness, she probably turned black. The enemy's pain and despair have become the source of her happiness. As the saying goes, people with different paths cannot work together. If Thomas knew that the other search and rescue teams he sent out were about to step into the preset ambush circle and encounter a large group of extremely ferocious zombies, would he be so angry that he would die directly on the spot? Maybe this majestic-looking general will die of vomiting blood on the spot because he can't bear such a heavy. Thinking of this, Sumo's laughter became louder and louder, echoing in the empty room, looking particularly eerie and terrifying. Thomas is not an ordinary person after all. As a general who has experienced many battles, he soon realized that he must calm down as soon as possible and re-examine the current serious situation. After a brief emotional catharsis, he took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, slowly turned his head, and cast his eyes on the deputy general standing beside him. Immediately passed the news that animals can also be infected with a virus. Thomas's voice was low and serious, revealing an unquestionable majesty. Now this terrible virus can even easily infect animals, and its transmission speed and degree of harm may far exceed their initial expectations. If effective countermeasures are not taken, the consequences may be disastrous. I understand. The deputy general nodded solemnly, revealing deep worry in his eyes. He was at the scene when the laboratory was testing animals, so he knew the situation very well. The virus at that time could not infect the experimental animals, but the viruses that appeared in Sakura country were completely different. What exactly caused this mutation? Not only did the zombies besiege the soldiers' station in the middle of the night, but even the animals were not spared. If all animals could be infected, the consequences would be disastrous. Some flying birds and beasts are extremely fast. Once they're infected, they will never stay in Sakura country. By then, this terrible virus may sweep the world and bring an unprecedented disaster. The deputy general knew that this important information must be reported to the superiors as soon as possible so that the relevant departments can formulate effective response plans and defense measures in advance. On the other side, after Su Emao ordered all the zombie brothers to quietly leave the vicinity of the street, she took out her mobile phone from her pocket. During this period of time, she has been busy commanding zombies to infect humans and improve her level. She has not been online for several days. I don't know to what extent the public opinion on the internet has developed now. As soon as she opened the video account, Su Emao found that it was full of various videos about the end of the world. 7 out of 10 short videos are about zombies, dilapidated city streets, billowing smoke everywhere, and corpses lying on the road. Looking at the hot search list, almost all of them are related to zombies, viruses, and the end of the world. Among these many entries, a news that the monarch of the Sakura kingdom fell to his death aroused Su Emo's curiosity. She clicked on this entry without hesitation, and then a thrilling video came into view. I saw that the helicopter carrying half of the cool fork was falling rapidly and finally crashed into the high-rise building and ignited a raging fire. Su Emao was secretly surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that someone had filmed the scene. Judging from the video, there should still be survivors near the scene of the incident. Although the number of infected people in the Sakura kingdom is as high as tens of millions, it is not surprising that there are still some living people who can spread such videos. After browsing her phone for a while, Su Emao discovered that the situation in Longwa had unexpectedly taken a turn for the better. With the all-out rescue operation and large-scale cleanup work by the Longwa government, the spread of zombies has slowed down significantly, and the number has shown a downward trend. Such a situation is by no means something to be thankful for Su Emao. As a country with a huge population base, Longwa is like a giant cake that makes people salivate. How could she be willing to give it up so easily? There is no doubt that other countries in the world will also be unable to escape her clutches. It's just a matter of time. Thinking of the population size of various countries, another country flashed through her mind instantly: India. You know, India is the most populous country on Mercury. If the virus can be successfully introduced into this land, then the 30 to 40 billion star points that follow can be easily captured. The income from India alone is enough to make her level up twice, and such an attractive prospect is too good to be true. But the thorny problem now is how she can successfully bring the deadly virus to the country of Asen, which is far away and out of reach. Oh, forget it. Let's deal with the problem of Longwa first. Su Emao sighed and threw the phone aside, but her eyes still stayed on the official notice of Longwa that she had just browsed on the screen. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her brain was working rapidly, trying to think of a good way to deal with the current situation. As a zombie with self-awareness, this is an incredible thing in itself. Not to mention that she can operate the phone as skillfully as a normal person and always pay attention to various notices issued by the official Longwa. After a pause, Su Emao closed her eyes tightly and concentrated on building a connection with the zombies in Longwa in her mind. Through this unique way, She can clearly see the scenes presented in the eyes of those zombies as if she were there. The situation in Longwa at this time is actually not as optimistic as it is said on the internet. After the virus has been rampant and spreading for many days, the situation where only 15 towns were infected has now evolved into more than 20 towns falling into this terrible disaster. Because the virus is highly contagious, its speed of spread is beyond imagination. Although the authorities have taken a series of strict prevention and control measures, they still cannot prevent more and more people from being infected. They haven't given up on El City yet. This is really surprising. After observing the situation in El City, Su Mo couldn't help but sigh. El City is the first city to be attacked by the virus, and the damage it has suffered are simply unimaginable. After that terrible disaster, the whole city fell into a dead silence and chaos. Under the attacks of the zombies day and night, 70% of the residents in El City have unfortunately become zombies. However, after the army's hard work, many zombies have been wiped out. She roughly calculated that there are only about 800,000 zombies wandering the streets of El City. Today, there are still more than 200,000 survivors trapped in this dangerous city. All this was done intentionally by Su Mo. She specifically ordered her men to leave these living people as hostages to contain human actions. In contrast, the situation in City D is slightly more optimistic. At the beginning, 200,000 elite troops decisively entered City D and quickly launched a thrilling defense battle. It is precisely because of the strong intervention of this powerful army that about 50% of the population of City D has survived, and some order in the city has gradually been restored to a certain extent. As the situation gradually stabilized, most of the 200,000 troops originally stationed here have evacuated and rushed to other threatened cities to provide assistance and support. Since the successful elimination of Su Mo, the crazy zombie king, the zombies of Longwa seem to have lost their backbone and were no longer as cunning and agile as before. Their actions began to appear a little slow and clumsy, bringing a ray of hope to humans in fighting this terrorist crisis. At this time, the official personnel actually had a wonderful illusion, as if everything was already under their control. However, is this really the case? After Su Mo carefully observed the surroundings, she had a clear understanding and judgment of the current situation. Since the situation has developed to this point, why not launch a comprehensive general offensive? After a brief thought, Su Mo made a decisive decision and determined the next action plan. At this moment, she is in the territory of Sakura country, and it is not possible to infect the animals here for the time being. But this did not make Su Mo too worried. There are already a large number of infected birds in Sakura country, flying high and flying to various parts of the country. In a few days, these virus-carrying birds will be able to spread the deadly virus to other countries. As for whether the Lighthouse country, which claims to be the world hegemon, will choose to make this news public. Let the world know about this potential crisis. That is not a problem she needs to worry about or consider at all. Take action immediately and do your best to infect all the living people in El City and at the same time make preparations to break out. Su Mo gave the order without hesitation, and the zombies in El City, who had already lost their minds, began to frantically carry out this cruel and bloody task as if they had received an imperial decree. She carefully planned a shocking terrorist operation, intending to let this group of zombies rush out of El City like a surging tide and successfully meet with their counterparts in D City. Afterwards, they will advance along D City and conquer the surrounding cities one by one like a plague. At this moment, it is not only the zombies in El City that began to act under Su Mo's command. The zombies in other cities have also received her secret orders and are quietly deploying. These Walking Dead are ready to respond to the call of the zombies in El City at any time and anywhere and jointly set off a horrifying zombie-tide outbreak, which will then cause a large-scale virus infection. Most of the survivors in El City have been closely monitored by the zombie brothers and are under their control. For the zombies, it is not difficult to quickly infect these unarmed humans. In just one day, the number of zombies in El City has grown rapidly like a snowball and has exceeded the 1 million mark without anyone noticing. From time to time, patrol drones whizzed past over El City. The brave soldiers stationed on the edge of the city did not dare to slack off, and always kept a close eye on the every move of the zombies in the city. By operating drones for uninterrupted patrols, not only can the activities of zombies in the city be grasped in real time, but also the surviving living people can be searched for, and ways can be found to rescue them and deliver necessary survival supplies. Sumo is well aware of the advantages of night operations. Whenever night falls and the moon is dark and windy, even if there are drones flying back and forth in the sky for patrols. But as long as the zombies move cautiously, they can cleverly avoid the reconnaissance site so that her plan can be carried out unnoticed. The night is as dark as ink, so thick that it seems to be indissoluble, and the whole world is shrouded in a deep darkness. In this silent and gloomy night, only a few drones flew slowly in the air like ghosts. They flickered with a faint light, becoming the only bright spot in the endless darkness. However, the soldiers who controlled the drones did not realize that a terrible crisis was quietly approaching inside this seemingly peaceful city. Countless zombies with hideous faces and rotten bodies were moving slowly towards the edge of the city with stiff steps. "Captain, why do I feel that there are a lot of zombies on the edge tonight?" At midnight, a soldier who was responsible for operating the drone to check the situation stared closely at the picture sent back on the screen, with a hint of doubt on his face. Indeed, as the soldier said, the number of zombies on the edge of the city would not be so large at this time, because there are troops stationed on the edge of the city, and they're always shooting zombies that appear. And during the day, the troops will go deep into El City to carry out large-scale cleaning of zombies in the city. Therefore, these zombies seem to have gradually realized the danger outside the city. Even with many living creatures as bait, they dare not easily come to the periphery. "Let me see." Hearing that the zombies might move, Captain Zhao Yun's heart trembled suddenly, and a chill instantly rose from his spine. He didn't have time to think about it, and immediately reached out to take the screen connected to the drone, staring at the image on it, trying to find some clues from it. After a careful observation, Zhao Yun's face became more and more solemn. More and more zombies appeared on the screen, and they were crowded together. A creepy human wall was formed, and they were constantly advancing towards the edge of the city. "We can't wait any longer. We must take action immediately. Immediately send 10 more drones to go deep into the city to check the situation." Zhao Yun made a prompt decision and issued an order, and did not hesitate to increase the patrol intensity. He knew the horror of zombies. If they were careless and let them break through the defense line, the consequences would be disastrous. He would never allow himself to make any mistakes, and every mistake could threaten the lives of countless people. Since the last thrilling zombie diving attack, the survivors have been filled with deep fear and vigilance against zombies. The experience of being on the verge of life and death is unforgettable for everyone. Although internal sources said that the zombie king who could control zombies had been successfully shot and killed. But no one dared to assert whether there would be another more powerful and cunning zombie king quietly rising. Although the current situation is gradually improving, after day of arduous battles, they finally achieved a phased victory. Every day, they can eliminate a large number of disgusting zombies and gradually liberate El City from their clutches. However, the more it seems to be going smoothly, the more people should not take it lightly. In the night sky, 30 advanced drones whizzed past like lightning, and their flashing signal lights illuminated the surrounding darkness. A zombie hiding in the best sight slowly raised his head and looked up at the drones flying freely in the air with his turbid and smelly eyes. "TSK, TSK, TSK, be really vigilant." With a slightly sarcastic sigh, Sumo's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Seeing that the dragon people noticed the abnormal situation so quickly, Sumo couldn't help but sigh in her heart. These dragon people are now afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake once. Just a little movement made by the zombies can make them rush to check immediately, as if they were facing a great enemy. This excessive vigilance is really not a good habit for Sumo. The more vigilant they are, the more it affects her efficiency. 30 drones flew through the air like swift birds, and the high-definition cameras they carried transmitted the surrounding scenes back to the base in real time. Zhao Yun stared at the screen closely, his expression focused and solemn. After a careful observation, he frowned slightly. "Captain, some zombies seem to be slowly moving in our direction." As the person on the side finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on the pictures sent back from the drones. In the dim light, a group of ragged zombies with distorted faces were staggering and slowly walking towards the side. Although it seems that the number of zombies is not large at present. However, what Zhao Yun did not know was that long before these drones entered El City, those zombies that could avoid it had already quietly hidden. At this moment, it seems that there are only a few thousand zombies wandering aimlessly on the streets. But in the dark corners that drones cannot detect, there are tens of thousands of zombies hidden. They are like beasts lurking in the dark, quietly waiting for the best opportunity, ready to give the enemy a fatal. Zombies seem to never get tired, always like to run around in the wide and lonely streets without any rules. Their twisted and deformed bodies, hideous faces, and bodies emitting a foul smell are all chilling. Although the firepower of the defenders is extremely strong, there will always be a small number of zombies that rush towards them fearlessly. Because humans infected by the virus have lost most of their thinking ability, only the most primitive instincts drive them to act. Everyone prepares their weapons, and if you find a zombie rushing out, shoot it immediately. Zhao Yun's eyes are cold, holding the gun in his hand tightly, without the slightest mercy and hesitation in his eyes. For him, these zombies are no longer human beings, but a group of soulless and extremely disgusting walking dead. 30 drones have just evacuated, and Su Mo gave the order to attack, without hesitation. Break through the defense line at all costs. In an instant, the originally quiet city suddenly erupted with deafening roars. Those zombies were like awakened demons, changing their previous slow and lazy appearance. Like a black torrent, they rushed towards the defense line outside the city at an astonishing speed. Outside the defense line, there are 50,000 elite troops stationed, equipped with a variety of advanced and sophisticated weapons and equipment. Among them are some powerful weapons that can achieve range strikes. Even if a considerable number of zombies attempt to break out, with such a strong force and weapon advantage, they can be dealt with calmly. "Captain, it's not good. A large number of zombies are rushing towards us at a very fast speed, like crazy." A soldier who was controlling the drone for patrol missions suddenly changed his face and exclaimed. Just below the drone, the originally peaceful streets suddenly became chaotic. Countless zombies surged out like a tide, and the dense figures made people shudder. "Don't panic, let me take a look." Zhao Yun's heart tightened, and he quickly reached out to take the device. Unfortunately, before he could even see the situation on the screen, the device in his hand suddenly went black without any warning. There is no doubt that something must have accurately hit the drone flying in the air. Although it is not clear at the moment what caused this result, it is certain that this is by no means a good sign. Prepare for defense immediately. Send out another 10 drones and make sure to find out the specific situation. Zhao Yun knew that the situation was urgent and gave the order without hesitation. The whole city seemed to be in extreme panic and chaos at this moment, and an ominous premonition tightly gripped his heartstrings. Don't make any mistakes when you are in charge. In order to resist this terrible virus attack, they have paid too much of a painful price, and countless brave and fearless teammates have sacrificed their precious lives for this.
"Captain."
There are indeed a large number of zombies rushing towards us. The drone, which had just taken off not long ago, soon sent back a terrifying picture. The screen clearly showed a large group of black, snarling zombies swarming in with great momentum. Click, sizzle. Several more drones were shot down by something in the zombie swarm, and this scene stunned everyone. They often use drones to check the situation in the city, and they have never been shot down like this. Here they come. Zhao Yun tightly grasped the heavy machine gun, and his fingers turned slightly white due to excessive force. His eyes were cold and firm, and he was ready for a fierce battle. Tonight is destined to be not peaceful. Judging from the current situation, this will be an extremely difficult battle.
"Shoot."
With Xiao Yun's roar, the soldiers on the entire line of defense pulled the trigger at the same time, without hesitation. For a moment, countless bullets whistled towards the dense group of zombies in front like raindrops. However, something unexpected happened. Only when a series of crisp sounds of ding were heard, everyone was surprised to find out. Those zombies running frantically were carrying all kinds of steel plates, iron doors, and other items that could resist some bullet attacks. They actually knew how to protect themselves? There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd, and everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes again. Who would have thought that these zombies who had no consciousness and only knew how to attack would become so smart at some point? Could it be that the intelligent zombies that could command the actions of the entire zombie group have reappeared? Seeing this amazing scene, this terrible thought involuntarily came to everyone's mind. The number of zombies on the street increased and they moved very fast. They were not afraid of the oncoming gunfire and bullets, and moved forward bravely. Although the various steel plates embedded in their bodies could provide protection to a certain extent, they could not completely resist all attacks. In front of the densely packed bullets pouring down like raindrops, many zombies were shot and fell down. Boom.
Boom.
Deafening explosions were heard continuously, and ranged attack weapons were fired continuously, with flames shooting up into the sky and sparks flying everywhere. Every explosion threw piles of zombies into the air, where they were instantly blown to pieces, and then turned into countless pieces of meat and blood that fell like rain. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, the gunshots that were originally only emitted by the human side were mixed with the sound of shooting from the zombies. I saw bullets shot out from the zombies like deadly venomous snakes, flying straight towards the soldiers who were shooting at the front line. These soldiers were not as strong as zombies, and they would feel pain when they were hit by bullets. How could zombies play with guns? Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun was stunned and almost scared to death. Those zombies holding guns and shooting at them crazily were actually comrades who had fought side by side with him and depended on each other for life and death. The close partners of the past have now not only turned into hideous zombies, but also picked up the same weapons and launched a fierce attack on them desperately.
This
is too weird, Captain. It must be another new zombie king. A team member widened his eyes, his face full of horror. The group of zombies in front of them is simply incredible. They are not only well organized, and they know how to cooperate with each other to attack them. This situation is too terrible. Report this important information to the superior immediately. Xiao Yun quickly issued an order, and his hands did not stop moving at all. They were closely monitoring this group of zombies day and night. Who would have thought that under their noses, this group of zombies quietly completed the transformation? When Xiao Yun thought of the huge group of zombies in the city, he felt his scalp tingling. If all these zombies swarmed towards them, even though they had many advanced weapons with large-scale killing capabilities, he could not guarantee that he could successfully defend this crucial line of defense. They were closely monitoring this group of zombies day and night. Who would have thought that under their noses, this group of zombies quietly completed the transformation? When Xiao Yun thought of the huge group of zombies in the city, he felt his scalp tingling. If all these zombies have now evolved to the terrifying level of being able to skillfully use firearms and shoot accurately. Beautiful. Suemo, who was far away in Sakura country, saw this scene and couldn't help but applaud. This group of zombies who know how to use firearms are the armed forces that entered El City before. They were ambushed by zombies and successfully transformed into zombies. After becoming zombies, Suemo commanded these zombies to hide all the various firearms they carried. What if one day, she can also use these hot weapons? The body that is not afraid of pain is matched with the use of hot weapons, which is really a trump card. Due to the huge number of zombies in the inner city, the team responsible for the cleanup has never set foot in that area. Naturally, they could not detect these hidden weapons. At this moment, these weapons that were once hidden finally came in handy, and Suemo used them to fight the enemy, without hesitation. After a period of devouring evolution, this group of zombies is no longer as stupid as they were at the beginning. Keep attacking. Don't stop. Make sure to break through the defense line. Suemo issued an order again. As her order was issued, All the zombies in L City rushed towards the target location like puppets being controlled. The enemy's firepower was too strong, so she could only try to rush. As for whether it would work, she would do it first. Captain, the number of zombies seems to be increasing, and we can't resist it anymore. A team member anxiously reported the battle situation to Zhao Yun. Time was passing ruthlessly, and every minute and every second seemed particularly long. On the battlefield, countless zombies fell in the hail of bullets like moths to a flame, but behind them there were endless numbers of their kind to quickly fill the gap. These zombies were like a surging, endless tide, one wave after another, and it was difficult to make them retreat no matter how hard they tried. Just when everyone felt desperate, a huge roar suddenly came from the air. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw two fighter planes flying towards this side like two fierce falcons. They hovered over the zombies, and the pilots relied on their superb skills and keen insight to accurately seize the opportunity and throw powerful shells into the zombies. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, and explosions came one after another. The powerful power of the shells is simply several times stronger than the conventional firepower on the ground. The strong aftermath of the explosion even made the ground under their feet tremble violently, and countless houses around them turned into ruins in an instant. Under this devastating, the side that suffered the most losses was undoubtedly Sumo's side. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of zombies were killed, and the originally dense group of zombies suddenly became much sparser. The fighter plane came. The situation was slightly reversed at this moment. This scene boosted the spirits of the soldiers on the ground, and the originally low morale instantly rose. They waved their weapons and shouted passionately, "Come on! Victory will definitely be ours." In the crowd, Zhao Yun stood high. His figure was as tall as a god of war. He raised his weapon high and shouted loudly, "Destroy all the enemies." With his roar, the weapon in his hand kept shooting forward crazily, and a series of lights cut through the sky like lightning and flew straight towards the enemy. Every explosion brought a mess and destruction, and those evil enemies fell one after another under the baptism of artillery fire. The soldiers were filled with anger and justice. They wanted to wipe out all the enemies immediately so that the innocent people would no longer be harmed. Not good. Sumo, who had been observing the battle situation, frowned when she saw the fighter planes in the sky. She didn't expect the support from Longwa to come so quickly. If this continues, her million-strong army will probably be blown up by them before they even get out of L City. Attack the defense line at full speed. Sumo gave the order again with a cold look. At this moment, the situation is extremely urgent, and the zombies must be mixed with the living. In this way, the fighter planes in the sky will inevitably be afraid when dropping bombs, which can effectively reduce the number of casualties of zombies. These zombies were successfully infected by her after going through untold hardships and spending a lot of effort. If they were killed in large numbers by bombs, how could she not feel heartbroken?
Roar.
Zombies don't know what pain is, which is undoubtedly their most significant advantage. Even in this critical moment with smoke and rumbling artillery and life and death hanging by a thread, they are still fearless, marching forward bravely, resolutely and seriously executing the instructions transmitted from their minds. As time went by, the zombies got closer and closer to the defense line. The first batch of zombies approaching the defense line could no longer be eliminated by long-range attacks. Only the soldiers outside the defense line could hold weapons and bombard them at close range. At such a close distance, if bombs were thrown rashly, not only would these zombies be hard to escape, but even the human soldiers nearby would probably not survive. Amid the deafening roars, several zombies stood out. They suddenly jumped up and leaped straight towards the defense line with amazing jumping power.
Da-da-da.
The sound kept coming, and the zombies that jumped into the air were ruthlessly shot down by them. They were cut off from the possibility of jumping into the defense line. "I don't know where the zombie king is hiding." Someone cursed angrily. If it was really as everyone guessed, there was a powerful zombie king behind the scenes secretly commanding these zombie-like monsters. Then the wisest thing to do at this moment was undoubtedly to find and kill the zombie king as soon as possible. After all, it is well known that to catch a thief, one must first catch the leader. After successfully shooting the zombie king last time, they had a relatively peaceful and tranquil life. When everyone was full of joy and thought that everything would slowly get better, they never expected that the new zombie king would quietly rise again. This was undoubtedly a to everyone, and the hearts that had just ignited the fire of hope instantly fell into the bottomless abyss. It seems that if all the zombies cannot be completely eliminated, they may never be able to live a truly stable and down-to-earth life. Thinking of this, everyone's heart was heavy, as if they were pressed by a huge stone weighing 1,000 pounds and couldn't breathe. While his thoughts were rolling, a strange sound suddenly came from the zombie group, and then a series of black shadows flew out of it at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Xiaoyan quickly concentrated his mind and looked at it. After he saw the true face of the black shadow, he couldn't help but be shocked, and his hand almost couldn't hold the weapon in his hand steadily. A jaw-dropping scene appeared in the zombie group on the opposite side. They actually used their own kind as weapons and threw them at them mercilessly. Those huge and powerful zombies tightly grasped their relatively thin companions beside them, as if they were holding not lives but cold weapons in their hands. As the giant zombie swung its arm violently, it was like waving a huge pendulum and threw the zombies in its hand out fiercely. In an instant, dense zombies whistled out from the depths of the zombie group like a burst of black raindrops, flying all over the sky. Although the soldiers desperately pulled the trigger and the dense bullets poured out like a rainstorm, there were too many zombies. Even with the rain of bullets, it was inevitable that some of them would break through the defense line and fall into the group of soldiers. These zombies that had not yet landed could not wait to stretch out their sharp claws and frantically pounce on the soldiers on the ground. Even though some zombies were shot and killed accurately in midair, many soldiers were still unable to dodge and were unfortunately scratched by them. Some soldiers even had no time to react and were directly knocked to the ground by the zombies that fell from the sky and lost their lives in an instant. More and more zombies were thrown out continuously, and the team's originally strict and orderly defense rhythm was soon completely disrupted. In this short moment, the zombies outside the defense line advanced several meters forward like hungry wolves. The agile zombies rushed to the iron net like an arrow from a string and shook it with all their strength. Faced with such a surging tide of zombies, although the soldiers were brave and fearless and fought bravely, as the saying goes, ants bite elephants to death. For every zombie they killed, there would be 2 more to make up for it. With a crisp creaking sound, the solid iron net that had just been built could not withstand the powerful impact of the zombies and collapsed. As soon as the iron net fell, the zombies outside the defense line rushed in like a flood, rushing into the garrison. Retreat! Everyone, retreat quickly! Xiaoyan shouted at the top of his lungs, his face full of anxiety and determination. After hearing the order, the soldiers began to fight and retreat. They fought hard to resist the zombies' attack, but there were too many of them, and the enemy kept coming. Xiaoyan knew that it was meaningless to defend at this time. Every soldier's life was precious and could not be sacrificed in vain. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies rushed into the crowd, like hungry wolves entering a flock of sheep, and attacked recklessly. Many soldiers who did not have time to retreat were instantly thrown to the ground by zombies, followed by a horrifying sound of biting and chewing. Before long, these unfortunate soldiers were infected and turned into new zombies, turning around to join the attack on their companions. In the back, fighter planes were constantly dropping bombs on the ground. However, due to the chaos of the battle below, the pilots could only carefully control the drop position to avoid accidentally injuring their own people. Despite this, the shock wave generated by the explosions still brought some obstacles to the zombies, slightly reducing the pressure on the frontline soldiers. Other support troops have not yet arrived at the battlefield, and they alone can no longer withstand this dense tide of zombies. The fighter pilots in the sky were not idle either. They stared at the bottom with full concentration. Once they find a zombie that looks special and different, they will shoot without hesitation and kill it. Which zombie is controlling this group of terrible monsters? This mystery shrouds everyone's mind, making people feel extremely nervous and uneasy. The zombie king who makes everyone feel deeply afraid and extremely headache is now safely in the distant Sakura country, watching the fierce battle from the perspective of zombies. They racked their brains, but they probably couldn't think that the one who commanded the zombies' actions was Suemo, the zombie they had shot. Except for Suemo, no matter how high their level is, they can't control all zombies with one thought like her. I have to admit that the zombie brothers under her are really powerful. They all execute her orders without hesitation, and they remain absolutely loyal, without any rebellious thoughts. Even with such a powerful force, she paid a price for successfully breaking through this solid line of defense. Almost 400,000 zombies died, heroically, in this attack. Fortunately, this is not a big problem. After all, zombies have unique characteristics. As long as there are living people around, they can quickly infect other individuals around them and then produce 10 or even 100 new zombies. Therefore, she does not have to worry about the lack of available zombie troops in her hands. Right. Just go forward like this, break through the defense line, and rush out of El City.
She shouted excitedly.
Seeing that her plan was successfully implemented, she was full of a sense of accomplishment. The task given to her by the system is to infect the entire Mercury. Her task is still heavy? Elder Long, it's bad. The zombies in El City suddenly went crazy and broke through our defense line directly and went to D City. In the spacious and solemn high-level office, the days that had finally calmed down for a few days were broken by this sudden bad news. This shocking news was reported to Long Guo in the early morning of this morning. The incident happened at night, but Elder Long was too tired during this period of time. It was not easy to have a few nights to rest in peace. Therefore, even his assistant felt a little reluctant and was unwilling to disturb this old man who worked day and night for the safety of the country. What is the current situation? Hearing this bad news, Long Guo felt as if his head was hit hard by a heavy hammer and it kept beating. He couldn't believe that he had lost the entire El City just by sleeping for a while. The assistant took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and then began to report to Long Lao in detail what happened last night. There are probably less than 1% of people still alive in El City. Last night, those zombies that were originally quiet suddenly attacked collectively without any warning and quickly infected all the remaining living people in the city with lightning speed. Then they rushed out of El City like a surging black torrent. After a slight pause, the assistant continued. At present, this huge group of zombies is chasing them all the way, following the surviving troops closely. After the troops successfully joined forces with the garrison forces in City D, everyone originally planned to work together to completely wipe out this group of hateful zombies. However, at this critical moment, the zombies inside City D also seemed to be driven by some mysterious force and began to riot wildly and rushed out with all their strength. Our troops were instantly trapped in a desperate situation of being attacked from both sides. They could not advance or retreat and could only grit their teeth and fight desperately and struggled to stalemate with these zombies. After last night's fighting and efforts, the once prosperous and bustling city L has now become a veritable empty city. The streets are empty, with no one in sight, only the occasional sound of wind blowing and the sound of abandoned debris colliding with each other on the street. Except for those few individuals who survived with great luck and superb hiding skills, there is no living human being in this city. Fortunately, there are only a few left in the city. More than 99% of the zombies followed Sumo's orders and left El City. The remaining small part was left by Sumo on purpose. If there's not even a zombie in a city, what a joke. After all, this is where her mission started, and she can't let them get away with it for nothing. Send some more reinforcements immediately, and at the same time, increase efforts to mobilize local young and middle-aged people to actively participate in the arduous task of guarding the town. Faced with such a severe situation, Long Guo frowned and had a headache. This terrifying virus is like a maggot attached to the body, and no matter what means are taken, it is difficult to get rid of it completely. The more difficult problem is that this terrible virus is not limited to El City, but spreads rapidly to various towns like a plague. Although the local government and regulatory authorities have been actively cooperating and responding, due to the complexity and concealment of the virus transmission route, it is still difficult to guard against. It always pops up suddenly from some inconspicuous corner or dark corner, ruthlessly disrupting the originally peaceful life of the people. The reinforcements have been sent out according to your instructions. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Longwei was slightly relieved. He has many senior leaders who are responsible for their own duties and have outstanding abilities. For many daily affairs, even if he cannot personally participate in them, these subordinates can handle them seriously and responsibly. So, what is the situation in Sakura country? Longwei couldn't help but ask worriedly. This virus has appeared for almost a month. At present, I heard that Sakura country was infected with the same virus. But Longwei has a hunch that this disaster caused by the virus will definitely not be limited to one country or one place, and it is likely to evolve into a global crisis. Almost half of the land area of Sakura country has been infected with the virus, and their senior leader Half Pants has died. This is the news about Sakura country that the assistant got. When he learned that Half Pants was dead, he was a little shocked. After all, he is the lord of a country. How could he suddenly die so easily? Later, after investigation, it was discovered that he was in a hurry to escape, but encountered a plane crash. I have to say that Half Pants is really unlucky. Half Pants died? This news also shocked Long Chunwei a little, but only for a moment. Sakura country is a country with a relatively small land area, and its ability to deal with crises is originally limited. When the terrible infection broke out, it spread rapidly, causing the small country to be quickly engulfed by the epidemic. In contrast, those vast and resource-rich dragon countries can barely hold on for a while. Yes, those people in Sakura country also spread rumors that the virus was transmitted to them by our dragon country. Hearing this, Long Chunwei slammed the sturdy table in front of him in anger, making a dull, loud noise. These hateful Sakura people are really despicable and shameless to the extreme. A serious virus infection incident broke out in their own country. Instead of reflecting on their own problems and taking active countermeasures, they tried to put the pot on the head of Dragon Country. This is simply a joke, and it is a blatant provocation to the dignity and honor of Dragon Country. As a man of integrity and responsibility, Long Chunwei would never tolerate such a thing. However, what Sakura country said was not completely groundless. This terrible virus was indeed caused by Su Mo of Long Country. When Su Mo was killed, the system teleported her to Sakura country. Of course, these high-level officials of Long Country would not know, because Su Mo had not shown up in Sakura country many times. Even if they saw her, the people of Sakura country would not recognize her. That's right. We haven't even figured out how our own virus came out. The assistant standing by said indignantly, and he was also extremely angry and contemptuous of the unscrupulous behavior of Sakura country. At this time, someone brought up another heart-wrenching topic. I heard that a new corpse king seemed to have been born in El City. When they heard the word corpse king, the faces of everyone present instantly became solemn, and the originally noisy conference room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone knows that those ordinary zombies without organization are numerous and ferocious, but they can be dealt with hard work. But once these zombies are organized by a powerful existence to form a unified force, they will bring unprecedented threats to mankind. At that time, it will be extremely difficult to completely eliminate them and carry out effective rescue work. Thinking of this, everyone's heart seemed to be pressed by a heavy boulder, making them almost breathless. In my opinion, this is probably the case. Otherwise, how could the zombies in El City suddenly become so restless? A senior executive nodded firmly. The last time the zombies took organized collective action, the mastermind behind it was the woman named Su Mo. Since Su Mo was shot dead, the zombies have been quiet for a long time, but now they are suddenly restless again. There must be some force driving them. These zombies all look exactly the same, and it is impossible to tell which one is the real zombie king. Everyone present frowned and looked worried. Although the person who spread the zombie virus had been successfully eliminated by them, the mess she left behind had never been completely solved. After some in-depth discussion and analysis, they even deduced another new possibility. Maybe the newly born zombie king is not as powerful as the previous one. After all, this time the zombie agitation only affected L City and D City. The zombies in other cities still have no organization and wander around looking for living people. Maybe, now all we can do is silently pray that the soldiers can successfully repel this surging zombie frenzy. Long Chungwei sighed deeply, frowned, and looked into the distance with a serious look. There are as many as 600,000 or 700,000 terrifying zombies. If we just talk about the number, the scale is enough to be terrifying. In fact, if we only rely on heavy weapons to launch an attack, it is not difficult to completely eliminate these zombies. It is not an exaggeration to say that the whole process will be extremely easy. But the problem is that among this dense group of zombies, there are also many of their own soldiers who are unfortunately trapped in it. It is precisely because of this reason that the senior officials of Longwa have always been hesitant. They are not willing to give up any living life easily unless it is absolutely necessary. The support troops have arrived at the front line. I believe the situation will gradually improve. The assistant on the side whispered to comfort him, trying to ease Long Chingwei's anxiety and uneasiness. It is true that although the zombies have an absolute advantage in numbers, the human side also has powerful weapons and equipment as a backing. It is still difficult to determine who will win. On the edge of D City, fierce fighting is in full swing on the battlefield. Several fighter planes roared past in the sky, and the missiles mounted under the wings poured down like raindrops, hitting the target accurately. On land, all kinds of heavy weapons are also firing at full power, and artillery shells and machine gun bullets are intertwined into a dense barrage, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of zombies. Under such a fierce attack, the number of zombies is decreasing at a visible speed. Even if the zombies that rushed out from D City to reinforce are counted, the total number of the entire zombie group has just exceeded 1 million. All zombies obeyed the order and immediately rushed into D City at full speed, trying every means to infect the remaining living people in the city. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Emo issued a new order. She still underestimated the strength of Longwa. With only 1 million zombies and only a few cities infected, it is obviously impossible to defeat the official. Since it doesn't work, she can only change her strategy. Let's hide for a while first. At present, her strength is still too weak. If it weren't for the skill of Resurrection Armor 99+, she would definitely hide 100 times more than now. Why did these zombies suddenly run away? On the battlefield, a soldier stared at the amazing scene in front of him with wide eyes and a face full of astonishment. Just now, those zombies with bared fangs and claws and hideous faces were still trying their best to attack them, with a posture of not stopping until death. However, at this moment, they seemed to be driven by some mysterious power and suddenly turned around and ran away, even ignoring the soldiers who were closer. They went to D City. Captain Zhao Yun frowned, and his eyes followed the fleeing zombies. Although he was also full of doubts in his heart, he didn't understand why these zombies suddenly chose to run away. But he knew that once these zombies flooded into D City, the consequences would be disastrous. There were still millions of survivors in D City who had not yet completed the transfer. If these zombies broke into the city, it would definitely bring a disaster. Don't they know to run away just because they can't beat us? Another soldier muttered to himself in disbelief. Since the outbreak of the war with zombies, they have experienced countless fierce battles, but it is the first time to see zombies fleeing like this. These zombies have always given people the impression of being fearless and frantic, attacking terrifying beings. Now they actually have times to retreat, which is really incredible. It should be the work of the Zombie King. Zhao Yun's face was solemn. At this time, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the soldiers to pursue the victory. As long as they could eliminate these fleeing zombies in one fell swoop, they could greatly reduce the subsequent pressure. Unfortunately, there were a large number of survivors between them and the zombies. If they pursued rashly, they might accidentally hurt innocent civilians, which put them in a dilemma. In the middle were soldiers, and in front was the city where the survivors lived. This made them like eagles with their wings bound, unable to fully display their skills and kill people in all directions. As a result, they could only watch helplessly as the dense and surging zombies like a tide rushed into D's city frantically. The zombies disappeared quickly in the bustling streets at a speed as fast as lightning and ran towards the deeper part of the city. The survivors in D's city were so excited and happy when they saw those hideous zombies finally leave the city. Some people even cheered excitedly, but the joy did not last long. All the zombies that had just left returned. Not only that, their number was even greater than before. This sudden change almost scared the survivors to death. They were terrified and hurriedly closed their doors and tried to find a safe and hidden corner to hide. If they knew in advance that these zombies would come back, they would definitely seize the precious time when the zombies left without hesitation and try to escape from the city in other directions. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now, and all the regrets and annoyances were useless. At this moment, there were only two ways in front of them. Either stay where you are and leave it to fate, or if you are unfortunately discovered by the zombies, you'll be bitten to death and become a member of the zombie army. Otherwise, they could only pray silently that the army would arrive as soon as possible to completely wipe out these terrifying zombies and save them from the dire situation. Before this, the authorities also issued clear instructions requiring everyone to close their doors and not go out without permission to prevent accidental infection. Before receiving new notice, no one dared to cross the line easily. Any action would only bring more unnecessary trouble and burden to the country. Elder Long. It's not good. The zombies suddenly gave up the fight and swarmed into City D. In the spacious and solemn high-level office, a nervous subordinate didn't even bother to knock on the door. He rushed in and reported the shocking news to Long Chunwei, who was sitting behind the desk. Long Chunwei was originally concentrating on the documents in his hand. Hearing this, he suddenly raised his head with a look of surprise on his face. What? The zombies actually ran away? How is this possible? These zombies are monsters without thoughts and do not know what pain is. How can they know how to run away? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Long Chunwei's mind. Could it be that the soldiers on the front line accidentally shot the leader of this group of zombies, causing them to panic and flee? Or are there other unknown factors at work? After thinking for a while, Long Chunwei decisively issued an order. Let the soldiers take a short break first, and then start to clean up the zombies immediately after they have recovered their strength. This time we must increase the intensity of the cleanup, and we must not let these hateful guys do whatever they want. As long as there is a zombie in the territory of Longwa, the people will not be able to live a peaceful life, and he himself will have trouble sleeping every night. Okay, I will convey your order immediately. The assistant did not dare to delay at all, and quickly turned around and left the room, and passed Long Chunwei's instructions to everyone under his command, without stopping. In the distant Sakura country, Sumo's mood was as heavy as a haze at this moment. Although the life of the zombie was temporarily saved, this battle was undoubtedly a complete defeat for her. The number of enemies and us was very different. We had a full 1,000,000 people, while the enemy had only 100,000. With such a huge advantage, she thought she had a sure victory and could easily defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. However, the final result disappointed her greatly. Not only did she fail to take down the other party, but she ended up fleeing in a panic. I wonder where those animals are now.
Su emo murmured to herself.
The siege failed, and she could only hope for her second plan. The zombie birds have taken the lead with their amazing flying speed. Time passed quickly, and a day had passed. According to this speed, at most 1 or 2 or 3 days later, these zombie birds will be able to reach the coastal city of Longwa, which is closest to Sakura country. As for other more distant countries, it will take more time to get relevant news. Only when more and more countries and regions are attacked by the virus and fall into chaos can the situation develop in a direction that is beneficial to her. Otherwise, all her previous efforts will be in vain, and all plans may come to nothing.
Boom.
A deafening explosion suddenly came from a distance, instantly pulling Sumo's thoughts back to reality. She subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from and saw that the streets in the distance were filled with gunpowder smoke, and the billowing smoke went straight into the sky, like a black dragon tumbling and roaring in the air. Needless to say, this must be the noise made by the exasperated Thomas. He must have brought heavy weapons and was launching rounds of crazy bombings on the streets. TSK, what a childish ghost. Sumo couldn't help but spit in a low voice. She was full of disdain and contempt for Thomas's rude and unstrategic behavior. However, now is not the time to laugh at her opponent. She quickly adjusted her state, immersed her perspective into the vision of other zombies, and began to carefully check the progress of their missions. Before, Sumo had carefully planned an ambush. She commanded the huge zombie group to be divided into several groups, ambushed at various key locations, waiting for Thomas's rescue team to fall into the trap. Now, it seems that these zombies have performed quite well. Those teams that were originally scattered to carry out search and rescue missions were all besieged by a large number of zombies without exception. Although they all had a variety of weapons in their hands, they lacked experience in fighting zombies. When faced with these highly contagious and fearless monsters, they inevitably felt fear and panic. In the first round of encounters, each squad suffered unprecedented heavy losses, and at least half of the casualties were heavy. Faced with these extremely brutal, hideous, and numerous zombies, the soldiers who had never experienced such a terrifying scene were instantly frightened. Fear surged into their hearts like a tide, making them completely lose the courage to fight. So, they made a decision without hesitation to retreat quickly. With fear and anxiety in their hearts, these soldiers fled back to the garrison like frightened birds. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was to ask General Thomas for help. Although they failed to complete the task assigned by General Thomas, staying alive was the most important thing at the moment. Compared with the possible severe reprimand or even punishment from the general, they would rather risk being punished to save their lives. Thomas finally vented his anger and returned to the temporary camp. He frowned at the scene in front of him. He saw a group of soldiers sitting in the camp with dusty faces and dejected faces. Everyone's face was full of despair and fear. Looking at their miserable appearance, Thomas suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition. "Have you found General SFU?" Thomas suppressed his uneasiness and asked tentatively. However, after hearing this question, the soldiers in the camp shook their heads in unison, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Not to mention General SFU, they didn't even see the figures of other friendly troops. "General, we were attacked by extremely terrifying monsters, and half of the soldiers were infected and turned into monsters," a soldier reported to Thomas with a horrified face. "General, we are in the same situation. Those monsters suddenly jumped out of the house and launched a crazy attack on us," another soldier said immediately, his voice full of fear and uneasiness. "General, there is worse. Our team leaders have all turned into monsters," another soldier added in a panic. Many soldiers gathered around Thomas, talking to each other, eagerly reporting what they had encountered. Thomas's face became uglier and uglier as he listened to the news. When he learned that all the teams were ambushed by zombies, he felt like the sky had fallen. Oh my God! He had just arrived in Sakura country for only one day. He came here to carry out a rescue mission, but who would have expected that as soon as he landed, his soldiers would have been reduced by half? Too bad. It was simply terrible. How should he explain this to the president? The more Thomas thought about it, the more confused he became, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Finally, Thomas could no longer suppress the surging anger and despair in his heart. He was so angry that his face turned red, his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he screamed. He tried to vent the unspeakable negative emotions in his heart in this way. At this moment, he was full of regrets. He never thought that he would lose so many soldiers in just one day. If he had known that the situation here was so dangerous, he would never let the soldiers act so scattered. "General, what should we do now?" The deputy general looked at Thomas with a worried look on his face, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. He felt a splitting headache and was even more anxious about the difficult situation in front of him. They led a full 100,000 soldiers to the country of cherry blossoms, and after only one day, they had lost more than 60,000 people. Such a heavy number of casualties is really shocking. When he thought about reporting such terrible news to the president who was far away in the country, he might be furious because of this. The deputy general couldn't help but tremble all over, and his face became paler and paler. Alas, I really don't know what to do. Thomas shook his head bitterly. Even though he had been through many battles and was very smart, he felt helpless and had no idea at the moment. Just when everyone fell into silence, a soldier suddenly rushed over with a communication device in his arms. Seeing this, Thomas couldn't help but sigh deeply, but in the end he reluctantly reached out and took the communicator. "Thomas, what is the specific situation at the moment?" The president's slightly majestic voice soon came from the other end of the phone. This time the president actually called Thomas personally to communicate directly, which shows that he paid great attention to and valued this military operation. The situation is indeed not optimistic. After hesitating for a long time, Thomas stammered and responded. At this time, his mind was in a mess, and he had no idea how to explain the current predicament to the president in detail. "I heard that animals in Sakura country are infected with this virus. You should quickly try to catch some and bring them back for further research in the laboratory. The president is particularly concerned about the infection of animals with this virus. It is really puzzling that the first batch of zombie virus samples sent back to the country failed to successfully infect any animals. It must be that this strange virus has undergone some mysterious mutation at some point, otherwise how could such an abnormal phenomenon occur? There is no doubt that there must be great research value hidden in it, and for this reason, the other side of the laboratory has been impatient and urged. Okay, there are indeed a large number of zombie rats here, and we have suffered a lot when fighting these zombie rats." After a little thought, Thomas finally made up his mind to report the real situation here to the president truthfully. He was to blame for the sudden attack by zombies that caused the death of many soldiers. He believed that his dereliction of duty directly led to such a heavy loss. In war, there will inevitably be casualties and material losses. These are all very common things. The general does not need to blame himself too much. The president's comforting words came slowly through the communicator. Thomas and his party had already reported the zombie rats in the morning. Thomas just opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the president. "That's it. Remember to find the whereabouts of SFU." The majestic and unquestionable voice came through the communicator, making Thomas's ears buzz.
Yes.
Although he had thousands of words in his heart, Thomas could only swallow the words that had already come to his mouth back into his stomach. If the president knew that the news that nearly 60,000 soldiers had been lost here, he would probably be so angry that he would throw the communicator in his hand to the ground on the spot. With a busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, the call ended abruptly. Thomas held the communicator with a black screen and sighed helplessly. The fact that a large number of soldiers were killed cannot be concealed after all, but I don't know how the president will react when he learns of this bad news. Alas, let's wait a few days and calm down a little, so as to accept this cruel fact. Let's take a rest first, conserve our energy, and catch those zombie rats tomorrow. Thomas waved his hand weakly and gave the order. What happened today was really terrible. He felt as if he was being pressed down by a heavy mountain.
Yes.
After hearing the order, except for the soldiers who stayed to patrol and guard, the others turned around as if relieved and walked towards the camp, ready to rest. This was only the first day they arrived in Sakura country, but who could have thought it would be so thrilling? Not only did they have to face the ferocious and terrifying zombie rats, but they also had to bear the psychological pressure brought by the huge casualties. Everyone's body and mind were already exhausted. Originally, I was full of joy and thought that after coming to Sakura country to carry out this arduous mission, I would be able to make great achievements and return with glory. However, at this moment, It seems that whether I can return to my homeland safely has become a big unknown. I seriously suspect that General Sifu and his men may have met with an accident," a soldier said in a low voice with a solemn expression. The soldiers around gathered together and whispered to each other. They had 100,000 soldiers when they came, but after only one day, they had suffered such heavy losses. The team led by General Sfu only had more than 10,000 people. Facing the extremely ferocious zombie army that pounced on them like hungry wolves, this amount of troops was simply a drop in the bucket, and it was not enough to fill the teeth of these crazy monsters. "I think so, too." Another soldier standing next to him nodded in agreement, with a look of regret on his face. At this moment, he really regretted it and secretly complained in his heart. What was wrong with him at the beginning? And he actually agreed to run to this horrible ghost place in a rush. The deep night enveloped the earth, bringing darkness and silence to the world. However, for the zombies, this was a perfect opportunity for them to take cover. Taking advantage of the cover of the night, this group of hideous guys began to quietly approach Thomas's base again. It is undoubtedly a pipe dream to expect the soldiers to sleep peacefully and recuperate in such a situation. After all, zombies are not like humans who need to sleep to restore their physical strength and energy. Whether it is day or night, they always maintain an extraordinary state of excitement, as if they are never tired. Sumo has already seen through the content of Thomas's phone call with the president. On a telephone pole not far away, a zombie bird stood quietly, its empty eyes staring at Thomas, who was on the phone, and passed all the information to Sumo without missing a single detail. Sumo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a cunning smile. "Humph, why are you in a hurry? You will suffer." Sumo thinks that those who try to capture zombie rats are simply unnecessary. In a few days, her group of cute and loyal zombie brothers will personally go to these countries to visit. By then, there is no need to go to great lengths to transport anything. Everything will come naturally. This land is full of dangers, and many soldiers find it difficult to sleep peacefully. When they finally couldn't hold on and barely fell asleep, they were haunted by terrible nightmares. The zombies in the dream were tearing their flesh and blood crazily. The scene was creepy and frightening. Time passed slowly, and the nearby zombies gathered like sharks smelling blood. As for the zombies that were a little further away, they tried their best to expand the scope of infection under Sumo's instructions. Since being able to infect animals, Sumo was pleasantly surprised to feel that his star points were rising rapidly like a rocket. Only 2 days later, the number of star points had soared to more than 60 million. As expected, if you want to upgrade quickly, you still have to rely on these animals. In the second half of the night, more than 500,000 zombies had surrounded Thomas's temporary station. Thomas, who was in the station, was burning cigarettes one after another. He had insomnia and couldn't sleep no matter how he lay down. Shoot! After smoking another cigarette, Thomas stood up from the bed. He really couldn't sleep and wanted to go out for a walk. He put his weapon in his pocket and came to the edge of the station. The fence here had long been trampled by zombies. There was a strange smell of blood in the air. He could imagine how fierce the battle that had broken out here was. "General, why haven't you slept yet?" Seeing Thomas coming, the night watchman immediately saluted and greeted him. Nothing unusual, right? Thomas looked into the distance. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. The street lights on the street had long been destroyed. The only light in the station was a few temporary power supplies. The light emitted by these temporarily installed power supply devices could only illuminate a small area around, and its lighting range was extremely narrow and limited. In this weak light, Thomas wanted to see the situation in the distance, but his eyes were always shrouded in darkness. He couldn't see the real situation in the distance at all. There was no abnormal situation, and everything was normal at the moment. The soldier in charge of the night watch nodded in response to Thomas's question, while scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. He had just experienced the thrilling and dangerous encounter during the day. These soldiers did not dare to take the night patrol mission lightly and always maintained a high state of alert. Just as several people were talking in a low voice, a low and creepy roar came from the darkness. "Are there zombies?" After hearing this roar, one of the soldiers' face suddenly changed, and he shouted in horror. The other soldiers also trembled when they heard it, and their slightly relaxed nerves instantly tensed up. Like frightened birds, they quickly straightened their bodies and looked in the direction of the sound. Several more roars broke through the night sky, which seemed particularly harsh and terrifying in the silent environment. Thomas's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He also stared closely at the place where the sound came from, not daring to slack off. Not long after, several zombies with twisted bodies and hideous faces slowly entered the sight of everyone. Almost at the same moment when he found the zombies, Thomas did not hesitate to quickly switch the weapon in his hand, and with a series of crisp gunshots. Bullets shot at the zombies that were already exposed in the sight like a storm. The general's shooting skills are great. The soldier next to him praised sincerely with admiration. Thomas held a long gun and had a strong posture. Every shot pierced the zombie's head with great accuracy. His movements were smooth. However, at this moment another soldier suddenly said, and his voice was filled with a hint of fear and uneasiness. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but take a breath. They saw that behind the zombies that were originally knocked to the ground, more figures appeared. These newly emerged zombies rushed towards them with their fangs and claws, and the number was staggering. Faced with so many enemies, the soldiers did not dare to take it lightly. They quickly turned on the switches of their weapons, and dense bullets poured out like raindrops. For a moment, the sound of gunfire and roars intertwined, deafening. But even so, the zombies continued to surge up, as if they would never be killed. "Here they come again," a soldier shouted in fear. There were zombies popping up in the darkness. Their number was increasing, like a demon army crawling out of the depths of Hades. 5 zombies were shot and killed, but soon another 20 zombies filled the gap. But when they finished killing these 20, they were shocked to find that there were at least 100 zombies running wildly in the darkness. "Quick, let the soldiers not sleep." Thomas widened his eyes and shouted in shock. He had never seen such a horrible scene. These zombies seemed endless. No matter how they were killed, more would emerge. And in this endless darkness, no one knows how many such terrible monsters are hidden. "General, they are here." A soldier pointed behind Thomas, and a group of soldiers in military uniforms and armed with weapons were running towards the side. These soldiers were originally sleeping very uneasily because of tension and fear. When bursts of harsh gunshots suddenly came from outside the house, they jumped up from the bed in an instant, quickly put on their equipment, picked up their weapons, and rushed to the assembly point as fast as possible. "General, are those terrible monsters coming?" the soldier asked while running and panting. It was late at night, and the surroundings were dark and silent. Only the sudden gunshots broke the tranquility, making people's hearts rise to their throats. Thomas nodded solemnly. "Yes, those monsters." Everyone listened to the order and immediately entered the defensive state. As he spoke, he had already skillfully set up the gun stand and aimed at the front. The number of soldiers under his command is now only about 40,000, and there can be no more mistakes. Thomas silently prayed to God in his heart, "God bless us. I hope there won't be too many zombies." However, reality often runs counter to people's expectations. In the darkness, hideous zombie heads slowly emerged. They bared their teeth and claws and let out a low roar from their mouths, which was creepy. "Oh, my God! How could there be so many zombies?" Seeing the dense group of zombies in front of them, the soldiers were all stunned. Although the firepower in their hands kept pouring out, it seemed to be of no use to the zombies that kept coming. These zombies were like a tide, advancing one after another, without any sign of retreat.
Da.
The dense and rapid gunfire suddenly broke the originally silent night sky, as if a fierce symphony was playing in the darkness. Each bullet carried a hot breath and flew towards the surging enemy in front. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions sounded one after another, and the flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies let out a low and terrifying roar, and the sound was like the roar of a demon from the abyss of Hades, which was creepy. Along with this terrible roar, there were also terrified screams of humans. Ah, ah. The whole night was shrouded in this chaotic and terrifying sound, as if the end of the world had come. Despite having many sophisticated weapons and equipment, facing the endless zombie army, resistance seemed so pale and powerless. At the same time, in the distant Lighthouse country, in the silent night, a sudden phone ring broke the silence. A communicator quickly answered the phone, and the anxious and desperate voice of General Thomas immediately came from the microphone. "We are besieged by zombies. There are too many zombies. I am afraid that we will fail the president's expectations." Before he finished speaking, the phone suddenly stopped, leaving only a series of monotonous beeps. The communicator was stunned for a moment. His mind was blank. He couldn't believe what he just heard. General Thomas said that they were besieged by zombies? Didn't he lead a full 100,000 soldiers to support General SFU? Logically, he should have won. How could he suddenly fall into the dilemma of being besieged? Thinking of Thomas's anxious and urgent tone on the phone, the communicator knew that this matter was very serious and there was absolutely no delay. So he stood up from his seat suddenly, rushed to the door like an arrow from a string, and reported the emergency situation to the senior leaders without stopping. At this moment, the night was deep, and the clock quietly pointed to the midnight. What happened to Thomas? He had no idea whether he was alive or dead, let alone being able to get in touch with him. In order to help the Sakura country, the Lighthouse country actually lost as many as 120,000 soldiers in such a confused manner. When the news reached the president's ears, he was furious. Veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes were round, as if he was about to spit fire. "A few hours ago, I talked to Thomas on the phone, and that guy patted his chest and promised that everything would go smoothly. Who could have expected that in the middle of the night, all contact methods would be lost suddenly? Could it be that the vicious zombies in the Sakura country are so terrifying that even the well-equipped and well-trained army can hardly resist them?" The angry president originally planned to call the senior officials of the Sakura country and vent his anger. However, after taking a few steps, he calmed down instantly, as if someone poured a basin of cold water on his head. Didn't the senior officials of the Sakura country die in the plane crash a long time ago? Now, there is no place to vent the anger. The Sakura country is now in chaos, with no leader and no idea what to do. The top leaders of the Lighthouse country have keenly grasped this perfect opportunity and sent a full 100,000 elite soldiers to this place without hesitation. The purpose is obvious, that is, to take advantage of this chaos so as to occupy a favorable position and seek more benefits. Sue Mo doesn't care about the complicated schemes and strategies of the president of the Lighthouse country. For her, the only important thing is to infect as many humans as possible and expand the size of the zombie group under her control. No matter when and where, as long as a suitable target appears, she will act ruthlessly and turn the other party into her own kind. "Mr. President, should we continue to send more people?" The assistant standing by asked softly, with a trace of worry on his face. After all, it is not easy to send 120,000 soldiers at a time. This is undoubtedly a huge investment. The president frowned, rubbed his temples, and said slowly, "Wait for a while. Let's find out the progress of the laboratory first." At this moment, he was also very troubled. The original intention of sending these soldiers to the expedition was not to let them die in vain, but to expect them to successfully complete the mission and bring rich rewards. But now the development of the situation seems to have exceeded his expectations, which makes him feel more stressed. There was very little progress in the research yesterday. The assistant reported the situation truthfully with a solemn face, with a hint of helplessness and anxiety in his voice. The virus carried by these zombies is extremely unique and complex. It will probably take a lot of time and energy to thoroughly understand the mystery and find an effective way to deal with it. Wait until dawn and try to get in touch with Thomas and others. The president frowned slightly. After all, it was only 2 days after the 100,000 soldiers sent there before. Under the circumstance, he would never rashly issue an order for more soldiers to go to Sakura country to take risks again. Before dawn, the 40,000 soldiers led by Thomas, after a fierce battle with the zombies that kept pouring in, were ultimately unable to withstand their fierce attacks. Under the ruthless infection of the zombies, this army, which was originally in high spirits, gradually fell into chaos and eventually collapsed and fled in all directions. The battlefield was littered with corpses, which was a horrible sight. Most of the soldiers of the Lighthouse country unfortunately died in the sharp claws and hideous bloody mouths of the zombies. As for whether there were some lucky ones who could escape by chance and become a fish that slipped through the net, Suemo had no time to care at this time, because she was facing another problem. The first batch of zombie birds released after being infected have now flown to the country closest to the Sakura country, the Kimchi country. Although 2 countries on Mercury have unfortunately discovered the creepy zombie virus, those countries that have not yet been attacked by the virus have not paid much attention to this matter. On the contrary, the people of some of these countries are like bystanders, holding the mentality of watching the excitement and not minding the big things, eating melons with relish, as if all this is nothing to do with them. At dawn, in the central city of Kimchi country, a terrible crisis is quietly approaching. More than 100 hideous zombie birds with foul smells fell from the sky like ghosts and scattered in every corner of the city. These zombie birds are not native to the country, but are infected from the neighboring country of Sakura. When they were eroded by the strange virus, they lost their reason and nature and became extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. Now, this group of crazy zombie birds formed a huge team and flew towards the most crowded areas without hesitation. The total population of Kimchi country is only more than 80 million, which is insignificant compared to the Dragon country, with a population of more than 1 billion. However, even such a small country is absolutely impossible for Suemo to let go. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. More than 80 million, if all are taken down, her star point can move forward a lot. Chirp! A hoarse, low and threatening cry came from the mouths of the zombie birds hidden in the branches from time to time. They scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, like hunters, looking for the most suitable target to bite, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. At this time, the sky was just getting light, and people who went to work at 8 o'clock in the morning had not yet completely left their homes. It was not a good time to create chaos. At 7 o'clock, the flow of people on the street gradually increased, and everyone was busy rushing to the subway, going to work, etc. Almost no one noticed the zombie bird on the branch that was not very similar to ordinary birds. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people found something unusual, but they didn't take it seriously. They just took out their mobile phones and planned to take a picture of this bird with a big head and share it on social circles. "Auntie, look, how can this bird be so huge?" A young couple walking together inadvertently cast their eyes on the big bird resting on the branch. Strangely enough, they had seen this kind of bird before. Usually, it was only the size of a human palm, and its appearance was small and exquisite, which was very lovable. However, the one encountered this morning was completely different from what they had seen before. Its size was 3 times that of an ordinary bird of its kind. It was so strange. Even its chirping was particularly harsh and unpleasant, as if it was announcing to the world that it was different. The 2 stared at the bird intently, and the bird seemed to have noticed their gazes and turned its head. Then it flapped its wings and swooped down towards them. Appa, no, it's coming." The woman's face turned pale in an instant, and she was terrified and quickly dodged behind the man. Seeing this, the man immediately protected the woman behind him, and at the same time freed up his other hand and waved it in the air, trying to drive away the bird with strange behavior.
Oh.
Stinky bird. Unexpectedly, this strange bird was not afraid of humans at all. With a sharp wave of its claws, it left several deep scratches on the man's hand. In an instant, blood gushed out from the wound, and the man couldn't help screaming in pain. "Are you okay, Appa?" The woman looked at the bloody and horrifying scene in front of her with a pale face, her heart in her throat. The man's hand was covered with blood, which was shocking. The woman was anxious and quickly reached out to grab the other's arm, wanting to check the injury and help. The strange bird suddenly turned around and pounced on the woman like crazy, and its sharp claws left deep scars on her delicate skin. In an instant, the blood dyed the woman's white arm red. Seeing this, the man was furious. He completely ignored the blood flowing on his hand and quickly picked up a trash can from the ground. He swung it at the strange bird and roared, "Shiba, go to Hades. You beast." The strange bird was extremely sensitive, dodging left and right, and easily avoided the man's attack. People around heard the noisy noises and shouts here, and they all came curiously. When they saw a bird attacking humans recklessly, they were all surprised. Some people stared with their eyes wide open, in disbelief. Others whispered to each other, "This bird is crazy. Come and help me drive it away." The man continued to wave the trash can in his hand desperately, while shouting for help. However, the zombie bird was not afraid at all, still flying up and down in the air, rushing around, and occasionally swooping down to scratch a few innocent passers-by. Those who were scratched were shocked and annoyed, cursing their bad luck, and then they joined the ranks of driving away the strange bird. For a while, the scene was in chaos, and people used sticks or clothes to try to drive away the crazy strange bird. However, the strange bird seemed to deliberately go against everyone, always hovering over the crowd, refusing to leave. The man chased the bird with all his strength, but after running 2 laps, he was so tired that he was panting, as if every breath was squeezed out from the deepest part of his body. His face turned pale as paper, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. His legs seemed to have lost all their strength, and finally they could not support him, and he fell to the ground. He felt dizzy, and even his body was shaking uncontrollably. The man felt that something seemed to be wrong with his body. He felt that he had to go to the hospital to treat his wounds and absolutely could not continue to entangle with this hateful dead bird here. Thinking of this, the man supported himself and struggled to help his equally weak girlfriend stand up and slowly took a few steps forward. However, just these few steps were as difficult as climbing to the sky for the man at this time. After they walked a short distance forward, the man could no longer hold on. He felt that his eyes went black, his legs softened, and he fell straight to the ground. Appa, what's wrong with you? Wake up." The woman shouted anxiously, her voice full of fear and helplessness. Although she felt extremely uncomfortable all over her body at this moment, as if every inch of her skin was burning, she still held the man's hand tightly and kept shaking his body, trying to wake him up. But no matter how hard the woman tried, the man kept his eyes closed and did not respond. Seeing that Appa's face was getting paler and more frightening, the woman was anxious. She quickly reached for the mobile phone in her pocket and prepared to call the emergency number for help. As soon as she took out the phone, she felt that her eyes suddenly went black and her head was hit hard as if by a heavy hammer. Then the whole world began to spin, and then she completely lost consciousness. Oh, what happened to those 2 people? Why did they suddenly faint? People passing by not far away naturally noticed this strange scene and stopped to watch. Not only the 2 people who were seen at the beginning, but also several passers-by here. They all fell to the ground one after another. That bird won't carry the virus, right? I don't know who in the crowd suddenly muttered so quietly. Everyone was about to nod in agreement, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. The person who had just fallen down actually stood up again. They got up. I think they were just scared by the bird.
Ha ha ha.
A passerby said with a slightly mocking smile. However, before his laughter completely dissipated in the air, a more terrifying scene appeared. The people who had just fallen down not far away seemed to be crazy and ran towards the crowd at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, one of the madmen had rushed to the front of the crowd and quickly selected a lucky, unlucky person. In a flash, the madman suddenly stretched out a hand, and the sharp claws like a knife instantly stabbed straight into the chest of the poor man. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was horrible. Accompanied by the extremely shrill screams, The whole scene suddenly fell into chaos and panic. Murder.
Run.
Shouts one after another continued to burst out from the crowd. Faced with such a sudden horror scene, the kimchi people, who had not even fully sobered up yet, were directly frightened. At the same time, similar tragedies caused by strange birds attacking humans were being staged one after another in every corner of the kimchi country. All humans who were unfortunately attacked by strange birds would undergo extremely strange changes in their bodies in just a few minutes and then transform into another creepy monster. After these monsters successfully infected a considerable number of people, the people of the kimchi country finally realized as if they had just woken up from a dream. All that was happening before their eyes was probably caused by the extremely terrible and deadly virus that had spread widely in the Dragon Country and the Sakura Country before. Regardless of whether it was the creepy virus, the only thing they could do at the moment was to run away desperately. As for the horror of that virus, most of them had witnessed its tragic situation on the internet. If they could not escape from this place quickly, I am afraid that it would not be long before they would become one of them. Before noon, a piece of news about Kimchi Country being attacked by strange birds and infected with the same virus as Sakura Country quickly swept across major international websites like a storm. People called these strange birds zombie birds in fear. The sudden appearance of zombie birds has plunged everyone into extreme panic. After all, zombies in the past were limited to spreading within a certain country, but today's zombie birds are extraordinary. They have the ability to fly and are likely to spread the deadly virus throughout Mercury. What's worse is that no one can be sure whether other animals will be infected besides zombie birds. Maybe there will be zombie rats, zombie fish, and even zombie flies and other mutant creatures emerging. In this way, how will this disaster spread at an unimaginable speed? Those things running on the ground may not be so terrifying that people will feel extremely scared. Even if they want to escape to other countries, it will take a long time. However, in sharp contrast to this are those guys who can fly freely in the sky. Who could have predicted when and where they would quietly land on their territory? The source of the virus with the ability to fly is no different from a time bomb that could explode at any time. Shortly after the news came out in Kimchi Country, the survivors in Sakura Country also uploaded various shocking video images on major online platforms. As everyone had speculated before, the animals infected by the zombie virus are not just the zombie birds. All animals that still have signs of life have been unfortunately infected by this terrifying zombie virus to a greater or a lesser extent. Oh my God, this is so exciting. Some people couldn't help but make such a horrified expression. It's over, everything is over. Mercury is about to become a Hades on Earth. Others lamented, as if they had seen the tragic scene of the end of the world. The world is about to be reshuffled. This comment was like a thunderclap, causing an uproar in the ocean of the internet. Countless netizens followed up with comments, expressing their own views on this shocking conclusion. Sue Emo was lazily leaning on the bed, holding a mobile phone in her hand, and the light of the screen reflected her pale face. When she saw this comment, she couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes, the world is about to be reshuffled, and she is the card holder. Reports about zombie animals are emerging from all over the world. Within a day, the whole world fell into chaos and fear. Thinking of those once docile and cute little animals suddenly turned into creepy zombies, wandering around and attacking humans. Many people no longer dare to touch animals and even throw away the animals they raise. Who knows if they will have that terrible virus? All kinds of comments on the internet swept across major websites like a tide, and behind each comment was people's deep worries and uneasiness. Especially for those neighboring countries close to the Sakura Country and the Kimchi Country, this news undoubtedly brought them a huge shock. For a time, everyone was in danger, and panic spread rapidly. In order to protect the safety of their own people, many countries have taken extreme measures. They urgently deployed a large number of troops within the border area, set up rows of cold and shining long guns and short guns, and waited for battle. Whenever a bird flew across the sky, the soldiers would pull the trigger mercilessly and shoot crazily. They no longer cared whether these birds were zombie birds infected with the virus, nor whether they were rare protected animals. At the critical moment of life and death, protecting the lives of themselves and their families became the top priority, and everything else could only be temporarily forgotten. TSK, 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 these people are really vigilant. Su Imo casually finished browsing the latest news on the website. He threw his mobile phone aside casually, and the whole person collapsed heavily on the soft bed like a deflated ball. Perhaps because of the choice of launching the attack in the early morning, the news of the outbreak of the virus in Kimchi country spread rapidly, like wildfire. Neighboring countries have adopted various countermeasures. But how much effect can all this have? At this moment, many zombie animals belonging to the category of flying animals have sneaked into some countries without anyone noticing. For example, Xianluo country, which is adjacent to Sakura country and the coastal city of Dragon country. Even a certain number of zombie birds have successfully infiltrated the territory of Lighthouse country. Once these zombie birds arrived at the target location, Su Imo ordered them to start the infection operation immediately, without hesitation. Animals can also be infected and can infect humans. This information has long been leaked. At this critical juncture, the speed of infection is naturally the faster the better, so that the opponent can be caught off guard. Wanting to prevent zombie birds is simply a fool's dream. Su Imo will never do what they want. Su Imo knows the truth that 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. As long as some viruses are spread everywhere, these viruses are like fruits with a hole in them, and sooner or later they will infect the entire fruit. Ding, there are enough star points, and they can be upgraded. Just after reading the good news on the internet, another piece of good news rang in Sumo's mind. 100 million star points have been collected unknowingly, and it has only taken 10 days. The speed is so fast that Su Imo is stunned.
Upgrade.
Su Imo clicked the upgrade button in front of him without hesitation.
Ding.
Upgrading. Estimated upgrade time: 3 hours. A familiar reminder sounded, and a countdown screen immediately appeared on the light screen. 2 hours 59 minutes and 48 seconds. Su Imo raised her hand and waved it gently, and the light screen dissipated like smoke. She has long been accustomed to this common scene and process. There is no need to wait dryly for the upgrade. Once the upgrade is successful, the system will naturally issue a thoughtful reminder. At this moment, several countries have been attacked by zombie birds, and she can't wait to find out through the shared perspective. Look at how those people who usually don't care about it are panicked and embarrassed when facing such a terrible crisis. People, only when the knife really cuts themselves will they know the taste of pain. The sight passed through the barrier of time and space and fell on the central city of the distant Lighthouse country. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the bustling streets, reflecting the pedestrians coming and going. The zombie birds have quietly descended on the city, but at the first moment, Su Imo did not order them to attack humans immediately. Instead, they were allowed to lurk quietly and observe the every move of the people around them. Now that the whole Mercury has learned that animals may carry deadly viruses, people's vigilance has been greatly improved compared to the past. The number of zombie birds that have just arrived in the Lighthouse country is too small. If they are not commanded properly and are easily hit by those lighthouse people holding guns, then this operation will definitely be more costly than gain. To do bad things, night is always the best time. At this time, human vigilance will be greatly reduced, and it is easier to succeed. Under the cover of darkness, more than a dozen zombie birds acted separately. Some of them flew towards the nearby farm, while others headed for the zoo. Starting with the defenseless animals first can quickly gather more infection sources, thus speeding up the progress of the entire plan. On a dark and windy night, the agile zombie bird quietly flew into a large farm like a ghost. The farm was home to thousands of fat cattle and sheep, and there was also a ferocious guard dog to guard it. The moment the zombie bird broke into the farm, the keen hound noticed something unusual. It immediately pricked up its ears, looked at the black shadow in the air with vigilance, and began to growl in a low voice, trying to warn the zombie bird. However, The zombie bird was not intimidated by the hound's intimidation. It saw the right moment and swooped down on one of the hounds. The sharp claws and sharp beak flashed coldly in the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate hound was severely pecked out of one eye by the zombie bird. Woo-woo. The injured hound whimpered in a low and sad voice, as if asking for help from its owner. However, the voice only sounded a few times briefly and then quickly disappeared in the silent night, and the surroundings returned to a dead silence. At this time, the owner of the house might be immersed in a sweet dream and did not notice the hound's calls outside the house. As the night deepened, everything seemed so peaceful, but under this peace there was a huge crisis hidden. The zombie bird was like a ghost, shuttling silently in every corner of the farm. Sometimes it pecked the cow's eyes with its sharp beak, and sometimes it stretched out its sharp claws to scratch the sheep's buttocks, picking the weakest parts of these animals. Not long after, several zombie cows infected with the virus appeared in the originally peaceful and harmonious herd of cattle. These guys who had become monsters were silent, but they kept panting, and from time to time they made some creepy low roars from their mouths. Grunting and gnawing at the cattle around him, the whole farm was filled with mooing sounds. The sounds finally woke up the owner of the house, who seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and the lights in the room suddenly came on. Then there was a burst of hurried footsteps coming towards the door. With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open, and the owner, holding a shotgun tightly in his hand, carefully poked his head out to see what was going on outside. At this moment, a scream of "Ja" broke through the night sky, and a huge zombie bird rushed out of the door like a black lightning and pounced on the owner. Before he could react, a deep cut had been pecked out on his arm, and blood gushed out instantly.
Oh.
The man was furious and quickly raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. However, the big bird seemed to have seen through his intentions and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and his bullets naturally missed. What happened outside? The sudden gunshot scared the hostess, and she rushed out of the house to find out what was going on. When her eyes fell on her husband, she was shocked to see a deep wound on his arm, and blood was gushing out. What was even more horrifying was that the blood flowing from the wound was not bright red blood, but a strange black liquid. "Oh my God, dear. What hurt you?" The woman was terrified and immediately went back to the house to find a medical kit to bandage her husband. At this moment, a strange sound came from the cattle farm not far away. Moo. Sizzle.
Boom.
The man looked in the direction of the sound and was immediately dumbfounded. The cows that had been quietly staying in the fence were now like crazy, running wild, smashing a big hole in the solid fence, and then running out like wild horses. The clattering of their hooves was particularly loud and harsh in the silent night. Oh no, the cows have all run away. Seeing this, the man was so anxious that he didn't care about his injured arm. He grabbed the shotgun leaning against the wall and ran in the direction of the fleeing cows, trying to catch these running cows back. Coincidentally, this situation is not an isolated case. Similar scenes are also playing out in several other farms in the surrounding area. The livestock raised by each household suddenly changed their temperament and became manic and restless. They broke through the fence recklessly and ran wildly on the street. They knocked down pedestrians, trampled them to death, and some even stopped to eat their flesh and blood. As long as they were alive, they would become the target of attack by this group of livestock. Pedestrians were terrified and puzzled by this scene. Don't these animals usually eat grass? Why are they eating meat now? What a terrible change. In the largest park square in the Lighthouse country, night has fallen. At this moment, the place is bustling with people. It turns out that they're holding a grand music festival today. Suemo looked down with a unique perspective of the zombie bird hiding in the branches. There were crowds of people below, and the number was estimated to be at least tens of thousands. The whole venue was brightly lit, and colorful lights were everywhere. Accompanied by bursts of screams, the atmosphere was extremely warm. In the surrounding grass and lush leaves, those creepy zombie birds and zombie rats were quietly gathering. One by one, the zombie rats crawled swiftly and quietly approached the crowd. Because the lights in the venue were dim, even if groups of rats quietly crawled into the crowd, people would hardly notice their presence. The streets outside were already in chaos. Many zombie animals were like crazy, chasing the panicked living people, jumping up and down. Haha, how can such a lively scene be without my participation? Let me add some excitement to this carnival. Suemo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile, and gave orders without hesitation, asking the zombie rats and zombie birds on standby nearby to immediately launch a fierce attack. After receiving the order, the zombie animals became crazy in an instant, and they squeaked and pounced on the crowd below. Living people are a rich and abundant feast for them, and they are all excited. The group of people below who are still jumping and reveling don't know that a terrible disaster is coming. There is dynamic music here, and countless companions twisting their bodies. Such a lively and cheerful atmosphere makes them completely immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. Although there are few birds flying around in the air, this does not affect people's interest at all. They continued to sway their bodies to the rhythm of the music, and at the same time, they did not forget to scream loudly, as if they wanted to release all the passion in their hearts. Zombie birds flew over, and their sharp claws mercilessly scratched the people's raised arms, leaving shocking blood marks. There were also groups of zombie rats running around on the ground, biting people's feet fiercely when they got the chance. In an instant, screams came one after another, and blood splattered everywhere. But even so, except for those who had been bitten and screamed in horror, most of the others still did not realize the seriousness of the matter. The joyful screams and the screams of fear intertwined, forming a creepy, noisy sound wave. In the chaos, it was difficult to distinguish which ones were cheering because of happiness and which ones were shouting because of extreme panic. On the stage, the passionate singer was holding the microphone, singing a passionate song with the dynamic music melody. When the last note fell and the whole song was perfectly performed, the long-awaited intermission finally arrived. At this moment, the singer breathed slightly, and her bright and lively eyes slowly moved from the center of the stage to the fans below. A friendly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, obviously wanting to have a warm and interesting interaction with these fans who had always supported him. However, just as she glanced across the audience, she suddenly noticed something strange. It was supposed to be a scene full of enthusiasm and joy, but now it seemed a bit chaotic. In the crowd, people actually started to push each other, and some even got into a fight. Could it be that he was so excited that some irreconcilable conflicts arose that triggered this fight? The singer was shocked and quickly waved to the lighting engineer standing aside, asking him to quickly turn on all the headlights on the stage and focus their light on the chaotic crowd area. The staff in charge of photography also reacted quickly and moved the camera in the direction of the commotion. In an instant, a strong and dazzling light shone directly on those people who were in a fierce conflict like daylight. The sudden bright light made these zombies feel extremely uncomfortable. They all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the light source. The huge screen clearly showed terrifying faces. Their faces were dripping with blood, their features were distorted, and only the whites of their hollow and bloodshot eyes were visible. The zombie just glanced at where the light was, then lowered its head and continued the creepy chewing motion in its mouth. In an instant, the entire scene seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and the originally noisy shouts, screams, and fighting sounds disappeared without a trace. Instead, there were only those chilling crunching sounds.
Ah!
The singer on the stage was the first to let out a sharp blast. When did these guys get in? She remembered that all the spectators who entered the venue were checked by security. Ah, it's a zombie, run quickly. The audience in the audience naturally saw this scene on the big screen and immediately screamed and wanted to run out and escape from this terrible place. In a venue with hundreds of thousands of people, this kind of zombie cannibalism is not the only place. They screamed and pushed each other. Many people were pushed down directly, trampled mercilessly under their feet, and were soon trampled to death. The people close to the stage climbed directly onto the stage. They just wanted to find a safe place to hide or leave this place as soon as possible. The entire music festival is live broadcast, and the situation here is naturally transmitted to the eyes of the people watching the live broadcast. Fortunately, I didn't go there. The Beacon citizens who chose to stay at home breathed a sigh of relief. In this situation, if you go to the scene, you will definitely die, and 9 out of 10 will be injured. However, when did this virus appear in their Lighthouse country? Since the zombie virus was revealed, some smart people have begun to hoard supplies. Some more cautious people even started building underground shelters. President, there is a zombie virus outbreak in the Central Park Plaza, and there are many crazy animals on many streets. The emergence of the virus in Beacon's country was immediately reported to the president by his subordinates. When President William heard the news, he was so angry that he threw down the dining table in front of him. This virus must have been transmitted from Sakura country. I want to destroy Sakura. William was angry and smashed a lot to vent his emotions. His subordinates did not dare to say anything and stood obediently in the corner, for fear that the president's anger would spread to him. Are you still stuck here like a piece of wood? Hurry up and stop those scary monsters outside. William shouted angrily, having just smashed everything he could get his hands on. At this moment, he turned around and saw the subordinate cowering in a ball in the corner, like a frightened quail, and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. I'll go right away. The subordinate was so frightened that he trembled and ran out, crawling on the ground, and disappeared at the door in the blink of an eye. William was left alone, in this room that had become a mess, with the hurried footsteps of his subordinates leaving echoing in his ears. William never imagined that the virus would spread so quickly to the Lighthouse country they were proud of. More than 10 days ago, he specially sent his men to Sakura country to capture some living zombies for research and experiments.
It's okay now.
The streets are full of all kinds of zombies. There are all kinds of zombies.
Those idiots in the lab.
William couldn't help but curse again. He paced back and forth in the room, muttering curse words in his mouth. After a while, he finally calmed down his excitement a little. After taking a deep breath, he slowly stepped out of the messy room that he had smashed into pieces. No one knows exactly how chaotic it is outside at the moment. As the leader of the country, he is well aware that he shoulders many important responsibilities and must not let his personal emotions get out of control at this critical moment. William left in a hurry, and the servant who had been waiting silently understood immediately, quickly stepped into the room, and quickly began to clean up the mess. Not long after, William arrived at the military base like lightning. At this time, he felt like a raging fire was burning in his heart, and he urgently needed to find an outlet to release this full of anger. As soon as he entered the military base, a soldier walked forward quickly and saluted respectfully. President. William looked solemnly and asked, "What's the situation outside now?" The soldiers did not dare to show any neglect and quickly reported the truth truthfully. Report to the president that there are currently many virus-infected animals on the streets. They are going crazy and launching violent attacks on living people. Among them, the situation in Central Park is the most serious. Today, a grand music festival was held in Central Park, attracting tens of thousands of people. The outbreak of the virus at this time is tantamount to a huge disaster for the crowded Central Park. Based on the speed of the spread of the virus and the density of people in the Central Park, it is estimated that at least 70% of the people died there. After hearing the bad news, President William couldn't help frowning, his face full of worry and anger. He is well aware that the situation is urgent and serious, and if decisive measures are not taken quickly and decisively to deal with it, the consequences will be disastrous. He made a prompt decision and gave a stern order: destroy these monsters as quickly as possible. The Lighthouse country has very strong military and weapons. It stands to reason that it is not too difficult to eliminate these viruses that have just emerged. We are doing our best to clean up. Please rest assured. Do you have any other important instructions? After speaking, the soldier raised his head slightly and glanced at President William secretly. But the president's face was as gloomy as water, as if a storm was coming. It was obvious that the president was in a terrible mood at this moment. Drop a missile into the capital of Sakura country. William stared into the distance with cold eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he decisively gave orders to the soldiers beside him. The missile is so powerful that one missile is enough to destroy the capital of Sakura country. He was always wary of the powerful Dragon Kingdom and did not dare to offend easily. But facing the relatively weak Sakura Kingdom, which was now in chaos, he issued an attack order without hesitation. Upon hearing this order, the soldier was stunned at first and opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just responded, "Huh?
Yes."
Then he respectfully accepted the order and left, secretly sighing in his heart that their president was so brave and fearless that he decided to drop missiles on Sakura country without any hesitation. Although the Sakura country is now leaderless, a large part of the domestic population has been infected by the virus, and social order is on the verge of collapse. However, it is still a sovereign country in any case. Wouldn't such a blatant attack trigger strong opposition and severe condemnation from the international community? Just when the soldier was about to inform the commander of the order, he suddenly saw the president leaving and returning. The soldier secretly wondered if the president had changed his mind. Unexpectedly, the president made a gesture to the soldier and said coldly, "Throw two." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left without looking back, leaving only the bewildered soldier standing there. When the soldiers reported the president's latest instructions to the commander was also stunned and did not expect the president to issue such an order. "Are you sure the president really said that?" The commander's eyes widened, and he looked at the soldiers in front of him with suspicion. How could the president make such a decision? Did he want to take advantage of the chaos to occupy Sakura country? "Yes, sir. The president explicitly asked us to drop 2 missiles on the capital of Sakura country." The soldier nodded, his tone very sure. Although he himself did not know why the president issued such an order, as a soldier, it is his bounden duty to obey orders. The commander frowned, slowly put down the equipment he was operating, and stood up. This matter was no small matter, and he had to confirm it with the president. About 10 minutes later, the commander returned to the base with a solemn expression. He walked into the command room with a tight face and said nothing, and then sat down heavily on the chair. Seeing this, everyone gathered around, eager to know what happened. The president did give the order to drop bombs on Sakura country. Originally, 2 bombs were to be dropped directly. Under his persuasion, the president changed the 2 bombs to 1.
Yes.
The commander nodded. The president indeed said that, but he did not explain why. The Sakura country must not become a wasteland. They know the power of missiles, but if they were to launch them into Sakura country, their president must be too powerful. Indeed, if a missile flies over, everything will be wiped out. Receive. After receiving the clear order, the soldiers immediately took action and began to prepare to launch missiles towards Sakura country. After everything was ready, the president came to the base again. He decided to personally launch this missile, and more than 100,000 soldiers of his Lighthouse country were lost in the Sakura country. This shot will help them get revenge. 5 minutes later, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose over the capital of Sakura Kingdom, covering the sky and the sun. Accompanied by deafening explosions and billowing smoke, the entire city was directly annihilated in the fireworks. William's crazy operation shocked Sumo. A minute ago, she was concentrating on directing her zombie brothers to launch a fierce attack on the innocent people in the Lighthouse country. However, in the blink of an eye, a missile dropped from the sky, like the god of death, hitting her location without warning. Sumo didn't even have time to react, and he had no idea what was going on. He was instantly blown away by the powerful impact of the explosion and completely lost consciousness. As Sumo fell, the junior zombies who had lost their command suddenly became leaderless. They had acted under Sumo's orders before, but now they were like wild beasts that had lost their way, starting to run around. Relying on their instincts, these zombies crazily pounced on the living people around them, recklessly carrying out bloody killing and devouring. Without Sumo's restraint and control, these junior zombies no longer follow the same principle of only infecting and not devouring. They are like hungry wolves, biting anyone they see. Once they knock their prey to the ground, they will open their mouths mercilessly and greedily enjoy the satisfaction brought by fresh flesh and blood. Infecting living bodies is just an unconscious behavior. Their instinct is to devour flesh and blood. Almost at the moment Sumo's figure disappeared, it was as if an invisible bond suddenly broke, and the close connection that belonged to the mother's body deep in the consciousness of all zombies disappeared instantly. The maternal connection is gone. Inside the long-abandoned building in City D, filled with a rotten atmosphere, several creepy zombies of various shapes were gathering together. One of the zombies, who was extremely thin, spoke with difficulty in a voice that was hoarse as if it had been rubbed hard with sandpaper. If Sumo were here at this time, he would definitely recognize this thin zombie boy at a glance. It was one of the first batch of zombies that he infected and transformed with his own hands, that spiritual girl. It wasn't that Sumo knew her well, but that she could look up the specific information about each zombie. At this moment, this zombie has long been unrecognizable, and its past image has nothing to do with humans. Its sharp and long nails shone with cold light, and its sharp fangs protruded abruptly from the corners of its mouth, above the blue-white skin. It is covered with mottled traces formed by coagulated blood, like a strange bloody picture. As for the clothes on its body, there were only a few tattered strips of cloth hanging randomly, barely covering some key parts. What's even more frightening is that there is a faint scarlet light in the eyes that were all white.
Ah!
After hearing the words of this thin zombie, several other zombies on the side also echoed. They made low and menacing roars, although they could not speak complete sentences as clearly as the thin zombie. But from their roars, you can also feel the panic and confusion after losing contact with the mother's body. It is worth mentioning that so far, among this group of zombies, only this thin female zombie has successfully mastered language skills. Although he didn't speak fluently, it was quite rare compared to other companions who only relied on instinctive roaring. Perhaps because she had not spoken for a long time, or because she frequently screamed and roared when she opened her mouth, the sound she made was hoarse, harsh, and unpleasant to the ear. In fact, she had mastered the skill of speaking as early as 3 days ago, but unfortunately, they were unable to actively contact the mother's body. Sumo didn't care about the zombie brother in D-City these days, which led to the fact that she didn't know that her zombie brother could talk. Don't worry, the king will definitely return. With these words, the female zombie suddenly raised her head to the sky and roared. The shrill and sharp howl resounded through the sky, as if it was about to break through the sky. Then, she turned around without hesitation, took the first step, and left the room. The mother body has already given them instructions to infect all living humans in D-City. Although the current contact with the mother body is temporarily interrupted, they are still determined to carry out this task to the end. The intelligence level of those zombies that gradually evolved after continuously devouring flesh and blood has been significantly improved. Compared with the original zombies, they are extremely smart. Mr. Long, Sakura country exploded. The moment the Sakura kingdom was attacked by a missile, the assistant passed this important information to the senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom as quickly as possible. After hearing the news, Long Chunwei couldn't help frowning and looked at the assistant with confusion. Exploded? For a while, he still couldn't fully understand what this so-called explosion meant. Was it the kind of explosion he thought? Seeing the confusion on Long Chunwei's face, the assistant immediately realized that his report just now was too brief and might have misunderstood the leader. So, he hurriedly reported again in detail. It's like this, Mr. Long. The Lighthouse country launched a powerful missile at the Sakura country, which directly hit and blew up the capital of the Sakura country. At this moment, Long Chunwei finally understood what the assistant meant by the explosion. Is this guy William crazy? How could such a thing be done? Long Chunwei found it incredible and difficult to understand William's sudden missile launch into Sakura country. Can this thing be released at will? You must know that launching missiles at other countries for no reason is a serious violation of international law. Who knows, before the missile was launched, the Lighthouse country was also infected by the virus. The assistant reported another piece of news to Long Chungwei. The two pieces of information came one after another, not long apart. It seems that the virus has begun to spread throughout Mercury. This virus, called the zombie virus by the masses, was first discovered in the Dragon Kingdom. It has not been 2 months since the virus was discovered, and now it has spread to several countries. Perhaps other countries have already been lurked by this virus, but it was just their Dragon Kingdom that broke out first. Yes, is the end of the world really coming? Speaking of the virus, the assistant's heart was also extremely heavy. The virus in the Dragon Kingdom has been spreading, no matter how they clean up and deal with it. It only slows down the speed of virus infection, and other people who should be infected will still be infected. The worst thing is that currently, scientific researchers have made no progress at all in their research on virus vaccines. Are there any infected animals in my country? In just 2 days, zombie birds have been found in almost all countries affected by the virus. After in-depth investigation and analysis, experts speculated that the reason why this terrible virus was able to spread so quickly among various countries. The culprits are probably those zombie birds that are scurrying around with no rules. Yes, signs of their activities have been found in some coastal cities close to Sakura country. The assistant nodded solemnly. For this kind of zombie animal with the ability to fly, it is extremely difficult to completely prevent it. Although a large number of troops and advanced fighter jets are deployed in the air and on the ground for continuous patrols, it is still impossible to completely eliminate these cunning birds from finding opportunities to take advantage of them. Some of the particularly clever zombie birds actually know how to suddenly dive into the water while flying and swim silently to the edge of the city. Then they sneak into the sewer system without anyone noticing and break into the core area of the city. Once they successfully invade, they will mercilessly launch crazy infection actions on all kinds of creatures they encounter. Whether it is fish in the water, mice on land, or pedestrians on the street, all creatures that come into contact with them will be spared and will become their kind in a short time. It is hard to imagine how they figured out so many strange and efficient infection methods. They are much smarter than some people. This undoubtedly adds great difficulty and challenges to human beings in fighting this disaster. This incident is undoubtedly a devastating disaster. Long Chungwei couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the vast territory and abundant manpower of Longwa, I'm afraid it would have fallen completely like the Sakura country.
I can only take it one step at a time.
At present, apart from doing our best to clean up those creatures that have become zombies, there seems to be no other practical means of blocking them. Especially when this virus can infect animals, the confrontation between humans and viruses becomes even more difficult. Turning his sight to the densely populated streets of the country of Asen, the originally noisy atmosphere suddenly seemed to be frozen, and all the people were instantly still as if they were cast under a spell of immobilization. The surrounding space began to distort strangely, and then a figure appeared in the middle of this bustling street, without any warning. What's going on? Su Emo looked around blankly, and at this moment she was in an extremely confused state. Clearly, she was still in the palace with half of her pants, just a moment ago, watching the zombie birds madly infecting the people of the Lighthouse country with great interest. How could she be in this strange place in the blink of an eye? This place looks very strange, and it doesn't look like the territory of the Sakura country at all. The people who were frozen around had dark skin, which was different from the Sakura people she had seen before. Did the system teleport her to the territory of the country of Asen? She remembered that the people of the country of Asen were this kind of black and big. The top leaders of the Lighthouse country launched missiles at the Sakura country, and you were blown up. Perhaps it was because she looked at a loss that the system, which had been silent all the time, spoke for the first time and kindly explained to her the whole story. That William? Su Emo rubbed her head and tried to recall everything that had happened before. At that time, she only felt that her eyes suddenly went black, and when she opened her eyes again, she was already here. It was him. The system gave a positive answer.
Could it be that
he had already noticed my existence?
So Montag was shocked.
If her identity had not been discovered, how could the Lighthouse country launch missiles at the Sakura country for no reason? Could it be that the Lighthouse country, which has always been known for its arrogance, has become so shrewd this time? There was no host. William blamed the Sakura country for the infection of the Lighthouse country, so he launched missiles to vent his anger. No, William must be sick. Hearing this reason, Sumo's mouth twitched slightly, and the whole person was in a state of extreme speechlessness. She was living well in Sakura country, but who could have expected that William would suddenly do this and blast her to Asen country with a cannon? If you want to describe it in your human language, it would probably be furious. William was like an angry lion, venting his anger everywhere, and the unlucky Sumo happened to be the innocent person who was shot while lying down. It's not just Sumo. The consequences of a powerful missile are far more than just losing her life. At this moment, I'm afraid the entire capital of Sakura country has become a ruin. Whether it is the surviving humans or the zombies, they were all reduced to ashes under the artillery fire, and no one was spared. Sumo was very upset when she thought of William blowing up a large number of her zombie brothers with a cannon. Her beloved car, Dahe, which she had just ridden for a few days, is now afraid that there is not even a hair left. Good. That's great, William. Sumo clenched her teeth tightly and squeezed out these words from between her teeth. Did she have to destroy the Lighthouse Nation first? If it weren't for her magical skill of resurrection armor, she would probably be like those creatures. Not even a trace of dregs would be left. Open the panel. After calming down, Sumo chose to open the panel to check her own data. It would take her a day to use the resurrection armor, and her level should have been upgraded during this period. Name, Sumo race, zombie source, 6, skills, normal infection, range infection 10. When range infection is turned on, it can infect all living things within a diameter of 10 meters. The effect time is 10 minutes, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. King's command, resurrection armor 99+, animal infection. Star points, 100 million/1 billion. The upgrade skills have been changed this time? When she checked the character panel just now, she had already seen the new introduction behind the range infection. The effective radius of the range infection skill was only a pitiful 1 meter before. After this upgrade, its range of action has suddenly expanded 10 times. Such a huge improvement made Sumo ecstatic. Now, as long as she turns on the range infection, she will be a walking poison circle. Host, are you ready? Yes, I am. Sumo took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Since we have come to this new place, let's just treat it as the beginning of a new adventure. It's a bit funny to say that I, who had never even stepped out of the country, can now be randomly teleported to different countries. 3,
2, 1.
The emotionless mechanical voice counted one by one, and the originally frozen scene around instantly returned to normal. Sumo was wearing an elegant black dress, standing gracefully in the bustling crowd. Almost at the moment she appeared, the eyes of everyone around her were attracted by magnets and focused on her. The main reason was that she seemed a little out of tune with the surrounding environment. Everyone else was dark and dirty. As for her, the system gave her a beautiful black dress, which was well cut and of good quality, perfectly outlining her slender figure. Coupled with her dead white skin, she stood out in the crowd of Indians. What country is this person from? Black hair and white skin, kimchi country, Sakura country, or dragon country? Aren't they yellow-skinned? The Indians looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of them with curiosity. She was thin and her skin was as pale as paper. For a moment, no one could guess which country she was from. Facing the curious and malicious eyes of this group of strangers, Sumo curled her lips slightly and whispered, "Start range infection." As soon as the voice fell, a mysterious power instantly surged out of her body. Then, in front of her sight, a countdown timer quietly emerged. 9:48 since we are here, let's get started. She is not familiar with these people and they don't speak the same language, so she doesn't know what they're discussing. And from the look in their eyes when they looked at her, Sumo clearly felt a full of hooliganism. After casually glancing at the bustling crowd around, Sumo raised her hand and gently adjusted the sunglasses on her nose. She was graceful, and her steps were light and elegant, like a noble white swan walking on this slightly dirty and messy street. At this time, the streets were crowded with people. When the people from the country of Asen saw Suemo, who was so beautiful and outstanding, they all cast curious and amazing eyes. They stopped and saluted the strange woman. What's more, they followed Suemo without any concealment, forming a strange landscape. It was too rare for a pale-skinned, neatly dressed woman to appear in this place, like a bright pearl falling into the mortal world. This is not a rich area. Under normal circumstances, such a woman would not appear here. In this way, Suemo walked forward for a distance under the attention of everyone. Suddenly, a burly man rushed in front of her without any warning and blocked her way. The other party's face was full of excitement, and he kept talking non-stop. However, Suemo was confused because she couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Faced with this sudden situation, Suemo tried to bypass the man in front of her and continue on her way. Unfortunately, Asen didn't intend to let her go. He still stubbornly blocked the spot and kept repeating those confusing words. After hearing what the man said, the people around him began to boo, and the scene instantly became chaotic. For a while, the laughter and shouting one after another intertwined, like 1,000 ducks quacking in unison, noisy and harsh, making people feel extremely noisy and boring. But when she thought that soon these noisy Asan would become her loyal brothers and obey her command and dispatch, Suemo forgave them again. The people around her kept pouring in like a tide, getting denser and denser. Suemo couldn't move forward at all, so she had to stop. She wore a pair of big sunglasses, covering most of her face. Even so, it was still difficult to hide the scarlet eyes that appeared from under the sunglasses. At this moment, those eyes were fixed on the people who gathered around. The man who first spoke to her saw that she suddenly stopped moving, and his courage instantly grew. He walked straight forward and stretched out his hand to grab her. Suemo saw his action and immediately slapped his dirty hand away. Although the two sides did not speak the same language, Suemo could clearly feel that they had no good intentions just from the expressions and smiles on their faces. After being slapped by Suemo, the man not only did not retreat, but became more bold and tried to reach out and grab her again. At this moment, an extremely strange and creepy roar suddenly came from the crowd.
Roar.
This roar was like a thunder that broke through the sky, temporarily attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that several people who had fallen to the ground in the crowd slowly got up. The first time they got up, they bit the people around them twice. This operation scared the bitten person. He screamed and waved his fist and hit the other person's head hard. He bit him for no reason. His third brother was not a coward. If he dared to bite him, he would beat the other person's teeth away. Several incidents of peers biting people happened around him at the same time. This sudden change scared the people around. There were screams in the crowd. The already crowded streets became even more crowded because of the chaos, and the scene was completely out of control. In the chaotic scene, there were actually people who were lucky enough to try to take advantage of the chaos to approach Suemo and pull him. However, these people's wishful thinking was too early, and they had not yet approached Sumo's side. He fell to the ground with A, and his body twitched uncontrollably. What was even more bizarre was that, with Suemo as the center, the crowd within a radius of 10 meters seemed to have discussed it in advance, and they made bangs one after another, and fell to the ground one after another. This sudden situation shocked everyone present, and no one dared to move forward rashly for a while. A man from India not far away was terrified, pointing at Suemo with his finger, and kept yelling, "Everyone run! Get away from that woman! She must be carrying some kind of poison. Look, so many people have fallen." As the Indian shouted, the people around him who were already panicking suddenly turned pale, like a frightened bird, and ran away quickly with an extremely frightened look. They seemed to have really seen something extremely terrifying, so much so that they were in a panic and embarrassed when they ran for their lives. Being on a crowded street and in such a chaotic situation, it is not easy to escape successfully. If you are not careful, You may be knocked down and trampled by the surging crowd and suffer an unexpected disaster. Sumo, who knows this well, will naturally not sit and wait for death. She thought about it and gave orders to let a large circle of zombies gather together to form a solid defense line to protect her own safety. If the mother zombie was trampled to death by Ah-san, it would be too embarrassing. After ensuring her own safety, she continued to move forward and continued to infect the people around her through range infection. The skill time has not yet passed. If she doesn't infect a few more people, it will be a waste. After walking for a distance, Sumo found 2 cobras lying on the ground. Hey, this little thing. Sumo stopped and focused his eyes on the cobras. There should have been a snake charmer here to perform, but now the snake charmer is gone, leaving only the basket used to hold the snakes, which has been trampled into a mess. She reached out and picked up the 2 half-dead cobras. They have been attacked by the virus, but the infection has not yet been completed. Sumo swung the snakes in her hand twice, but they still had no reaction. They hung limply in Sumo's hands like 2 rotten ropes. After waiting for a while, the snakes finally reacted. Their bodies were visibly larger, and their teeth were sharper. When they opened their eyes, they were no longer the vertical pupils of snakes, but completely white. The 2 snakes held their heads high and hissed non-stop. Seeing such a change, Sumo was not afraid, but smiled with satisfaction. 2 more cute little pets. The mutated zombie snakes were a little heavy. After thinking for a while, Sumo decisively threw the larger snake directly to the ground, leaving only the smaller one in the palm of her hand to play with at will. The tail of the small snake was like a soft ribbon, obediently wrapped around her white arm. The desire for flesh and blood could not overcome the fear and submission to the person in front of her. Sumo was in a better mood after getting a new pet, and continued to walk forward while playing with the little snake. This infection was the most high-profile one in the recent infection operations. Surrounded by zombies, she walked carelessly among the zombies. If the high-ranking officials of the Indian country were not blind, they would probably come to deal with her in no time. She could be killed by artillery fire, but she could not be trampled to death by the Indians. She walked to the end of the street without any obstruction. Surprisingly, the Indian government had not come yet. The efficiency of the Indian country is too low. Could it be that because this country is relatively backward, even its military strength and ability to deal with emergencies are relatively poor? However, for Sumo, the slower they come, the better, and it would be perfect if they don't come. If there are no hot weapons joining the battlefield, ordinary people's punches, kicks, and machetes alone will not play a big role in eliminating zombies. Without obstacles, the infection speed will definitely be greatly accelerated. Thinking of the rapidly rising star points, Sumo was in a good mood. However, the surrounding environment was too messy and made people feel that there was nowhere to stay. After looking around, she randomly chose a direction and continued to move forward. The skill time for range infection had expired. Next, it depends on the performance of these zombie brothers. She wants to find a relatively clean and safe place to see what is happening in other countries. When a wide river appeared in front of her, Sumo probably guessed that she might have taken the wrong road. The river water in front of her was turbid and showed a disgusting black-brown color. Various garbage and unidentified objects were floating on the water. There were rags, plastic bottles, rotten food residues, and even some animal corpses, which gave off a foul smell. Hiss, this river water is too dirty. Sumo couldn't help but complain. Looking at the dirty river in front of her, her mind suddenly emerged with the relevant information she had browsed on the internet. It is said that this river is quite famous in the local area, and it can be said that there is everything in the river. The river water is visibly dirty, but for the Indian people, it is still widely used. It can be used for bathing, washing clothes, discharging sewage, and some people even take water directly from the river for drinking. Thinking of this, even Sumo, who had died once, couldn't help but take a breath. Looking down at her feet again, the situation was equally grim. The ground was covered with large and small lumps of feces, some of which had dried up, while others were still wet. The whole environment was simply terrible. System. Please don't send me to Asen country again next time you teleport randomly. This kind of place really affects your mood. Although she is now a zombie, she still feels a little uncomfortable facing such a bad and dirty environment. Go in the direction marked by the arrow, and you will reach the rich area. The system silently popped up a small map. It can be seen that the host really dislikes this place, but didn't she want to infect Asen country last time? This is the most densely populated place in Asen country, and it is much easier to infect.
Okay.
Sue Emo looked at the map and turned around to leave the river. It is better to have a map than to run around by herself. The street I just walked through was already in chaos. The power of the wide area infection turned 80% of the living people on the street into zombies. Except for the group of zombies following him, the other zombies had already spread out crazily. When Sue Emo went to the direction of the rich area, the senior officials of the country of Sen also received the news that the slums were infected by the virus. On the magnificent throne sat Singh with a majestic look. He frowned slightly, stared sharply at the officials who were reporting to him in fear and trepidation, and questioned, "The virus was caused by a foreign woman?" Singh didn't believe this statement. Could a woman have such a great ability to infect the living people of the entire block? He had browsed many video materials about other countries being attacked by viruses. Without exception, these viruses broke out suddenly like a sudden torrent. In all the pictures, there was no trace of women at all. He thought to himself that the officials under him might have made up such an absurd excuse in order to evade their own responsibilities. The slum was managed and supervised by this official. If there were any mistakes or omissions here, he would be the first to bear the brunt and unable to escape. Facing Singh's ruthless questioning, the official was unusually calm and even nodded decisively without any hesitation. Absolutely right. Those terrifying zombies ignored the woman and did not bite her at all, and the woman was not eroded or infected by the virus at all. He personally received an accurate report from his subordinates that wherever this woman appeared, the virus would spread rapidly to that place like a plague. Under such circumstances, it would be unbelievable to say that all this was not caused by this woman. After hearing this, Singh gave an order expressionlessly, "Then you immediately send an elite team to kill that woman." The number of residents in Asen country is even greater than that of Long country, and what they lack the least is people. In Singh's eyes, a little riot and unrest in a slum street is not a big event. Since the subordinates are determined to put all the blame on that woman, let them solve the problem on their own. I'll deal with it now. After reporting the situation, the official turned and left the hall. He needed to deal with the follow-up matters. Even if it is only a slum that is infected, they should not be too careless. They have seen the horror of this virus. The initial news of this terrible epidemic was transmitted here through the difficult reporting of the grassroots personnel layer by layer. In the process of transmission, a lot of precious time was inevitably wasted. By the time the local officials received the order, Sue Emo had disappeared without a trace. After leaving the crowded, chaotic, and noisy streets, Sue Emo did not hesitate to send away all the hideous and snarling zombies around him. Without Sue Emo, these zombies were like wild horses running wild, rushing towards the living people around them, causing panic and chaos in an instant. After successfully creating a riot, Sue Emo set her sights on a roadside clothing store that was open for business. She attacked the poor shop owner mercilessly and infected her, and then selected a set of women's clothing with a strong Asen style from her store. This gorgeous outfit was brightly colored and unique in style, especially the veil, which was exquisite and could cleverly cover most of her face. After making this disguise, Sue Emo, like a flexible mongoose, quietly blended into the bustling crowd and entered the rich area. As long as there is a chance to hide her whereabouts, she will never be stupid enough to expose herself openly. The way to live forever is the eternal truth. Only by developing wretchedly can you have the last laugh. There are more than 20 billion Mercury residents, but only a few billion have been infected so far. There is still a long way to go, and she must not be arrogant. From the moment she decided to spread the virus, she was destined to become the public enemy of the entire Mercury. Although she had a resurrection armor, she only used it 99+ times. Every opportunity to use the resurrection armor was precious to her, and she would save it as much as she could. No one could predict what kind of thrilling challenges and crises would be encountered in the future. At present, it was the wisest choice to act cautiously. It had to be admitted that there was a huge difference between the rich area and the slums. Take the area in front of us, for example. The streets were spacious and clean, with no garbage and disgusting feces everywhere. The people walking here, whether in terms of clothing, skin color, or race, were cleaner and more beautiful than those in the slums. Sumo, who was wrapped tightly all over, would not attract too much attention when walking among them. The women around her were dressed similarly to her. Once the veil was put on, if you didn't look carefully, who could tell the difference between her and the women of India? The streets were bustling, but because the cooling time of her range infection skill had not yet ended, it could not work for the time being. So, she decided to wander around and find a suitable place to stay. Not long after, a towering luxury hotel in the distance attracted Sumo's attention. After noting the location, Sumo continued to stroll around. It was a rare opportunity to come here, so it was good to experience the unique customs and culture of the country of Asen. When the infection is activated, you won't be able to see such customs and culture. Time passed by, and finally, the cooldown time of the range infection skill ended, and it could be used again. Sumo came to the center of the crowded street, stood still, and whispered softly, "Start the range infection." As the voice fell, her beautiful red lips hidden under the veil slightly hooked, revealing a cruel smile. The moment the range infection was activated, Sumo's figure shuttled quickly among the bustling crowd like a ghost. In just a few seconds, she crossed a full 10 meters. At this moment, the entire street within a radius of 10 meters with her as the center, even including some shops on both sides of the street, has been shrouded by her infection power. Not long after, there were sudden chilling roars from behind. The speed of infection of this virus was beyond imagination, but Sumo in front ran faster. She was like a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, she left those people who were gradually falling into madness and chaos far behind. When she arrived at the hotel that she had carefully selected in advance, there were still 3 minutes left for the skill. She stopped and looked back slightly. The street behind her had already become a mess, with screams of fear and groans of pain coming one after another. Without any hesitation, Sumo walked into the hotel lobby. As soon as she stepped into the lobby, an enthusiastic staff member came up to greet her. The man smiled and mumbled a series of words that Sumo could not understand at all. Faced with this situation, Sumo was unusually calm and composed. She stood quietly in place, neither responding to the other party's words nor making any extra movements. After waiting for dozens of seconds, the staff member suddenly fell to the ground without any warning, and his body began to twitch violently. Seeing this situation, several other staff members hurriedly gathered around to see what happened. Their ending was the same as the first person who came forward, falling to the ground and twitching. The entire hotel lobby was suddenly plunged into a weird scene. From beginning to end, Sumo remained silent and stood quietly in place, as if everything happening around her had nothing to do with her. After a while, the fallen figure began to stagger and slowly stand up again. They had all turned into zombies. However, unlike the manic, roaring zombies running around on the street, this group of zombies who stood up again seemed particularly quiet. They just stood there silently, as if waiting for some instructions. "Give me the room card on the top floor." Sumo's instructions rang in the minds of this group of zombies. One of the female zombies immediately handed the room card to Sumo after hearing the order. As early as when he was in Sakura country, Sumo found that the language barrier before infection had nothing to do with it. When they become zombies, they will be able to understand her commands. She wondered if zombies also have their own language system. After getting the room card, Sumo turned and walked towards the special elevator, and by the way, she gave the zombies an order to guard the gate. She just saw a lot of survivors fleeing here. It has been 2 days since the outbreak of the virus in the Lighthouse country. When the virus appeared in the Central Park, the soldiers of the Lighthouse country directly used large weapons to suppress it. After a few shots, the entire Central Park became a ruin, and the zombies and living people inside could not escape. Although some living people were sacrificed, the effect was obvious, directly blocking the spread of tens of thousands of zombie viruses. They have seen the speed of virus infection. If tens of thousands of infected zombies escape from the Central Park, most of the central capital will suffer. TSK, it's really neat and tidy. Looking at the Central Park that has become a ruin in front of her through the perspective of the zombie bird, Sue-emo couldn't help but sigh. From this desolate and dilapidated scene, she could roughly guess the tragic situation that happened at that time. In dealing with the rampant virus, it is indeed an excellent way to directly wipe it out. Look at Longwa. It is precisely because of its lack of courage and determination that it has not been able to completely eradicate the virus. Although the virus in the Central Park did not spread, Sue-emo did not feel angry or frustrated. She carefully planned to spread the zombie animals carrying the virus to every corner of the city. William bombed one place, and there was another place. He couldn't bomb everywhere. Moreover, the zombies were mixed in the living people, and it was impossible to rashly use those powerful large weapons to attack. After all, it was his own country. If he bombed it recklessly and killed all the citizens, he would be a big joke as the president. So far, how many countries have been infected with the virus? William looked at the assistant beside him. His country was infected with the virus. In this case, it would be best if other countries were infected as well. The virus crisis broke out in the country, and other senior leaders of the Lighthouse country also gathered together to discuss countermeasures, with a solemn look. Yesterday, their president actually launched a powerful missile at the Sakura country. They were worried that they might be condemned and accused by other countries. However, after a day, they did not receive any condemnation calls about the missile launch. But this situation is normal. Now the whole world is deeply trapped in the ravages of the virus. Everyone is tortured by the virus and can't take care of themselves. Where is the energy to pay attention to him launching missiles at the Sakura country? Even if any country really stands up to express opinions or dissatisfaction with this matter, William is not afraid at all. At worst, he will send another missile to the other party. With the powerful strength of their lighthouse country, they will be afraid of them. At present, the global virus infection is getting worse and worse. This is not a bad opportunity to reshuffle. As long as we can firmly grasp this rare opportunity and take the opportunity to rise, then the dream of dominating the world may no longer be out of reach. According to the information we have so far, more than a dozen countries, including Dragon Country, Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, Xianluo Country, and Romantic Country, have been infected with the zombie virus. A subordinate stood there respectfully, reporting the various intelligence he had collected to William in detail one by one. Except for Dragon Country and Sakura Country, the time when the other countries were attacked by the virus was basically the same as their lighthouse country. And it was also because of the zombie birds that were causing trouble everywhere. Sakura Country is now almost completely destroyed, and there are probably only about 1% of survivors left. The assistant specifically reported the situation of Sakura Country. According to the current situation, Sakura Country is very likely to become the first country in the world to disappear. Then why not just send some more soldiers over and take the opportunity to occupy Sakura Country? A subordinate made a suggestion. Not appropriate. Sakura Country is basically full of zombies now, and it is not easy to clean up. Some people also hold opposing opinions. William sat in the main seat and listened quietly to the heated discussion of his subordinates about the current situation of Sakura Country. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, concentrate on solving the virus problem in your country first." Everyone nodded in agreement. More than 100,000 soldiers sent to Sakura Country inexplicably became zombies, and no news was sent back. This strange situation made William afraid, and he was unwilling to send soldiers to die easily. At present, the top priority for the Lighthouse country is to eliminate the source of infection in the country as soon as possible. Fortunately, after some efforts, the first batch of ferocious zombie animals have basically been successfully killed. After experiencing this catastrophe, the residents have gradually mastered a certain self-protection ability. It is worth mentioning that since the Lighthouse country does not ban guns, this policy gives people more survival opportunities, and self-defense means when facing the threat of virus infection. The news that the head is the weakness of zombies is now known to almost all citizens. The individuals who have just been infected and become zombies are actually not as difficult to deal with as imagined. After roughly grasping the current situation in the Lighthouse country, Sue-Emo switched the perspective sharing to the zombie brothers on the dragon countryside. You don't know until you see it. Once she saw it, she discovered a major situation. The female zombie that she had infected and transformed herself had learned to speak. You know, zombies communicate by shouting, and the sudden appearance of a talking one was quite surprising to her.
Wong.
The female zombie shouted clearly and accurately, with a slightly hoarse voice. Hearing this sudden cry, Sue-Emo couldn't help but widen her eyes, her face full of disbelief.
Ha! You
can actually speak?
Sue-Emo mattered to herself subconsciously.
In order to make sure that she didn't hear it wrong or had hallucinations, she quickly concentrated and repeatedly and carefully confirmed the identity of the zombie in front of her. After multiple verifications and comparisons, it was finally confirmed that the zombie who could speak was one of the first generation of zombies that she had infected and created. Yes, Wong. I learned to speak 5 days ago. The female zombie opened and closed her lips with difficulty, and the sound she made was extremely hoarse and unpleasant. It was as if every word was squeezed out of a rusty machine, but there was no doubt that she did succeed in speaking a complete sentence. Being able to speak, does this mean that she also has the ability to think independently? Sue-Emo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Before this, no zombie had ever shown such an amazing talent. Well done, very good. So, what is the current situation in City D? Sue-Emo was very curious and communicated with her in the female zombie's mind with interest. After accidentally encountering this zombie brother who could speak, Sue-Emo did not hesitate to cut off the perspective-sharing connection with other zombie brothers. At this moment, all her attention was deeply attracted by this unique female zombie. Since she can speak, I wonder if she has grown a new brain. In the past, zombie brothers only knew to obey actions, not to respond. Today, this zombie named Lin Xiaoyu broke the previous situation. According to the king's previous instructions, we have infected most of the humans, leaving only a very small part. Sue-Emo soon got a response from the female zombie. From her point of view, she was just standing there stupidly, a corpse talking to itself. Sue-Emo still used the old routine to infect D-City, leaving some living people as hostages. According to the usual style of the Dragon Country's high-level officials, it is absolutely impossible to sit idly by. After all, in their eyes, life is priceless, and every life deserves to be respected and saved. If they suddenly realize that they want to sacrifice a small part in exchange for greater peace, then Sue-Emo can't do anything. She can still afford to lose hundreds of thousands of zombies, but now there is a strange thing that can talk in D-City. She can't bear to let them be killed by the authorities. It's not easy for zombies to upgrade to talk. The zombies in D-City are the oldest batch. If you wait patiently for a while, there may be more surprises. Have you recovered your memory? Sue-Emo raised another question. If these zombies can gradually regain their language ability and pass memories after continuous evolution and upgrading, then the virus infection, in a sense, can be regarded as an unprecedented new upgrade for humans.
I
don't remember. The female zombie shook her head slightly, looking bewildered. For her, there was no so-called memory at all. In the depths of her remaining consciousness, only the mysterious matrix occupied the dominant position. Since their birth, the only purpose of their existence is to find fresh flesh and blood for food, and to obey the mother's instructions without reservation. Apart from this, there is no other purpose. You're called Lin Xiaoyu. You will lead the zombie team in this City D. After finding the right time, lead them to evacuate as soon as possible. It is not a bad thing to have no memory. At least in this way, some zombies can effectively avoid falling into endless pain and self-blame after remembering that they had killed their close ones with their own hands. Yes, Wong. Lin Xiaoyu spoke respectfully. After a brief conversation with her, Su Emo shifted his perspective to the zombies standing next to Lin Xiaoyu. Su Emo turned around with interest and looked at the female zombie carefully. It is rare for a female zombie to speak. I wonder if there is anything different about her appearance. The female corpse is covered with a layer of blue-gray skin, like an ancient rock that has experienced vicissitudes of life. Surprisingly, her body showed no signs of decay, but the black blood vessels protruded from her body like hideous earthworms, which made people shudder. Her sharp claws were several centimeters longer than those of other ordinary zombies, flashing with cold light, as if ready to tear the throat of her prey at any time. What was even more eye-catching was that her eyes were completely different from those of ordinary zombies. The entire white part of her eyes was actually bright red, like a burning flame, which was extremely eye-catching and abrupt. Wow, she is going to evolve into a red-eyed zombie. Su Emo sighed. It turns out that after the zombies evolve, their eyes will start to turn red. It is estimated that after the entire eyes turn red, they will become a powerful little zombie leader. Su Emo is also very much looking forward to this. With the appearance of zombies that can think independently and command the first generation of zombies, she will be much more relaxed. More and more countries have been infected by her, and she has to spend a lot of time just switching perspectives to observe the situation and command the zombies. Apart from Lin Xiaoyu, there are still a considerable number of zombies in D City that are quietly changing. Some zombies' bodies are expanding like balloons, and their heads are extremely large. Some are like bamboo shoots growing upwards and getting taller. And some zombies are so agile that they are beyond imagination. They move like a gust of wind.
Good.
After looking around, Su Emo was very satisfied. The stronger the zombies are, the more helpful they will be to her plan to flatten Mercury. She has to think of a way to divert the attention of the authorities recently. She can't bear to let them kill these powerful zombies in vain. After completing the observation of D City, Su Emo turned her attention to other cities in Longhua. Recently, she has been busy planning how to infect other countries, so she has not paid much attention to the situation in Longhua. At a glance, she was shocked to find that as many as 100 cities in the entire Longhua have been unfortunately infected with the zombie virus. It must be said that her zombie brothers acted very well. They actually infected so many cities without her knowing.
Great.
The zombie animals with flying ability have played an indispensable role in infecting so many cities. Whether it is large birds flying in the vast sky or various small animals flying low on the ground, they have become accomplices in the spread of the virus. The zombie virus is so fierce and overbearing that even the flies and mosquitoes that are insignificant on weekdays cannot escape the fate of being infected. Once infected, their originally tiny bodies swelled instantly, and their size soared to the size of an adult's fist. The slender mouthparts are used to blood from other animals. Dozens of them can an adult human into a mummy. Sumo has seen several dry zombies, which must be the work of those mosquitoes. Continue to infect all living things that can be seen. After giving a unified command to the zombies of Dragon Country, Su Emo connected to the perspective of Sakura Country. This place was bombarded by William yesterday, and I don't know what the situation is now. The capital of Sakura Country, under the power of missiles, even their iconic snow-capped mountains were razed to the ground. The places affected by the missiles were foggy, and there were ruins under the fog. The power was so great. Fortunately, I had the resurrection armor. The thermal weapons made by humans are really terrible. If there was no resurrection armor, she would have nowhere to escape from such a. If they used these large thermonuclear weapons without any regard for the consequences, it is estimated that Mercury could be blown through by them. After the zombie bird circled over the capital of Sakura Country for a week, it flapped its wings and flew away. It has to be said that Sakura Country is really unlucky this time. Since the outbreak of the virus, in just over a month, more than 90% of the local population has been infected by the virus. Such an astonishing speed can be described as unstoppable. Judging from the current situation, it seems that we don't need to pay more attention to Sakura Country. Let it develop naturally. Looking at the mess in front of him, Su Emo murmured, Indeed, with the current situation of Sakura country, even if Sumo does not spend time planning something, I am afraid that this place will eventually be doomed. The number of humans and animals left is too small to satisfy the appetite of the huge zombie army in the country. Let's take a look at Kimchi country. Kimchi country, which was attacked by the virus almost at the same time as Lighthouse country. What is the situation in its country? When the perspective switched to Kimchi country, Sumo found that the streets and alleys that were originally bustling and crowded with people had already become deserted, and no one could be seen. The roads were full of vehicles that were severely damaged by collisions, as if telling a tragic scene that had happened. Some buildings were on fire, and billowing black smoke rushed into the sky and spread all around. The ground was blood-stained and shocking, and there were many scattered bones and other parts of the human body. The whole scene was miserable and terrifying, which made people shudder. Over a dead silent city, a group of zombie birds with hideous faces and stinking smells were flying high. Their sharp eyes scanned every corner below, but surprisingly, after flying for a distance, they did not find any trace of living people. Just when Sumo felt strange, she suddenly noticed a towering wall in the distance. The wall was like an indestructible barrier, completely isolating the inside from the outside world. Inside the wall, many living people came and went, and no one knew what they were doing. Not only that, on the high wall, there were also various heavy weapons densely set up. These weapons flashed with cold light, as if ready to give a fatal to the invading enemy at any time. At the same time, teams of well-equipped soldiers kept patrolling back and forth on the wall. Their eyes were sharp, and they watched the movements around them vigilantly. Sumo controlled the zombie bird to fly carefully around this mysterious base for a whole circle. It turned out that Kimchi country had successfully established such a large-scale survivor base. Recalling the desolate scenes he had seen on the streets along the way, Sumo suddenly realized. No wonder he had never met other living people. The survivors in the nearby area must have already hidden in this safe shelter. From what he saw, the defense of this base was very strong. With such dense and powerful thermal weapons deployed, it would be difficult for ordinary zombies to force their way in. Just as Sumo was thinking about it, an accident happened. Because the zombie bird flew too close to the wall, it aroused the vigilance of the Korean soldiers. In an instant, gunshots rang out, and several bullets whizzed towards the zombie bird. Fortunately, Sumo reacted quickly and manipulated the zombie bird to dodge flexibly in time, thus narrowly avoiding rounds of attacks. Otherwise, this poor zombie bird would have been shot down by the ruthless artillery fire. When did the Korean country act so quickly? Looking at the survivor base of the Korean country in front of him, Sumo couldn't help but feel a little surprised. You know, this country has never been so resolute in dealing with crises in the past. Of course, it's not just the country of kimchi. Other countries in the world have also begun to build their own survivor bases one after another. Among them, the survivor base of Longwa is particularly eye-catching. The high wall is dozens of meters high, and it looks like an indestructible fortress from a distance. Imagine those hideous zombies with bared teeth and claws wanting to climb such a towering wall. I'm afraid they have to play a thrilling game of stacking music, or they have to grow wings and fly directly over. Moreover, the people of Longwa have considered it very carefully. They even carefully built a huge iron net above the base to block those flying animals that may swoop down to attack humans. It must be said that this cautious attitude is really admirable. Sumo didn't find it strange at all that Longwa could build such a large-scale and well-defended survivor base. After all, Longwa has always been known as an infrastructure maniac. No matter how difficult and complex the engineering task is, it can always be completed efficiently and with high quality in the hands of the dragon people. After further understanding the infection situation in several other countries, Sumo finally ended this perspective-sharing journey. She slowly opened her eyes and found that 2 full hours had passed without her noticing. She stood up and walked to the window to check the situation downstairs. After infecting 2 streets in Asangwo in succession, the number of people infected initially was at least 20,000 to 30,000. This range infection skill is so fun to use. As soon as he made a move, he instantly had 30,000 zombie brothers as his powerful fighting force. With such a large number, wouldn't it be easy to take down a Mirasengwa? Thinking back to the time in Dragongwa, there were only 5 zombies fighting alone, but they relied on their tenacious fighting power to stir up the sky and the earth, and there was no peace. Even to this day, Dragongwa has not recovered from that catastrophe. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of this high-rise building and looking down, you can see that the streets below have fallen into extreme noise and chaos. Only 2 hours had passed, and the scene below was like a pot of boiling hot porridge. The originally bustling and lively streets were now devastated, with goods scattered everywhere, and those infected people with hideous faces completely occupied the entire street. After a 2-hour transition period, the surviving living people finally found a hiding place to avoid the crazy attacks of zombies. There were also many survivors in the hotel, where Suemo stayed. Because the lobby of the hotel and the streets outside were all filled with a large number of zombies, this directly blocked their escape route. In fact, at such an extremely chaotic moment, hiding in the room honestly may be the wisest and safest choice. After all, ordinary zombies do not have the advanced wisdom to follow the door to search for living people. The atmosphere in the president's office of the country of India was particularly solemn. When the news that the rich area had been invaded by the terrible virus reached Singh's ears, he couldn't help but frown. Rich area? Singh repeated these 3 words with a suspicious look on his face. When his subordinates reported the epidemic to him before, they clearly said that the infected people were found in the slums. How could they suddenly move to the rich area? The subordinate standing aside hurriedly explained, "That's right, President Singh. Just now, the zombie virus broke out in the Earl Street district in the rich area without any signs, and now it has completely become a chaotic place." The subordinates were also puzzled as to why the virus suddenly appeared in the rich area. There are several kilometers between the 2 blocks. And during this period, no zombies from the slums could successfully run to the rich area to spread the virus. So, where did these creepy viruses come from? Faced with this sudden change, Singh felt that things were more and more strange. India is far away from other countries that have been ravaged by the virus. If the virus was brought here by flying zombie animals, according to the distance, they should never appear in India at this time. We have investigated and tried many times, but still haven't found the source of the virus outbreak. Is it really that strange woman? The subordinate asked cautiously and tentatively. When the slum manager came to report, he was extremely resolute and confident that everything was caused by the chaos and disaster caused by that strange woman. He wondered secretly, could it be that the woman took advantage of the chaos to escape from the slums and sneak into the rich area? This is why the originally peaceful and well-guarded rich area has unfortunately fallen into this terrible epidemic crisis. Why is it a woman again? Singh couldn't help but feel helpless and speechless. Clean up the zombies in the rich area first. Singh frowned, kneaded his eyebrows with his hands with a sad face, and complained in his heart. He never expected that this terrible virus would sweep across the country so quickly, and their defense measures in all aspects were not ready. We are currently doing our best to clean up, but the results are not satisfactory. The subordinate's voice was low, full of helplessness and anxiety. The speed of zombie infection was beyond imagination, as swift as a storm. In contrast, the army's cleaning speed was extremely slow, like a turtle's pace, and it was completely unable to keep up with the pace of the epidemic. What is particularly tricky is that this is a rich area, and the situation is even more complicated. When the army is cleaning up the zombies, it not only has to fight these ferocious monsters to death, but also has to rescue the high-caste rich people trapped in them. This undoubtedly makes the already difficult cleaning work even more difficult, and the progress has been delayed as slow as a snail. Out of concern for their own safety and attention to the high-caste people, the government actually specially assigned low-caste Sangwa people to perform this extremely dangerous task. In their eyes, the lives of these low-caste people are like grass and can be abandoned at will. We must do everything we can to ensure the safety of the rich area. Singh knows what the rich area means to the entire country of Sangwa, which is the core of the country. If it wasn't a last resort, he wouldn't let this area, which symbolizes wealth and status, fall into a desperate situation, and he wouldn't easily make the decision to sacrifice them. I understand, please rest assured. The subordinate who received the order nodded without hesitation. Inside this magnificent and luxurious star-rated hotel, a group of citizens from India are trapped inside, and they are as restless as ants on a hot pot. Since the disaster, the official promised rescue team has been slow to arrive at the scene, and these poor people have been waiting in their hotel rooms for most of the day. During this long and tormenting time, many people have tried to call the rescue phone many times in a hurry. But what is desperate is that the prompt tone from the other end is always busy, as if an insurmountable gap lies between them and the outside world. Looking down through the window, you can see more and more hideous zombies gathering on the street downstairs. They wander aimlessly, making creepy roars from time to time. Looking at this horrific scene, the trapped people were filled with fear and anxiety, fearing that the terrible zombies would suddenly break through the hotel's defenses and break into their rooms. Some people even began to have wild thoughts, worrying that the zombies would break their doors and then rush over to infect them into the same ugly and terrifying monsters. Of course, this worry seems to be just their imagination under excessive tension. Time passed by minute, but it was extremely quiet outside the door, so quiet that it made people feel flustered. There was no movement, and no creature came to knock on the door, even once. This strange silence made people's fear continue to spread and grow. When will the government's army come? A guest in the room complained, and his voice echoed in the room, but no one responded. What is President Singh doing? Is he just watching us in danger and not caring? Complaints were heard from other rooms from time to time. At this moment, they were in such a dangerous situation. Their only wish was to get out of the predicament as soon as possible and return home safely. When humans are facing extreme danger, the strongest desire in their hearts is usually to return to that warm and familiar home. It seems that only the closed door at home and the arms of their loved ones can give them enough sense of security and comfort. The army has finally started to move. Su Emo stood on a high place and saw the army appearing on the street from a distance. However, unfortunately for her, the speed of these soldiers' actions was too slow. The infection rate in this disaster is amazing. The number of infected people was only 30,000 at first, but this number grew at an unimaginable speed. 30,000 quickly became 60,000, and then doubled to 120,000. And so on like a snowball. In just 2 hours, the number of infected people soared to 1 million like a rocket. One of the reasons for this terrible situation is undoubtedly that the response measures of the Indian government were not timely and decisive enough. If their response speed could be faster and the response strategy could be more efficient, perhaps more innocent civilians could be prevented from falling into the bad luck of being eroded by zombies. Now, the once prosperous and bustling city has become a terrible hellscape. Whether it is a wide street or a narrow alley, the creepy figures of zombies can be seen everywhere. They surged out like a tide, spreading and expanding wildly in all directions. Those suburban wilderness that were once full of vitality and tranquility, and the quaint and warm towns and villages, every corner has not escaped the clutches of this terrible disaster. Wherever the zombies go, there is only silence and despair. Even on the famous Mother River in the country of Asen, there were corpses floating that had long lost their breath of life. These stiff and twisted bodies drifted slowly with the river, as if the messengers of death were silently announcing the coming of the end of the world. The three-sister monitor lizard, which has always been known for not being picky about food, also failed to escape this time. After being infected by the virus, not only did its body become abnormally large, but its appetite was also stronger than ever before. The three-sister monitor lizard, which was originally extremely ferocious, has now become an even more terrifying existence, making all creatures afraid of it. Those huge and ferocious monitor lizards, like hungry tigers, rushed towards any creature that appeared in its field of vision with their teeth and claws bared. Whether it was a living human or those zombies and animals, once they were locked by it, they would be swallowed up mercilessly, without any intention of being picky about food. Usually, ordinary zombies and zombie animals are often not interested in the flesh and blood of their own kind. However, these monitor lizards are different. When it can't find living people or zombies as food, it will take a few bites without hesitation, even if it's just grass and hard stones on the roadside, as if it is always in a state of extreme hunger. Seeing this scene, Suemo couldn't help but admire the performance of the monitor lizard's wife, who has no taboos and an amazing appetite. When this guy evolves into a more powerful zombie animal in the future, I really don't know how greedy it will become. Maybe by then, it will rush to eat anything it sees like a mad dog. In President Singh's luxurious office, the atmosphere is solemn and depressing. One bad news after another kept coming into Singh's ears, making him dizzy and upset. He frowned, sitting anxiously in the office chair, rubbing his temples with both hands. He tried to relieve the tension in his heart, but these bad news came one after another like a tide, making him overwhelmed and completely at a loss. What should I do? What should I do? Singh roared in anger, veins popping out on his forehead and bloodshot eyes. In half a day, with the two streets where the virus broke out as the center, the virus had spread to various cities and counties within 100 kilometers. This terrifying virus infection speed is simply jaw-dropping, even far exceeding the situation faced by other countries. Listening to the bad news constantly reported by his subordinates, Singh felt a deep despair and helplessness. How about, let's ask for help from other countries? A subordinate made this suggestion tremblingly, and his voice was so low that only he could hear it. In the past, they always believed that the large population was a huge advantage of the country, but at this moment, it has become a fatal factor that accelerates the spread of the virus. If millions of people are infected every day, even if the country has more citizens, it cannot withstand such a rapid and fierce erosion. What's worse is that these zombies seem to have opened their minds. Not only will they avoid the pursuit of soldiers, they will even set up ambushes to attack soldiers. A large number of soldiers have been unfortunately infected and turned into zombies. Ordinary people who had escaped by chance fled around like headless flies. A considerable number of them rushed towards the capital desperately, hoping to find a ray of life there. However, no one knew what was waiting for them. Another group of people chose a completely different path and fled to the mountains to avoid the disaster. Some people even tried to flee their country and seek refuge in other countries. When neighboring countries bordering India heard that India had been infected with the deadly virus, they took extreme measures without hesitation. Once they found illegal immigrants from India, they were shot on the spot without mercy. In just one day, the entire India fell into chaos, like boiling porridge that could not be cleaned up. You actually expect any country to support us at this time? Dreaming? Singh's eyes were wide open, staring fiercely at his subordinates who looked like fools. Now many countries in the world have been attacked by this terrible virus. They can't even protect themselves, so how can they have the spare energy to help others? And those countries that have not been ravaged by the virus must be in a state of panic and sleeplessness every day. Recalling when the virus first appeared in Longwa, everyone was still holding a mentality of watching the excitement and making sarcastic remarks. But who would have thought that the situation would change, and now it is my turn to be deeply involved, and everyone is in danger. This feeling is really unbearable. Then how should we deal with this dilemma? The subordinate who had just been scolded asked timidly, and at the same time shrank his neck unconsciously. Faced with such a serious situation, he had no idea in his heart. Not to mention going to the scene in person to clean up those creepy zombies, just thinking about it was enough to scare him. Find a way. What are you all doing here? Is your brain full of shit? Singh roared angrily, and his sharp eyes quickly swept around the officials present like lightning. Looking at their helpless faces, Singh's anger grew stronger. He spent so much resources and energy to support these officials, but at the critical moment, they were like a bunch of gluttons and were of no use at all. At this time, another official cautiously proposed. Let's follow the example of the Lighthouse country and just up the streets infected with the virus. As soon as this was said, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. The other officials who had been silent seemed to have found a life-saving straw in an instant. They whispered to each other and agreed with this suggestion. Well, I also think this method is feasible and can prevent the virus from spreading further to the greatest extent. One of the officials nodded slightly to show his agreement. Seeing this, another official quickly echoed, "Yes, that's true. If we can take decisive measures, we can definitely effectively control the situation. Then let's up the street in the slum first, because that's where the zombies are most concentrated. As long as it is blown up, the source of the virus can be blocked, and the risk of more innocent people being infected can be reduced." Singh sat quietly at the conference table, listening to everyone's discussion. His brows were tightly furrowed, and a worried look appeared on his face. After everyone finished speaking, he slowly raised his head and sighed deeply. At this point, the situation has become more and more critical. Perhaps only the extreme means of using large weapons can slightly curb the current out-of-control situation. However, just when everyone thought that the plan was about to be finalized, the subordinate who had been in charge of slum affairs suddenly stood up. "No, President Singh. Now the zombies in the slums have already spread outward, and there are actually not many zombies left on that street. In the absence of zombies, blowing up the street is not very effective. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. What should I do?" Singh grabbed his hair irritably, his heart full of helplessness and anxiety. The current situation is becoming more and more serious, and all attempts have ended in failure, leaving him helpless. Things have become extremely difficult, and Singh even thought of simply abandoning this mess and walking away. However, he knew very well that if he really did so, the consequences would be disastrous. India is very likely to follow the footsteps of Sakura country and become the second country to perish due to this disaster. Sakura country has a population of more than 100 million, and now almost all of its people have been infected. In comparison, how many days can the more than 2 billion people in his country last? Thinking of this, Singh couldn't help but shudder. Just when everyone fell into silence, suddenly a subordinate cautiously suggested, "Otherwise, let's ask Dragon Country for its opinion." After all, Dragon Country was the first place where the virus broke out, but they have not yet completely fallen. Perhaps they have some effective coping methods. Hearing this, Singh frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and slowly nodded, indicating that he agreed to the proposal. He raised his hand and pointed to the subordinate in charge of foreign affairs and said, "Okay, then you go and ask." The diplomat who received the order was relieved, as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly responded, "Yes, I will do it right away." After that, he did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly left the office filled with a heavy atmosphere. The idea of letting the zombies spread out was thought up by Suemo. Before this, both the Sakura country and the Lighthouse country had adopted the strategy of using heavy weapons to launch a comprehensive attack on the zombies, which caused her zombie brothers to lose a lot. She changed her strategy. No matter how many zombies there were, they would be quickly dispersed under the coverage of large weapons. Once the zombie brothers successfully infected a place, she would issue orders without hesitation to let them quickly disperse and blend into the bustling crowd. When the target is not concentrated enough, it is difficult for the authorities to use those powerful large weapons to implement concentrated attacks so that the death rate of the zombie brothers can be effectively reduced. A new day. It's time to take action. In the early morning, Suemo stood quietly in front of the huge French window, overlooking the street downstairs. The streets at this time had long lost their former prosperity and bustle and seemed particularly deserted and depressed. In just one day and one night, all the humans who could be infected nearby had been invaded by zombies and various animals and transformed into their kind. Since the range infection skill was upgraded, Sumo's desire to go out and infect people in person has become stronger and stronger. With her current skills, the poison circle with a diameter of 10 meters can be activated as many as 10 times a day. Turn on this range infection skill, and then go to the places where living people gather and stroll around leisurely. She can easily harvest countless zombie brothers, and this feeling is simply refreshing. There are still many survivors from the country of Asin hiding inside the hotel. After a brief observation, Suemo gave the zombie brother guarding the lobby an order to carry out the infection task without any hesitation. The zombie brothers in the hotel all have spare magnetic cards of the hotel in their pockets, so it is not difficult to infect the living people in the room. Suemo left the hotel, but before she had walked far, she heard roars and screams from inside the hotel. Roar, roar. The creepy roars came from the street from time to time, breaking the originally deadly atmosphere. Suemo walked carefully and quickly, looking around. After walking the entire street, she didn't even see the shadow of a living person. Maybe they had left here long ago to find a safer shelter. Or maybe they hid in some unknown corner, praying to escape this terrible disaster. The shops on both sides of the street were all in chaos and a mess, with broken glass scattered on the ground and goods thrown away randomly. This is too slow. After walking for a long time, Suemo couldn't help but frown. If she walked to the next town by foot alone, she didn't know how long it would take. So she stopped, closed her eyes, and concentrated on feeling the movements around her. After a moment, Suemo suddenly opened her eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. She successfully sensed a huge zombie bird. "It's you," she whispered softly, with excitement in her eyes. Not long after, a zombie bird with an astonishingly large body slowly landed beside Suemo like a small plane. This zombie bird was originally a large species of eagles. Now, after being infected by the virus, its size has soared to more than twice its original size. It spread its broad and powerful wings, covering the sky and the sun, making people daunted. This zombie bird is a good means of transportation. After all, with such a huge body, it is a piece of cake to carry a human to fly. And the speed of birds is very fast, so it is perfect for her to be her mount. After touching the zombie snake wrapped around her wrist, Suemo jumped lightly and jumped directly onto the broad back of the zombie bird.
Woohoo.
Take off. With excited shouts, the zombie bird's broad and powerful wings kept waving in the air, carrying Suemo through the sky like an arrow from a string. At this moment, Sumo's face was filled with irrepressible joy, and he was extremely happy. Riding a bird to fly was a wonderful experience that Suemo had never experienced before. The feeling of flying freely in the sky can only be expressed in one word: awesome. Recalling his experience after becoming a villain, Suemo couldn't help but sigh. It's true that since he embarked on this unique path, the whole world seems to have become better. Compared with the dark and abyssal life at the beginning, it is now full of thrills and unexpected surprises. After flying for a long distance, Suemo sharply captured the abnormality on the ground below. Looking closely, it was a group of densely packed Indians who were struggling to move forward on the dirt road ahead. From their hurried footsteps and slightly panicked expressions, it can be seen that they were obviously fleeing. On that gray mud road, people were crowded and bustling. Some people brought their families with them, carrying heavy bags, and walked slowly and laboriously. Some people sat in dilapidated trucks, which were already packed with people, just like a rice field that had just been planted with seedlings, with almost no space. Some people rode old bicycles and pedaled forward with difficulty. The back seat of the bicycle was piled with heavy luggage, and it was almost touching the ground. It must be said that the Indians used transportation tools to the extreme. The dilapidated and shaky vehicles and tricycles were piled with all kinds of goods, far exceeding the weight that these tools could bear. There were many people sitting on the roof, and some goods were tied outside the doors or hung at the rear of the car, swaying as they moved forward. Oh my God, this is too exaggerated. It was the first time Suemo had seen such a scene. She was afraid that the vehicles would be crushed while walking. Continuing to fly forward, Suemo found that the road ahead was still crowded with bustling people, and there was no end in sight. These people walked hurriedly, with nervous expressions, as if they were all eager to find a safe place to live. There are so many people. Suemo muttered to herself, the densely packed humans, they are all her countless upgrade star points. After a while, she will start a wave of range infection for them, and a large number of zombie brothers will be easily obtained. As for pitying them, that is completely impossible. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. She is not of the same species as them now. The humans on Mercury want to get rid of her and these zombies immediately. Of course, she also wants to get rid of humans quickly and establish a new country. The huge zombie birds flew over their heads, but the people on the ground were not distracted by it. They still lowered their heads and hurried on their way. Occasionally, someone looked up and caught a glimpse of the black shadow that quickly crossed the sky and only paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward. Birds flew by from time to time in the sky, which was not something worth noting for them. Suemo found a relatively suitable dense forest and quietly landed in it. Walking out from this place, it doesn't take too much time to reach the crowded and bustling main road. Suemo was still wearing the characteristic clothes from the country of Asen that she wore yesterday. However, what was different from yesterday was that she was glittering and radiant today. All 10 of her fingers were covered with various dazzling gem rings. She wore exquisite bracelets on her wrists and a gorgeous necklace around her neck. From a distance, it looked like a nouveau riche who had become rich overnight and was fleeing in a hurry with all his belongings. Just now, when passing by a jewelry store, Suemo had a whim and enjoyed a carnival of buying for free. The beautiful and sparkling jewelry on her body were all picked from there. With her current outfit, if she mixed into the bustling crowd, she would probably become the focus of everyone's attention in an instant. A rich woman who is alone and running away in the rich area, who else could they rob if not her? However, it was impossible to throw her away for the time being. Holding the principle that she had taken everything, of course she had to wear it well. As for those who wanted to rob her, it didn't matter. With the influence of the range, she would ensure that they would not make a sound once they came. After a little tidying up, Suemo headed towards the main road. On the way, the branches also scratched her skirt, which made her look more like a rich woman who was fleeing from the warehouse. As expected, as soon as she appeared on the main road, she was like a bright light in the dark, immediately attracting the attention of everyone around her. Men, women, old people, and children all stared at her with greedy green eyes. At this moment, this lonely rich girl who was fleeing was wearing a dazzling array of jewelry, and the dazzling light seemed to burn people's eyes. Just take a piece of treasure from her and sell it, and the quality of life of these people will be greatly improved. In the past, they didn't dare to have any improper thoughts when facing the women in the rich area. Every time these noble ladies go out, they are always surrounded by a group of well-trained bodyguards to them and pave the way for them. However, now is different from the past. During this special period, this rich girl is stranded here alone. Presumably, her family and the local government behind her are now too busy to take care of her safety. Especially for these ordinary people, a high-caste woman with skin as white as snow, Suemo is simply an existence that is out of reach. On weekdays, they don't even have the opportunity to get close. This is really a great opportunity given by the gods. In addition to the jewelry, many Indian men also set their sights on Suemo. The crowd began to gather around. At this time, Suemo looked innocent and helpless next to the crowd. In fact, they will know who is the real wolf in a while. The crowd walked forward a few steps, and everyone looked at each other defensively. Everyone wanted the jewelry on Suemo. But there were too many people, and they couldn't tell them apart. They not only had to pull the jewelry off Suemo, but also had to ensure that the jewelry was not taken away by others. Suemo looked at them quietly. These Indians really didn't change their bad habits. When they saw good things, they thought about how to grab them or steal them. They didn't consider getting these things through legitimate channels at all. Of course, for low-caste people who have no human rights, even if they struggled all their lives, they couldn't afford a ring from Suemo. After flying for a distance, Suemo found the traces of the Indians. They moved in groups in one direction, probably running for their lives. They moved forward with difficulty along the winding and uneven road. Some people were dragging their children, and the whole family supported each other, walking slowly and heavily on the wide avenue. Some people were riding a shabby bicycle, pedaling hard and wobbly. The back seat of the bicycle was already filled with all kinds of luggage, and some of the luggage even fell directly on the ground, making a rustling sound as the bicycle moved and rubbed against the road. Looking around, there were a few small trucks scattered on the avenue. These small trucks were also fully loaded with goods, and the items piled in the compartments were almost beyond the roof. There were also densely packed Indians sitting on the roof, squatting or sitting, holding on to everything around them that could fix their bodies. This kind of serious overloading situation is common in Indians. They adhere to the principle of stacking goods as much as possible as long as they can move. Suemo was afraid that they would accidentally collapse these vehicles. TSK. This scene of people weaving and bustling is really spectacular. Suemo sat steadily on the bird's back, looking down at the dense black dots below that looked like a colony of ants. This was not a fleeing crowd, but the star points she needed to upgrade. With so many humans that were endless, taking them away in one wave would definitely increase the number of star points. She was surprised that the streets nearby were empty. Not even a single figure could be seen. It turned out that everyone was fleeing out in a swarm. The huge body of the zombie bird flew over the crowd, but this phenomenon did not attract the attention of the people below. They only cared about lowering their heads and running for their lives. Going in this direction would lead to the capital, where the government and the country might protect them. The zombie bird continued to fly forward for a distance, and there was still a crowd of people below. Suemo found a more suitable place and commanded the zombie bird to land quietly in the woods. From here, they only needed to walk out of the woods to meet up with the people on the avenue. Suemo was still wearing the traditional costume of Asen Kingdom that she wore yesterday. The difference from yesterday was that today she was surrounded by the aura of a nouveau riche. Her 10 slender fingers were covered with all kinds of dazzling gem rings, each of which shone with charming brilliance. On her wrists, she wore several exquisite bracelets layered on top of each other, making crisp and pleasant sounds when they collided with each other. What's more, she wore 3 gorgeous gem necklaces on her neck at once. These necklaces were inlaid with colorful and different-sized gems, reflecting brilliant and dazzling light under the sunlight. These were all bought when she passed by a jewelry store just now, and she suddenly had a whim to go in and have a hearty $0 shopping. Since she was here, she naturally couldn't return empty-handed, and she had to bring herself some unique local specialties. Needless to say, she would definitely attract everyone's attention when she walked into the fleeing crowd in this outfit. Ask yourself, who can resist a rich girl who is alone and covered in jewels? Of course, it is impossible to throw away these jewels. On the contrary, she can use these priceless jewels to attract a wave of people from India. When those people gather around her and activate the range infection skill, the effect will be like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, and it will be easy to accept a large number of followers. Suemo did it without hesitation and acted quickly. She shuttled through the dense jungle. Along the way, branches ruthlessly hooked and damaged her skirt from time to time, which made her look more like a rich girl who is desperately fleeing. Sure enough, as soon as Suemo approached the crowd, she immediately attracted the attention of all the Indians around her. Regardless of men, women, old and young, they all looked at her with green eyes, and their greedy eyes were extremely eye-catching. A high-caste woman who was alone appeared in front of her, carrying so many precious and rare jewels. Such a configuration instantly aroused the greed of the people around, and they thought about how to get these jewelry. In the past, these poor people at the bottom of society, who were regarded as lowly, would never dare to covet the noble high-caste rich girls. When these high castes go out, they are surrounded by bodyguards to protect them. If they dare to make any inappropriate actions, the high caste people can beat them to death directly. Their lives are so lowly and worthless, even less than a pet raised by the high caste people. However, at this moment, this rich girl who should have been high and well protected appeared here alone. Maybe she was unfortunately separated from her family, or the more tragic ending is that her entire family has suffered an accident and was tragically wiped out. For this group of poor people who have been struggling on the poverty line for a long time, the opportunity at this moment is like a windfall from God. As long as they took away even 1 or 2 priceless jewels from her, it would be enough for them to bid farewell to the bitter days of hunger and cold and usher in a great turn of events in their lives. And it was normal for this woman to die on the road of escape. In such a turbulent time, countless lives disappeared silently every day. One more, and one less would not be a big deal. Many men from the Indian countries looked up and down at Suemo with greedy eyes, as if they wanted to see the precious treasures hidden in her gorgeous clothes. They had more evil and dirty ideas in their hearts. In addition to those dazzling jewels, this charming female body also had a very high value of use. A woman of high caste. In the past, that was a dream bubble that they could not touch in their entire lives. But now, the situation seems to have changed dramatically. As more and more people with ill intentions slowly gathered, the encirclement gradually narrowed. Poor Suemo stood alone in the center of the encirclement, like a weak lamb to be slaughtered. But who will be the real prey in this cruel hunt? No one can know the answer until the last moment. After carefully observing Suemo for a while, one of the burly men came out again with big strides. In this world full of desires and temptations, the lower class seems to have to resort to extreme means. To rob or steal, they can achieve the wealth freedom they desire as quickly as possible. At this time, a group of people from the country of India gathered in a circle and focused their eyes on Suemo, who was standing there. They exchanged glances with each other, looking at each other, as if waiting for someone to speak first or take action. Suemo, who was being watched by everyone, seemed a little isolated and helpless. She was like a little white rabbit that was extremely frightened, delicate, and non-aggressive. Suddenly, one of the Indians gestured to Suemo and said a series of confusing words. Suemo frowned and stared at the seemingly excited person in front of him with a puzzled look, but he could not understand what the other person wanted to express. This strange language was as difficult to understand as the Book of Heaven, which made her feel very irritated and helpless. After thinking for a while, Suemo reached out to her waist. There was a small backpack hanging there, and a special good thing was hidden in the bag. She thought to herself, since this group of people are about to become her younger brothers, then as a boss, she naturally has to pamper them well. So, she prepared to take out this treasure without hesitation as a generous gift to them when they first met. When they noticed Sumo's movements, the crowd that was originally standing loosely suddenly became nervous. Everyone stood up straight, staring at her intently, eager to know what amazing move this mysterious woman would make next. Suddenly, the black muzzle of the gun, which exuded endless coldness, aimed at the man who had just spoken with great accuracy. In an instant, the blood on the man's face faded, and he immediately hugged his head in horror and squatted down quickly. His mouth was like an out-of-control machine gun, spewing out a series of confusing words, his voice trembling and rapid, as if every word carried his deep fear and pleading. Although Suemo had no idea what these babbling words meant, she could easily guess from the man's desperate and pleading eyes that this poor guy was desperately begging for mercy. The gift she took out was nothing else but a pistol, which she had just picked up on the road. TSK. Looking at this funny and pathetic scene in front of her, Suemo couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder the system chose her alone among the vast crowd. After all, deep in her heart was a dark abyss with no bottom, and she had a perverted psychology that ordinary people could hardly imagine. At this moment, facing such a great opportunity, she actually had an impulse to try killing people herself. However, after a brief thought, Suemo suppressed the idea. Forget it, she murmured softly, then sighed slowly, and gently put the gift in her hand back carefully. The people around were already scared to death when they saw this scene, and they all ran away like headless flies. For a moment, no one dared to gather in the direction where Suemo was. Seeing this, Suemo couldn't help but frown slightly, muttering to himself, "These guys don't even come forward? This won't do. I'm going to start infecting them on a large scale. The Indians are really timid, just scare them, but they are so cowardly." After Suemo pondered for a moment, She slowly reached into her backpack and took out the pistol again. She looked at the pistol carefully, as if she was thinking about something important. Then, she swung her arm violently and used all her strength to throw the pistol towards the dense crowd. The pistol drew an arc in the air and fell rapidly, like a meteor. When it fell into the crowd, it was like a stone thrown into the lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. The crowd, which was originally quiet and orderly, fell into chaos and commotion in an instant. People rushed to the place where the pistol fell like a tide. Everyone stared with wide eyes and stretched out their hands, eager to be the first to grab this weapon that could decide life and death. Suddenly, two crisp and harsh gunshots broke the noise at the scene. For a moment, everyone was stunned, and then screams came one after another. The crowd began to flee in all directions, but because it was too crowded, many people collided with each other and fell to the ground. Those who were unfortunately hit fell to the ground groaning in pain, and blood gushed out from the wound, staining the ground red. At this time, Su Mo, who had lost the pistol as a self-defense weapon, became isolated and helpless again. The crowd once again cast their greedy eyes on Su Mo. They stared at the dazzling jewelry worn by Su Mo, with desire flashing in their eyes. Some people felt that this woman was so stupid that she threw away the only weapon that could protect her so easily. However, just as everyone was staring at her, Su Mo's mouth slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. After teasing them for a while like a cat walking a dog, she felt bored and silently recited the range infection in her heart and started to do business. Su Mo walked towards the direction where the crowd was the densest, and the group of Indians cast their eyes on her who was slowly walking towards them. Their eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement, and they had no idea what this strange woman wanted to do. Dong dong dong. Before they could think clearly, the people around them saw that a large circle of people around Su Mo fell down like leeks being cut.
Ah!
The sudden scene scared the people around them, and they fled in all directions like frightened rabbits. On this long road of escape, they had heard the horror scenes described by the survivors who escaped from the slums. It is said that the people walking on the street suddenly fell down without any warning, and when they stood up again, they turned into ferocious and terrible monsters that ate humans. The scene they saw now was almost the same as the description they heard. Although it was unclear why these people fell down inexplicably, the fear deep in their hearts made them dare not stay for a moment. They were afraid that after a while, these people who fell down would stand up again, pounce on themselves with their teeth and claws, and bite them fiercely. Su Mo certainly did not intend to let them go, and the skill of area infection had just been activated. When she came, she saw a team that seemed to have no end. Running back from here just right, 10 minutes, you can definitely harvest a large number of zombie brothers. He said some confusing words in his mouth and kept gesturing to Su Mo. Su Mo did not understand a word of these Indian languages and could only look blankly at the group of Indians who gradually gathered around him. They said theirs. It didn't matter if you didn't understand. She didn't need to understand the other party's language to spread the virus. No matter what country or race they are from, as long as the infection is successful, they will be able to understand their orders, which can be regarded as unifying the language differences. Seeing that she did not respond, the man took another step forward and repeated his words with a fierce look in his eyes. If this high-caste woman who is high and mighty still did not know what was going on at this time, they would start to take action directly. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to Su Mo's mind, and she remembered the small and exquisite thing she had just picked up on the road. This third brother looked like he was asking her for something, and it just so happened that it might be appropriate to give this to him. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. In a while, they would all be her little brothers. While everyone is still awake, it is better to give them a special little gift first. The man who spoke noticed Su Mo's actions, and she was slowly reaching for the backpack on her waist. Instantly, his face was filled with an unconcealable joy, and the others around him were eager to try. Sure enough, the arrogant and domineering high castes had to compromise at this time. Thinking that the jewelry and the woman would be theirs, the Indians couldn't help but get excited, with green light in their eyes. It seemed that as long as Suemo opened the backpack, countless mouth-watering gold and silver treasures would pour out. If Suemo could understand what he said, she would definitely hear clearly what the man said. Hand over all the jewelry on you. Unfortunately, Suemo didn't know all this, and her unintentional action of reaching out to take something just happened to fit perfectly with this threatening statement. When everyone saw what Suemo took out of the backpack, the excitement on their faces disappeared instantly and was replaced by deep fear. What Suemo took out was not a priceless piece of jewelry, but a black pistol that exuded a chill. At this moment, the man who was pointed at by the black muzzle of the gun seemed to have his spine pulled out. He hugged his head in fear and squatted on the ground with his legs softened. His mouth was like a flood that broke through the dam, spitting out a series of confusing words. Although Suemo had no idea what he was yelling, from his panicked and incoherent appearance, he knew without thinking that he must be begging for mercy. Sumo's fingers trembled slightly, a subtle movement that was almost negligible, but it caused the man who was already like a frightened bird to react instantly. He mistakenly thought that Suemo was about to pull the trigger to shoot him, and was so scared that his body, which was originally just squatting, suddenly fell forward to the ground, and then cried like a child. TSK. It's so boring. Suemo couldn't help but let out a sneer of contempt, and then casually threw the gun in her hand at the crowd. When she saw the pitiful look of the man, there was a strong impulse in her heart for a moment. She really wanted to shoot and try what it felt like to end a life with her own hands. This crazy idea only flashed through her mind, and was quickly suppressed by her strong reason. Mosquitoes are meat even if they are small. It would be better to keep them as her zombie brothers than to kill them in vain. It is completely useless to kill them, and she will lose a few star points in vain. If they are not infected by the virus, the system will not count them for her. She threw the pistol away without hesitation. If she kept holding such a dangerous weapon in her hand, who would dare to approach her? If the crowd did not approach, how could she carry out the subsequent range infection plan? After the pistol drew an arc in the air, it fell squarely into the crowd. This sudden change immediately caused an uproar, and everyone rushed to scramble for the pistol like a hungry wolf. Everyone wanted to take this deadly weapon for themselves. When a person has a weapon in his hand, his courage and confidence will grow. After snatching for a while, 2 crisp and sharp gunshots came from the crowd without warning. The gunshots were like thunder, instantly breaking the originally noisy atmosphere. There is no doubt that from the sudden gunshots, it can be judged that someone must have successfully snatched the key items. Sure enough, the crowded crowd quickly scattered like a frightened school of fish. I saw a burly man with a face full of flesh holding a black pistol arrogantly. At his feet lay 2 figures groaning in pain and wailing constantly. All this was irrelevant to Suemo. The chaotic situation was just a trick she used to tease this group of people. Now, she was going to take action. After losing the weapons in their hands as a support, the originally scattered crowd gathered again like sharks smelling blood. In their eyes, this seemingly delicate daughter of a wealthy family seemed to have a brain that was not normal. She was so stupid that she easily discarded the only weapon that could guarantee her safety. Facing the gradually approaching crowd, Suemo was not afraid at all. Instead, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, outlining a mysterious arc. Then, she silently said in her heart, "Turn on the range infection." With the skill turned on, Suemo took the initiative to step forward without hesitation and walked straight to the center of the crowd. The surrounding Indians were very puzzled. Why didn't she run away, but took the initiative to get into the crowd? Just a few seconds later, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Anyone who was close to Suemo within a certain range suddenly fell down one after another, like leeks that had been harvested by a sharp sickle, and a large area fell down in the blink of an eye. Seeing this weird situation, everyone screamed in fear. They had heard about it from the survivors. When the virus broke out, those people fell down without any signs, and when they got up, they turned into cannibal monsters. The scene in front of them was too similar to the scene described by the survivors. Regardless of whether it was a virus outbreak or not, they just wanted to stay away from the group of people who fell down. After a while, The people who fell down really stood up slowly. Those who had just fallen behind them struggled to get up again at an astonishing speed. Just as the people of Asen country guessed, these originally normal humans have turned into extremely cruel and creepy man-eating monsters. Their eyes are completely white, their fangs are exposed, their faces are hideous, and they emit low and terrifying roars from their mouths. Then they chase the living people around them frantically, opening their bloody mouths and biting them hard. In this very chaotic scene, letting the zombies play freely will have a better effect. The Walking Dead act completely on instinct. They are full of strong hunting desire for all living things around them, as if they are never tired. Even if their mouths are full of food, as long as new prey appears in their field of vision, they will not hesitate to throw away the food in their mouths and rush to the new target like a hungry wolf. The speed of the zombie virus spread was so rapid that many times, when the zombies successfully captured and hunted a living person, before they could even take a few bites, the poor victim was completely eroded by the virus and instantly transformed into the same existence as them. These zombies seemed to have no interest in their own kind. The flesh and blood of zombies were no different from each other and could not satisfy their extreme desire for fresh blood and fresh flesh deep in their hearts. At present, except for the sandsaw monitor lizard, Suemo has not found other zombies or animals eating each other. As for the sandsaw, even the sandsaw of the same kind can't escape its mouth when it gets ruthless. The main feature is that they are dazzling as soon as they open their eyes, and they will eat until they die if they can't hold on. Suemo wondered how they digested those weird things. Help! The zombies are coming. In an instant, the crowd fell into extreme panic. Some of the people in the country of Asen cried loudly in fear, while others fled in panic. Of course, there are still a small number of brave people who resolutely picked up the weapons at hand at this critical moment of life and death, ready to rise up to resist this sudden disaster. Courage is good, but it is a pity that apart from those hot weapons, it is unlikely that ordinary tools can give zombies a fatal. Usually, living people cannot survive more than 5 rounds under the hands of zombies. As long as their sharp nails scratch humans casually, they are finished. Suemo glanced back and saw the scene behind her in chaos. People kept running past her in panic, but they fell to the ground one after another after running a few steps. What's more terrifying is that the people who fell to the ground were quickly infected and became new zombies, turning to bite other living people. The people in front were desperately running in the opposite direction, trying to escape from this extremely dangerous place. But the people in the back were still in the dark and had no idea what was happening in front. They just kept moving forward because this road led to the capital, and they were looking forward to getting the blessing and protection of the government there. After quickly tying a firm knot on her skirt, Suemo chose to go against the current without hesitation, running wildly along the edge of the crowd like an agile hare. Every second she ran faster, she might get more zombies as her own brothers. For Suemo at this moment, the farther and faster she ran, the greater the harvest, which was simply a sure win. The crowd did not associate the virus with the running Suemo at all. They just thought that she was running for her life. There were many people running around like her. After running for 10 minutes, Suemo turned around and went into the woods next to her without blushing or beating her heart. The body of the zombie is easy to use. If it were a normal person, running for 10 minutes without warming up would definitely cause problems. Even with the quick action, Sumo's outfit was still very eye-catching. Sure enough, as soon as she stepped into the woods, several small tails followed closely behind her. At this time, the time of range infection had ended, and those who followed closely behind her were not affected at all. Suemo shuttled through the jungle like a cheetah. Her body was agile and flexible. However, the little tails behind her were not to be outdone, and their speed was getting faster and faster, gradually shortening the distance between them and her. Haha, this is the first time I have seen someone who took the initiative to come to my door to be a younger brother. Seeing that the other party was so enthusiastic, it seemed that she couldn't just run away, so she simply stopped. When the little tails saw the target suddenly stop, they immediately became alert, slowed down their pace, and approached slowly and cautiously in a surrounding manner. Come here. Suemo smiled and waved to the little tails gently. They didn't understand what she said, but they understood the meaning from her gestures. Several people exchanged glances with each other, then stared at their chosen targets and walked towards Suemo step by step. They stared at Suemo with greed in their eyes, and they wanted to take the dazzling jewels on Suemo for themselves. Everyone had a clear goal in mind. Some people stared at the necklace that exuded a charming luster, as if they had already seen it being exchanged for a lot of money. Others coveted the exquisite rings and bracelets, imagining how much they could be sold for. There were only 5 or 6 people in this group of little tails. According to their calculations, everyone could at least get 1 or 2 of the treasures. In a flash, the person closest to Suemo suddenly attacked. Like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, he quickly stretched out a hand towards Suemo's chest, trying to tear off the large string of gemstones hanging on her chest. Suemo's reaction speed was beyond imagination. She swung her sharp nails like lightning, leaving several deep blood marks on the opponent's arm in an instant. The man screamed in pain, quickly retracted his hand, and began to curse Suemo loudly. Although it was impossible to understand what he said, it could be inferred from his twisted and hideous expression that he must have cursed very dirty. Suemo ignored the other party and ran forward in a flash. In the blink of an eye, she gave the same gift to several other people at lightning speed, making sure that everyone would be treated equally and not let them come in vain. Several people were shocked by the other party's terrible fighting power. Why did a seemingly weak woman grab people without any mercy? The wound was so deep. Was it because she had long nails? Several people were thinking about what to do next in their minds. As they thought about it, several people turned off their phones on the spot and lay on the ground. When they climbed up from the ground with difficulty, their eyes had long lost their previous rebelliousness and were replaced by deep awe and obedience to Suemo. Go over there and play by yourself. Suemo waved his hand casually, not taking these newly harvested brothers to heart. After successfully infecting these people, the zombie bird also flew over. Suemo walked briskly to the zombie bird and landed on its broad back with a light leap. With a sound of flapping wings, the zombie bird soared into the sky, carrying Suemo away. The skill has a cooldown time of 1 hour, which is more than enough time for Suemo. She confidently drove the zombie bird and headed for the next place where the crowd gathered. Looking down, the virus she spread had completely fermented and taken effect. The crowd, which was originally in an orderly manner and was only escaping slowly, is now a mess. The road was full of cold corpses, and the blood stained the ground red, giving off a bloody smell that made the zombies feel sick. The vehicles that were once full of luggage and goods were not spared. Some of them fell to the ground, and some of them turned sideways on the ground, obviously forcibly overturned by the surging zombies. And those drivers who hid in the driver's seat and tried to protect themselves ultimately failed to escape the doom. The car windows were ruthlessly smashed by the zombies, and rotten hands reached in and dragged the drivers out fiercely. These poor drivers were infected by the zombie virus while being attacked and soon became new zombies, joining this terrible disaster. Occasionally, a lone truck would rush by with difficulty on the desolate and dilapidated road. The driver's face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stepped on the accelerator frantically, and the engine made a deafening roar, like an angry beast. This truck was like a lone boat in the vast ocean, desperately trying to get rid of the pursuit of the vicious zombies behind it. At this moment, for the driver, it no longer mattered whether he would knock down those living people who were also fleeing. He had only one thought in his mind: to escape from this terrible Hades and save his own life. No matter how much it cost, as long as he could rush out alive, everything would be worth it. In midair, Suemo looked down at the chaotic scene below. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a cold smile, while her hands kept clapping, muttering to herself, "It's wonderful. This doomsday catastrophe is simply an unparalleled feast." After running down, she got hundreds of thousands of upgrade star points. This is undoubtedly good news for Suemo. Next, She plans to do her best to completely conquer the country of Asen within 10 days and unlock new maps. The original plan was to carry the virus out of the country within 2 months, but it was completed under the conditions of coincidence. Since this goal has been achieved, it is better to set a more ambitious goal. For example, overthrow the entire Mercury within a year. It can be imagined that under the dual effects of human unyielding resistance and the unscrupulous infection of zombies, when the feat of flattening Mercury is finally achieved, I am afraid that more than half of the creatures on Mercury will become victims of this disaster. However, facing such a cruel ending, Suemo did not have the slightest mercy. Didn't the system say that humans on Mercury are broken? After the catastrophe, those who remain must be the best. In the secret research base of Longwa, a group of scientists are working day and night. This is one of the earliest places in the world to conduct in-depth research on the zombie virus. After 2 months of hard exploration, although the progress is slow, they have finally achieved some valuable results. For example, from the current experimental results, even if the zombie virus is diluted to a certain extent, it can still successfully infect living organisms. This discovery shocked the entire scientific research team, and at the same time, they also realized the strong infectiousness and potential threat of this virus. The body that they thought was the zombie king had been sliced and studied cleanly. As for the remaining skeleton, it was carefully made into a precious specimen by this group of crazy researchers. After all, Suemo is the first intelligent zombie king in history, and its research value and collection are self-evident. Since investing in this work, these researchers have been almost completely immersed in the laboratory. In addition to the necessary time for eating and sleeping, they put all their energy into various experiments, and they only want to develop an effective vaccine against this terrible virus as soon as possible. They know nothing about the changes and developments in the outside world, as if they were isolated from the world. For them, the only important task at this moment is to go all out to study this mysterious and deadly virus in depth. The zombie virus is one of the most difficult viruses they have encountered in their careers. In order to improve research efficiency and speed up progress, the personnel in the laboratory are clearly divided into 2 groups. One group is dedicated to the development of antiviral vaccines, while the other group focuses on trying to improve the virus, dilute the virus, and want to use it for their own use. If this aspect of research is successful, they will get a group of powerful modified people of their own. They are really patient. Suemo on the bird's back couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, her perspective was shared with the group of zombies who were tightly imprisoned deep underground in the Dragon Country research base. In her spare time, Suemo would share the perspectives of zombies in laboratories in various countries to understand what kind of weird things those crazy scientists were studying. Recently, Dragon Country finally couldn't hold back and began to study the improvement of the zombie virus. The laboratory in the Lighthouse country has sacrificed hundreds of living people. They want to obtain an enhanced version of the controllable virus to strengthen their own strength. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains to improve and dilute the virus, what they finally created was still a group of zombies who had no independent consciousness and only knew to attack instinctively. With the current level of scientific research on Mercury, it is estimated that no results can be obtained. The system once said that the strain came from a higher planetary civilization, which Mercury people could not decipher. A higher civilization. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to contact it in the future. After a 2-hour flight, Suemo finally arrived at the suburbs of the most prosperous city in the country of Asen. Looking around, there were rows of skyscrapers towering into the sky, and the wide streets were crowded with cars. The lively scene in front of him was several times more prosperous than the rich area that Suemo had been to before. I didn't expect that there was such a prosperous city in the country of Asen. For a long time, in her inherent concept, Asen gave people a feeling of poor land and scarce resources. Chaos, poverty, and dirtiness seemed to be the label of this country. Such a modern and magnificent group of high-rise buildings seemed to be completely inconsistent with the image of the people of Asen. There is a gap between the rich and the poor in any country in the world. There are both wealthy and developed areas, and naturally there are relatively backward and poor corners. So Sue Mo didn't pay too much attention to the unimaginable prosperity of the city. She was not here for tourism, so whether the city was prosperous or not did not matter much. She was more concerned about how many people were there and how to infect them. Sue Mo carefully found a forest where no one noticed and landed again. It was too conspicuous to ride a huge zombie bird directly into the city. If the other party discovered and attacked, it would not be worth it. She decided to hide in this small forest first, and then send the zombie bird to explore the specific situation in the city. If it was discovered and shot down by the army, it would be bad luck. When necessary, the zombie bird can still be sacrificed. After all, if the bird is gone, you can summon another one. If she is blown up, she doesn't know where she will be teleported. At present, only more than 100 million people have been infected by her in the country of Asen. It is a bit too early to leave now. Perhaps because the spread of the virus is extremely fierce and difficult to contain, a large number of elite troops sent by the King of Asen are deployed at every entrance to the city. These soldiers are fully armed and ready to fight, forming an indestructible line of defense. People who came from faraway places to seek refuge rushed to various entrances like a tide, but without exception, they were ruthlessly blocked outside the city. The troops responsible for guarding Lacheng were determined not to allow these refugees to enter the city. Only the occasional high-caste people were allowed to enter the city after undergoing extremely strict interrogation and inspection. For the large number of low-caste people, their fate was completely different. Singh had already issued a clear ban, strictly prohibiting them from entering Lacheng. There were a small number of low-caste people in Lacheng, and the reason why they were able to stay in the city was entirely because they needed to specialize in various dirty and heavy labor. Compared with ordinary low-caste people, their situation was slightly better. After all, being able to live in Lacheng and have a job to make a living is much better than those who live in slums and cannot even guarantee food and clothing. In the past, Lacheng would not allow a large number of low-caste people to enter, and the current situation is even more critical, so it is even more impossible to allow them to enter the city. If a large number of refugees are allowed to pour into Lacheng, it will inevitably cause a huge chaos. The rampant virus has already made Singh feel overwhelmed and helpless. He must not waste his energy on dealing with those lowly people like ants. At this moment, Singh is tossing back and forth in the magnificent palace of Lacheng to find a solution. This palace is not only luxurious, but also the core place with the strongest defense and military strength in the entire Lacheng. Those who came from afar to seek refuge after going through untold hardships, after seeing that Lacheng ruthlessly refused to accept them, chose to settle down around Lacheng without hesitation. Although they could not enter the city, they knew very well that even so, it was still much safer and more reliable than other places. The local government of Lacheng did not stop these refugees from staying outside the city. If there is such a terrible situation as a zombie siege one day, they can still use the power of these people to resist for a while. So, the two sides lived in peace with each other for the time being. After leaving Sue Mo, the zombie bird suddenly appeared in the sky above the city, circling constantly. The soldiers on patrol soon noticed this abnormal situation. They quickly raised their guns, aimed at the creepy bird, and pulled the trigger without hesitation, trying to shoot it. However, the zombie bird was extremely agile and flexible, easily avoiding the bullet shot from below. Occasionally, one or two bullets would hit its body by chance, but surprisingly, this little damage seemed to have no effect on it at all. It still circled in the air as it pleased, sometimes flying high, sometimes diving, as if it was looking for delicious prey. The firepower on the ground could not cause any substantial damage to this mysterious and powerful bird. Seeing this, the Asen army immediately sent an advanced fighter to carry out the annihilation mission. Now a large number of areas across the country have been infected by these creepy zombie birds, and the situation is extremely serious. The big bird hovering over the city might be a zombie bird, which might be carrying a deadly virus. If it is not shot in time, once the virus spreads into Lacheng with it, the consequences will be disastrous. However, the zombie bird seemed to be able to see through the minds of the ASIN people. When they were about to send out fighter planes, the zombie bird did not choose to stay where it was. It suddenly flapped its huge and terrifying wings and quickly left the sky overlaunching like a black lightning. When the ASIN fighter plane finally took off successfully, it found that the strange bird had disappeared. The flying speed of the zombie bird was beyond imagination. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. They circled back and forth in the sky for several times, but they couldn't find any trace of the zombie bird. The zombie bird they were looking for had already cleverly bypassed a large circle under Sumo's command and quietly flew back to Sumo's side without anyone noticing. Well done. Sumo patted the huge bird's head next to him as a reward. Without any other orders, the zombie bird lay on the ground obediently and did not go out to look for food. When Sumo went out to infect the living just now, it had already eaten a lot. It would take a while for it to digest this belly full of living people and flesh and blood.